Chapter 181. The gardener was the most favored young master, drinking potions like water. It was only because he indulged in sensual pleasures, and didn't want to spend much time training, that his strength would have far exceeded level 4. Level 5 wouldn't have been uncommon. In the entire base too, no one dared claim to be second to last in the number of potions he consumed. Even Station Chief Zhao Tianyun couldn't match him in obtaining potions. The people accompanying the gardener were naturally no weaklings. They were all elites, a dozen or so, all level 3 hunters, each with their own unique skills. However, these people were like chickens and dogs before Li Jushu, easily wiped out. It wasn't that they had weakened, it was that Li Jushu was too strong. From the moment Li Jushu charged into the crowd to the moment he stopped, only a few seconds passed. Those in the shadows realized they knew too little about Li Jushu and needed to reassess him, otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died in a conflict. Judging from Li Jushu's demeanor while killing, he didn't seem like a kind-hearted person at all. "Are you alright?" Noticing the bloodstains at the corner of Zhong Wuyan's mouth, Li Jushu's murderous intent intensified. "I'm fine." Zhong Wuyan shook his head and whispered, "These people suddenly came to cause trouble. Someone must have been behind it. They're up to no good. They just wanted to test our strength, but they miscalculated. Where are Bai Shannyang and his men?" Li Jushu noticed that none of Bai Shannyang's men were there. The entire camp only had the few dozen men who originally followed Yang Yingzhong, more than half of whom were wounded. They went out early this morning, saying they were going to recall their old subordinates. Zhong Wuyan seemed to realize something but didn't elaborate. "Where's Drought Leech?" Li Jushu had specifically instructed Drought Leech to watch the camp before leaving, as Drought Leech's presence ensured Zhong Wuyan wouldn't be injured. Someone was looking for him just now. "He left, and these people came right away," Zhong Wuyan replied. Just then, the fat and thin monks rushed back in a panic. Even from dozens of meters away, the fat monk's voice reached them first. "Which **** dares to run wild in the Fourth Army? How dare he? Stop right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Commander, you're back. Commander, what happened?" The brush-like monk's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground. When he saw the young man's body, his expression changed drastically, and he explained, "The gardener. It's the gardener." A deep unease flashed in the fat monk's eyes. He crouched down to examine the body closely, and when he stood up, his face was grim. "Commander, who killed the gardener?" The fat and thin monks looked at Li Jushu almost simultaneously. Li Jushu didn't answer, coldly staring at the two until they felt uneasy, then casually said, "I killed him. Is there a problem?" "Commander, how could you kill the gardener? Do you know who the gardener is?" Fat Pig asked anxiously. "A dead man." Li Jushu's voice was calm. The gardener was the grandson of Sun Changfu, the second largest individual shareholder of Taihe Pharmaceuticals. Half of the medicines at Base 2 were controlled by the gardener's mother. "You killed the gardener, I'm afraid." "I'm afraid," Mao Bai explained in a low voice. "You mean, if I kill the gardener, his mother won't supply medicines to our 4th Legion anymore? Is that what you mean?" Li Jushu asked calmly. "Well, she probably has something to say." Fat Pig gave an awkward smile. "She seems to have forgotten one thing. It was her son who provoked me first. Base 5 can lose thousands, so Base 2 won't be any less." Li Jushu's tone was calm, but both the fat and thin monks felt a jolt. They could sense the murderous intent in Li Jushu's heart. This murderous intent was directed at both the gardener's mother and them. They knew their clumsy acting wouldn't fool Li Jushu, and they couldn't help but regret not heeding White Goat's advice. Li Jushu's newly emerged power had disrupted the existing balance. There was no need for provocation. People would naturally come to test him. Their actions were completely unnecessary. "Go and call White Goat over. I have something to say." Li Jushu dismissed the fat and thin monks. He wanted to get angry, but remembering his need for their help, he held back. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, it would have a negative impact on outsiders. Infighting would only make them a laughingstock. And finally, the mission was imminent, and he still needed to rely on the 3 members of the White Goat group. He then sent someone to fetch Drought Leech, and Drought Leech returned hastily after giving the order. "I heard something happened at the base, so I rushed back, but I didn't expect." Drought Leech's heart skipped a beat when he saw the gardener's corpse on the ground. He knew the gardener. "You're back just in time. The man is already dead. I want to know, with our strength, can we deal with the forces behind the gardener?" Li Jushu stared at Drought Leech. He hadn't said this to the fat and thin monks, but there was no need to hide it from Drought Leech. They were now in the same boat. "It depends on how we fight. If it's a head-on confrontation, we're definitely no match for them. They have 2,000 or 3,000 men. If we launch a sneak attack, as long as we kill the gardener's mother, the men below are just doing their jobs for money. There aren't many loyal ones. They scatter like birds and beasts. Droudleech also realized that there was no room for maneuver. Their son was dead, and only death could eliminate this hatred. His mind became calm, and he began to think about how to break the deadlock. Time is of the essence. We must strike first, Li Jushu decided decisively. No, the white goat, who had rushed over, quickly intervened. By this time, the crowd had already dispersed, fearing they might get involved. Watching the drama unfold was fine, but nobody wanted to be the one caught in the crossfire. The gardener was dead. Everyone sensed an impending storm. Anyone with a brain was keeping their distance. White Goat had already heard the details of what happened from the fat and thin monks, but seeing the gardener's corpse lying on the ground still gave him a headache. When he heard that Li Jushu was going to kill the gardener's mother, he completely lost his composure. Meeting Li Jushu's disapproving gaze, he forced a smile and said, "This base is our territory. The gardener barged in and attacked people. If we kill him, we're in the right. Although the gardener didn't deserve to die, morality is on our side. If we kill people elsewhere, that's violating the laws of Base 2, that's making an enemy of the entire base. Station Chief Zhao won't stand with the regimental commander." The murderous intent in Li Jushu's eyes lessened considerably. He hadn't considered this point. Base 2 did have laws. The gardener's mother certainly won't let this go easily. A preemptive strike is the best strategy, Droudleech immediately said. The gardener's mother went to base for a few days ago. According to custom, she won't be back for about a month. We still have time, White Goat quickly added. Killing someone from the base, outside the base isn't illegal, is it? Li Jushu suddenly asked. It's best if no one sees this. White Goat was starting to lose track of Li Jushu's pace. Did these young people only know how to kill? You, throw the body into the trash heap, far away. Don't leave it here to attract flies. White Goat, Brush, Fat Pig, Droudleech, you have 20 minutes to prepare. There's a mission. Li Jushu didn't even bother going to the meeting room. He announced the mission directly at the main entrance. Chapter 182. The four men went down to prepare. Li Jushu pulled Zhong Huiyin to a corner and briefly recounted the rescue of 8 hands. He concluded, I didn't expect a mission so soon, and so urgently. There's been too much to do. While I'm gone, don't stay at the base. Don't worry about the base. It doesn't matter if it's gone. People are the most important. I take you to the station master's building later. No matter how bold the others are, they wouldn't dare kill someone at the station master's building. Don't forget, I'm a hunter too, Zhong Huiyin said, unwilling to be protected. I know you're powerful, but as the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Some people are ruthless, Li Jushu advised. The 4th Legion wants to establish its reputation and recruit powerful members. This is a great opportunity for publicity. Whether this battle is fought well is crucial. Zhong Huiyin shook her head. She understood Li Jushu's meaning, but she also had her own plans. Listen to me, preserve your strength first, Li Jushu said earnestly. The monks from Mount Wutai are almost fully recovered from their injuries, Zhong Huiyin suddenly said. Li Jushu looked at her calmly for a long while before speaking. I don't want anything to happen to you. Everyone else can die, but you can't. Don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with, Zhong Huiyin replied confidently. Bai Shanong and the others returned. Li Jushu didn't have time to explain much to Zhong Huiyin. He could only hope the mission would be completed smoothly, and they could return as soon as possible. 3 chariots sped along the road, one for the 1st and 2nd Legions, one for Li Jushu and Coyote Angio's team, and one for backup, not participating in the operation. Night Owl, do you have many questions? Chili Pepper suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the car. For many, car travel is a time for rest. Although it's often arduous, experienced hunters have long since developed thick nerves. Given the chance, they can even fall asleep amidst the roar of battle. Li Jushu had no desire to rest. He was staring intently out the window. Hearing Chili Pepper's words, he glanced back at her. From his seat, he could only see her profile. Smooth, rounded features, a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth, giving her a playful air. The outline of her ears was particularly beautiful. Is it worth it for Xiao Ruiguang? This was Li Jushu's biggest question. The entire 4 Legion commanders were mobilized, along with the Legion's best talents. This was a privilege reserved for a station chief, not even a deputy station chief. Besides repairing and modifying tanks, Xiao Ruiguang's greatest skill is repairing artillery. Chili Pepper revealed the answer. The people inside the tank were the core members of Base 2, qualified to know this intelligence. Li Jushu suddenly understood this made sense. Even in peacetime, such specialized talents were treasured and kept at a high level. Now, with two armies facing off and war potentially breaking out at any moment, those capable of repairing artillery were even more valuable. He guessed that Base 2 likely had some cannons that were broken and no one else could fix them, which explained their anxiety about Xiao Ruiguang. Understanding this, he was no longer worried, as long as it wasn't a conspiracy against him. Base 3 was similar in design to Base 2, just not as grand. In terms of imposing presence, it was considerably weaker, but hunters loved visiting Base 3. It was extremely popular. Base 3 was known as the love and licentious base, its brothels and the quantity and quality of their staff being second to none on the Beast planet. For hunters struggling on the brink of death, nothing was more alluring after a mission than women, especially beautiful women. Women came first, food second. The tank stopped 20 kilometers from Base 3. The rest of the journey was up to them, and the return trip would also be their own responsibility. The 3 tanks wouldn't move. Li Jushu was dumbfounded when he saw the 1st Legion, the Xuanwu tank, and the Chili Pepper disembark and lead their men away without looking back. Wasn't this supposed to be a team rescue? Why did it look like they were fighting alone? Base 2 is like that too, they can't trust others, they only trust themselves, White Goat said, unsurprised. I suddenly lost hope for the rescue, Li Jushu said. The station chief should know this. Why insist on sending all 4 legions? Sending just one might have a higher success rate. Drought Leech couldn't understand the situation. While Yang Yingzhong's team had their own selfish motives, when there was a mission, everyone could set aside their opinions and focus on completing the task. Isn't it obvious? The real rescue mission is being carried out by 3 legions. We're just drawing their fire, Brush couldn't help but say. Damn it! Drought Leech wanted to curse. Is there a way to get into Base 3? Li Jushu looked at White Goat. He felt uneasy, but as the Legion commander, he couldn't show his displeasure. Rescuing people is a bit difficult, but getting into the base is no problem at all, White Goat said calmly. He hadn't been wasting his years. If he didn't have this much strength, he wouldn't have dared to even think about creating a legion. In any highly profitable industry, there are those willing to risk execution. Entering and leaving the base is easy during peacetime, so there's no need for smuggling. However, during times of tension, things become difficult, and smugglers emerge to fill this gap. The White Goat was one of these smugglers. Li Jushu saw him pay the smuggler 1,000 gold coins. How much the smuggler paid the guards is unknown, but the soldiers didn't even glance at the chariot before letting it pass. After entering the city, Li Jushu and his group jumped off the chariot at a secluded corner and left, while the smuggler went out to pick up another job. Li Jushu and his group of 5 arrived at the rendezvous point. Everyone else was already there, waiting for them. Chili Pepper pulled out a map and spread it on the table, pointing to the area marked with a black pentagram. This is Blackstone Prison, our target. I take the men to control the prison gates. Xuanwu Tank and Minglingzi will go in to rescue the people. Night Owl, you take the men to block off the 3 streets directly in front of us. Don't let anyone get close. If the rescue doesn't go smoothly, you also be responsible for covering the rear. That's the general plan. Does anyone have any questions? Li Jushu then learned that the 1st Legion commander was named Minglingzi. The 1st Legion of Base 3 is just 2 kilometers away. If the prison sounds an alarm, they arrive in at most 10 minutes. At that time, I'm afraid Night Owl and his 5 men won't be able to hold them off, Xuanwu Tank said worriedly. So try your best to prevent the prison from sounding the alarm. If the worst case scenario occurs, try to rescue the people within 10 minutes, Chili Pepper said. If reinforcements from the 1st Legion arrive, none of them will be able to hold them off. The wisest course of action is to rescue the people and leave before reinforcements arrive. I have no questions, Xuanwu Tank said. How do we evacuate? Li Jushu asked. Once the 8 hands are out of the city gates, the rest of you can retreat freely. Chili Pepper's words were essentially meaningless, but Li Jushu understood his meaning. It meant that those providing cover would have no support. Their escape depended entirely on their own abilities. The operation will begin at 2 a.m. Everyone, stay hidden and don't expose yourselves, Chili Pepper said, then adjourned the meeting. Chapter 183. Commander Bai, what do you think? With Chili Pepper, Xuanwu Tank, and Minglingzi gone, only Li Jushu and his group of 5 remained. Li Jushu was still pondering the map. A feint to the east while attacking the west. After much thought, White Goat uttered 4 words. Explain in detail. Li Jushu looked at him. It's called covering fire, but in reality, it's a rearguard action. We'd be relentlessly pursued by the army at Base 3 and unable to escape. We're outnumbered. The only way is to divert the pursuer's attention and create an opportunity to leave, White Goat said. Continue. Li Jushu nodded slightly. White Goat's thoughts coincided with his. In a base, there are generally three most important places: the station chief's office, the high-rise residential area, and the soldier's family quarters. These three places are what the pursuers must protect, White Goat said. I think simply diverting attention isn't enough. We also need to create chaos. The pursuers are too numerous. Even if 2/3 of our men escape, we still can't handle them, Drought Ant said. Where's the best place to create chaos? Li Jushu asked. The red light district? The fat and thin monks exclaimed in unison. No good. Li Jushu shook her head. Why? The fat pig asked, puzzled. Where is the sales point for Taiha Pharmaceuticals? Li Jushu asked, looking at everyone. The four men's eyes lit up instantly. On the beast planet, if there was anything that could attract everyone, young and old, men and women alike, it was undoubtedly drugs. Any drug could drive people mad. The place Li Jushu had chosen was indeed 100 times better than the red light district. However, White Goat quickly shook his head, saying regretfully, the Taiha Pharmaceutical building is too sturdy, it uses number 99 cement. Our firepower isn't enough. If we could blow up the Taiha Pharmaceutical building, we wouldn't need to rescue 8 hands. We just need to create the illusion of an explosion at Taiha Pharmaceutical, and others will naturally appear to help. I believe there are many people eyeing Taiha Pharmaceutical, Li Jushu said. This method is feasible. White Goat immediately realized, glancing at Li Jushu with some shame. His understanding of human nature was inferior to that of a young man. People have a tendency to take chances. Hearing about a bank robbery, regardless of the actual opportunity, people nearby will inevitably take a look. If they happen to see the entrance breached and many people rushing in, then many will impulsively rush in as well. On one hand, they believe they won't be caught. After all, there are so many people. Even if they are caught, with so many people, the law won't punish them. At most, they just have to hand over the stolen money. In short, as soon as news broke that Taiha Pharmaceutical had been robbed, no one could resist. Everyone would rush in. Even if the Taiha Pharmaceutical building wasn't destroyed yet, hunters would find a way to breach it. Let's divide the tasks. Li Jushu began assigning tasks. Base 3 seemed to have no night. Lights illuminated the entire base. High-rise buildings, streets, and squares bustled with people. It was a city that never sleeps. During the day, the red light district was quiet, but at night, it seemed to come alive. The noise could be heard kilometers away. Li Jushu appeared calm, but in reality, he always precisely avoided the cameras. He didn't come to the red light district for pleasure. He was looking for suitable sniping positions. The red light district wasn't the best vantage point, but after scouting several streets, he determined it was the safest. For a sniper, personal safety was more important than whether he could kill the target. While other snipers needed to be within 500 meters to guarantee accuracy, he could extend that range to 1,500 or even 2,000 meters. The red light district was about 1,600 meters from the prison, posing no difficulty for Li Jushu. Handsome, want to rest for a bit? A woman dressed provocatively and scantily cladly solicited customers at the stairwell entrance. Her deep V neckline almost reached her navel, revealing a stunning view without needing to bend over. A strong fragrance permeated the stairwell. Li Jushu smiled and declined. Perhaps it was his good looks, or perhaps the women in the red light district were particularly enthusiastic, but along the way, he was constantly approached by women, some even making physical advances. His target was the top floor. The good news was the unobstructed view. Besides the prison, 3 streets were visible, even better than expected. The bad news was that the top floor rooms were already occupied. Sounds of revelry drifted from inside the room. Li Jushu peered through the window and saw 2 men and a woman, completely naked, engrossed in their game. One man was obese, the other ugly, while the woman was alluring and charming. Judging from her cheerful laughter, the men had certainly given her a good time. Judging by the fast-paced nature of modern culture, the 3 should finish quickly. However, seeing the collars, candles, whips, and some rather suggestive toys in the room, Li Jushu knew that the 3 inside might be playing for quite some time. He couldn't stand in the hallway indefinitely, it would attract attention. 2 hours before the mission, he walked to the other end of the corridor, where a room caught his attention. The room was lit, but quiet. There was no time for pleasure. He glanced at the doorknob. There was no do not disturb sign. He knocked. Is something the matter? A girl of about 17 or 18 opened the door. Her large eyes held a youthful naivete. She was pretty, with a good figure, wearing a plain white tank top that barely covered her thighs, very revealing. That's a rather unprofessional question, Li Jushu said. I'm not feeling well today, could I? The girl blushed slightly, realizing it was work time. I thought you weren't resting today, young lady, Li Jushu said, pointing to the doorknob. I just woke up, feeling dizzy, I forgot, the girl said apologetically. I just want some peace and quiet to chat. I won't do anything to you. Have someone bring some food up. Li Jushu pushed his way into the room, not allowing the girl to refuse. Please wait a moment, sir, while I dress and groom myself, the woman said helplessly. Everyone who came here spoke sweet words, only chatting and never actually touching her. In the end, their bodies spoke louder than words. However, to the woman's surprise, Li Jushu truly only chatted and ate, without making any advances. He simply asked her to massage his shoulders and back. What is your name, young lady? Li Jushu asked casually. Xiao Lu. The woman replied. Which Lu? Li Jushu immediately thought of Lin Lu, his thoughts instantly returning to the desert, the howling wind, the swirling yellow sand. Compared to nature, humanity seemed so insignificant. He still refused to believe Lin Lu was dead. Until he saw her remains, he wouldn't accept that she was dead. He believed she was still alive, and that one day she would suddenly appear before him, giving him a surprise. He was afraid to go to the desert now, because he didn't want that sliver of hope to be shattered. Sir, the woman's voice pulled him back from his reverie. What's wrong? Is this force okay? The woman asked softly. You can use a little force, don't worry, I can take pain. Li Jushu poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, and then didn't drink it. It was best not to drink while on a mission. Chapter 184. The sudden commotion drew Li Jushu's attention. Well, not exactly attention, the atmosphere inside the room was somewhat intimate. A lone man and woman, Xiaolu's massage had aroused him, and he was having some wild thoughts. The commotion outside gave him an excuse to leave the room. You bastard, don't you know Xiaolu is my woman? Everyone in Base 3 knows. I think you're not just brave, you're asking for it. A young man in flip-flops, clearly from a wealthy family, cursed at a handsome man with long hair. It's the pianist. Xiaolu also came out of the room, her expression changing. The pianist? Which one? Li Jushu asked. The handsome one. Xiaolu replied. The one with long hair? Li Jushu was face-blind. Unless someone was exceptionally ugly, they all looked pretty much the same to him. He didn't care about looks, they all had 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth anyway. Yes, he often teaches the girls to play the piano, for free, and he has a very good personality. Xiaolu's face showed worry. Staying overnight is also free, right? Li Jushu didn't say this aloud, and asked another question. Who was it that was cursing? Xiao Kuang, his father is the warden of Blackstone Prison. No one dares to mess with him. Xiaolu looked at the young man in flip-flops, her face showing fear. Blackstone Prison? Is that the prison in the northwest corner? Li Jushu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, that's the only prison at Base 3. Xiaolu didn't notice the strange look on his face. What's the situation with this Xiao Hui? Li Jushu finally saw the Xiao Hui that Xiao Kuang had mentioned. Long flowing hair, a face that could launch 1,000 ships. It was a pity that someone with such looks was working in the red light district. Xiao Hui is a pitiful person. Her mother was captured by space pirates. To raise money to save her mother, she borrowed a lot of money from the beast farm. But her mother couldn't be saved, and the money was gone. She had no choice but to work to pay off the debt. Xiao Kuang came here for a visit, and fell in love with Xiao Hui after seeing her once. He declared that no one else could touch Xiao Hui, but he was already married, and couldn't marry her. Xiao Hui needed to make a living, and pay off her debts. How could she not entertain other customers? Most people were wary of Xiao Kuang, and didn't patronize Xiao Hui's business, but some people still liked her. The pianist felt sorry for Xiao Hui's plight. She just didn't expect to run into Xiao Kuang. The pianist is probably in trouble. Xiao Lu's voice revealed deep worry. Beat him. Xiao Kuang didn't come alone. He had 2 henchmen with him. The 2 henchmen were burly and strong, both heavy-duty hunters. Their huge fists pounded indiscriminately on the pianist, without any concern for killing him. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me, young Master Zhao. Please stop. I was just chatting with the pianist, really nothing happened. Xiao Hui pleaded in panic, her face full of unease. However, her worried expression only deepened Xiao Kuang's hatred and jealousy. His face darkened, and he remained silent. Xiao Hui was naked, only wrapped in a white bath towel, her breasts, shoulders, and legs exposed to the air. With the slightest movement, her cleavage was revealed. In this state, no matter what she said about not doing anything, Not even a 3-year-old would believe her, let alone Xiao Kuang. The pianist appeared frail, but was actually a level 2 hunter. However, Xiao Kuang's 2 bodyguards were both level 3 hunters. 1 against 2, the pianist was quickly knocked to the ground, spitting blood. He could only cover his head and face with his hands. He couldn't care less about anything else. The pianist, however, was remarkably resilient, remaining completely silent. Break both his legs and throw him out, Xiao Kuang ordered. No. Xiao Hui's face changed drastically. Add an arm too, Xiao Kuang said coldly. Xiao Hui, who was about to plead for him, looked at the expressionless Xiao Kuang and shut her mouth in fear. She realized that the more she pleaded, the stronger Xiao Kuang's hatred would become, and the more serious the harm would be to the pianist. At this moment, the best thing she could do was to stand by and remain silent. Sure enough, she didn't speak, and Xiao Kuang didn't add any more. The farce quickly ended. Xiao Kuang went into Xiao Hui's room. The pianist, with both legs broken and an arm thrown out, was gone. The onlookers were gone. Everyone was busy with their own amusement, and no one would bother with anything else. Xiao Kuang shouldn't be short of money, right? Since he likes Xiao Hui, why doesn't he just take her away? These days, it's not uncommon for married people to keep mistresses. Li Jushi was puzzled. With Xiao Kuang's power, keeping Xiao Hui would be safer than leaving her in the red light district. Xiao Kuang's wife is the daughter of a shareholder of Taihe Pharmaceutical. The Zhao family's current status is all thanks to that shareholder of Taihe Pharmaceutical. Xiao Kuang's wife forbids him from having a mistress, so he doesn't dare, Xiao Lu explained. That's really... Is Xiao Kuang's wife ugly? Li Jushu asked curiously. I heard she's very beautiful, but I never seen her, Xiao Lu said. What you can't have is always the best, Li Jushu said with a smile, shaking his head. What's your relationship with Xiao Hui like? We know each other, but we rarely contact each other. Xiao Lu's expression changed slightly. She thought Li Jushu was also attracted to Xiao Hui's looks. Xiao Hui was a famous beauty in the entire red light district. If it weren't for Xiao Kuang, Xiao Hui would definitely be too busy every night. Pour me some wine, have a few drinks with me. Are these kinds of jealous disputes like Xiao Kuang's all too common? Li Jushu asked. It happens almost every night, Xiao Lu replied. Isn't anyone in charge? Li Jushu noticed that no one had appeared to manage the situation from the time Xiao Kuang started the fight until it ended. There are people to maintain order, but they only look at people. If it's an ordinary person, they take them away. But if it's someone with status and power like Xiao Kuang, they just pretend not to see it, Xiao Lu said. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, indeed, it's the same everywhere, this society. Li Jushu poured Xiao Lu some wine and sighed. To be honest, I'm heartbroken, I'm in a bad mood. I just want to drown my sorrows in alcohol, I won't do anything else. He placed 5 gold coins on the table. I pay first, so you don't forget later when you're drunk. Young master, I could tell you were a good person the moment I saw you, unlike others. Xiao Lu's smile brightened, her worry vanished, replaced by enthusiasm. She no longer hesitated to drink, becoming generous and open-hearted. What she didn't notice was that Li Jushu, the one trying to drown his sorrows, barely drank any alcohol. He mostly ate the food, and the rest of the drinks went into her stomach. After getting Xiao Lu drunk, Li Jushu appeared in Xiao Hui's room, knocked them both unconscious, anesthetized them, and tied them up with rope. When the time was right, he appeared in the other room, knocked out the female guest inside, opened his suitcase, assembled his sniper rifle, and opened a crack in the window. The moment the gun barrel extended, his entire aura became calm and sharp, like a drawn sword, its edge fully revealed. Chapter 185. Late at night, the red light district was bustling, even more so than before, while other areas began to quiet down. Near Blackstone Prison, no one was seen. Suddenly, a dozen figures appeared in the prison's guard booth. Through the scope, Li Jushu could see clearly that Kotiangio, a type of pebbly, moved like a gecko along the vertical wall, as fast as lightning. A cold glint flashed, and even Li Jushu didn't see what weapon Kotiangio was using. The 4 guards on the wall collapsed limply. Almost simultaneously, the Xuanwu tank on the ground moved, firing 2 pebbles that pierced through 2 holes in the guard booth's bulletproof glass, accurately striking the 2 guards inside between the eyebrows, embedding themselves deeply in their brains, killing them instantly. The 2 small holes, only the size of a thumb, were for communication with the outside. Who could have imagined that such insignificant holes would become accomplices in the Xuanwu tank's killing spree? The external guards were dead, but how to enter the castle-like prison? The prison had only one main gate, open from the inside, without orders and documents, Even cannons couldn't break it. As Li Jushi pondered this, the heavy prison gate slowly opened a crack. Ming Lingzi and Xuan Wu-Tank didn't hesitate, leading their men inside. Ko Tianjiu, meanwhile, led his men to open the guard booth door, changed into guard uniforms, and disguised themselves as guards, all completed in a matter of seconds. Li Jushi suddenly realized. During the meeting to discuss the plan, he had noticed that Ko Tianjiu, Xuan Wu-Tank, and Ming Lingzi looked unusually calm and confident. It turned out that Blackstone Prison had its own people, they knew about it, and were wary of him. However, he wasn't angry. He had only recently joined, the prison's own people must have been planted long ago. It wasn't surprising that he didn't know. The mission's successful completion would also benefit him. The most difficult step was over, now it was up to the caterpillar and the Xuan Wu-Tank. In the darkness, apart from the gradually decreasing temperature, everything was quiet. Li Jushi suddenly frowned. He smelled something unusual. A sniper's sixth sense alerted him to danger. Where? It seemed as if an invisible pair of eyes were watching everything in the darkness. He subconsciously glanced back into the room. The guest and the woman were fast asleep, not yet awake. The danger wasn't coming from him. It must be coming from outside. The distance was too great. He dared not notify Ko Tianjiu, mainly to avoid exposing himself. Suddenly, he thought of the best sniping spot facing the prison, a balcony of a building. The family there was asleep. The house was pitch black. Where was the best sniping position? This was Li Jushi's most effective method of crisis prevention, reverse observation. This method had allowed him to escape many times. When his gaze fell on the angle between the two buildings, he felt a jolt. Not good. Even though the dark muzzle was covered by a black cloth, he recognized it immediately. An NC-22 sniper rifle. Inside the room with the curtains drawn, a sniper was searching the area around the prison. His target wasn't Ko Tianjiu and the others, his target was the sniper covering Ko Tianjiu himself. In any battle, as long as there are snipers, every sniper's opponent is another sniper. Only after eliminating the enemy sniper can other targets be considered. This is a trap. Li Jushi's first reaction was to notify Ko Tianjiu, but he quickly suppressed the thought. He could notify Ko Tianjiu, but he couldn't notify Xuan Wu-Tank and Ming Lingzi, who were already inside the prison. Judging by the timeline, even if he could notify them, it would take them time to get out. His eyes searched the darkness, and soon he found the second and third snipers. He didn't give up, and finally, on a balcony filled with greenery, he spotted the fourth sniper, about 1,600 meters from the prison. Even more terrifying, the fourth sniper was already aimed at Fatty Pig. He was now certain it was an elaborate trap, and they had all fallen into it. At this moment, he suddenly felt grateful for Chili Pepper's plan. Chili Pepper had only instructed him to provide cover, without specifying how, when, or where to do so, leaving them free to improvise. It was this freedom that prevented the five of them from falling completely into the trap. Fatty Pig being targeted by the sniper was just bad luck. He, White Goat, Brush, and Drought Leech remained outside the trap. He quietly adjusted his gun, aiming at the sniper 1,600 meters away. The man was lying prone on the rooftop, only his nose and above visible. His eyes were painted black, but Li Jushi could still clearly see it was a young face, no more than 25 years old, with a confident and cold glint in his eyes. The enemy hadn't fired, indicating they were waiting for a signal. He, however, dared not fire. The moment he did, he would be spotted by the other three snipers, two of whom would have a chance to hit him. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility occurred to him. If he could deduce the answer in reverse, could the enemy do the same? He began searching inch by inch outwards from himself, expanding the search area, every balcony, every rooftop, every room with its curtains drawn. Just as he was about to give up, a chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. 1,800 meters away, a Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle was aimed at the red light district. The sniper, like a venomous snake in a jungle, was extremely well hidden. It was a shopping mall, a clothing mall, and the sniper had disguised himself as a mannequin, blending seamlessly with the other mannequins. Li Jushi let out a long breath, calming himself down. The sniper hadn't spotted him, only suspecting the possibility of enemies in that direction. He was thankful he hadn't turned off the lights or drawn the curtains, otherwise, he would have certainly attracted the sniper's attention. He was able to spot the sniper thanks to his superhuman night vision. Without firing, it wouldn't be easy for the sniper to find him. Looking at the myriad lights from 1,800 meters away, each window was just a point of light. Finding someone within a single point of light was no easy task. 1 against 5, not from the same direction, Li Jushi was in a bind. This battle was difficult, and more importantly, he still had to rescue people. Now, there was a major problem. He had only spotted the sniper. He knew nothing about the enemy's other deployments. Even a fool could see that the enemy, having set up such a large trap, wouldn't just have snipers, they would have heavy machine gunners, rocket launchers, and so on. Therefore, Chili Pepper's side also needed cover. He didn't know where White Goat and the others were hiding. One person couldn't be in two places at once. The prison gate suddenly slammed shut. Xuanwu Tank and the others had gone inside, leaving the gate ajar. Now, with the gate suddenly moving, Chili Pepper immediately sensed something was wrong. But before they could react, dozens of streetlights illuminated the street, pointing directly at the prison. In an instant, the prison gate was as bright as day, revealing every detail. At the same time, flames erupted from the guardhouse, turning the narrow space into a furnace. The 2/3 Legion men posing as guards inside screamed in agony. Within seconds, their bodies were burned beyond recognition, the temperature terrifyingly high. Chapter 186. Entering the security booth was fine, but exiting caused a problem. The door wouldn't open. Crimson flames filled every inch of the booth. Through the bulletproof glass, 2 members could be clearly seen writhing and struggling. Their painful and desperate cries echoed through 2 small holes. At that moment, 1,800 meters away, in the shopping mall, a mannequin's head exploded, blood splattering, its body flying more than a meter, knocking 7 or 8 mannequins to the ground. Li Jushi fired without even checking if he had hit the target, immediately turning the gun and firing again. Thud. On the balcony, the sniper hidden among the greenery had just transferred the force of his index finger to the trigger. When his head exploded, his over 100-pound body slammed into the wall behind him, and the gun went astray. Bang! Fat Pig Bro, seeing the bullet hole 10 centimeters above his head, broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively glanced at the green-planted balcony, then looked in Li Jushi's direction. He didn't see Li Jushi, but he saw shattered glass and 2 snipers firing simultaneously. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Li Jushi, lying on the ground, immediately heard that one of the snipers firing at him was missing. It was Maobi. He fired, taking down 1 sniper. Bang! While the other sniper was dodging Maobi, Li Jushi got up, not aiming at the dodging sniper, but at the 3rd sniper, the one who couldn't shoot him, but could pose a threat to Maobi. As he aimed at the sniper also aimed at Maobi. Thud. In the end, he was 0.01 seconds faster. The sniper got a headshot, the muzzle veered off course, and the bullet grazed Maobi's shoulder before embedding itself in the wall. Every hair on Maobi's body stood on end. Li Jushi turned his gun and aimed at the last sniper. To avoid Mao Bai, the man had ducked behind a pillar, quickly removing his clothes and hat as camouflage, his true form hidden behind an air conditioner unit. With only half the barrel of his gun protruding, a bullet pierced the unit, through the man's body, and struck the opposite wall, leaving a spray of blood on the wall. An air conditioner unit could stop ordinary bullets, but not a sniper rifle bullet. In reality, from Li Jushi firing his first shot to the last, the entire process took only a little over 4 seconds. The screams inside the security booth hadn't even died down before the sniper duel was over. Fat Pig and Mao Bai each had a brush with death. Mao Bai had 1 kill, Li Jushi 4. Surrender immediately, or face certain death. A murderous voice blared from the loudspeaker, and the streets near the prison instantly fell silent. Many people opened their doors, saw it was happening at the prison gate, and immediately retreated back into their rooms, closing the doors and windows. Base 3 is an open base, but it also has its taboos. The prison is a taboo within Base 3. It's best to avoid any association with it, or you be in serious trouble. Seeing many people turn off their lights, Li Jushi followed suit, plunging the room into darkness. He thought for a moment, then used a blanket and hat to create a dummy-like figure leaning against the window, while he quietly climbed onto the roof. Looking down, his brow furrowed deeply. The buildings across the street from the prison gate had all their windows open, each with 2 or 3 soldiers, all armed with machine guns. Dozens of soldiers stood on the roof, half carrying machine guns, half carrying rocket launchers, and several others carrying Vulcan cannons. The sound of tires screeching against the ground filled the air as several heavy armored vehicles appeared, blocking both ends of the street. The twin-barrel cannons on the rooftops were aimed at the prison. A trap. In this situation, not even a bird could escape, let alone a person. Only 3 men remained of the Chili Pepper team. They clung desperately to the wall above the prison gate, clearly plotting their escape. I count to 3. If you don't surrender, then there's no need to surrender. The voice from the loudspeaker was cold and ruthless. Li Jushu's gaze searched the opposite building, but he couldn't find the speaker, only the loudspeaker was visible. The speaker was hidden inside the building. What do we do? Li Jushu pondered. With the enemy's numbers, even with a rocket launcher and a Gatling gun, he couldn't kill that many people in a short time unless they used clothes and weapon systems or arrived in a fighter jet. 3, 2. But the enemy didn't give Chili Pepper a chance. Just as they shouted one, a deafening explosion occurred in the opposite building. Flames shot into the sky, and the massive building was reduced to ruins in 3 seconds. The tremor swept through the ground, felt throughout half the base. Thud, thud, thud. Li Jushu didn't know who caused the explosions, but he didn't hesitate to fire. 3 shots, and the 3 heavy machine gunners on top of the 3 tanks on the street were blown to the head. Chili Pepper got up and emptied a magazine in 2 seconds at the 3 tanks at the end of the street. The soldiers on the roof screamed and fell. The soldiers inside and behind the tanks immediately returned fire. Gunfire erupted, bullets rained down on the prison gate, quickly preventing Chili Pepper and his 2 companions from showing their faces. A rocket launcher, trailing a long tail, streaked across the night sky, hitting 1 tank and exploding. Then came the second tank. A roar followed. Fat Pig Brother, wielding a Gatling gun, fired a line of metal. On one street, 2 tanks were suppressed. Drought Leech dropped the rocket launcher and, together with White Goat, grabbed a heavy machine gun and fired fiercely at the enemy. Thud, 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 thud. Li Jushu adjusted his gun and fired continuously at the sun lamps. In an instant, all the sun lamps went out, and darkness returned, leaving only the light of bullets tearing through the night. Avoiding the light's focus, the 3 men, including Coyote Angio, were in a much better situation. However, they still couldn't look up. The enemy numbers were too great, and bullets rained down. More soldiers kept pouring in from the 3 streets, firing simultaneously from multiple directions. The most obvious target, Fat Pig, quickly dropped his Gatling gun and lay prone, followed by Mayobi. White Goat and Drought Leech also had to lower their bodies, only exposing their gun muzzles to fire. Li Jushu's advantage at 1,600 meters was evident. At such a distance, the enemy would have a hard time spotting him. The faint light from his gun muzzle couldn't reach the eyes of anyone 1,600 meters away. Thud, a heavy machine gun misfired. Coyote Angio reacted quickly, immediately getting up and firing a burst of bullets, killing 2 soldiers before quickly ducking back down. Thud, the soldier on the rooftop carrying a rocket launcher exploded in the chest. The rocket hit a building over 200 meters away and detonated, causing chaos. Thud, 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 thud. Li Jushu's eyes were like lightning. The darkness couldn't affect his accuracy in the slightest. The enemy soldier, unaware of the enemy's location, was already hit by bullets. He was probably still searching for the sniper's position when he died. Li Jushu killed over 50 soldiers in one go. Coyote Angio and his men finally found an opportunity to jump down from behind the wall and retreat along their planned route. Bai Shenyang, Hamahuang, and Pang Ho Tuchuo also frantically fired to suppress the enemy. Everyone used all their strength, but casualties still occurred. One of Coyote Angio's men was shot in the leg. Knowing he couldn't escape, he immediately turned and fired wildly at the pursuers. Run! In just 3 seconds, he was riddled with bullets, a gruesome sight. As the 2 men, including Coyote Angio, disappeared down a street, Li Jushu breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of unease immediately rose within him. Without thinking, he rolled over, and with a bullet hole appeared where he had been lying, emitting a wisp of white smoke. He was being watched. Chapter 187. Thud. 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 A row of bullet holes appeared where Li Jushu had rolled, splattering cement fragments that hit his face. Every muscle in Li Jushu's body tensed. Another roll, and he'd be outside the wall. Without hesitation, Li Jushu leaped, plummeting straight towards the dark earth. The sniper probably hadn't expected Li Jushu to dare jump. It was over 30 stories high, nearly 100 meters. Even a cat would die from that fall. The sniper sensed danger the moment Li Jushu raised his rifle and quickly aimed, but it was too late. Li Jushu had already pulled the trigger. The sniper knew it was too late when he saw the muzzle flash. His body jolted, his head exploded. The sniper didn't even have time to feel the pain before he was dead. Li Jushu scrambled back to the roof using a rope, his clothes soaked with sweat. Tying himself to a rope had become a habit for him whenever he was on a high-rise building. Aside from the danger, this habit was all good. It had saved his life several times. There was no time to lament his near-death experiences. In the few seconds he wasted, White Goat and the other three were already pinned down by the soldiers. Thud. The high-speed armored vehicle suddenly went out of control and crashed into a supermarket on the street. Goods fell from the shelves, and the machine gunner on the roof jumped out in fright. The soldiers running alongside the vehicle looked closely, and saw a bullet hole in the windshield. The driver was dead. Thud. A blood flower the size of a bowl bloomed on the chest of a nearly 2-meter tall man. The man collapsed with a pained expression, his muscles stiff, his fingers still gripping the gun. The Gatling gun changed direction and swept across his own soldiers. Amid screams, more than a dozen soldiers were cut in half at the waist. Bullets struck the tank, slicing a gruesome gash across its side. The Gatling gun's roar only ceased when the burly man was completely dead, his fingers losing all strength. The damage, caused in those few seconds, was incalculable. The only one unaffected was Li Jushu. In a matter of seconds, he had almost completely wiped out the soldiers on the rooftop. White Goat and the others rushed out from behind cover, firing as they fled. Thud. Another tank went out of control, first crashing into a roadside trash can, then smashing through a roller shutter door, and crashing into a shop. Li Jushu understood that the tanks were the biggest problem. The soldiers on the rooftop didn't have wings. To chase them, they would have to go downstairs first. Tanks were different, they moved too fast, and they would never have a chance to touch them. Even if they seized a tank, it wouldn't matter. This was Base 3, someone else's territory. Seeing that the 4 men, including the White Goat, had distanced themselves from the pursuers, he switched his ammunition to armor-piercing high-explosive rounds. These were too heavy, each weighing over a pound, and he dared not carry too many given his current strength. Thud. On the road heading towards the red light district, the lead tank suddenly exploded. The front of the vehicle was severely deformed, the engine stalled, and it came to a wobbly stop on the side of the road. Before the tanks behind could react, they exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 4 tanks were totaled. The soldiers inside the tanks, however, were not seriously injured. They jumped out, grabbed their guns, and rushed towards the red light district. Thud. 3 soldiers fell simultaneously, each with a hole the size of a bowl in their chest. If they were placed in a standing position, the 3 holes would form a straight line. A triple kill. Li Jushu reveled in the feeling of maximizing the power of his bullets. He fired relentlessly. A triple kill was rare, but a double kill was easy. He fired wildly, and the soldiers couldn't retaliate. Partly due to the distance, and partly because of the large crowd in the red light district, a counterattack would almost certainly result in innocent casualties. When the screech of brakes came from downstairs, Li Jushu knew it was time to leave. The enemy's response was too fast. The prison soldiers had drawn his attention, while the real pursuers appeared from behind. In fact, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't handle enemies from 2 directions alone. He sheathed his gun and returned to Xiaolu's room. Xiaolu was still drunk, Xiaolui was still unconscious, but Zhao Kuang had already woken up. The large dose of drugs had given him a strong physique. Luckily, Li Jushu had administered anesthesia beforehand, otherwise, it would have been a real problem. Li Jushu hoisted Zhao Kuang onto his back, and used a rope to leave the building. The pursuers stormed the building, searching inside and out, turning the red light district upside down, but they found nothing. Li Jushu arrived at the second rendezvous point. Chili Pepper and her men were already there, as were Brush and Drought Leech, but White Goat and Fat Pig were nowhere to be seen. Who is this? Chili Pepper's gaze fell on Zhao Kuang. Perhaps the key to turning the tide for us. Li Jushu glanced at Chili Pepper. Her arms and legs had bandages, but she seemed unharmed. One of her men was missing an ear, but compared to the others who had lost their lives, an ear was nothing. Brush and Drought Leech had no injuries. Soon, the rendezvous point was completely surrounded. The pursuers even cleared the area, driving away nearby residents to prevent innocent bystanders from being injured in the firefight. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender on the spot, and you may have a chance to live. Otherwise, I make sure you die a horrible death. The voice coming from the loudspeaker was familiar. It was the same person who spoke at the prison gate. The building explosion hadn't killed him. It was unclear whether he wasn't inside the building at the time, or if he was just lucky. However, his voice was filled with rage. I count to 3. The voice lost patience. Before he could finish, Chili Pepper emerged, not alone, but holding someone hostage. A young man, a nonchalant-looking young man in flip-flops. Chili Pepper, release him immediately, or I make sure you die a horrible death. The voice from the loudspeaker suddenly became angry and anxious. Xiao Chunggong, my patience is limited. And I only say this once, release my men. Otherwise, you can go home and work overtime now, there's still hope of having another child. Chili Pepper's voice was calm, but his determination to die with them was unmistakable. Xiao Chengdong, the head of Blackstone Prison, Xiao Kuang's father, and the mastermind behind tonight's waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump plan, hadn't anticipated his son's actions. The surrounding soldiers wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Xiao Chengdong was almost 60. Perhaps he still had the ability, but his wife was older than him, and had no chance of conceiving. Chili Pepper, you know I can't make that decision. Xiao Qinggong's face was ashen, but he had to suppress his anger. My knife, I can make that decision. Chili Pepper pressed the dagger against Xiao Kuang's throat slightly, and a trickle of blood immediately appeared on Xiao Kuang's throat. Stop! Xiao Chengdong took a deep breath and calmly said, wait half an hour. 10 minutes. Chili Pepper's reply left no room for argument. There are 3 doors inside the prison. Each door takes 5 minutes to open. Adding the main gate, all 4 doors take 20 minutes to open, Xiao Chengdong said, his face dark. Chili Pepper's lips twitched. This was information she was unaware of. Chapter 188. In the darkness, a lithe figure darted through the streets, soon entering a heavily guarded courtyard. It's me! The guard hidden in the shadows lowered his gun, and the figure entered the brightly lit hall. 7 or 8 burly men drinking tea looked up, all staring at him. You're back. The most muscular man, sitting in the center, spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Judging by the yellowing of his index and middle fingers, one could tell the reason for his hoarseness, a heavy smoker. Brother Leopard, we figured it out. It's Xuanwu Tank from Base 2. Chili Pepper and the others came to rescue 8 hands. Xiao Chengdong made arrangements beforehand, but Chili Pepper and the others didn't know and rushed in. However, they are quite capable, half of them escaped. Xiao Chengdong is currently pursuing them. So it was them. This is interesting, Brother Leopard. This Chili Pepper is something else. When I used to work for Zhang Kuejiu had a crush on Chili Pepper and came to ask for an audience, but Chili Pepper wouldn't even see him, refusing outright. He's incredibly arrogant. Xuanwu Tank is said to be the top fighter at Base 2, with armor so strong even a pistol can't penetrate it. They actually came to Base 3 together. This is big news. Xiao Qinggong's net is likely to be torn apart. As Mole spoke, his beady eyes darted around, giving him a sinister and cunning air. Zhang Kuejiu is the deputy station chief of Base 3. That explains why such a commotion was made. The scalpel twirled the small knife in his hand, and the knife seemed to come alive, twirling nimbly between his fingers, sometimes rolling, sometimes jumping, making all sorts of incredible movements, but the people around him were used to it. Those guys from Base 2, coming to our territory and causing trouble, they're asking for trouble. The most muscular man, Buffalo, gruffly grumbled. He disliked the people from Base 2. They were too arrogant. Golden Leopard waved his hand, dismissing the messenger. He expertly lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, letting the aroma mixed with flavoring fill his lungs, swirling it around before slowly exhaling. A look of enjoyment crossed his face as he said unhurriedly, Base 3 hasn't been this lively in a long time. Shouldn't we do something? Brother Leopard, what do you mean? Scalpel wasn't sure. Golden Leopard seemed rough, but he was actually meticulous and cunning. No one could guess what he was thinking. Base 3 had been firmly occupied by various forces since its inception. Golden Leopard had managed to carve out a niche for himself, becoming the largest underground force. Besides his fighting prowess, his superior cunning was also crucial. These men gathered around Golden Leopard because they knew that following him meant success, and no one would suffer losses. Boss, I have an idea, Mole suddenly spoke up. Tell me, Leopard said, looking at him with satisfaction. Mole was always the one who understood him best. Chili Pepper is a ruthless man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. During his escape, he inevitably caused a lot of destruction to slow down his pursuers. The patrons of the Platinum Casino are mostly desperate criminals. Chili Pepper won't let this place go. As members of Base 3, I believe we have a duty and responsibility to protect the base's property from loss. Mole spoke with righteous indignation, but everyone understood his meaning. The Platinum Casino was less than 900 meters away, practically on their territory. However, the Platinum Casino didn't belong to them. It made a fortune every day, yet not a single penny belonged to them. Leopard had long coveted this treasure trove, and now, the opportunity to fish in troubled waters had arrived. Mole's right. How can we allow outsiders to run rampant on our turf? The languid expression on Golden Leopard's face vanished, replaced by an invisible chill, and a calm voice rang out. "Scalpel, heed my command." "Yes, sir." Scalpel immediately stood up. "Take Big Buffalo to the Platinum Casino. Make sure to protect its assets from loss. Also, keep an eye on Chili and his group's movements. As the saying goes, guests are guests. Since they come to our territory, we can't neglect them. Be hospitable and bring plenty of men." Golden Leopard's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. "Understood." Scalpel pulled the still bewildered Big Buffalo away, and the hall fell silent. "Mole, analyze this for me. What is Pit Bull doing right now? Could Siege be using Chili to his advantage?" Golden Leopard broke the silence, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Among the shady forces at Base 3, the two most powerful are Leopard and Pit Bull. Leopard is slightly more cunning, while Pit Bull is cruel and ruthless, and no one wants to mess with him. Even desperate criminals avoid dealing with Pit Bull. Siege is the second in command at Base 3, the deputy station chief, and commands a legion. He keeps a low profile, but everyone knows he's eyeing the station chief's position. Mole, seeing Leopard's calm expression, instantly understood his meaning and couldn't help but think to himself, "I was careless." He had been too naive, assuming Leopard was only after the Platinum Casino, but he hadn't expected Leopard's appetite to be so vast. One casino couldn't satisfy him. His true goal was the center of power within the base. No matter how terrifying the underground forces are, they ultimately cannot stand the light of day. Golden Leopard wanted to step into the sunlight. He wanted to be in the limelight. Having understood this, he knew how to respond. He took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Siege has been biding his time all these years, not because he's afraid of anyone, but because he's waiting for an opportunity. Tonight might not be the best opportunity, but we can make it suitable. As long as there's a disturbance at the military factory, the Legion will definitely move out. Once the Legion moves, Pit Dog won't sit still. He has a blood feud with the First Legion. At that time, whether Siege captures Chili Pepper or releases his group, Zhao Chunggong will be in deep trouble. If we can take down Zhao Chunggong, and Brother Leopard volunteers, it's very likely we can take over Blackstone Prison. Mole caught a glimpse of the fleeting fervor in Leopard's eyes, but pretended not to see it, continuing, "The most important thing now is that Chili Pepper and his group aren't caught or killed so easily. The longer they're on the run, the greater the chance of Zhao Chunggong stepping down. Brother Leopard, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Leopard looked at Mole with satisfaction. He had completely spoken his mind. "Let's drop a few bombs and launch a few rockets at Taiha Pharmaceutical," Mole said. The Leopard froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Mole, if Zhao Kuang knew you blew up Taiha Pharmaceutical, he would thank you." Chapter 189. The Zhao family and Taiha Pharmaceutical were a political business alliance. Taiha Pharmaceutical was too powerful, and Zhao Kuang had always kept his distance from his wife. He preferred Xiao Hui from the Red Light District, an open secret at Base 3. Zhao Kuang's wife was very strict with him, even controlling small things like drinking and when he came home. Zhao Kuang had often complained that he wanted to take down Taiha Pharmaceutical if he had the chance. Therefore, if Taiha Pharmaceutical were really destroyed, Zhao Kuang would definitely be grateful. The wide street had already been blocked off. A tank roared in, and with a screeching sound of brakes, it stopped. Minglingzi, covered in blood, Xuanwu tank, and several of his men were pushed off the tank. Of the 10 people who had entered Blackstone Prison, only 5 remained, half were dead. The 5 men staggered, their condition dire. "Change!" Zhao Chunggong, hiding inside a tank, spoke through a loudspeaker on the roof. "Release them first." Chili Pepper's tone was calm. "Release them?" Zhao Chunggong probably knew that even if they released them first, Chili Pepper wouldn't escape, so he wasn't worried. Minglingzi and Xuanwu tank staggered into the building. Chili Pepper's dagger transformed into a pistol. She released Zhao Kuang and began to retreat, keeping the gun aimed at him. Zhao Kuang, still under the effects of the anesthesia, was unsteady and swayed without Chili Pepper's support. The instant Chili Pepper's body disappeared through the doorway, several smoke grenades landed on the street. Gunfire erupted like a sudden downpour, and a fierce battle ensued. Soldiers carrying rocket launchers appeared on the surrounding rooftops. In an instant, dozens of red streaks ripped through the night. The next second, a deafening explosion shook the building violently, sending debris raining down in all directions. Cannons, waiting on another main street, appeared, aimed at the building, and with a powerful tremor, the shell struck the building. The explosion's flames were visible across half the base. The cannons weren't aimed at the people inside the building. Their target was the building itself. The objective was clear: to collapse it. 500 or 600 soldiers surrounded the building, firing wildly at it. The bullet density was so high that even a sparrow couldn't escape. The heads of 4 soldiers carrying rocket launchers in the northeast corner exploded almost simultaneously, splattering blood still flying in the air. 3 soldiers in the southeast corner had their chests blown open and were thrown violently away. Inside the room, Li Jushu fired his last shot purely by instinct, without time to observe. He crashed through the door, landing in the living room, where he rolled and crouched against the wall. Almost simultaneously, a terrible explosion occurred in the room, the walls collapsed instantly, and the blast wave, along with flying bricks, struck Li Jushu in the back. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, Li Jushu was still in excruciating pain, sweating profusely. Before the flames died down, he rushed into the kitchen, raised his gun, and fired. Bang! A soldier on the opposite rooftop was hit in the head. The rocket-propelled grenade missed its mark, landing on the street and narrowly missing the tank. The soldiers behind the tank broke out in a cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bursts of fire took out 3 soldiers. Li Jushu didn't have time to shoot the 4th. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a red light approaching. He leaped out of the kitchen, and while still in midair, an explosion rang out. The shockwave swept across his back, and for a moment, he seemed to hear his bones groan. The force of the shockwave was comparable to the impact of a car traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour. Li Jushu slammed into the wall, plaster falling off. He exhaled a breath of stale air, ignoring the pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the second bedroom, aimed, and fired. The sniper rifle vibrated at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers on the opposite rooftop fell. A red light streaked towards them, but without a flicker of hesitation, he fired the final shot. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the soldier's chest, his body flung away. The explosion occurred downstairs, the shockwave traveling through the ceiling to his feet. Li Jushu shuddered. As if struck by lightning, the intense pain made him curse, damn it. The entire floor looked like a spiderweb, as if it would collapse at the slightest pressure. Li Jushu rushed to the bathroom, his legs aching and numb, as if they weren't his own. What should have taken 2 seconds now took 5. Explosions came from elsewhere, the entire building swaying like grass in a storm. Li Jushu dared not rest. His sniper rifle was propped against the window. As he aimed at the soldier on the opposite balcony, the soldier aimed at him too. He had a sniper rifle, the soldier had a rocket launcher. His reaction time was a fraction of a second faster than the soldier's. That fraction of a second determined their fates. The soldier's head exploded, the rocket was launched, exploding in midair, illuminating a radius of hundreds of meters. Bang, 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 bang. As everyone blinked in the blinding flashes of light, Li Jushu fired in rapid succession, 5 soldiers falling in a line. Li Jushu risked sticking his head out, firing 2 more shots, headshotting 2 more soldiers. He was about to fire a 3rd, when he saw the cannon muzzle on the ground moving upwards. In an instant, a tremendous sense of crisis overwhelmed him, goosebumps rising on his skin. At that moment, escape was too late. His mind cleared in a split second, his eyes focused, the muzzle moved, and in that instant of hesitation, he pulled the trigger with lightning speed. The familiar scene unfolded again. The bullet broke the sound barrier, entering the cannon muzzle, and colliding with the ejected shell. The 2 forces collided within the narrow barrel, exploding. Boom! A burst of fire erupted, as the cannon barrel shattered into countless fragments that rained down in all directions. Soldiers within a 50-meter radius fell in droves, a swift and devastating massacre. There were no screams, no delays. Those struck by the shrapnel died instantly, without injury, only death. The destruction of 1 cannon did little to improve the situation. The enemy still had 5. Explosions continued, quickly riddling the building with holes. Many floors had their load-bearing columns destroyed, and numerous rooms had holes blasted into their ceilings and floors, revealing twisted steel bars clearly through the gaping wounds. Chili Pepper, Brush, Drought Leech, and Black Tortoise Tank were frantically fighting back, each giving it their all. However, the enemy's offensive was too fierce. They were often unable to even peek out. Their fight was less a counterattack and more a delaying farewell. Li Jushu darted between rooms, and climbed between floors. It wasn't that he wanted to move around, but the enemy's artillery fire wouldn't allow him to stay still in one place. The enemy's firepower was too concentrated. He couldn't remain in one spot for more than 5 seconds. As the saying goes, he who walks the night road too often will eventually encounter a ghost. He anticipated 2 shells, but overlooked the second one, which exploded 3 meters away from him. The only cushion was the sofa. The shockwave swept over him, and Li Jushu felt like a broken leaf, flying through the air, crashing through 2 walls before landing on the ground. He opened his mouth, but before he could groan, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt every bone in his body was broken, and every muscle ached terribly. His sniper rifle, however, remained firmly in his grip, preventing it from flying away. Chapter 190. During his sprint, Li Jushu suddenly stopped. His Type 84 Tiger rifle vibrated twice at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. On the street, a soldier wearing a helmet and another wielding a Thunder 88 were shot in the head. Li Jushu accelerated sharply, hiding behind a pillar. Where he had just stood, a row of bullet holes appeared, smoking. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 machine guns firing most loudly behind the tank fell silent. Li Jushu sprinted to his limit, his right foot bracing against the pillar, and he shot like a cannonball into the adjacent bedroom. Just as his body touched the ground, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The pillar shattered, leaving a large hole in the corridor, and countless fragments fell down. Li Jushu rolled to his feet, kneeling on one knee. As he raised his gun, 2 tongues of fire shot out. 400 meters away, a sniper and an observer hidden behind a window died before they could even react, both killed by headshots. They died without understanding how Li Jushu, in combat mode, had spotted them at a glance from 400 meters away, without the lights on. The muzzle of his Tiger Type 84 rifle moved, vibrating continuously. To the northeast, a row of soldiers on the balcony fell, forming a line, blood splattering in the air. Li Jushu burst out of the bedroom window. All 12 soldiers were already corpses. Shells exploded inside the bedroom. The bed, cups, television, and dressing table were all reduced to fragments, scattering in all directions. Li Jushu sprinted down the corridor, bullets chasing after him. The washing machine and clothes rack were riddled with bullets. He dared not stop. Just as he was about to reach the end, Li Jushu saw a burly soldier lift a Gatling gun. A deafening roar erupted. A metal bar slammed into the wall, instantly cutting a gash. The bar swept across a pillar, snapping it in half. When the metal bar machine gun touched Li Jushu, a shot rang out, and the Gatling gun instantly fell silent. Li Jushu glanced at the soldier, who had only fired 1 shot before being spotted by soldiers. Dozens of machine guns moved over, and the soldier, terrified, ducked down, shrinking into a disproportionately small ball against the wall. The wall was riddled with holes, at an alarming speed. Just when the soldier thought he was doomed, the rain of bullets suddenly stopped, and from the rooftop, gunfire erupted in a continuous line. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jushu's index finger pulled the trigger at an alarming rate. As the muzzle moved, bullets flew, and enemies fell in droves 100 meters away. The sniper's bullets were as fast as those of a submachine gun. The muzzle was already red hot, but Li Jushu didn't stop. His eyes were brighter than ever before. At this moment, he seemed to have entered some kind of mystical state, as if possessed by a war god. He didn't need to aim, he could hit the target as soon as he fired. Boom! Boom! 2 cannons exploded nearby, 2 bursts of flame illuminating the street. It was all about bullets colliding with cannonballs, detonating them, and shattering the cannon barrels. What used to require absolute concentration was now as simple as breathing and drinking. Li Jushu dared not be distracted. He feared that a moment's lapse would break him out of this near-invincible state. Changing magazines in half a second, he single-handedly suppressed the enemy. If it weren't for the twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns firing from a tank, he felt he could have wiped out the entire enemy force by himself. The anti-aircraft gun was controlled from inside the vehicle. There was no one on the roof, so Li Jushu had to stop firing and run wildly with his sniper rifle in his arms. Bullets were chasing after him, and holes the size of a human head appeared in the walls. The 12-inch wall was no match for the anti-aircraft gun. Where the anti-aircraft gun swept, the entire floor was riddled with holes and teetering on the verge of collapse. When he saw the rocket coming, Li Jushu's face changed drastically. He jumped down from one hole to the next floor. Feeling that it was still not safe, he jumped down from another hole to the next floor. Before his feet even touched the ground, an explosion rang out from the floor he had been on before. The floor could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a crash, crashing vertically downwards. The entire building shook several times. Li Jushu rolled on the spot, cowering behind a pillar. He felt utterly unsafe. The pillar, 45 centimeters in diameter, was likely a load-bearing column, but he had no doubt it would be broken by anti-aircraft guns. He looked at Mayobi, who was hiding in a room, unable to peek out. Any more rockets? To deal with the anti-aircraft guns on the tanks, rockets were the only option. I still have 2 hand grenades, Mayobi said. Li Jushu was about to ask more when he saw Minglingzi rush up from below, followed by Koutianjiu. Koutianjiu shouted at Li Jushu, "What is Bai Shenyang doing? We're all going to die." They probably encountered danger too. Li Jushu didn't know Bai Shenyang and Pang's huge situation. His plan was for him and Koutianjiu to distract Zhao Chunggong inside the building, while Bai Shenyang and Pang's huge stayed outside. This would provide cover in case of crisis, and most importantly, it was a feint attack. Bai Shenyang and the others had planted the bombs, so only they could detonate them. White Goat wasn't the type to act rashly, he always kept his promises, and if he didn't, something had gone wrong. Out of bullets. Black Tortoise Tank limped up, his expression calm, showing no sign of the urgency of a crisis. Calligraphy Brush threw out 2 magazines, and Drought Leech pulled out 2 as well. Just then, the anti-aircraft guns roared again, and everyone's faces changed. "We can't hold out, we have to break out." Chili Pepper's face was tense, her pants had a large hole, revealing her underwear. Li Jushu tightened his grip on his sniper rifle. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Inside the building, although it was dire, at least there was some cover. But if they tried to escape, it would truly be a gamble with their lives. Bullets struck the pillars, each shot feeling like a car crashing into them. Li Jushu's back went numb. He stared intently at the hole in the floorboards 3 meters away, took a deep breath, and prepared to burst into action. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance, not a single one, but a series of blasts. Boom! 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 Building after building collapsed, flames soared into the sky, and black smoke rose hundreds of meters. The entire base was jolted awake by the explosions, thrown into chaos. Soon, the hunters discovered that the explosions were concentrated in the military barracks, the high-ranking officers' residential area, and the military factory. When the hunters recognized that Taiha Pharmaceutical had also been hit by an explosion, their hearts began to race. That direction? Is that a building belonging to Taiha Pharmaceuticals? Yes, it must be. If the building collapses, do you think the drugs inside might fall out? Absolutely. Greed is the greatest driving force. No one can resist the temptation of the drugs. Immediately, many daring hunters risked the explosion and approached the Taiha Pharmaceuticals building. Taiha Pharmaceuticals employees and security personnel also discovered their building had been bombed and quickly drove their armored vehicles towards it, the deep engine roar echoing through the streets. The explosion was at least a kilometer from Li Jushu's building, but it inevitably affected Zhao Chunggong. The soldiers' firing paused for a few seconds. It was in those few seconds that Li Jushu and his men had the opportunity to rush out of the building and run wildly into the darkness. Chapter 191. Bang, bang, bang. 3 streetlights blazed on, plunging the street into darkness. Li Jushu sprinted, bullets trailing behind, always just a hair's breadth away. Everyone else was also sprinting head down. Li Jushu realized that no one was slower than him. Even the Xuanwu tank, wounded in the leg, was running at his pace. When the roar behind him sounded, he didn't turn around. He reversed his sniper rifle, rested it on his shoulder, and fired. Bang! The Gatling gun went silent almost immediately. Before the hail of bullets could fall, Li Jushu suddenly accelerated, leaping over a 5-meter-high wall. He touched the wall with his toes, using the momentum to launch himself another meter or so. Grabbing the outside of the balcony with his left hand, he used the strength of just 3 fingers to flip onto the 2nd floor. He sprinted up the stairs, reaching the 7th floor rooftop in 2 seconds. Without even catching his breath, he ducked and aimed. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots for soldiers down, one of them carrying a rocket launcher. As the pursuer's attention shifted to the rooftop, Li Jushu had already sprinted and leaped onto an adjacent building. The darkness provided him with excellent cover. The moment he burst out of the building, he felt a sense of boundless freedom. Without even turning back, he fired a shot. The beam of the vehicle's searchlight exploded before it could even catch his shadow. The darkness affected the pursuers, but it had no effect on him. He knelt on one knee and fired 3 more shots. The drivers of the 3 leading armored vehicles died, the vehicles went out of control, crashed into the wall, and chaos ensued. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bursts of fire sent 3 soldiers in body armor flying. Their shattered hearts clearly told everyone that body armor couldn't stop a sniper rifle. Seeing that the distance between Koutianjiu, Xuanwu tank, and the pursuers had widened, Li Jushu increased his speed, leaping from one building to another. The buildings in Base 3 were relatively densely packed, spaced 20 to 28 meters apart. Without additional weight, Li Jushu's sprinting and jumping were effortless. The explosions at Base 3 had ceased, but the gunfire grew increasingly frequent and intense. Base 3 did not prohibit the use of firearms. The gunfire didn't originate from a single location, but from all directions, chaos erupting and expanding from every corner. Upon closer observation, a pattern emerged, mainly revolving around a few areas: the military factory, the wealthy district, and the Taiha Pharmaceutical Building. The Taiha Pharmaceutical Building was the area with the most concentrated gunfire, accompanied by explosions. Like fireworks bursting in the night, flashes of light appeared. The situation was even better than Li Jushu had anticipated. The speed and scope of the chaos exceeded expectations, impacting the pursuers and significantly slowing their pace. Li Jushu leaped over a dozen buildings, completely shaking off his pursuers. Just as he changed direction, preparing to head towards the Taiha Pharmaceutical Building, he was suddenly targeted by a venomous snake. His muscles tensed, and he quickly dropped to the ground, his sniper rifle aimed at 300 meters away, and pulled the trigger in an instant. Bang! Through the scope, Li Jushu clearly saw the middle-aged swordsman in a light blue robe pierce Mao Bai's heart with his sword. Mao Bai's face turned ashen in an instant. The man calmly drew his sword and blocked the attack. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Clang! Sparks flew, the bullet split in two. The middle-aged swordsman looked up and smiled at Li Jushu on the rooftop. Li Jushu's scalp tingled, and every hair on his body stood on end. The second shot, however, failed to fire. The middle-aged swordsman's sword spun, then trembled eerily in midair. A flash of blood, and an arm flew into the air. Fat Pig screamed and retreated violently, his plump body rolling on the ground, leaving a trail of blood, a comical yet horrifying sight. White Goat, Chili Pepper, and Drought Leech launched a frantic attack, barely managing to hold off the middle-aged swordsman. The sword flashed like lightning. Drought Leech groaned, then collapsed, rolling repeatedly on the ground as he scrambled away from the battlefield. A sword wound ran from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, exposing his internal organs. His bulletproof vest had offered no protection. Drought Leech was in excruciating pain, sweat pouring down his face. He remained silent. The doctor injected him with anesthesia, then took out gauze and wrapped it tightly around the wound. Blood quickly stained the white gauze red, and his face turned deathly pale. The dagger and longsword clashed, but the middle-aged swordsman remained unmoved. The dagger, however, sent the swordsman flying. In midair, she swiftly drew her pistol, emptying the magazine in a second. At a distance of less than 5 meters, not a single shot hit its target. Bang! Li Jushu, struggling to regain his composure, fired a second shot. The middle-aged swordsman frowned. His longsword had already pierced the white goat's skin, forcing him to draw his sword and deflect the bullet. The white goat retreated rapidly, staring at the sword wound on his heart, still shaken, his back drenched in cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in quick succession, sounding like only one gunshot, the intervals too short. Li Jushu thought he could deceive the middle-aged swordsman, but the swordsman flicked his wrist, unleashing 3 sword beams that split the 3 bullets into 6. A rocket-propelled grenade landed, and the middle-aged swordsman's expression finally changed. Li Jushu clearly saw that the swordsman's speed exceeded the limits of physics. The shockwave from the rocket's explosion chased after him, always just a hair's breadth away. The last henchman following Chili Pepper's face changed drastically. He no longer had a chance to reload the rocket. He pulled the pin on the grenade hanging on his body. As the sword flashed past his neck, his eyes were on Chili Pepper, full of deep affection and reluctance. Boom! The grenade exploded, tearing his men to pieces. The middle-aged swordsman was thrown back by the blast, and Li Jushu fired his gun in the instant. Bang! In a situation with almost no chance of success, the middle-aged swordsman twisted his body. The bullet, which should have been aimed at his heart, struck his left shoulder, and a flower of blood bloomed. To increase the hit rate, Li Jushu had abandoned a headshot, choosing the larger area of the heart, but he hadn't expected this result. What chilled him even more was that the bullet embedded itself in the middle-aged swordsman's muscle, without penetrating. This was a sniper rifle. It could penetrate a 24-centimeter thick wall, yet it couldn't penetrate a shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in quick succession. The middle-aged swordsman cleaved 3 bullets with a single sword strike. Li Jushu was about to fire again when he realized the middle-aged swordsman had vanished, disappeared into thin air like a ghost. A tremendous sense of crisis rose within him. Li Jushu knew the middle-aged swordsman couldn't have disappeared into thin air. His speed was too fast for the eyes to catch. He grabbed his gun and ran, using every ounce of his strength. He didn't even have time to look back, leaping and sprinting between building after building. Although he didn't look back, He had a strong premonition that the middle-aged swordsman was chasing him, and the distance was closing. The last time he ran this fast was when he was being pursued by clothes and weapons systems. That time, he was carrying Zhong Wuyan. He believed he was faster than before, but the middle-aged swordsman was faster. He had the advantage of night vision, which the swordsman didn't, yet he could track his escape route perfectly. He considered risking firing, but after much deliberation, he decided against it. He wasn't confident he could hit the swordsman. Firing would slow him down, and if he missed, he would be the one to die. Base 3 was vast, and after running for over 10 minutes, Li Jushu felt like he had nowhere to run. He had to shake off his opponent, otherwise, even if the swordsman didn't catch him, he would be exhausted. He couldn't maintain such a high speed for long. Gritting his teeth, he changed course and ran towards the Taiha Pharmaceutical building. At this point, Base 3 was the busiest place, and he hoped to use the numerical advantage to shake off the middle-aged swordsman. The middle-aged swordsman seemed to understand his intentions, his speed suddenly increasing, the intense pressure making Li Jushu feel suffocated. Chapter 192. 30 meters jump, 40 meters jump, 50 meters jump. Li Jushu had never known he could jump so far. The moment his body soared into the air, he felt a sense of ethereal bliss. He also never knew he was so daring. When he jumped, he didn't consider whether he could reach the building opposite, nor what might be on it, or whether it was a suitable landing spot. He only knew one thing. When the road ended, he would jump, otherwise, he would die. Whether it was a suitable landing spot, whether his legs would break, those were secondary concerns. Finally, the buildings ahead disappeared. The once towering buildings were now ruins, the fire still burning, thick smoke billowing. Li Jushu had already jumped, unable to stop in midair. Li Jushu wasn't afraid. The continuous sprint had numbed his mind, making him forget fear. He turned in midair, a rope shooting out like lightning, anchoring itself to the building he had jumped from. Then, ignoring the free fall, he focused all his attention and raised his sniper rifle. On the rooftop, unlit by the firelight, he saw the middle-aged swordsman leap down lightly, like a withered leaf. His descent defied the laws of physics. Li Jushu thought of a term he often heard of but never seen: lightness skill. No wonder he's so powerful. He's practiced lightness skill. This must be a legendary martial arts master. Li Jushu remembered what the female swordsman Luo Chuqing had told him. A small group of people in the world possess ancient cultivation methods, and some gifted individuals can achieve a level of agility, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands. The middle-aged swordsman must be one of those people. Bang! At such close range, the bullet broke through the barrier of space. Even Li Jushu, the one who fired the shot, couldn't track its trajectory. The middle-aged swordsman flicked his wrist, and the sword flashed like lightning, slicing the bullet in two. The residual sword light lingered in Li Jushu's eyes, refusing to fade for a long time. Bang, 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 bang. In a flash, Li Jushu fired 4 shots, none hitting the target. All the bullets were deflected by the middle-aged swordsman's sword. For a moment, Li Jushu mistakenly thought he was holding a Mianyang Type 74 instead of a Tiger Type 84. The bullets of the Tiger Type 84 shouldn't be so weak and powerless. A violent pulling force came from the rope. The rope reached its bottom. In an instant, Li Jushu felt his waist break, experiencing the pain of being cut in half. Although he almost fainted from the pain, he still forced himself to release the lock. At this point, he was less than 6 meters from the ground. This height would normally be no problem for him, but at this moment, it almost killed him. Bang! Luckily, the grenade struck an innocent hunter, who screamed in pain. Li Jushu grabbed the grenade from the hunter's waist, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the air. He then scrambled to the back of a nearby trash can. Bang! The grenade exploded, followed by screams. The middle-aged swordsman was unharmed, but 7 or 8 passers-by were seriously injured. The swordsman reached the trash can, but Li Jushu had vanished. The trash can had exploded. When the swordsman emerged from the blast, half his hair singed, his long robe torn in several places, his face ashen. He didn't move. His piercing eyes searched the darkness, again and again. He knew Li Jushu's speed. In such a short time, he couldn't have gone far. He must still be somewhere nearby. His guess was correct. Li Jushu hadn't gone far. He was hiding about 40 meters away behind a wrecked tank, riddled with holes, its windows shattered and leaking oil. Li Jushu dared not look at the middle-aged swordsman, not even spare a glance. He knew that a master like the swordsman possessed incredibly sharp senses, and could detect any gaze directed at him. Li Jushu stared at the ground, using his scattered peripheral vision to observe the swordsman's movements. The swordsman began searching the vicinity, the closest he came to the chariot being less than 10 meters away. Li Jushu barely dared to breathe, his heart pounded. This place was less than 300 meters from the Taiha Pharmaceutical building. Hunters were swarming around, attacking the building, while Taiha Pharmaceutical security guards retaliated. The fighting was fierce. The hunters held the upper hand, but the building was incredibly sturdy. No matter whether the hunters used Gatling guns or rockets, they couldn't breach the walls. Several chariots had run out of anti-aircraft ammunition, yet still couldn't break through the building. The intense battle interfered with the middle-aged swordsman's judgment. If it weren't for the gunfire and explosions, Li Jushu believed the swordsman would surely have found him. The swordsman had left. Li Jushu dared not leave from under the car. He had a premonition that the middle-aged swordsman was still nearby, not far away, watching the area. The security guards of Taiha Pharmaceutical suddenly stopped firing. They hid behind cover, because they were certain of one thing. Although the hunters outnumbered them and had fierce firepower, they couldn't damage the building. The number 99 cement was no joke. This building cost tens of billions, all spent wisely. It wasn't a shoddy construction project. Since the building would be safe, they didn't need to risk it. After all, they only had one life. What a waste it would be to be hit by a stray bullet. The security guards found an excuse to slack off. In fact, the situation developed as they expected. The hunters bombarded the building for half an hour, the sped shell casings buried up to their ankles. Besides large patches of blackened surfaces, the building only had minor scratches and a few fist-sized craters less than 3 centimeters deep, looking more like eyes mocking everyone. However, things rarely go as planned. A seemingly ordinary armored vehicle appeared, attracting no attention. It wasn't equipped with heavy machine guns or anti-aircraft guns, only a cylindrical object resembling a sun lamp. Initially no one cared, until a blue light emanated from it. A buzzing sound filled the air. People within a kilometer radius felt an invisible force, oppressive and oppressive. The blue light, like a peerless celestial blade, carved a bottomless crack in the earth, ending at the building. A silent tremor followed. The seemingly indestructible building walls began to weather, turning to dust at a visible speed. The blue light lasted for about 10 seconds before fading. A crack 30 meters high and 2 meters wide appeared in the building's wall. After a moment of stillness, all the hunters erupted in excitement. No one knows who was first, but all the hunters rushed towards the crack. At that moment, their eyes were fixed solely on the fissure. Gunfire erupted. Hunters at the back, unable to squeeze in, opened fire. A burst of bullets felled many. At close range, only a master swordsman of that caliber could dodge the bullets, but how many such masters were there? The hunters began to fight amongst themselves. Li Jushu, who had been preparing to crawl out from under the car, retreated upon seeing this. Apart from the first dozen or so hunters who rushed in, the rest were in chaos and unable to enter smoothly. Joining now would be tantamount to suicide. Hundreds of hunters were crammed together, firing at each other. Even a mosquito flying in would be shot twice. Hunters further away, seeing the building breached, rushed in like ravenous wolves smelling blood. No one wanted to miss the chance to seize the potion. Li Jushu faced a difficult choice. Leave now? Wait for another opportunity? Or join them? Chapter 193. The crowd was chaotic and frenzied. Now was undoubtedly the best time to leave. Even the most skilled middle-aged swordsman wouldn't be able to spot him amid so many moving people. Leaving meant missing out on the potions. Now that the building was breached, it was the closest he could get to the potions. Caught between safety and desire, Li Jushu felt a difficult choice for the first time. If he could seize a batch of potions, it would definitely boost his strength dramatically. Li Jushu's eyes flashed. Suddenly he tensed. Hundreds of meters away, on the rooftop of a building, a figure stood tall, seemingly blending into the darkness. It was none other than the middle-aged swordsman. This guy wasn't giving up. He hadn't left yet. Li Jushu instantly calmed down. He slowly climbed out from the other side of the chariot, picked up a helmet that someone had dropped, put it on, and hunched over as he left the area. The middle-aged swordsman was indeed formidable. Li Jushu couldn't deny that. However, the swordsman underestimated Li Jushu. Li Jushu's ability to see in the dark allowed him to detect danger early. The swordsman, believing he was well hidden, was seen through at a glance by Li Jushu. What a pity. The further Li Jushu got from the Taiha Pharmaceutical building, the greater his regret became. What a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, yet he couldn't profit from it. He figured he'd never encounter such an opportunity again. Suddenly, he slowed his pace, leaning against the corner of the wall. A convoy roared towards him. Inside one of the vehicles, He saw Zhao Chengong, his expression serious, his brows radiating intense killing intent. Chao Tianju and the others must have escaped, he thought angrily. Logically, as a prison warden, he should be back at the prison guarding the inmates. Li Jushu glanced at the direction the convoy was heading, directly towards the Taihe Pharmaceutical building, meaning they were probably going to help. Looking at the tanks, cannons, and heavily armed soldiers, Li Jushu was worried about the hunters over there. They hadn't managed to get the medicine, and were probably going to lose their lives. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: Zhao Kuang. Zhao Chengong was out working, so Zhao Kuang must have been sent home by now. As the son-in-law of Taihe Pharmaceutical, surely there would be a few potions at home? Even if not, threatening Zhao Kuang to send him out of the city would be good. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back any longer and quickly headed towards Zhao Kuang's house. While chatting with Xiulu, he had already found out Zhao Kuang's address. Zhao Kuang's house was very grand, with dozens of security cameras, 360 degrees without blind spots, and security guards patrolling 24 hours a day. Taihe Pharmaceutical was rich. Hiring security guards was just a small expense for Zhao Kuang's wife. He pulled out his pistol, attached a silencer, and fired 3 shots, destroying 3 cameras. With so many cameras, it was inevitable that 1 or 2 would break down occasionally. The security guards heard the noise and ran over, but Li Jushu had already entered the villa. The villa was large, but finding someone was easy. The other rooms were dark. It was a little past 5 o'clock, the most comfortable time to sleep. Unless something very important happened, no one would get up at this hour. Only one room on the top floor, in the center, was lit. Without a doubt, it belonged to Zhao Kuang and his wife. While the security guards outside were still investigating the reason for the tampering of the security cameras, Li Jushu had already appeared outside the lit room. A man and a woman's voices came from inside. The two were arguing. To be precise, the woman was yelling, and the man was enduring it, occasionally offering a word or two in explanation. Li Jushu recognized the man's voice. It was Zhao Kuang. In the red light district, Zhao Kuang was arrogant and domineering, beating the pianist so badly he dared not retaliate. But in front of the woman, he seemed like a coward, not daring to raise his voice, cowering in fear. You're useless at everything. If it weren't for my family, your dad would still be a lowly prison guard, and you'd just be a scoundrel. A piece of trash, like you should be grateful I even noticed you, but instead you dared to go to prostitutes. Don't you have any shame? Don't you know who gave you everything you have today? Who gave you the guts? Believe me, with one word, you'd be back sweeping the streets, and your father will be implicated too. I gave you a good life, but you don't appreciate it. You're such a spineless wretch. This is my final warning. If you dare go to the red light district to see that slut again, I break your legs and chain you up for the rest of your life, raising you like a pig in a sty. A spineless wretch like you will only be obedient when you become a vegetable. Li Jushu listened to the woman's insults, secretly speechless. Even as an observer, he couldn't bear to listen, let alone Zhao Kuang himself. It was too humiliating. He suddenly understood why Zhao Kuang went to see Xiao Hui. It wasn't just that Xiao Hui was beautiful. Anyone would be restless at home with a wife like that. I won't do it again, please be gentle. I promise this is the last time. From now on, you be the only one in my heart and eyes. I won't go anywhere else, I stay home with you. I do whatever you ask without hesitation, Zhao Kuang pleaded in a low voice, his tone so moving it would bring tears to anyone's eyes. You worthless wretch. People like you deserve a good beating. If you don't teach them a lesson every day, they tear the roof off. Kneel down properly. If you spill the water in that cup, I cut off your third leg, you piece of trash, making you the first eunuch on the beast planet. Li Jushu heard the security guards coming upstairs and, without hesitation, rushed into the room, subduing the 2 men inside in a second. Madam. The security guard's voice was cautious yet respectful. What is it? Came the woman's impatient voice from inside the room. The security camera outside is broken. I'm worried someone might have broken in. I wanted to ask if you've seen any strangers or heard any suspicious noises, the guard asked. If the camera is broken, go fix it. Coming here to ask me? How could I possibly know? If I knew, what use would I have for you bunch of useless people? The woman snapped. Yes, madam, please rest early. I go now. Hearing the woman's voice was normal, the guard knew she was all right and breathed a sigh of relief. Rest my ass. It's almost dawn. How can you rest? Get out of here. The woman cursed. The guard quickened his pace, not daring to say another word. You're quite pretty, but how can you speak so rudely? You're not like a woman. Li Jushu looked at the woman, the young lady who had married into the Taiha pharmaceutical family. If she didn't speak, judging by her appearance alone, she was undeniably beautiful, with a graceful figure. Her skin, accentuated by a black halter top, was like snow, her curves perfectly proportioned, almost indistinguishable from Xiaohui from the red light district. But the moment she opened her mouth, it made one frown. None of your business, who do you think you are? The woman's words were cut short. Slap! A heavy slap landed on her face, 5 finger marks immediately appearing on her delicate cheek. Li Jushu said calmly, I don't like people swearing in front of me. If it happens again, I cut off your nose. A flicker of fear crossed the angry woman's eyes. She said stiffly, Who are you? What do you want? To borrow your husband. Upon hearing Li Jushu's words, both the woman and Zhao Kuang's expressions changed. Chapter 194. Who exactly are you? Do you know who I am? Do you understand the consequences of doing this? Seeing Li Jushu push her into the small room, the woman's face turned pale, her fists clenched, trying to appear calm. Isn't your husband a womanizer in the red light district? He can do whatever he wants, but it seems fair that you do something enjoyable with other men. Li Jushu's eyes scanned her body without restraint. I'm not a promiscuous person. Please show some respect. A flash of shame and anger crossed the woman's face. Madam, I'm very easy to talk to. If you cooperate with me, I make you feel good. If you don't cooperate. Li Jushu's dagger, pressed against the woman's throat, slid down a short distance, stopping at its deepest point. You? The woman only managed to utter one word before shutting her mouth, fear flashing across her pale face. She saw Li Jushu's eyes, chillingly cold, devoid of any lust. Where's the potion? Li Jushu used his dagger to lift the black shoulder strap, raising and lowering it repeatedly. The coldness of the dagger and the loosening of her nightgown tormented the woman's nerves. Just as her legs began to tremble, Li Jushu abruptly asked. In the secret? The woman immediately shut her mouth. You can choose not to speak, or you can lie, but don't forget you have a husband. If I were destined to kill someone, who do you think I would kill? Li Jushu's smile seemed like that of a demon to the woman. Is it worth giving up your life for material possessions? Li Jushu's tone was gentle. He leaned close to the woman's cheek, his breath brushing against her earlobe, and softly said, Even if I don't kill you, if I cut off your ears and nose, and then drip sulfuric acid on your face, tell me, what joy would you have left in this life? I tell you. The woman shuddered. Upon opening Zhao Kuang's secret chamber, Li Jushu witnessed firsthand what true wealth was. Gold, silver, and jewels, not just a few strings, but a whole 15-meter-long chamber, with 5 layers of cabinets filled to the brim. Gold, platinum, pearls, various gemstones, headdresses, necklaces, earrings, bracelets. Li Jushu had never known a woman could wear so many things. Hundreds of luxury watches, expensive handbags, hats, headscarves, scarves. Li Jushu was dazzled. He grabbed the largest bag, randomly picking out some jewelry that looked appealing, touching each item. He certainly didn't like these things himself, but Zhong Wuyan was a woman, she should like them. He'd known Zhong Wuyan for quite some time, but hadn't given her a single gift yet. 10 anonymous bank cards, each worth 100 million copper coins. Li Jushu liked this and took them all, leaving nothing behind. Finally, the main event, the potions. There were no level 1 potions, only level 2 and level 3, high-end goods. The woman's family truly lived up to their reputation of owning a pharmacy. 100 vials of level 2 potions, 20 vials of level 3 potions, and 500 vials of level 3 nutritional supplements, the woman said, proactively stating the quantities when Li Jushu looked at her. Why aren't there any level 4 potions? Li Jushu asked, both excited and disappointed. He preferred level 4 potions. Level 4 potions are rationed. There are only a handful on the entire beast planet. Even I, as an insider, can't get them all, the woman explained. Are they all here? Li Jushu asked. There are a few unused bone-strengthening potions and nutritional supplements on the bedside table in the bedroom, the woman readily agreed, offering all she knew. Li Jushu couldn't leave anything behind, so he took everything, but he quickly realized a problem. With everything packed, it filled 2 large boxes, making travel difficult. He immediately looked at the woman. There are war chariots in the basement. The woman, perceptive as ever, immediately understood his meaning. You're so considerate, I almost feel bad taking them, Li Jushu joked. I don't need these things. Even if you take them all, I won't feel bad, the woman said expressionlessly. Generous. Li Jushu gave a thumbs up and asked, do you have any more suitcases? I'd pack some more. No more suitcases, But 2 safes, the woman said. The safes couldn't hold as much as the suitcases, but their defenses were high. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate them. I think I understand you a little better now. Xiao Kuang doesn't deserve you, Li Jushu said. One must have a broad perspective. It'd be half an hour before the change of guard, the woman suddenly said. What do you mean? Li Jushu looked at her, puzzled. The current gatekeeper is on good terms with Zhao Chengdong. You can get out by grabbing me or Xiao Kuang. After the change of guard, the gatekeeper will be a confidant of Deputy Station Chief Xieshan. He won't give Zhao Chengdong any face, the woman said. It seems I have to trouble you, madam, to make the trip. Li Jushu quickly packed what he could, leaving the rest unpacked. The villa had an elevator leading directly to the basement garage. The wealthy were indeed different. There were 3 armored vehicles. Li Jushu unceremoniously chose the one with the most complete weaponry. Wait a minute. The woman called out, and Li Jushu looked at her. I need to change my clothes, the woman said. Is that necessary? Li Jushu asked. If I go out like this, do you think anyone will suspect anything? The woman retorted. Li Jushu looked at the woman's revealing halter top. Anyone taller than her could see her bare skin. While standing still, it was somewhat acceptable, but if she sat down, the hem would ride up, exposing all her secrets. You can't leave my sight. Although Li Jushu knew that watching someone change clothes was inappropriate, he had to be responsible for his own safety. The woman didn't say a word, walked to another chariot, unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and found clothes inside. She turned her back to Li Jushu and took off her nightgown. Li Jushu then realized that she had been completely naked the entire time. The lines of her back were so smooth that even the greatest sculptor couldn't replicate them. When the woman lifted her foot, his heart began to race. The woman changed from her pajamas to her new clothes in less than 3 minutes, yet Li Jushu felt as if he had just woken from a dream. As the clothes covered her smooth, shapely back, he felt a pang of reluctance. Get in the car, the woman said, taking the driver's seat. As long as you cooperate, I let you come back once we're out of the base. Li Jushu got into the passenger seat, his pistol in his pocket, pointed at the woman. The name Taiha Pharmaceuticals was too resounding. The soldiers who wanted to inspect the city gate were rudely berated by the woman and obediently opened it. The gatekeeper, watching from a short distance, seemed to sense something was amiss but remained silent. Stop the car. After about 10 kilometers, Li Jushu called out to the woman. After she got out of the car, he tossed her a pistol. Can you tell me your name? The woman asked, not leaving immediately. Night Owl. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jushu gave his name. I remember you. I believe we have a chance to meet again. The woman gave Li Jushu a deep look and left. Li Jushu touched his nose, puzzled. He saw no hatred in the woman's eyes. He shook his head, slammed on the gas, and the chariot shot off like a mad bull. Chapter 195. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point, the 3 tanks were gone. Judging from the tracks, Li Jushu deduced they had left. Footprints on the ground indicated that the Xuanwu tank, Minglingzi, and Baishenyang had all returned, but hadn't waited for him. The lack of cooperation at Base 2 was utterly baffling. I even covered your retreat. I'm never participating in this kind of activity again, Li Jushu said, feigning resentment. This was the first mission since the Legion's formation, and he couldn't refuse. A team that doesn't care about the lives of those covering the retreat, this kind of team is doomed to fall apart sooner or later. Fortunately, he was resourceful and quick-witted, starting with Xiao Kuang, otherwise, leaving the city would have been quite difficult. Bright daylight had already fallen. Li Jushu drove quickly, fearing pursuers. Base 2's artillery could fire over 20 kilometers. Base 3 should be able to as well. He didn't dare gamble on the artillery's range. An hour later, Li Jushu caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, nimbly leaping over hills and valleys like a cat. Fearing pursuers, she dared not take the main road, only running along its edge. Beep beep beep, a piercing horn sounded. Koodiangio had already heard the chariot's engine, but ignoring it for fear of being pursued, she was surprised when the chariot slowed down. She glanced over curiously, and was immediately astonished to see Li Jushu driving. She immediately darted onto the road, and Li Jushu stopped to wait for her. Nice car. Where did you get it? Koodiangio nimbly got into the car, and sat in the passenger seat. Before Li Jushu could reply, she twitched her nose, and stared at him with a strange look. A woman rode here. You all ran so fast, ignoring me. I had no choice but to sell my body for a tank, Li Jushu said with a resentful expression. Don't blame Minglingzi and the others. They rescued 8 hands, so they must have fled immediately, not caring about anyone else, Koodiangio said, quite philosophically. Didn't they not find anyone in the prison? Li Jushu asked, surprised. Zhao Chunggong had already guessed someone would come to rescue 8 hands. He moved 8 hands long ago. However, anything a human does leaves a trace. Base 3 isn't airtight, Ko Tianjiu said. I understand. You shaken off your pursuers, and then deliberately exposed yourselves to draw attention so Minglingzi and Xuanwu Tang could go to the rescue, Li Jushu chuckled. No wonder he hadn't seen Minglingzi and Xuanwu Tang when fighting the middle-aged swordsman. Speaking of which, you saved my life again? If it weren't for you, I'd be a corpse by now, said Chili Pepper. Who was that middle-aged swordsman? Li Jushu asked, quite curious. You don't know? Chili Pepper looked at him strangely. I never been to Base 3 before, Li Jushu said. His name is Xiao Mubai, an unparalleled master from an ancient lineage. He's always stayed on the mother planet. No one knows when he arrived on the beast planet. We were unaware of his existence. Chili Pepper recalled the events of last night, still shaken. If Zhao Tianyan had known Xiao Mubai was at Base 3, he probably wouldn't have recklessly rescued him, and even if he had, he wouldn't have done so in this way. It was too risky. Xiao Mubai is truly formidable. I almost died at his hands, Li Jushu said. You escaped with your life from him. That's enough to make you famous in history, Chao Tianju said. Is that something to be proud of? Li Jushu asked with disdain. As far as I know, no one Xiao Mubai has ever killed has ever escaped. Since his debut, the number of people who have been able to harm him can be counted on one hand, Chao Tianju said. Such a powerful person, why would he follow Base 3? Which faction is he on? Li Jushu asked. I don't know. Judging from Xiao Mubai's past behavior, no one has ever been able to command him, Chao Tianju said, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She was also puzzled by this question. Never mind, at least we escaped. Let's not think about him for now. How many people survived? Li Jushu asked. The leech, the black tortoise tank, the white goat, the fat Chuga, the drought leech, and the First Legion's deputy commander and second best fighter, Tornado, said Chili Pepper. That guy with the full beard who hasn't washed his hair in days? Li Jushu recalled, and the one with the strongest aura seemed to be this person. That's right, he's a Hui-Hui, said Chili Pepper. Hui-Hui? Really? Don't Hui-Hui don't eat meat? He's taller and stronger than me, and must weigh over 240 pounds, right? Li Jushu was skeptical that someone who doesn't eat meat could be so robust. Where did you hear that? Hui-Hui just can't eat the flesh of 4-legged creatures. They can eat the flesh of 2-legged or legless creatures. Chili Pepper rolled his eyes at him. Don't you have any common sense? What is legless creature meat? Li Jushu asked curiously. Fish. Chili Pepper replied. Li Jushu sweated, embarrassed. I remembered a bird, a legless bird. They say it flies and flies from birth, and the day it lands is the day it dies. That might fool little girls, but I'm past the age of yearning for love, Chili Pepper said indifferently. Judging from your face and figure, saying you're 18 wouldn't be an exaggeration. I suspect you're in Versailles. Your skin is better than a 16-year-old's, Li Jushu said. Is this how you tricked Zhong Wuyan into your hands? Chili Pepper tilted her head, looking at him with a strange glint in her eyes. I'm quite curious about something. Li Jushu suddenly became serious. What is it? Chili Pepper's smile vanished. You just mentioned ancient martial arts traditions. I witnessed Xiao Mubai's prowess firsthand. He kills people like cutting melons and vegetables. With modern technology so advanced, even drugs can alter genes. Could the most powerful super soldier defeat Xiao Mubai? Li Jushu asked. People have asked this question long ago, and some have even conducted experiments, said Chao Tianju. What were the results? Li Jushu looked at her. Because not everyone used their strongest fighters, there were wins and losses, making it difficult to judge. Different training times, different competition scenarios, all these affect the outcome. And then, there's the people involved. The human factor is also very important, Chao Tianju said. Li Jushu frowned. It was as if she hadn't said anything at all. Ancient martial arts have a long history, emphasizing gradual progress, step by step. This process is very slow, relying on talent and understanding. 1 or 2 years, or even 3 to 5 years of training, is unlikely to yield significant results. Truly powerful masters have cultivated diligently for over 10 years. Drinking potions is different. It's like fast food chicken, growing up in a year or 2, some even becoming completely different in a few months. There's no comparison, said Chili Pepper. How powerful is the strongest super soldier? Li Jushu asked. I haven't seen one, but I'm saying, supposedly, they could overturn tanks weighing over 10 tons. Their explosive speed can exceed 60 meters per second, and they can crush skulls with their bare hands, said Chili Pepper. 10 tons? Li Jushu's eyes lit up. If that hit Shiomubai, it would hurt a lot. Well, you have to hit him first. Chili Pepper rolled his eyes. Was Shiomubai so easy to hit? Chapter 196. Li Jushu and Coyote Angia returned to base 2 hours later than Minglingzi and his group, receiving a warm welcome. Li Jushu met their target, 8-armed Xiao Ruiguang. He had expected a towering, burly man with 3 heads and 6 arms, but instead found a scrawny, somewhat dim-witted young man, around 27 or 28 years old, with dull eyes that gave off a sense of deep resentment. His thin frame and sunken eyes made one wonder if he had been abused and malnourished. Despite being rescued, Xiao Ruiguang showed no joy or other emotion. He was utterly indifferent. It made sense. Base 3 had captured him not to torture him, but to make him work for them, offering extremely generous terms, perhaps even better than the Ming families. He was just an employee. What difference did it make who he worked for? As long as the pay was good, he didn't care who his employer was. For a technically skilled person like him, loyalty was meaningless. Therefore, he couldn't possibly feel any gratitude towards Xiao Tianyun, who had rescued him. Commander? White Goat approached, appearing very happy. Only he knew what he truly felt, but his face beamed with the joy of seeing a family member. Fat Pig and Drought Leech weren't present. Their injuries were too severe. One had a missing arm, the other a sword wound to the chest and abdomen, and they were immediately taken to the hospital upon returning to base. White Goat, true to his seasoned experience, showed no obvious wounds. Li Jushu nodded without speaking. This wasn't the place for conversation. The welcome party ended quickly, and Zhao Tianyun told everyone to go back and rest before attending the banquet that evening. Li Jushu didn't immediately return to the camp. He first went to the hospital to see Fatty Pig and Drought Leech. Both of their surgeries were complete. Fatty Pig's arm had been reattached, but it would likely take a long time to fully recover. Drought Leech's injury was relatively minor. No internal organs were damaged. He only needed stitches and bandages, and could be discharged in 3 to 5 days. Commander? The two, who were assigned to the same ward, were both happy to see Li Jushu return unharmed. Drought Leech was definitely sincere. Li Jushu wasn't sure how sincere Fatty Pig was, but after this battle, their relationship had clearly grown closer. Li Jushu had saved their lives many times. That was undeniable. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. Li Jushu had no conflicts or grudges with them, and those who lived in the martial world always remembered the debts of gratitude. Take good care of your injuries. After you're discharged, I host a banquet for you all, Li Jushu said politely before leaving the ward. He then went to Yang Yingzheng's ward, as they were both in the same hospital. Yang Yingzheng's injuries were quite complicated. He had lost an arm and a leg. Since his own limbs hadn't been retrieved, they needed to be reattached. Finding the raw materials wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in the adaptation process of the transplanted organs. This process could take anywhere from half a month to 3 to 5 months, or even several years. Even with modern advanced medicine, it's impossible to simply reassemble organs without rejection. I heard you encountered Shiomubai, Yang Yingzheng said, lying on the hospital bed, his eyes bright and his condition quite good. Li Jushu's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the time it took for the Xuanwu tank and the others to return, it had been no more than 3 hours. Yang Yingzheng already knew the whole story while still in the hospital. His intelligence-gathering capabilities were formidable. Yang Yingzheng's words were undoubtedly a declaration of his abilities. Although he couldn't move, everything happening outside was under his control. A very skilled swordsman. Li Jushu nodded. He knew Yang Yingzheng wanted more details, but he deliberately shifted the topic to his health, chatting idly for a while before leaving the fruit basket behind. Back at the camp, the feared retaliation didn't materialize. The camp was peaceful. Zhong Wuyan and his men were all unharmed, and there was one more person present, a monk from Mount Wutai. The monk from Mount Wutai had lost a lot of weight, almost as much as Xiao Ruiguang with 8 arms. I'm very happy to see you recover so quickly, Li Jushu said. Thank you. The monk from Mount Wutai's voice was soft, but his tone was heavy. You saved Wuyan before, so we're even. Li Jushu smiled, but the monk from Mount Wutai couldn't manage a smile. Li Jushu's gaze fell on Zhong Wuyan, whose excitement was undisguised. If there weren't so many people around, she probably would have pounced on him. She used to be a pampered young lady, rarely worrying about anything else, let alone handling things independently. Although the time was short, the pressure was unbearable for ordinary people. The moment she saw Li Jushu, all her pressure vanished. Deputy Commander Bai, Please gather all members of the rank of captain and above for a meeting in 2 hours. Li Jushu's eyes were on Zhong Wuyan, but his words were directed at Bai Shanong. I go inform them immediately. Bai Shanong agreed readily, without the slightest hesitation. Why has Bai Shanong become so agreeable? Zhong Wuyan asked curiously after Bai Shanong left. Let's go back to the room, I explain in detail. Li Jushu pulled Zhong Wuyan back to their room upstairs without further ado, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of lively discussion. 2 hours later, Bai Shanong gathered his original team members in the conference room, who waited quietly. Li Jushu walked into the conference room, looking refreshed, but instead of immediately announcing the start of the meeting, he called Bai Shanong to the corridor. Deputy Commander Bai, we've been comrades through thick and thin, so I won't hide anything from you. I hope we can have an open and honest conversation. There's no hatred between us. We didn't even know each other before. I speak frankly, so you don't need to hold back or worry about offending anyone. After we talk, whether you stay or leave, we still be friends. How about that? Li Jushu looked at Bai Shanong calmly. That's exactly what I was thinking, Bai Shanong replied without a trace of surprise. Yang Yingzhong and I are partners. I saved him several times when he was being hunted. He's always wanted me to join his team, but I refused. This time, he was injured and had to give up his position as commander. I know he's definitely resentful, but I won't relinquish that position, Li Jushu said. Bai Shanong was somewhat surprised. He had already figured out that Li Jushu wasn't Yang Yingzhong's subordinate, and he hadn't known that Li Jushu had saved Yang Yingzhong several times. However, thinking of Li Jushu's terrifying sniping skills, he immediately understood. I killed quite a few people before, and I have 800 or 900 anonymous bank cards worth billions. Adding that to my own money, it's about 10 billion. I use that as startup capital for the Legion, Li Jushu said. White Goat was shocked, staring at Li Jushu in disbelief. He hadn't expected such determination and willingness to spend so much. 10 billion. That was no small sum. I'm still young, and my potential for growth is greater than many others. My goal isn't just to be a Legion commander. You've seen the current situation, war could break out at any moment. My target is a specific base. I hope you can support me, Li Jushu said, staring at White Goat. This was his heartfelt message, the first time he's spoken these words to anyone. White Goat greets Commander. After half a minute of thought, White Goat lowered his head. With the support of the White Goat, the meeting proceeded smoothly. Li Jushu established Legion discipline, a reward and punishment system, and standardized uniforms. The death compensation for the brush-wielding soldier was 3 million, which deeply moved everyone in the White Goat, as previously it had only been 300,000. As long as everyone believes in me, the future will definitely get better and better, Li Jushu vowed confidently. Chapter 197. Hero Square, the largest market in Base 2, is the best place for stalls, trading, recruitment, strolling, and leisure. On the 1st, 4th, and 7th days of each lunar month, it's the liveliest place in the entire base. I just came back from outside. When did a 4th Legion appear in Base 2? Could it be an imposter? A voice like a broken gong rang out, immediately attracting the attention of many hunters. The tone clearly indicated trouble. After the banquet 3 nights ago, who in Base 2 didn't know about the 4th Legion? Who didn't know about the Youth Legion leader Night Owl? Xuanwu Tank and Chili Pepper personally admitted they owed Night Owl their lives, a privilege even Station Chief Zhao Tianyun didn't receive. Night Owl instantly became the most famous person in Base 2, known to everyone. Even the newly created 4th Legion rose in prominence, now renamed the Black Tiger Legion. So it's Haishinyu. Who else could it be, so arrogant? It's Haishinyu. The Black Tiger Legion is in trouble. This is interesting. Haishinyu's causing trouble for the Black Tiger Legion means that one of them has returned. Let's see how the Black Tiger Legion handles it. At the Black Tiger Legion's recruitment booth, the queue that had been forming dispersed. Seeing Haishinyu appear, they all retreated in fear, revealing a large open space. Haishinyu was 1.95 meters tall, with rough hands and feet, a buzz cut, and a faint birthmark on his left cheek resembling a sea cucumber. He liked to look at people sideways, giving off an exceptionally arrogant vibe. Recruiting, huh? What do you think of me? Will you take me? Haishinyu stood in front of the booth, his piercing gaze like a knife, leaving the staff speechless with fear. Speak up? Are you mute? Or do you look down on me? Haishinyu slammed his hand on the table, sending pens and paper flying and 2 bottles of mineral water crashing to the floor. Take them, why wouldn't we? Li Jushu stepped out from the crowd. Commander. 4 staff members quickly stood up and bowed, their faces showing shame. The fear in their eyes vanished, and they suddenly regained their composure. You're in charge? Hai Shenyu glanced at Li Jushu, feigning ignorance. Our Black Tiger Legion will take anyone who meets the criteria. Li Jushu was half a head shorter than Hai Shenyu, but he wasn't intimidated by Hai Shenyu's imposing manner. My price is very high. Can your legion afford it? Hai Shenyu's tone was disdainful. Li Jushu smiled slightly, glanced back, and a staff member carried a safe forward. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he opened the safe, and instantly, a collective gasp filled the room. The safe was overflowing with potions, packed full without a single gap, and all of them were level 2 potions. Do you think I can afford that? Li Jushu asked Hai Shenyu calmly. You have some capital. Hai Shenyu stared at the potions for a long time before looking away, his envy and greed undisguised. As a hunter, no one could refuse potions. Whether you can get them or not depends on your ability, Li Jushu said. Let's draw a line. There's no legion I can't get into at base 2, Hai Shenyu declared loudly. He wasn't boasting. Before the Black Tiger Legion was established, the other 3 major legions had all extended offers to him, but he himself refused. I heard you had superhuman strength in your right hand since you were little, and you never lost an arm wrestling match. Let's arm wrestle. Li Jushu's words caused an uproar. Is Night Owl crazy? Does he even know what he's saying? Arm wrestling, and against Sea Cucumber, right? Who does he think he is? He's arrogant. Why is he called Sea Cucumber, right? It's because his right hand is invincible. Even Xuan Wu Tank wouldn't dare challenge him with his right hand. Does he really think he's unbeatable just because he saved Xuan Wu Tank and Chili Pepper's lives? No one thought Night Owl could win, and no one thought Sea Cucumber Right would lose. Sea Cucumber Right was a level 4 hunter. In terms of killing skills, he might not be as good as other hunters of the same level, but in terms of strength, especially his right hand, he was truly unmatched. When he was still a level 1 hunter, he could easily defeat a level 3 hunter in an arm wrestling match with his right hand. After advancing to level 4, no one dared to challenge him to an arm wrestling match, not even with their left hand, let alone their right. Good, good, good. Sea Cucumber Right laughed loudly, a mixture of anger at being looked down upon and relief at his unexpected windfall. After laughing, he stared coldly at Li Jushu and said, I don't like your stupidity, so I give you another chance. If you win, you can take any of these potions. If you lose, you work for the Black Tiger Legion for a year, with room and board included, and an annual salary of 1 million, Li Jushu said. Since you're so sincere, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Come on. Sea Cucumber Right didn't want to take advantage, but the stakes were too tempting. He could get a level 2 potion just by arm wrestling. He really didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Ordinary tables couldn't withstand the force of Sea Cucumber Right's arm wrestling. There was a special platform in the square for arm wrestling, made of number 99 cement. Surrounded by the crowd, the 2 men reached the platform and sat down on either side. How about I be the referee? A smiling middle-aged man appeared, and the crowd became excited upon seeing him, many exclaiming, Mr. Ma. Greetings, Mr. Ma. Greetings, Mr. Ma. Ma Chaochuan, one of the wealthiest people in Base 2, responsible for 12% of Base 2's GDP, is one of the most untouchable figures in Base 2. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Ma. Even the usually arrogant Hai Shenyu toned down his arrogance upon seeing Ma Chaochuan. I'd be delighted. Li Jushu had been intensively studying the power structure of Base 2 these past few days. He had seen Ma Chaochuan's image in the data. Although he was surprised that this man would get involved in such a trivial matter, the man had a good reputation and a positive image. With him as the referee, there was no need to worry about biased officiating. Thank you for your trust. Please prepare yourselves. Ma Chaochuan stood in the middle, and Li Jushu and Hai Shenyu immediately composed themselves, extending their right hands and resting them on the platform. The 2 hands, clasped tightly, immediately presented a stark contrast. Hai Shenyu's hand was thick and rugged, each joint of his fingers, like rock, dark, and a size larger than Li Jushu's. Li Jushu's hand was fair, slender, and individually strong, but compared to Hai Shenyu's, it suddenly appeared like a woman's hand. Amidst the pity of the onlookers, Ma Chaochuan's smile vanished. Begin! Bang! A dull thud resounded in everyone's ears, like thunder from deep within the clouds. The entire platform trembled. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 2 fallen hands. In an instant, the outcome was decided. The shock wasn't due to the quick ending, but because the hand underneath was Hai Shenyu's, while Li Jushu's excessively fair hand was on top. How could this be? Chapter 198. Am I seeing things? It's an illusion, It must be an illusion. I've been under so much work pressure lately, I'm even having hallucinations during the day. Black is on the bottom, white is on top. Hai Shenyu actually lost. That's not scientific. Compared to the shock of the onlookers, Hai Shenyu was the most unable to accept it. He stared blankly at his suppressed hand, motionless for a long time. Li Jushu had already withdrawn his hand, but he remained in the suppressed position, his eyes wide open, pupils almost bulging out of their sockets, as if he had seen something unclean in broad daylight. The outcome is decided. Neither side committed any fouls. I declare Night Owl of the Black Tiger Legion the winner. Ma Chaochuan announced the result. Although he was also surprised, he was, after all, a veteran of many years, and had seen many unbelievable things. In the blink of an eye, he recovered from his astonishment. Boom! A clamor erupted around them. Although the result was out, everyone still couldn't believe it. You. Ai? Hai Shenyu seemed to wake from a dream. He looked at Ma Chaochuan, then at Li Jushu, unwilling to accept this outcome. Hai Shenyu, do you have any objections to this result? Ma Chaochuan stared at Hai Shenyu, his tone gentle, exuding an air of superiority. Ai? Hai Shenyu didn't know how to refute. He knew very well that Ma Chaochuan was right. Li Jushu hadn't cheated, so the result was valid. He couldn't lie through his teeth, and he dared not offend Ma Chaochuan. However, he found it hard to accept this result. We can compete again. If you win, you can take any one of the potions, just like before. If you lose, you will serve me for 2 years, with the same conditions, room and board included, and an annual salary of 1 million. Li Jushu smiled at Hai Shenyu, very understandingly giving him a chance. Just as Hai Shenyu was about to agree, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Ma Chaochuan. As long as both of you agree, I have no objections. Ma Chaochuan glanced at Li Jushu. This young man was interesting. All right. Hai Shenyu sat up straight, his muscles tense, his expression more serious than ever before. Li Jushu, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, sitting down naturally and extending his hand. The contrast between their states was striking. Both sides, prepare, begin. Ma Chaochuan's attention was focused on Li Jushu. A dull thud resounded again, and the astonishing scene repeated itself. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a fist. The match ended almost as soon as it began. Just like the first time, Hai Shenyu's arm was underneath, Li Jushu's arm on top, an overwhelming victory. Too fast. I declare the Black Tiger Legion's Night Owl commanded the winner. Ma Chaochuan's gaze towards Li Jushu held a hint of something unusual, but Li Jushu didn't notice. Thank you for the concession. Li Jushu withdrew his hand. Sea Cucumber Right stared blankly at his right hand, feeling a sense of alienation in the world. How could this be? This isn't scientific. Did Sea Cucumber Right hold back? It doesn't make sense. How could Night Owl's strength be so great? Can anyone explain what happened? I don't understand. Apart from Ma Chaochuan, probably no one else knew what was going on, but even though Ma Chaochuan knew, he had no intention of explaining. I want to compete again. If I win, I don't need the potion. If I lose, I sell my life to you for 10 years, through fire and water, without batting an eye. Sea Cucumber Right suddenly looked up at Li Jushu, his eyes bloodshot. He was unconvinced, utterly unconvinced. Deal. Li Jushu didn't hesitate for a moment. The two sat down again for one last match. This time, the onlookers craned their necks, eyes wide, staring intently at the two clenched hands. Begin! Ma Chaochuan shouted. Bang! Hai Shenyu's arm was pressed down, the speed so fast that a faint afterimage remained in the air. The concrete platform numbered 99 was still shaking. The outcome was decided. Thank you for the concession. Li Jushu easily stood up, leaving Hai Shenyu in a defeated posture, looking utterly dejected. I announced the result of the match. Night Owl wins. Ma Chaochuan didn't really need to say anything more, but a match is a match, and the procedures had to be followed. He was a very dedicated and meticulous referee. The entire arena was eerily quiet. There were no cheers, no screams. Everyone looked at Li Jushu with disbelief. Once might be an accident, twice might be an accident, but 3 times, it's definitely not an accident. But Li Jushu, with his thin arms and legs, how could he suppress Hai Shenyu? Hai Shenyu's right arm was thicker than an average person's thigh. How did he do that? On the steps not far from the square stood several men of extraordinary bearing. Passing hunters, seeing them, instinctively avoided them, not daring to approach. The burly man's eyes were full of doubt. He didn't recognize Night Owl, but he had dealt with Hai Shenyu before. In a direct fight, they were evenly matched, but in an arm wrestling match, he admitted defeat. Hai Shenyo's right hand possessed innate superhuman strength, and with the constant application of the potion, its power had reached an unbelievable level. An ancient inheritance, the man in the white suit uttered 4 words. Internal strength. The other's expressions changed. I see. I knew it. Judging by the density of his muscles, he couldn't possibly compare to Hai Shenyu. What school or sect does he follow? The burly man asked. He follows a feminine approach, perhaps a lineage from Kunlun, or maybe from the EC, the man in the white suit said uncertainly. Hai Shenyu was tricked, the young man with black-rimmed glasses said. Being tricked is his own choice, no one forced him, the man in the white suit said calmly. Bosch and Jin Gang has lost both his wife and his army, the young man with black-rimmed glasses said. Bosch and Jin Gang is single, the burly man grinned, and the others froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Hai Shenyu, thank you for helping with the recruitment here. If anyone causes trouble, you're in charge of handling it. Li Jushu left Hai Shenyu at the recruitment site and left with the medicine. Hai Shenyu was very famous. With him in charge, there was almost no need to worry about anyone causing trouble. Back at the base, Zhong Wuyan and Bai Shanong, having heard the news, rushed back. Are you alright? Zhong Wuyan looked Li Jushu up and down, almost to the point of checking him over. Commander. Bai Shanong was more composed. He had already seen that Li Jushu was unharmed. That was too risky. Hai Shenyo's right hand is famous throughout Base 2. Zhong Wuyan's heart finally settled after confirming Li Jushu was uninjured. Go back to work. Li Jushu waved Bai Shanong away. If I had known Hai Shenyu would appear, I should have gone with you. Zhong Wuyan was still shaken. Hai Shenyo's record was too ruthless. He had crippled at least 20 experts' arms during arm wrestling matches, never losing. You forgot yesterday? Li Jushu said with a smile. I know you broke through, but to what extent? You yourself couldn't say for sure, could you? You only showed me the playing cards, you didn't mention your strength. Zhong Wuyan continued to complain. Don't worry, I feel great after the breakthrough. I can beat most people, Li Jushu said softly, his tone brimming with confidence. Perhaps spurred on by Shiomubai, perhaps due to his repeated brushes with death during this period, or perhaps because he had taken too many potions over the past 3 days, he suddenly broke through last night, abruptly, without any warning. Neither Luo Chuqing nor Xiao Suiguan had reached his current level, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Hai Shenyu today. He wasn't sure of the limits of his strength, but seeing Hai Shenyu, he felt a strong sense of victory. Chapter 199. Base 3, tense and alarmed. 8-handed Xiao Ruiguang had been rescued, thousands of soldiers had died, the Taiha pharmaceutical building had been breached, suffering heavy losses, and today another piece of bad news broke. Xiao Kuang, the son of Zhao Chunggong, the warden of Blackstone Prison, was dead. Zhao Chunggong was furious. More importantly, he suspected that the group that came to rescue 8-handed a few days ago hadn't completely left, and that some were still hiding at Base 3. He vowed to find them, to dig 3 feet into the ground. Everyone knew his anger stemmed from his son's death, so everyone cooperated, avoiding becoming the target of his rage. Inside the villa, Zhao Kuang's wife was now a widow. The moment Zhao Chunggong left, the sorrow on her face vanished, replaced by cold indifference. Miss, Zhao Chunggong suspects you, the butler said, hunched over, his voice filled with worry. I know. The woman's eyes were cold. When she killed Zhao Kuang and framed Li Jushu, she had anticipated Zhao Qinggong's suspicion, but she wasn't afraid. Zhao Chunggong had no evidence. As long as Zhao Chunggong had no evidence, he wouldn't dare touch her. After Master left, Zhao Qinggong's behavior became increasingly outrageous. The butler finished speaking, his cloudy eyes glancing warily out the window, as if someone was eavesdropping. Never mind Zhao Chunggong for now. Ding Menya is here, she definitely seized the opportunity to cause trouble. Uncle Huang, go and book a banquet. No matter what, she's an elder and the deputy director of the board office. We can't be impolite, the woman said. This old servant will go immediately. The butler hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. A large convoy appeared at the gate of Base 3. Base 3 had been under martial law for the past few days, with extremely strict checks for entry and exit. However, this convoy was allowed through simply by showing an identification document. Ding Menya, deputy director of the board office of Taiha Group. The third-ranking figure in Taiha Group on Planet 1 show, she is stationed at Base 2. Base 2 and Base 3 are bitter enemies, but Ding Menya manages to break this rule. The convoy alerted the station chief and deputy station chief of Base 3. Therefore, Although Deng Minyo entered Base 3 in the afternoon to meet with Taihe Pharmaceutical employees, it wasn't until evening. The afternoon had been spent meeting with the station chief and deputy station chief. Forget about dinner. I came all the way to Base 3, not to eat, Deng Minyo said, her words already laced with hostility. Taihe Pharmaceuticals has 3 buildings at Base 3. One is the most central building, used for selling and storing pharmaceuticals, bearing the Taihe Pharmaceuticals sign. Another is the administrative office building, and the third is the dormitory. At this moment, all the top executives of Taihe Pharmaceuticals at Base 3 are present, sitting upright and attentive. The conference hall in the administrative building is brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers illuminating every corner clearly. Many people dared not even breathe. The reason is simple. Deng Minyo is an extremely shrewd woman. She was already dissatisfied with the performance of Base 3, and now that the sales building has been breached by hunters, it's almost certain that Deng Minyo will seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Everyone present bears responsibility, and no one is without worry. Zhang Bauer, you tell me, what exactly happened? Since the establishment of Taihe Group, nothing like this has ever happened before. The building was breached, and hunters rushed into it, beating, smashing, looting, and plundering. This will become the biggest scandal in Taihe Group's history. Do you know how much this will affect Taihe Group's reputation? Deng Minyo stared at the only young woman sitting there, whose face was excessively beautiful, dazzlingly so. Zhang Bauer, who originally had a chance to become her daughter-in-law, was rejected outright on behalf of her son when she proposed marriage. Zhang Bauer looked down on her son, and instead chose to marry the son of a prison guard. What could have been a powerful alliance, creating a formidable force within the group, was instead made a laughingstock by many because of Zhang Bauer's rejection. On the surface, she appeared nonchalant, but inwardly she was constantly seeking revenge. Her visit to Base 4 was originally planned to return directly to Base 2. Her trip to Base 3 was completely unplanned. Taihe Pharmaceutical suffered an undeserved disaster. The Xuanwu tank team's purpose was to rescue 8 hands. The bombing of Taihe Pharmaceutical was a diversionary tactic. Zhang Bauer was Zhao Kuang's wife's name. The other high-ranking officials weren't unwilling to sit. Deng Minyo was standing, so they had no choice but to stand as well. She was different. She held the title of her father, and in terms of position, she was on equal footing with Deng Minyo. In terms of age, she had to respect Deng Minyo. In terms of position, she couldn't show weakness. She was the head of Base 3. If she showed weakness, everyone else would have to kneel. Why bomb the Taihe Pharmaceutical building when so many other buildings were destroyed? Deng Minyo didn't distrust Zhang Bauer, but there was no need to. The result was paramount. The building's breach was a fact. Taihe Pharmaceutical suffered losses, its reputation plummeted, and the negative impact would be difficult to erase in the short term. Therefore, Zhang Bauer was guilty. Deputy Director Deng, I sent the detailed account to the board's email, Zhang Bauer said calmly. Zhang Bauer, you really need to report to the board of directors. Deng Minyo's face froze, instantly turning ugly. Zhang Bauer hadn't even consulted her before going directly to the board. She clearly didn't respect her. After the communications satellite is repaired, I will personally return to planet 10,000 Beasts. I believe the board will listen to my explanation, Zhang Bauer said. Fine, very well, Zhang Bauer. Just admit it's your responsibility. As for how you explain it, that's your business. Deng Minyo's anger intensified. She had come to challenge her, but Zhang Bauer kept mentioning the board of directors, leaving her unable to refute. As an office director, and a deputy at that, she really couldn't do anything to Zhang Bauer, even though she knew Zhang Bauer had done something wrong. She could collect the most detailed information, but she had no decision-making or disciplinary power. Zhang Bauer had clearly understood this, and was not backing down. Deputy Director Deng has come a long way, and must be tired, having to entertain guests. If there's nothing else, please get some rest. Zhang Bauer didn't bother pretending anymore, and got up to leave, leaving Deng Minyo's chest heaving, her face ashen. The other senior executives in the conference room exchanged glances, unsure whether to stay or leave. Miss, directly offending Deputy Director Deng like this isn't a good idea. Once on the bus, the housekeeper was very worried. Escalating the conflict would be disadvantageous for Zhang Bauer. Her mistake was already a weakness. The best course of action at this point was to go along with Deng Minyo and ask her to show leniency. Besides, there was Zhao Chunggong, who had become suspicious of Zhang Bauer. Zhao Chunggong was a local strongman. If he cooperated with Deng Minyo, Zhang Bauer's situation would become very difficult. Some people just can't be treated well. At worst, I sell my shares and resign. Zhang Bauer somewhat regretted her impulsive words, but looking at Deng Minyo's smug face, She simply couldn't stand it. I hope Master returns soon. The butler sighed, deep worry in his eyes. Master had been missing for 5 months. Don't worry, I have a plan. A name flashed through Zhang Bao's mind. Chapter 200. Base 2. After Li Jushu demonstrated his strength at Hero Square, recruitment went smoothly. Perhaps due to Hai Shinyo's presence, not only did no one dare cause trouble, but hunters flocked to apply, and their quality was high. The Black Tiger Legion's generous compensation was also a factor. Li Jushu had previously killed many hunters, obtaining registered and unregistered bank cards. Normally, these cards could only be sold on the black market, yielding only about half the money. Now, however, as the Legion leader, his status changed from unregistered to official. After only the minimum transaction fee, he received nearly 95%. This was all windfall, and Li Jushu invested it all in the Legion's operations. With money in hand, the Legion was generous, offering members generally 10% more benefits than other legions. Not only were small hunter teams attracted, but even members of the 2nd and 3rd Legions wanted to apply. In less than 3 days, they had recruited 3,000 people. Li Jushu was extremely busy, so busy he didn't even have time to eat. The most important matter was the handover of control of Base 2. Li Jushu then learned that Base 2 had 4 gates, east, west, south, and north. The base was designed with a large influx of hunters in mind, and it didn't disappoint. Within a few years, the number of hunters had reached the point where all 4 gates were open. However, because the east gate faced the main road, most hunters only knew about it. The east gate also had the highest traffic, followed by the north and south gates, with the west gate being the least populated. Previously, the west gate was jointly controlled by the 3 major legions. With the emergence of Li Jushu's 4th Legion, the west gate was assigned to him. What seemed like a simple handover of a gate actually involved many aspects: cannons, mechanisms, weapons, ammunition, nearby shops, buildings, various groups and factions, electricity, water, sanitation, etc., all had to be clearly handed over. Even a small oversight could easily lead to chaos. White Goat was originally the most suitable person to take charge of this area. He was a local strongman. However, he made it clear that he wasn't good at management, he didn't like guarding the city gates, and he preferred fighting. Dryman was a quiet type, and Zhong Huiyan also had his own things to do. Li Jushu had to step in himself. Ultimately, there was a lack of talent. Yang Yingzhong was also a suitable candidate, but he hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. White Goat knows what's important. Zhong Huiyan understood why White Goat had refused. The greatest power of the Legion at the base was its gatekeeper. If White Goat accepted, it would be equivalent to seizing the core power of the Black Tiger Legion. He was an old hand. He wouldn't do something that would arouse envy. He's just overthinking things, Li Jushu said. If it were Yang Yingzhong, he would definitely decline first, and then accept, Zhong Huiyan said. Yang Yingzhong is probably getting impatient in the hospital, Li Jushu said with a smile. He's never idle. He's been working out like crazy in the hospital's rehabilitation room almost 24/7. If the nurses hadn't forced him to rest, he probably would have already abandoned his hospital bed, Zhong Huiyan said. That's exaggerated, Li Jushu laughed. Zhong Huiyan had never liked Yang Yingzhong. A member came in, carrying 2 boxes, one large and one small, saying they were for Li Jushu. Who sent them? What are they? Li Jushu asked curiously. He was a loner, with no relatives or friends. Logically, no one should be sending him anything. The person who sent them left them at the door and left, specifically saying they were for the commander. When I went to chase after them, they were gone. The member was somewhat ashamed. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. You brought them in without knowing what they were? What if it was a bomb? Zhong Huiyan scolded. The member's face changed drastically, looking uneasily at the boxes on the ground. It's not a bomb. Li Jushu waved for his men to leave. He didn't recognize the large box, but the small one was very familiar. A safe, the kind used for storing medicine. He used the same kind of box when he robbed Zhao Kuang's Villa of Medicine. It was exactly the same, with the Taiha Pharmaceutical logo on the edge. Seeing the small box, he had a sudden realization. Zhong Huiyan, however, was still uneasy. He carefully checked it for a long time, making sure there was no danger, before slowly opening the box. Inside were 10 level 3 medicines. On top was a note. Zhong Huiyan glanced at Li Jushu, who picked it up. On it was a line of delicate handwriting. Night Owl, kill someone for me. Reward offered. The back of the note included the time, route, and a photo of the target. Ding Mignol. Zhong Huiyan blurted out upon seeing the photo. The gardener's mother. Li Jushu's studies these past few days hadn't been in vain. He reviewed the files of all the big shots at Base 2, and Deng Minya's status there was easily within the top 20. Could it be a conspiracy? Zhong Wuyan immediately asked. Li Jushu had killed the gardener, Deng Minya's son. The person who most wanted to kill Deng Minya was probably Li Jushu himself, to nip it in the bud, to prevent Deng Minya from retaliating against the Black Tiger Legion. But someone was offering to kill Deng Minya. It was too much of a coincidence. Li Jushu didn't speak. He opened a large box, revealing a brand new sniper rifle. Li Jushu's breath hitched, and joy spread across his face. Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, weighing 29.26 kilograms, 198.65 millimeters in length, 993.2 millimeters barrel, 16.7 millimeters caliber, 15-round magazine, K3 optical sight, effective range 3500 m, equipped with fluid-type shock absorption. It's awesome. The Skyfire ZZ-01 and Dragon Fang 01 sniper rifles each have their strengths, and there's often debate about which is better. Generally speaking, the Dragon Fang 01 prioritizes penetration and stability, while the Skyfire ZZ-01 emphasizes handling and accuracy. It's hard to say which gun is the most powerful. It depends on the usage scenario. The Skyfire ZZ-02 is different. It's a generation ahead, its performance completely surpassing the Dragon Fang 01 sniper rifle, undeniably superior. This is the most powerful sniper rifle Li Jushu has ever seen on the Beast planet, bar none. Potion, sniper rifle, even ammunition. She knows you quite a bit, Zhong Wuyan said with a hint of sourness. Her woman's intuition told her that the person who sent these things was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Who cares who she is? As long as there's something to gain, killing your enemies and getting rewards, the more the merrier. Li Jushu picked up the Skyfire ZZ-02, examining it closely, clearly enjoying it. A range of 3,500 meters. Just thinking about it is exciting. At such a distance, he believed that even someone as powerful as Xiao Mubai wouldn't be able to sense his presence. An ordinary person, on the other hand, wouldn't even know they were being targeted before being sniped. As a sniper, naturally, the greater the distance, the higher the safety. Other snipers might worry about the distance being too far, making it difficult to keep up visually, but he wasn't worried. Besides possessing night vision that most people lacked, his eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. 3,500 meters was not the upper limit of his vision. If Deng Minya could die outside, it would indeed reduce a lot of trouble. Although Zhong Wuyan harbored inexplicable hostility towards the person who delivered the goods, he had to admit that Deng Minya deserved to die. You go to the meeting this afternoon in my place. Li Jushu decided to leave in the afternoon. The sniping target was simply a matter of pulling the trigger, but the preparations before the assassination were considerable, and he needed time to prepare. Chapter 201. The night was dark, windless, and stifling. Li Jushu lay motionless in a crevice in the rocks. The heat emanating from the ground seeped into his body through his clothes, slowly soaking them, and clinging to his skin. After an hour of quiet lying down, Li Jushu had become one with his surroundings. The buzzing of mosquitoes was lively, but even more so were the various small insects scurrying about, 4-legged, 6-legged, 8-legged, dozens of legged, the most troublesome being the legless ones. Li Jushu ignored the insects crawling on his body. Unless they were highly venomous and threatening his life, he paid them no heed. He was adjusting his breathing, lowering his heart rate below average. Previously, he couldn't do this. His heartbeat would only accelerate, never slow down. After this breakthrough, he discovered significant changes in his body. First, there was a remarkable improvement in his strength and speed. Then, there was the change in his heartbeat, subtle, yet like a crack opening in a door to the unknown. A normal person's heart rate at rest is between 60 and 100 beats per minute, varying from person to person due to many factors. Those who have taken the medication experience increased physical strain, resulting in a higher heart rate, typically around 140 beats per minute. Li Jushu, however, can lower this number to below 80 through his cultivation technique. Of course, this is under resting conditions. During exercise, it will certainly spike back up. The benefits of a slower heart rate for a hunter are self-evident. Li Jushu is very grateful to Luo Chuqing. Without her, even with continuous medication, he wouldn't have his current strength and would be utterly defeated by a power-type hunter like Hai Xinyu. Tianhua ZZ-02 lay quietly to the side, emitting a faint, cold light. Perhaps sensing the invisible, chilling aura, even insects and ants avoided Tianhua ZZ-02, daring not to approach. Half an hour before dawn, a beam of light pierced the darkness, followed by hundreds of flashing lights. Li Jushu's calm gaze flickered. The convoy had arrived. Light is a fascinating force. Human eyes need light to see clearly, yet, when a light source shines directly into the eye, it becomes invisible. This is why Deng Minya preferred traveling at night. The chariots, with their lights on and high-powered searchlights, could see everything within a half-kilometer radius. Within this range, even if someone were present, they wouldn't be able to see the convoy. High-powered searchlights consumed a lot of electricity, but Deng Minya didn't care. Compared to life, the cost of electricity was insignificant. In the most luxurious vehicle in the center, Deng Minya wore a brightly colored dress. She maintained her figure remarkably well. Although her son was already in his 20s, her face showed no signs of aging. Whenever she went out with her son, people mistook them for siblings, not mother and son. Deng Minya held a gun, her expression wary. It wasn't that she knew someone wanted to kill her. In fact, she had no idea if there was any danger. However, she knew one thing for sure: danger was everywhere. Otherwise, Deng Minya wouldn't have chosen her as a double. Among the 20-odd vehicles, only Deng Minya knew her exact location. Others, including her confidants, probably didn't know her precise position. Deng Minya was very wealthy, but also very afraid of death. Whenever she went out, she was accompanied by up to 100 bodyguards, and always had a double. The stunt double wasn't even sure which number she was for Deng Minya, but one thing was clear: she had to portray Deng Minya perfectly, and couldn't give herself away, or she'd lose her job. Being a stunt double is a dangerous profession, but also a high-paying one. A 5 million annual salary is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even female sex workers in the red light district might not earn $1 million a year. She, as a stunt double, worked only a handful of times a year. However, while the moment of receiving the money was joyful, the process was nerve-wracking. Every time she accompanied Deng Minya out, the stunt double appeared calm on the outside, but inside, she was terrified. Inside the luxurious vehicle, she was all alone, yet she felt no desire to enjoy it. Her heart was constantly on her throat the entire way. That was close. Several kilometers away, Li Jushu, about to pull the trigger, abruptly stopped. If it weren't for the woman's unintentional stiffness arousing his suspicion, he would never have guessed that the person sitting in the vehicle was a stunt double. A person feels different in their own home than in someone else's. That naturalness is hard to fake. The woman sitting in the chariot moved flawlessly, yet there was always a sense of incongruity, as if she didn't belong in the carriage, completely out of place. As the owner of the entire convoy, Deng Minya couldn't possibly be like this. Having made this discovery, Li Jushu examined the woman in the carriage more closely, her skin, hair, and eyes, and immediately found many flaws. No matter how well Deng Minya maintained herself, she only resembled a young girl, not a true young girl. And the woman in the carriage, though young, lacked the experience of someone in their 40s. Deng Minya never dreamed that someone could observe so closely in the darkness. She chose to travel at night. Any normal person seeing the person sitting in the chariot would assume it was her, even if there was only a 5 or 6 point resemblance. The darkness would make it difficult to spot any flaws. But unexpectedly, Li Jushu appeared, with his keen observation skills. A double, a double, a double. Li Jushu muttered. Since Deng Minya had created a double, it meant she had guessed there would be danger. If that was the case, where would she be hiding now? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Li Jushu's gaze swept back and forth through the motorcycle convoy several times without finding anything amiss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His gaze shifted to the roofs of the chariots. Starting from the lead chariot, a smile appeared on his lips when he saw the third chariot. Found her. On the roof of the third tank, behind the shield of the twin-barreled anti-aircraft gun, Deng Minya, despite wearing a double-layered bulletproof vest to alter her shape and a helmet, revealing only her eyes, was still instantly recognized by Li Jushu. The convoy was about 3,200 meters away. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Thud. When the bullet entered the convoy at 300 meters, Deng Minya sensed something. Li Jushu clearly saw a glint of horror and despair in her eyes. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A flash of light, and the bullet struck her squarely between the eyebrows, instantly ripping off her skull and helmet. The bullet flew hundreds more meters before embedding itself deeply in the ground. Li Jushu didn't look at the convoy again, sheathed his gun, and left swift and decisive. A few minutes later, the convoy's hunters found his hiding place, but he was nowhere to be seen. They found nothing. Chapter 202. The next day, news of Deng Minya's death swept through Base 2 like a hurricane, shocking everyone. It's definitely fake news. Ding Mignon always went out with hundreds of bodyguards, each at least a level 3 hunter. With that kind of security, who could kill her? She herself was a level 4 hunter. It's all over the place, it can't be fake. There's no such thing as foolproof security. Otherwise, how could Nierenbao have died? He was the station chief. Could Ding Mignon's defense compare to Nierenbao's? Nierenbao's strength is undeniable, right? Ding Mignon was pampered and didn't have much combat experience. Who exactly killed Ding Mignon? Why? A personal grudge or because of Taiha Pharmaceuticals? Please don't raise the price of the potions. The situation hasn't been good these past few months. We haven't made any money. If the potion prices go up, we really won't be able to survive. The hunters' agitation wasn't due to their fondness for Ding Mignon, nor her popularity. The main reason was the potions. Ding Mignon controlled 35% of the potions at Base 2. As the person in charge of Base 2 at Taiha Pharmaceuticals, her death would inevitably cause fluctuations in potion prices. However, the hunters' agitation was useless. They couldn't change anything. At 11 a.m., the convoy entered the base. Many people saw Ding Mignon's body. Her nose and above were missing, but they could still recognize her. First the son died, then the mother died. The family line is wiped out. Serves them right. This mother and son acted arrogantly. If they didn't get into trouble now, they would later. This is retribution. Look at this wound, one shot, dead. I wonder which sniper was behind it, acting as a savior. Ding Mignon's reputation at the base wasn't good. She was known for her harshness and, coupled with her unruly son, the gardener, she was fiercely protective of her son. Regardless of whose fault it was, it could never be her son's, and she was prone to making unreasonable demands. When she was alive, everyone feared her power and dared not speak out. But once her death was confirmed, the fear naturally turned into hatred, which no longer needed to be hidden. Li Jushi went to the market today to purchase firearms and ammunition. With the recruitment complete, weapons and ammunition were essential. Most hunters provided their own weapons, but the Legion provided ammunition. However, some hunters, for personal reasons, didn't have weapons, and in those cases, the Legion had to provide them. When Li Jushi was a member, he didn't have to worry about these things. Now that he was the leader, he couldn't escape them. He sensed something was amiss as soon as he stepped into the base. A guest has arrived? Li Jushi entered the meeting room and saw a strange, cold-faced middle-aged man, accompanied by White Goat. Commander, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yang, the CEO of Taiha Pharmaceuticals. White Goat quickly stood up. So it's General Yang. I'm so sorry for not greeting you sooner. How kind of you. Li Jushi politely extended his hand. Commander Li is very busy. General Yang looked at him coldly, not even lifting his backside, showing no respect whatsoever. The White Goat immediately felt embarrassed and harbored resentment towards General Yang. I didn't know General Yang was coming. I apologize for the neglect. Li Jushi chuckled and sat down next to the White Goat. Commander Li, let's be frank. Did you kill our General Ding? General Yang stared at Li Jushi, his aura imposing. Your General Ding had a son, a gardener. I killed him. Li Jushi's expression was calm. Someone saw you leave the city yesterday afternoon and only return this morning. General Yang's breathing was heavy. If I killed someone, would I need to deny it? Besides, you're just a watchdog. What right do you have to question me? Who do you think you are? And what do you know about me? Li Jushi's smile vanished. What did you say? General Yang suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now, and no one will care. Li Jushi stared at General Yang, his eyes sharp, his aura overwhelming, and the temperature in the entire conference room instantly dropped 5 or 6 degrees. You dare. General Yang's voice was loud, but his eyes shrank back. Li Jushi didn't speak, just calmly stared at General Yang. General Yang had been composed at first, but soon, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Commander. White Goat called out softly. If you have evidence, show it. If you don't and keep shouting in front of me. Li Jushi spoke slowly, I don't like your tone. If there's a next time, I send you to reunite with Ding Mignon and her son, giving you the chance to personally question the people who killed them. President Yang's face twitched violently, and he dared not speak. Show him out. Li Jushi's words struck President Yang like a thunderbolt. Without waiting for Bai Shanong to see him off, he hurriedly left, leaving without a word. Isn't Shiman under our control? How come so many people know when I come and go? Li Jushi glanced at Bai Shanong. He left in the afternoon, and many people saw him, but he didn't care about that. However, when he returned, it was barely dawn, and there was no one on the road. If anyone saw him, it could only be one of his own men guarding the city gate. I investigate right away. The white goat realized this too. Outsiders seeing it wouldn't be a problem, but betrayal by one's own people was intolerable. Zhong Wuyan returned at this moment. She went to the mission hall, and judging from her expression, there was good news. I discovered a mission with a very high price tag. What mission? Li Jushu asked curiously. Capture Duda beasts, Zhong Wuyan said. Duda beasts? What are those? Li Jushu had been a hunter for quite some time, but his knowledge of the various beasts on the beast planet was limited. The beasts on the beast planet were incredibly powerful. Most could easily crush chariots like toys. He used to be too weak, never daring to take on missions like capturing beasts, naturally resulting in limited knowledge. Another point was that humanity had only explored less than 1/10,000th of the beast planet. Countless beasts remained undiscovered. Even experienced hunters who frequently did these kinds of missions wouldn't dare claim to recognize every single beast they encountered. Zhong Wuyan produced a photograph of a small beast that resembled a teddy bear, with perked up ears, like a rabbit and blue fur. The Duda beast, also known as blue dudu, only makes a duda sound. It has a special ability. Its saliva can heal wounds. Any external injury, if licked a few times by a duda beast, will heal completely in a few days without leaving a scar, Zhong Wuyan explained. That's amazing? Li Jushu became interested. However, Zhong Wuyan said, what's the difficulty? Li Jushu knew things wouldn't be that simple. The duda beast itself has no combat ability, but its symbiotic beast is very powerful. The six-legged armored beast, Zhong Wuyan said. No photograph? Li Jushu asked. No, Zhong Wuyan shook his head. Where's the information? Li Jushu asked again. I asked hunters, who's seen the six-legged armored beast. It's about 3.2 meters tall at the shoulder, and about 6.8 meters long, covered entirely in black armor, impervious to blades and spears, Zhong Wuyan said. Even a sniper rifle can't penetrate it? Li Jushu never believed in impenetrable defenses. Even 99-grade cement could be breached, let alone a wild beast. That's the biggest problem. We can't use firearms there, Zhong Wuyan said. Chapter 203. The journey across mountains and valleys took half a month just to reach the land. Li Jushu now understood why the white goat had advised against using so many vehicles. Starting 1,200 kilometers from their stronghold, there were hardly any roads, not even traces of human activity. It was completely undeveloped. When they were lucky, they encountered plains. When unlucky, they encountered streams and forests, forcing them to detour. The worst luck was encountering muddy terrain. While it wasn't impossible to traverse, actually doing so was incredibly painful. First, they couldn't gain speed. Second, they would slip, and finally, the wheels would get stuck in the mud. After only a few dozen meters, they had to cut down trees and pull up grass to place under the tires. Thankfully, one tracked vehicle successfully overcame many of the terrain challenges. The tracked vehicle went first, and then the other vehicles were pulled over one by one using ropes. Li Jushu only brought 6 chariots. Even navigating a slightly difficult section of the road would take several hours. If they had brought the initial plan of 20 chariots, crossing a 5-meter-wide stream would have taken a whole day. Of the 6 chariots, one was damaged halfway down, tumbling into a canyon with a 200-meter drop. Without a crane, the chariot lay dormant in the canyon, growing wild. The only saving grace was that this expedition consisted of elite troops. The crew jumped out in time during the fall, resulting in no casualties. Are you sure we haven't taken the wrong route? Li Jushu looked at the towering, continuous mountain range before him. If they had to detour, it would have taken at least half a month to get through. No mistake. Zhong Wuyan examined the map again and again, comparing it repeatedly. The route was correct. What was the first hunter who came here thinking? Li Jushu was starting to have second thoughts. In all his years as a hunter, this journey had been the most arduous he had ever endured. Even escaping hadn't been this painful. What do we do now? Zhong Wuyan asked. Get off the chariot and walk. Li Jushu was the first to jump off. Taking the detour would take at least half a month, not even considering the various dangers. If those dangers were taken into account, it was uncertain whether they would even reach their destination safely. Crossing the mountains at their pace would take at least 3 days, and at most 2. There were 63 members, but not all could go. 3 stayed behind to watch the chariot. The remaining 60 people, each with a backpack, began their ascent after being sprayed with insect repellent. The new member, Lingnan Monkey, led the way. A pharmacist, he had a deep understanding of plants, easily distinguishing between poisonous and non-poisonous ones. a skilled hunter. Li Jushu followed behind, benefiting greatly. Lingnan Monkey was also very experienced in mountain climbing. He knew the ridges, the hollows, where venomous snakes were plentiful, where ant nests might be found, where miasma was likely. Entering the mountains, he felt as if he had returned to a familiar home. However, he made mistakes too. He failed to notice a venomous snake suddenly leaping from the shadows. A flash of cold light, and the snake fell to the ground, split in two. Its head hissed menacingly, its body twisting and writhing violently. Its massive, nearly 3-meter-long form was terrifying. "Thank you." The Lingnan monkey sincerely thanked Li Jushu, his back drenched in cold sweat. A black viper. Even with anti-venom, the chance of survival after a bite was only 50%. The black viper's venom was potent. A normal dose of anti-venom wasn't enough to completely neutralize it. The rest depended on the body's immune system. "It's very nourishing, don't waste it." Chef Shu chuckled, coiling the snake's body around his waist like a belt. He was also a newly recruited member, skilled in knife work and cooking. Continuing onward, the Lingnan monkeys became much more cautious. Crossing these uninhabited mountains was fraught with danger. Even with the best planned route, they encountered danger every few dozen meters. Li Jushu's eyesight proved invaluable, allowing him to spot and avert danger each time. Having climbed less than a third of the way, darkness fell, and they spent the night halfway up the mountain. They set off again the next morning, reaching the summit in the dark. The wind was strong at the top, and everyone felt they had overcome a hurdle. Little did they know, the real danger was just beginning. "The magnetic field here is very strong," said the white goat, standing on the other side of the summit. He immediately felt his body double in weight, not his body, but the weight of his backpack. All the metal items suddenly felt heavier, slumping downwards. Li Jushu went over to test it, and a strange thing happened. On the outer side of the ridge, there was no feeling, but on the inner side, his military knife noticeably became heavier, its weight suddenly increasing several times. The same was true for his backpack, watch, belt, pistol, and other metal items. The further in he went, the stronger the magnetic force became. Because Zhong Wuyan had warned them beforehand, most of them weren't carrying firearms, they were all on the vehicles. The only personal weapons they carried were small items, like daggers and pistols. Now, they had to leave these things on the mountaintop, especially grenades and bombs. They could easily blow themselves up if handled carelessly. This is troublesome. Everyone was starting to feel a headache coming on. Accustomed to firearms, suddenly being back to fighting barehanded, unable to even use melee weapons, made many members feel insecure. Fortunately, they were all experienced hunters. They quickly adjusted their mindset, chopping down trees to make spears, lances, bows, and arrows. Hai Shinyu was the most impressive, crafting a tree trunk nearly 4 meters long and 6 centimeters in diameter, so thick that most people couldn't even grip it. Li Jushu tightened his grip on the dagger made from the mountain antler's claws. At that moment, he completely understood why a Legion commander like Coyote Angio had personally requested materials. In some situations, certain weapons can unleash tremendous power. After resting overnight on the mountaintop, they descended the next day, having unloaded all metal-related items and left them at the summit. However, after passing the halfway point, they discovered something terrifying. Their bodies suddenly felt heavier. Gravity has increased, said Lingnan Monkey calmly and seriously. Everyone be careful. Given this terrain, the further down you go, the stronger the gravity will be. If anyone can't handle it, speak up. Those who participated in the mission were at least level 3 hunters, possessing strong physical abilities. They could withstand this weight, though it was very uncomfortable. Walking comfortably, and suddenly carrying 40 kilograms of weight, was unpleasant for anyone. Lingnan Monkey's assessment was accurate. The further down they went, the heavier their steps became. Even a strength-type hunter like Hai Shinyu was sweating. Li Jushu glanced at the sky, it was almost dark. Going downhill should have been easier than going uphill, but due to gravity, everyone's pace slowed down. After a whole day, they hadn't even reached halfway. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the group's tranquility. Ah! Chapter 204. A newly recruited member rolled on the ground, clutching his head and screaming in agony. His face was contorted in agony. Copper Coin, what's wrong? Speak. What happened? What's wrong? Tell us, where are you hurt? Did something bite you? The member named Copper Coin's voice became hoarse, his eyes rolled back, and his limbs began to convulse. He couldn't speak at all. Hold him down and check him, Li Jushu ordered. Copper Coin's strength suddenly became astonishing. 2 members couldn't hold him down and nearly threw him off the mountain, looking quite disheveled. Hai Shenyu personally had to subdue him. After stripping him naked and examining him, they found no wounds. By then, Copper Coin was foaming at the mouth, and his breathing was rapidly weakening. "Look at the head," exclaimed the Lingyan monkey. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the monkey's head. A hole the size of a thumb was visible. Something must have crawled inside. Just then, Tongqian's body stiffened, and it stopped breathing. It was dead. Tongqian. Tongqian didn't respond, but blood was flowing from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. There's something inside its head. Even the slowest person understood what had happened. Li Jushu glanced at Hai Shenyu, who remained expressionless. He clenched his right fist and smashed it down with lightning speed. Tongqian's head shattered on impact, revealing a translucent worm about the size of a Zen monk. The worm was happily feeding on the brain matter. Suddenly, the head shattered into pieces, and the startled worm spread its wings and flew away like a bolt of lightning. Brain matter and blood splattered from the wings, forming a red and white mist. See Cucumber right, and the Wutai Mountain monk both tried to catch the insect, but neither could. Just as the insect was about to disappear into the darkness, a flash of white light appeared, and the insect fell from midair. It was a playing card. The insect was only knocked down, not cut in half. The Wutai Mountain monk rushed over. "This is a dew-eating insect. Don't touch it," the Lingnan monkey shouted. The Wutai Mountain monk's hand, about to touch the insect, froze. The Lingnan monkey pulled out a glass bottle and quickly rushed forward, putting the insect inside. He closed the bottle, a look of delight on his face, and explained to the puzzled crowd, "This kind of insect isn't very aggressive, but it can easily break bones and likes to eat human brains. Everyone should wear their hats and not take them off." Only then did the crowd realize that Copper Coin had taken off his hat sometime earlier. After understanding the reason, everyone was no longer afraid. It was just a pity about Copper Coin. The dead cannot be brought back to life. They could only dig a hole and bury him on the spot. The dew-eating worm, also called the corpse dew worm, only breeds in places with large numbers of corpses. The Lingnan monkey whispered to Li Jushu. "You mean there are many corpses nearby?" Li Jushu looked at him. "Mass graves, battlefields, and the like," the Lingnan monkey replied. "How could there be a mass grave in this place?" Li Jushu suspected he was talking nonsense. "I was just using an analogy." The Lingnan monkey smiled awkwardly, then continued, "The dew-eating worm can treat migraines and amnesia. It's a valuable medicinal ingredient. Keep it. You can deal with it when you get back. It can break bones. Won't it break glass?" Li Jushu asked. "No, dew-eating worms don't like glass. They're not aggressive towards things they don't like," the Lingnan monkey said confidently. "Are there many of these?" Li Jushu glanced at the night sky. Not every member was wearing a hat. They had all been wearing helmets with metal clasps, so the helmets had been left on the mountaintop. On the way down, some wore cloth hats, some didn't. Hai Shenyu wasn't wearing a hat, and two of the members were bald, quickly covering their heads with their clothes. "It's hard to say, it depends on how many corpses there are," the Lingnan monkey couldn't guarantee. "Everyone get some rest. I keep watch tonight," Li Jushu ordered. Without lighting a fire, no one else could find dew-eating worms, only he could. The group quickly quieted down, and everyone fell asleep. Li Jushu sat on a large rock, looking at the boundless void and the dark, unchanging forest, marveling at the vastness of the world and the insignificance of humanity. A drop in the ocean. How could a tiny creature, no bigger than a finger joint, pierce through a skull? The skull is the hardest part of the human body. The playing cards he fired could embed themselves 3 centimeters deep into rock, yet they couldn't harm the dew-eating worm in the slightest. How did this little thing grow like that? Explosive power. He suddenly thought of the dew-eating worm's 2-centimeter-long proboscis, similar to a hospital needle, flexible yet powerful, retracting into its body when not in use, and suddenly ejected at a terrifying speed of 8 times the speed of sound. It was precisely this terrifying speed that allowed it to pierce a skull in an instant. Calculations showed that the penetrating power of the dew-eating worm's proboscis was 2.8 times that of a Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle. Speed. A playing card appeared in Li Jushu's hand. He mentally simulated the predatory behavior of the dew-eating insect, recreating it bit by bit. Suddenly, his finger flicked, and the card vanished, reappearing in a rock 30 meters away, deeply embedded, with only a small corner showing the ace of spades. A knowing smile appeared on Li Jushu's lips. His hand was the same, yet different. "Go and rest. I keep watch." Late at night, Zhong Wuyan crawled out of her sleeping bag, worried that Li Jushu, having stayed up all night, wouldn't be energetic the next day. "I'm fine. When sniping targets, it's common to go for days and nights without sleep. Li Jushi patted the person beside him, gesturing for Zhong Wuyan to sit down. Now I understand why animals sell for so much. With roads like this, an animal that doesn't sell for hundreds of millions would truly be a disservice to the hunter's hard work. Li Jushi thought of large animals like the Cheongju, truly wondering how hunters manage to traverse mountains and valleys to bring them back. They're still alive. The difficulty is no less than carrying a heavy armored vehicle over mountains. We should reach our destination tomorrow, Zhong Wuyan said. What are you worried about? Li Jushi turned to look at her. Her face showed no expectation, but deep worry lurked in her eyes. I don't know. I just have a feeling this mission won't go smoothly. Zhong Wuyan shook her head. Perhaps she was too nervous about the mission. Concern can cloud judgment. Or perhaps it was because it was her first time traveling so far. This was truly a remote, uninhabited area. We are humans, naturally the greatest creatures. Insects and beasts alike, whether they evolve towards venom or size, will ultimately become prey for humans. Time has proven this. The brain is the most powerful force. Li Jushi put his arm around Zhong Wuyan's shoulder, his fingers becoming somewhat restless. After the mission, I treat you to a drink. No, you're not offering a drink. You clearly have ulterior motives. Zhong Wuyan rolled her eyes at him, her true intentions hidden. You can't think of me like that. I just want to drink more to boost the economy, Li Jushi said righteously. If I had just met you, I would have believed you, Zhong Wuyan said. Just pretend you just met me, because every day I'm a new person. Chapter 205. Descending from the mountains, they entered a canyon. Li Jushi usually understood canyons as narrow gaps between two cliffs, typically carved out by flowing water. However, the canyon before him felt more like a basin. Have you ever seen a canyon over 20 kilometers wide? The terrain was like a neatly stacked pile of building blocks, suddenly disturbed by a mischievous child from the neighbor's house, who knocked it all over. One moment it was sand dunes, the next piles of rocks, then low bushes, then swamps, each one different. Unseen plants, animals, insects, rocks. If a scientist came here, they would be overjoyed. This place was a treasure trove. 7 colored orchids, pure golden 3-leaf lotus, giant mushrooms as tall as a person. They looked harmless, but no one dared touch them. Even Lingnan Monkey, who considered himself an expert, struggled to discern any danger. Something's coming. Lingnan Monkey, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. The others halted as well, listening intently. A tremor came, like the sound of a train. Northwest corner, there's a big one. The white goat's expression immediately turned serious. It came straight in this direction. Is this its territory? The monk from Wutai Mountain squinted, surveying the surroundings. The rocks stood tall, each like a sharp thorn, varying in height. 2 or 3 meters for the shorter ones, 20 or 30 meters for the taller ones, and didn't resemble a nest at all. Could it be related to these eggs? Chef Su crouched down and found a nest of gray eggs at the base of the largest stalagmite. There were 32 eggs, each about the size of an adult's fist. Whether it is or not, Chef Zhu, you take the eggs and go back immediately. Li Jushi made a decisive decision, selecting 2 more members to accompany Chef Zhu. Just as the 3 left, a thicket of bushes dozens of meters away suddenly collapsed, revealing a colossal creature. It had a pale yellow body, many segments and legs, the legs being long and segmented. Its head and upper body were covered with fine, light-colored hairs, each like a thorn. Its antennae were divided into 4 segments, the last forked. Only its head and part of its body were visible, yet it was already as tall as a 1-story building. Its carapace reflected an indestructible light under the illumination. Run! This was Li Jushi's first reaction. His original plan was for Chef Zhu and the other 2 to run first, while he and his men would hold them off for a while, until they were completely safe. Then he would lead his men to retreat. However, the moment he saw this enormous creature, he knew it was beyond their capabilities. This is a candle centipede. It can grow up to 30 meters long. The Lingnan monkey shouted, his face filled with terror. The members scattered and fled. Li Jushu had only run 50 meters when he heard a scream. He turned around and saw the centipede had caught up with the slowest member. With a sweep of its antennae, the centipede sliced the member into 4 pieces. The members ahead, hearing the scream, instinctively looked back, their speed inevitably slowing for a moment. The centipede pounced, turning them into a mangled mess, too badly even for a surgeon to reassemble. Seeing the centipede's full size, Li Jushu understood why the monkeys of Lingnan were so terrified. A semi-trailer is only 15 or 16 meters long, while the centipede was comparable to a full trailer. Wherever it passed, vegetation snapped instantly, rock shattered, and 2 deep trenches were carved into the ground. The candle grub was enormous, yet incredibly fast. None of the members could outrun it. Screams rang out in succession, and in less than a minute, Li Jushu saw 4 members dead. Damn it! Li Jushu suddenly cried out in anger upon hearing the receding crashing sound. He turned around, and sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The candle grub, which had been chasing in other directions, had suddenly changed course and was charging towards him. He had already run 200 meters, confident that his agile movements would allow him to outrun it. However, Zhong Wuyan was behind him, more than 50 meters behind. At the candle grub's speed, catching up with her was only a matter of time. He was heartbroken at the deaths of the other members, but that was all he felt. Zhong Wuyan couldn't die. He abruptly stopped, glancing left and right. He found nothing that could harm the candle grub. If only he had a sniper rifle, or even better, a rocket launcher. He bent down and picked up a rock the size of a human head from the ground. He waited in his hand for a few moments, then dropped it. A playing card appeared in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he put the card away and replaced it with a dagger. A dagger made from the claws of a mountain monster. Don't attack its eyes. The candle grub's weak point is its feet. Zhong Wuyan rushed past Li Jushu, wisely choosing not to stay and fight the candle grub together. Li Jushu was initially surprised, then suddenly realized. The candle grub's eyes were similar to the compound eyes of a dragonfly. Piercing 1 or 2 holes wouldn't blind it. It was like having a needle stuck in a shirt. His first thought was indeed to attack its eyes. Luckily, Zhong Wuyan's reminder was timely, otherwise, he would have wasted a dagger. Attacking the eyes was possible from 50 or 60 meters away, but if the target was its feet, that wouldn't work. Li Jushu took out the playing cards again. Although he knew it was impossible, he still wanted to try. At 50 meters, his right hand moved almost imperceptibly. The playing cards transformed into a beam of white light, flashing past too fast for the eye to catch. Thud, the playing cards collided with the joint of one of the candle centipede's legs. The powerful force shattered the cards instantly, leaving the candle centipede's leg unharmed. The centipede hadn't even noticed. A monster? No wonder old creatures like the white goat and powerful beasts, like the sea cucumber, could suddenly run so fast. They must have encountered similar beasts before, and knew how dangerous they were, which was why they ran so recklessly. Li Jushu huddled under a clump of weeds. Judging from the candle centipede's trajectory, its target was Zhong Wuyan, and it hadn't paid any attention to him. This was why he dared to take the risk. Just as the candle grubble brushed past him, Li Jushu suddenly struck, his dagger slicing with all its might across the joint. 3 of the candle grubble's legs snapped off. The dagger got stuck on the 4th leg. Due to the angle, the 4th leg deviated from the joint. Li Jushu swiftly released his grip, flipping backward. The spot where he had been crouching was now a mess, with 4 deep cuts on the ground. The candle grubble turned and chased after him. Its massive body was incredibly agile. A card turning around would take at least 10 minutes, but the candle grubble turned in a fraction of a second. In an instant, Li Jushu felt an immense pressure. It reminded him of Shomubai. The aura of death, like a venomous snake, clung to his neck, ready to bite at any moment. He sprinted, every muscle in his body straining, heading towards the stalagmite, hoping to use it to slow the candle grubble's speed. However, he was still naive. 50 meters from the stalagmite, a chill ran down his back, followed by a burning pain. He touched it. It was covered in blood, a cut over 20 centimeters long, more than a centimeter deep, exposing the bone. With all his might, he lunged forward, then rolled. A deafening crash echoed, as a 2-meter-high rock shattered into pieces. The stalagmite, undeterred, surged forward. Chapter 206. Taking a deep breath, Li Jushu's speed suddenly doubled, passing through the stalagmites with a deafening roar behind him. Stalagmites collapsed, and the candle grubbers emerged from the rubble. Your eggs are still inside. Aren't you going to leave them? Li Jushu immediately realized that those eggs probably weren't the candle grubbers. Otherwise, why wouldn't it check its eggs first after returning, instead of thinking about killing them? From a biological perspective, mothers always care about their offspring. It doesn't seem certain, the candle grubber reminded him. Structurally, it should be classified as an insect. Whether insects love their babies is hard to say. Li Jushu's mind raced with these thoughts, but he dared not relax his footing. Bang! The wooden stick on the sea cucumber's right hand slammed into the candle grubber's leg, breaking the solid wood in 2 instantly. The sea cucumber staggered back 5 or 6 steps, its hands numb, and it took it a long time to recover. Fortunately, The candle centipede wasn't paying attention to him, only chasing after Li Jushu, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have survived. On the other side, the white goat, also returning, was using a vine from who knows where to form a simple tripwire. The Wutai mountain monk, dozens of meters away, gathered his strength and shouted, his long spear, carved from a wooden stick, striking the candle centipede's eye like lightning. Thud! The spear was sent flying. The candle centipede's head twisted slightly, glancing at the Wutai mountain monk, before crashing into the vine. The taut vine snapped in less than a second. The candle centipede's rapid charge gave the white goat hope. He shouted towards Li Jushu. 11 o'clock. Although Li Jushu didn't understand the white goat's meaning, he didn't hesitate. He changed direction and rushed towards the 11 o'clock position. He quickly realized what was happening. A vast expanse of vines completely covered the ground. His speed immediately slowed after he rushed in. There were too many vines, crisscrossing and intertwining, and a slight misstep could cause him to trip. He had only gone in about 30 meters when the candle centipede arrived. The candle centipede's long legs were an advantage, but having many legs was not an advantage either. It was easier for it to get entangled in the vines than a two-legged human. The candle centipede possessed terrifying strength, easily tearing the vines apart. However, as it went deeper, the vines became more numerous and thicker, and the candle centipede's speed rapidly decreased. Hit it in the eyes with stones. The monk from Wutai Mountain shouted to the sea cucumber right, who was also chasing after him. The two picked up stones and threw them from a distance. Both men had no problem with their strength at a distance of 50 or 60 meters. The problem lay in their accuracy. The monk from Wutai Mountain was slightly better, probably because he had trained. He hit the eye about once in 2 strikes. The sea cucumber, however, hadn't trained. He struck 6 or 7 times, but none hit the eye, all hitting the candle centipede's back. The rock shattered, but the candle centipede remained unharmed. Its defense was too strong. The white goat didn't choose to attack. He knew very well that his strength was inferior to that of the monk from Wutai Mountain and the sea cucumber. Their attacks were ineffective, and his attack would only yield worse results. So, relying on his agility, he circled around the candle centipede, throwing vines, anything, thick or thin, anything he could grab, at it. The power of the candle grub was indeed terrifying, but as the vines wrapped around its body, more and more of them appeared, and its speed began to decrease. After dodging several attacks, Li Jushu suddenly approached the candle grub, a dagger appearing in his hand. Before the candle grub could react, he severed 2 of its legs with a single stroke and quickly retreated. The candle centipede flew into a rage, its head thrashing from side to side, breaking countless vines. But soon, more vines coiled around it. Li Jushu watched intently, and as the candle centipede's attention was diverted by the monk from Mount Wutai striking its eye again, he darted forward with lightning speed, then retreated just as quickly. In this exchange, the candle centipede lost 2 more legs. The candle centipede was now missing 7 legs, all on the same side. Although it had many legs, it still had some impact, its agility noticeably reduced. At this moment, Li Jushu pointed to one of the legs and shouted to the white goat there. The white goat immediately noticed the dagger stuck in the leg. While Li Jushu was distracting the candle centipede, it quickly approached, grabbed the dagger, and slashed it cleanly, severing the leg in half. The white goat retreated, and the candle grub turned and chased after him. Li Jushu circled to the other side, and with 3 swift strokes, 3 legs were severed from its body. Before the candle grub could turn around, he had retreated dozens of meters away, then took out 2 daggers, and threw them to the monk from Wutai Mountain and the sea cucumber. Surround and attack. The mountain monster had 10 claws, but only 8 were suitable for making daggers. 2 were too short, so Li Jushu made them into throwing knives. He gave 3 of the 8 claws to the heavenly pepper, and after crafting the remaining 5, he gave 1 to Shang Wuyan. He only had 4, and now he had distributed them all. The candle grub was born with many legs, and suddenly losing 7 or 8 made it difficult to adapt. This manifested in its agility, as if it had a cerebellar underdevelopment. Li Jushu and the other 3 were all experienced hunters. Although it was their first time working together, they were very coordinated. One person attracted the monster's attention, while the other 3 took the opportunity to cut off its legs. The number of legs cut off clearly showed the strength levels of the 4 hunters. Li Jushu could sever 3 legs with a single stroke. With a charged attack, he could easily sever 4. The monk from Wutai Mountain and the sea cucumber could each sever 2 legs, while the white goat could only sever 1 leg at a time, showing the least strength. Half an hour later, the candle centipede was left with only 4 legs. These 4 legs struggled to support its massive body, and with a swift stroke from Li Jushu, another leg was severed. Crack! The remaining 3 legs could no longer support it and snapped. The candle centipede crashed heavily to the ground. Li Jushu and the other 3 stopped attacking, standing in 4 directions, panting heavily, each drenched in sweat. Except for the deceased member, everyone else returned. The candle centipede, without legs, had lost its mobility, but it hadn't completely lost its fighting ability. Its tail could still sway from side to side, and its head could still bite. It took another 10 minutes or so to finally kill the candle centipede. The candle grubber has been feeding on poisonous insects for a long time, so its flesh contains toxins and is inedible. However, its shell is hard, and its feet are excellent materials. We can take them back to forge daggers, arrowheads, armor, and the like. They're still quite valuable. The Lingnan monkey's eyes gleamed. Let's deal with it. Li Jushu tossed a dagger to the Lingnan monkey. None of the other weapons could penetrate the candle grubber's shell. Only these 5 daggers made from the claws of the mountain goblin could cut through it. The Wutai mountain monk and the sea cucumber each picked up 2 feet to use as weapons. They were better than sticks. The others followed suit, picking up feet as weapons as well. Everyone had one, and they found there were still some left on the ground. The candle grubber had a lot of feet. Zhong Huiyan bandaged Li Jushu's wounds. Li Jushu looked around. Apart from the 4 dead members, he was the only one injured. Everyone else was unharmed. This is a real treasure. The Lingnan monkey finally dug out a bloody, gallbladder-like object, explaining to the others' disgusted expressions. This is the venom sac of a candle centipede, filled with venom, all high in protein. After processing, it can be made into a nutritional supplement, extremely nourishing, its effects no less than ginseng or cordyceps. Those wealthy people are willing to pay high prices for this stuff. Everyone, take a break, we set off in half an hour. Li Jushu looked at the disintegrated candle centipede, somewhat relieved that there was a patch of vines here. Chapter 207. After a day of searching, they found no Duda beast, and instead lost 2 members. One member was cut by the leaves of some unknown plant, his skin turning black, and he died of poisoning. The other member fell into a swamp, and was never found. That evening, during their rest, they discussed the situation and made a rather unwise decision, to split up and search. Splitting up in unfamiliar territory was dangerous, but the canyon was so vast, searching for a small beast without splitting up would take forever. Everyone was an experienced hunter, aware of the drawbacks of splitting up, but also knowing it was a last resort, so no one objected. However, it wasn't a solo effort. 2 people per group, allowing them to form 25 groups, would certainly be more efficient than not splitting up. Li Jushu and Zhong Huiyan formed a group, trudging through the undergrowth, their pace slow. Swamps were everywhere. One step might be solid ground, the next a swamp. The canyon was a waterlogged area, the ground perpetually damp, easily forming swamps. Some swamps were easily identifiable, while others were not, covered by a layer of grass, looking no different from normal land, yet a single step into one could be fatal. Are those eggs from the candle grubs? Zhong Huiyan kept wondering about this. Suddenly Li Jushu, walking ahead, flicked his finger. A flash of white light appeared, and a small, bluish snake shot out from the grass, falling to the ground in 2 pieces. It was about the thickness of a chopstick, 30 centimeters long, and its triangular head sent chills down Zhong Huiyan's spine. The damp environment not only bred swarms of mosquitoes, but also a wide variety of venomous snakes, almost all of them highly poisonous. Along her journey, she had seen more than 30 venomous snakes, none of them the same. Even someone as unafraid of snakes as her was now somewhat traumatized. If it weren't for Li Jushu, she would have died at least 6 times over. After surviving numerous dangers and walking for over 3 hours, the terrain improved, the ground became less damp, and the dry ground brought Zhong Huiyan a strange sense of relief. Let's rest here for a bit, Li Jushu said, stopping on a large rock. The rock's flat top served as a natural platform, easily 2 square meters in size, large enough for 2 people to sit comfortably. Zhong Huiyan took out some dry rations from her backpack. Li Jushu preferred meat, while Zhong Huiyan craved sweets like cakes. Li Jushu didn't correct her on this point. His view of her was that she was confined to the base, and he unlikely to send her on missions again. Missions were too dangerous. Eating sweets long-term was bad for her teeth. Cavities were the biggest problem. There's a saying, a toothache isn't a disease, but when it hurts, it's unbearable. A sudden toothache during a crucial mission could truly be fatal. He hadn't experienced this himself, but Chao Gang had. One of Chao Gang's longtime snipers, because of his love for sweets, a perfectly reasonable reason being that sweets are high in calories and keep you full for a long time, neglected the damage to his teeth. Once, During an encounter with the enemy, a toothache flared up, and he fired 4 shots without hitting the target, ultimately being killed by a third-rate sniper. Because of this incident, Chao Gang was quite critical of Li Jushu's frequent consumption of chocolate or candy while on missions. The wilderness is different from a base. It's difficult to find conditions for brushing teeth and protecting them, and often, even water is unavailable. Li Jushu understood Chao Gang's good intentions and avoided sweets except when on missions. Halfway through their meal, Li Jushu and Zhong Huiyan simultaneously turned eastward. About 2.5 kilometers away, a giant bird soared into the sky, instantly reaching the clouds. Its claws gripped a person, one of their members. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. "It's Miji!" Zhong Huiyan exclaimed, both shocked and furious. She recognized this member, small in stature, with a cheerful personality. The giant bird's wingspan was about 5.5 meters. Its speed was astonishing. With a gentle flap of its wings, it reached the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye as a black dot. Li Jushu gripped the pig's trotter tightly, the bones almost breaking, staring intently in the direction the giant bird had vanished. The scream quickly faded, finally disappearing completely. Zhong Huiyan glanced uneasily upwards. She had been focused on the danger below, never expecting a crisis from the sky. "Don't move!" Li Jushu suddenly spoke, his voice low. Zhong Huiyan's muscles tensed instantly, as she looked at him uneasily. She saw danger in his expression, but she couldn't pinpoint its source. However, she trusted Li Jushu. She had a strong premonition that danger was nearby, very close. The earth suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake yet different. Zhong Huiyan looked anxiously into the distance, finding nothing amiss. Just as she was wondering, she was horrified to find herself rising, instantly ascending to the height of a 7- or 8-story building. She finally understood where the tremor was coming from. A beast she had never seen before, which had been resting on the ground, now stood up, and they were sitting on its back. "Go!" Li Jushu grabbed Zhong Huiyan and rushed to the edge, jumping off without a second thought for the danger. While they were still in midair, the giant beast shook its body, sending rocks, mud, weeds, bird droppings, bushes, all sorts of things crashing to the ground like a mudslide. Li Jushu and Zhong Huiyan couldn't escape. Li Jushu held Zhong Huiyan in his arms, letting whatever was hitting his back pelt him. Bang! The two landed on the grass, luckily avoiding the rocks. They rolled on the ground to absorb the impact, then ran frantically away, dodging the falling rubble and debris. Having finally reached a safe area, neither of them was clean. Neither cared about their clothes. Their eyes were completely drawn to an enormous beast, a creature the size of a small mountain, resembling a pangolin. Its back had a flat area the size of a basketball court, the purpose of which was unclear. Its legs were thick and short. The beast had shed most of its pack, but a third of the remaining material, perhaps due to its age and strong adhesion, hadn't fallen off. The beast ignored it, and slowly strode deeper into the area. Of course, its slowness was relative to its own size. With legs nearly 12 meters long, each step easily covered 7 or 8 meters. In no time, it had covered several kilometers. Astoundingly, despite its massive size, it moved with almost no sound. It was very light. Once the beast disappeared from sight, Li Jushu and Zhong Huiyan exchanged a glance, their gaze falling on the spot where the beast had been lying. An oval-shaped blank space, once covered in greenery, now revealed pure earth, a stark contrast, like a scar. Of course, the two weren't staring at the blank space because it was blinding, but also because there was an egg in the soil, an egg the size of a wash basin, silver, the same color as the giant beast. Chapter 208. Another egg. Not long ago, we collected dozens of eggs, and now another one has surfaced. However, this one is enormous, equivalent to those dozens. Most of the giant silver egg was buried under various debris. Only the tip of the mud and weeds that the giant beast had shaken off its back were visible. "It's so big, our backpacks can't hold it," Zhong Huiyan said, troubled. If the previous dozens of eggs couldn't prove whether they belonged to the candle gill, then this egg was 100% certain to be from the giant beast. It was still steaming, freshly laid. "If we can't carry it, we eat it," Li Jushu said. "Are you sure?" Zhong Huiyan paused, measuring it. "If you don't have enough, I can eat a little," Li Jushu said. Zhong Huiyan rolled her eyes at him. "Is that what I meant? The two of us can't possibly finish this. Squeeze in, or if you really can't, get some exercise. I only ever heard of people starving to death, never of people dying from overeating." Li Jushu was completely unconcerned. "Wait a minute, let's see if you're still so tough. How are you going to eat it?" Raw? Zhong Huiyan actually liked poached eggs, but obviously didn't have a pot big enough for them. Have you ever had a roasted egg? Li Jushu immediately started a fire to roast the egg. It was the first time either of them had seen an egg this big, and worried it wouldn't be cooked through, so they roasted it for a full hour and a half. It should be about done, right? Zhong Huiyan wasn't sure. She had never been in the kitchen before, and had absolutely no experience. I think it's about done, just don't burn it. Li Jushu put out the fire, cracked open the eggshell. The shell was surprisingly hard. Like a rock, it took him 7/10 of his strength to crack it open. Crunch! A rich aroma filled the air, and fragrance unlike any other in the world, neither meaty nor floral, but pleasant and comforting. Zhong Huiyan was initially hesitant to eat this unseasoned food, but because Li Jushu was in high spirits, she didn't want to spoil his mood and had been cooperating. The moment she smelled the aroma, she couldn't help but show surprise and anticipation. The egg white was silver, the yolk golden. The two ate it without stopping, seemingly addicted. Surprisingly, even after the whole egg was in their stomachs, they didn't feel full, their bodies felt warm and comfortable. How amazing, Zhong Huiyan said. Maybe there's a problem, Li Jushu suddenly said. Your face is red? You're having a nosebleed. Zhong Huiyan exclaimed in surprise. I overdid it. Li Jushu's internal energy cultivation technique activated on its own, the first time it had done so since Luo Chuqing taught him. Why do you have two heads? I'm so dizzy and hot. Zhong Huiyan was unaware that her face was even redder, her skin seemingly about to bleed. I ate too much. Li Jushu couldn't help but take off his clothes to cool down. When he turned around, Zhong Huiyan was already naked faster than him, her eyes glazed over, completely irrational. Don't run around. Li Jushu was startled. There was a small pond not far away, but who would dare jump into such a pond? They wouldn't even know how they died. He quickly hugged Zhong Huiyan, and as soon as he did, something incredible happened. Zhong Huiyan, who should have been burning hot, suddenly became icy cold, the alternation of hot and cold feeling incredibly comfortable. Zhong Huiyan felt the same way. Where he touched her, it was cool and comfortable, and she immediately clung to Li Jushu like an octopus, as if he were a giant block of ice. Yin and Yang. Li Jushu suddenly understood. The egg was the origin of life. The Tao gives rise to Yin and Yang, one Yin and one Yang, the beginning of life, Yin and Yang alternating, endlessly regenerating. He didn't understand why these things were appearing in his mind, but he knew what to do. The two embraced, using the ground as their bed, and the sky as their blanket. Night fell, and the night passed. This place had been inhabited by a giant beast for a long time, retaining its aura. Even ordinary, powerful insects dared not approach. The two spent a safe night. The intense life processes ended before dawn. Zhong Huiyan fell into a deep sleep, while Li Jushu, with his eyes closed, did not sleep. He was experiencing this new world. The chirping of insects, the crawling of ants, the mantis stalking the cicada, the crickets fighting. Scenes appeared in his mind, all of which he had heard. He had broken through again. Luo Chuqing had told him that each breakthrough required years, or even decades of accumulation, reaching a certain level before another breakthrough could occur. His current situation exceeded what Luo Chuqing had told him. He wasn't worried at all. Such a fortuitous encounter with a giant beast egg wasn't something ordinary people could experience. Even those who did would be unable to withstand such immense energy, and would explode. Firstly, he had just broken through to the next level. His physical functions were at their peak. Secondly, he didn't eat the whole egg alone. Zhong Huiyan ate half. Most importantly, Zhong Huiyan was a woman. The yin and yang energies gradually digested the energy, ultimately turning it into an aid. The benefits he gained were immeasurable, and Zhong Huiyan also received enormous benefits. Otherwise, she couldn't have endured such a long period of life force. At dawn, Zhong Huiyan woke up and, not seeing Li Jushu beside her, was initially startled. Then she saw Li Jushu walking towards her from a distance, carrying two fish. How does it feel? Li Jushu asked with a smile. The two fish had already been prepared. They were grilled over a fire, sprinkled with salt, and soon the aroma filled the air. Zhong Huiyan didn't feel anything at first, but soon she noticed changes in her body. Her eyesight and hearing had improved to varying degrees, and most terrifyingly, her strength had increased. She could easily lift rocks weighing 400 or 500 pounds, and with a forceful throw, she could throw them over 10 meters. Did I do this? She looked at her hands in disbelief, fair and rosy, just like the sea cucumbers, rough and deformed. Superwoman, stop daydreaming. Eat the fish. After we finish, we need to get out of here quickly, Li Jushu shouted. Why? Zhong Huiyan asked. If the giant beast is like a turtle, laying its eggs, and then leaving them to hatch on their own, that's fine. But what if the giant beast comes back and finds out we ate its eggs? What do you think it will do to us? Li Jushu asked. It will use us to fill its teeth, Zhong Huiyan said. I hope I'm overthinking it, Li Jushu said. It's unbelievable that an egg can increase power so much, even more effective than a potion, Zhong Huiyan said. Potions are just essences extracted from plants or animals. This giant beast is hundreds of years old. The essence of hundreds of years is naturally stronger than a drop or two. That's not strange. What I'm curious about is why some beasts are useful to humans, while others don't have anything good about them, Li Jushu said. Could it be like bezoar or pig gallstones, 1 in 10,000? Zhong Huiyan suddenly asked. Your line of thinking is very reasonable, Li Jushu said, taken aback. He hadn't even considered that. He handed one fish to Zhong Huiyan, ate another himself, and just as he took a bite, a plume of pink smoke rose into the sky from the northwest, exceptionally conspicuous against the blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 209. A low, mournful howl echoed far and wide within the canyon. The member running ahead let out a blood-curdling scream, instantly torn to shreds by the wolves. Next came the others, who, despite their best efforts, were no match for the four-legged Crimson Flame Rock Wolves, who knew the canyon's terrain intimately. A member swiftly thrust his candle grub's foot, piercing the belly of a Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, with a screech. He tried to pull it out but failed. The wolf had its jaws firmly locked on the candle grub's foot. He knew he was doomed, but before he could release his grip, snap! His left foot was severed. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him. As he collapsed, 7 or 8 Crimson Flame Rock Wolves swarmed him, tearing him to pieces in the blink of an eye. Before his consciousness faded, he heard the distant screams. A wave of regret washed over him, before he knew nothing more. He underestimated the number of red flame wolves, and shouldn't have sent out the signal smoke for help. As a result, he not only failed to escape, but also endangered the rest of his crew. Wolves are probably the most combative creatures besides humans. Whether prairie wolves or forest wolves, they are naturally adept at fighting. Aggression is the least important criterion for judging a creature's fighting prowess. The 4 most important factors are teamwork, the courage to challenge stronger predators, endurance, and the use of tools. Lions are good at teamwork, but they dare not attack predators that are clearly stronger than them. Wild boars are fearless. Once provoked, they will challenge even the most formidable opponents, but they lack teamwork. Ants are fearless and cooperative, but lacking endurance, they can't go far. Wolves fulfill 3 criteria, except for their inability to use tools. Otherwise, the wolf race would rule the starfield. When Li Jushu saw hundreds of Crimson Flame Rock Wolves, he immediately lit a blue smoke stick. Red smoke indicated a distress signal, while blue smoke indicated to stay away. Crimson Flame Rock Wolves are the size of large water buffalo, weighing between 1.5 and 2 tons. Their skin is like rock, crimson red, and when they run, they resemble leaping flames, hence their name. They have 4 canine teeth, each 35 centimeters long, capable of easily biting a person in half. Li Jushu suddenly accelerated, covering the 200-meter distance in just 4 seconds. He raised his right hand high and slammed it down, landing squarely on the forehead of a Crimson Flame Rock Wolf that was turning its head. Crack! The skull shattered upon impact, and the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf collapsed to the ground, instantly killed. Li Jushu's second punch failed him. His entire right arm was numb and tingling, his fist red and swollen. Although he had broken through again, his mortal body meant his fist's hardness was ultimately inferior to that of a wild beast's bones. His fist wasn't broken, that was thanks to his internal energy. He swiftly ducked and ducked, dodging the bite of the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf that attacked from the side. Before the wolf could bite a second time, he grabbed one of its upper and lower canine teeth with each hand, unleashing a burst of primal power. Roar! His chest, abdomen, and back tensed, all his power concentrated in his arms. In that instant, as the veins bulged, a piercing, blood-boiling sound was heard as the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf's jaws split open, blood gushing out like a tidal wave. Li Jushu shifted 3 meters to the right, avoiding the wolf's lunge, and pounced as it turned, his left fist striking the wolf's neck like lightning. Crack! The Crimson Flame Rock Wolf's head slumped limply, its fierce glint quickly fading. 2 white flashes streaked across the sky, and the eyes of the charging Crimson Flame Rock Wolf exploded, plunging the world into darkness. The wolf panicked, letting out a furious howl. Li Jushu bent down and picked up a candle grub's foot, perhaps left behind by one of the members, and hurled it with all his might. The foot flashed through the air like lightning, pinning a crimson flame rock wolf to the ground. Sea Cucumber Right, surrounded by crimson flame rock wolves, was suddenly invigorated. Despair had set in, his companions were dead, and his left arm had been bitten off, bleeding profusely. Go! Li Jushu charged through the ranks of 7 or 8 crimson flame rock wolves with incredible speed, his fists slamming into the air with a whooshing sound. Thump! The necks of 2 crimson flame rock wolves snapped, their heads drooping limply. Li Jushu grabbed Hai Shenyu and threw him out of the encirclement, the fastest way to escape. For the first time in his life, Hai Shenyu experienced the feeling of being thrown more than 40 meters, seemingly riding the wind. The anticipated leg breakage didn't occur, he was caught by Zhong Wuyin. Zhong Wuyin and Li Jushu started running simultaneously, but the distance between them quickly widened. Li Jushu had already plunged deep into the crimson flame rock wolf pack and begun his escape, while Zhong Wuyin arrived just in time. Hai Shenyu was still marveling at Zhong Wuyin's strength. He knew the force of the fall was immense, he had prepared himself for a broken bone, yet Zhong Wuyin effortlessly neutralized the impact. Zhong Wuyin then hurled 2 candle grub's feet, pinning the 2 leading crimson flame rock wolves to the ground. Nearly 50 meters, piercing the bodies of the crimson flame rock wolves, the power, the accuracy, left Hai Shenyu dumbfounded. Li Jushu rolled out from under the belly of a crimson flame rock wolf. The crimson flame rock wolf chased after him angrily, but after only 2 steps, with a whoosh, its internal organs spilled out, steaming hot, because its belly had been ripped open. Li Jushu, wielding a dagger made from the claws of a mountain serpent, weaved and darted through the pack of crimson flame rock wolves with incredible speed. Not only did the wolves fail to harm him, but he also disemboweled one and blinded 3 others. Can you still run? Zhong Wuyin asked Hai Shenyu. Yes, Hai Shenyu replied. Zhong Wuyin had already run several meters. Hesitating whether to wait for Li Jushu, he no longer hesitated and took off running. He saw a large number of crimson flame rock wolves changing direction and chasing after him and Zhong Wuyin. The belly of a crimson flame rock wolf is probably the softest part of its body besides its tongue. However, attacking the belly is not easy, of course. The most important thing is to have a sharp dagger, otherwise, it's impossible to cut open the belly. Crack! Li Jushu's foot struck the crimson flame rock wolf's foreleg joint. A burst of ferocious force shattered the wolf's foreleg, the bone piercing the skin and exposing it. The running crimson flame rock wolf collapsed to the ground, letting out an angry and painful howl. 2 playing cards shot out, and another crimson flame rock wolf's eyes exploded. Li Jushu's speed increased again. Just as he was about to close in on the crimson flame rock wolves, he suddenly tilted his head back and slid down, passing under the bellies of both wolves. The 2 wolves simultaneously lowered their heads, narrowly missing his head. He rolled to his feet and sprinted away, instantly widening the distance to over 30 meters. The internal organs of both crimson flame rock wolves spilled out with a clatter, steaming hot. The crimson flame rock wolf took a few steps, and then stopped, utterly exhausted, feeling as if its body had been hollowed out. Chapter 210. The crimson flame rock wolves were fast, but Li Jushu, after his breakthrough, was even faster. He quickly left the wolves far behind, and caught up with Zhong Wuyin and Hai Shenyu. Just as he was about to greet them, his expression changed drastically. Another pack of crimson flame rock wolves appeared out of nowhere, swooping in from the left front, their numbers no less than the ones behind. Don't stop! I cover their retreat! Li Jushu shouted immediately, when he saw Zhong Wuyin and Hai Shenyu slowed down. He was confident he could escape alone, the 3 of them together would only be a hindrance. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. When they were 10 meters apart, playing cards appeared between Li Jushu's fingers. Activated by a special technique, the cards moved at an astonishing speed, like lightning slicing through the void, easily slicing open the crimson flame rock wolves' eyeballs. The eyes are a weak point for most creatures, and the crimson flame rock wolves were no exception. Blindness caused the crimson flame rock wolves to lose their target. The world turned dark, and panic gripped their minds. They began to charge aimlessly, directly impacting the pack's charge. The first 3 crimson flame rock wolves were blind, and Li Jushu practically brushed past them. The pungent, fishy stench emanating from their mouths nearly made him vomit. Brushing his teeth was definitely necessary for humans. The remaining crimson flame rock wolves changed direction and gave chase. Li Jushu silently calculated the distance, and when the wolves were within 5 meters, a playing card was launched. Swoosh! The sound of the playing card cutting through the air reached his ears, and the eyes of the fastest crimson flame rock wolf popped open. The wolf immediately panicked. Li Jushu, having created some distance, suddenly stopped, turned, and charged at the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf. Zhong Huiyan and He Shenyu were too slow. Without buying him time, they wouldn't be able to escape. He Shenyu's wound also needed bandaging, otherwise, even if he escaped, he would bleed to death. His powerful fist avoided the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf's head, slamming into its neck. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Jushu flipped to the other side, and the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, unable to stop in time, snapped its jaws into the broken neck of the wolf, sending blood and flesh flying. Li Jushu dodged a charging Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, crouching low as he slid under the belly of another. His dagger flashed, the sound of it slicing open a belly like tearing cloth. Li Jushu rose, the power of his straightened back flowing into his fist, unleashing a lightning-fast strike. A crisp sound of bones breaking followed, and another Crimson Flame Rock Wolf's neck snapped, its head drooping limply. Li Jushu moved with lightning speed, killing 8 Crimson Flame Rock Wolves and wounding 6 others in the blink of an eye. By the time the two groups of wolves merged, he had already broken free of the pack, and was galloping off in another direction. Zhong Huiyan and He Shenyu were already far away, he only needed to take care of himself. The soreness and numbness in his arms, and the pain in his fists quickly subsided, thanks to the giant beast's egg. If he hadn't eaten the egg, he wouldn't have been able to save anyone, and he might not have even escaped the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves himself. Li Jushu had a chance to shake off the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves, but he deliberately slowed down, wanting to give Zhong Huiyan and He Shenyu more time. He ran like this for over 10 minutes, but the number of Crimson Flame Rock Wolves behind him didn't decrease, in fact, it increased. A rough estimate put the number of wolves at over 300. Imagine the sheer force of over 300 water buffaloes, each weighing nearly 2 tons, stampeding across the land. Li Jushu had heard that the best way to disperse a wolf pack was to kill the Wolf King, but he had searched for a long time without finding it. He didn't know if it hadn't come, or was hiding too well. He assumed Zhong Huiyan and He Shenyu were safe, and was about to accelerate when he looked up and saw plumes of blue smoke rising into the air, about 4 or 5 kilometers apart, directly in front of him, to his left, and to his right. What's going on? He paused, stunned. A wolf pack? Or some other danger? If it was a wolf pack, that would be troublesome. The 3 blue mists spanned over 10 kilometers. If it was a pack of wolves, how many would there be? If it wasn't a wolf pack, then what was it? So many powerful creatures appearing all at once? Or were the dangers in the 3 locations different? Countless thoughts raced through Li Jushu's mind, but he ultimately suppressed the urge to run and check. Those who had accompanied him were experienced hunters. They had a basic understanding of danger. Whether to provide rescue or to move away would be a decision they made after careful consideration. Since they had released the blue signal, he should trust them. Just as he changed direction and sprinted forward, a small, blue, puppy-like creature burst from the bushes and passed in front of him. Its long ears swayed as it ran. It didn't notice Li Jushu, but it did notice the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves charging towards it from not far behind. Startled, it quickly changed direction. At that moment, a large hand grabbed its neck and lifted it up. Li Jushu exclaimed with delight, "Duda Beast! It's Duda Beast!" The Duda Beast, which I'd been searching for days, had finally come out on its own. What about the symbiotic beast? Li Jushu, with his keen sense of danger, immediately thought of Duda Beast's symbiotic beast, the 6-legged armored beast. The data showed that these two were inseparable. If Duda Beast had escaped, the 6-legged armored beast couldn't be far behind. Duda Beast bared its teeth and claws at Li Jushu, struggling fiercely. However, like a cat, it had a hold on its neck, leaving him powerless. Li Jushu chose a direction and ran wildly. He wanted to lure the 6-legged armored beast and the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf into battle. With Duda Beast at his disposal, this goal should be easily achieved. Duda Beast was clever. Realizing Li Jushu was moving away from the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, it stopped struggling. However, its small, dark eyes darted around, giving it a cunning look. Li Jushu ran while constantly looking back. About 7 or 8 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. He couldn't see the hexapod. Weren't those two inseparable? Had the Dujman run off, and the hexapod not noticed, or had something happened to it? Could the blue smoke the members were burning be related to the hexapod? Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, like many crawling insects running wildly. While he was still trying to figure out what it was, the Dujman in his hand tensed up, its fur standing on end, as if facing a formidable enemy. He immediately stopped, changed direction, and increased his speed dramatically. However, after running in several directions, stopping after less than 100 meters each time, The rustling sound grew closer and closer, like a tide. He was surrounded. Dudubi's paws trembled with tension, his eyes filled with fear. Even if he was stupid, he knew what was going on. There was no way out. His gaze swept over all possible routes, and finally, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and charged towards the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf. The Crimson Flame Rock Wolf had also sensed the arrival of other creatures, and had stopped chasing Li Jushu. It hesitated whether to leave, and then it saw Li Jushu charging towards it. Enraged, the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf immediately launched an attack. Chapter 211. Ah! A scream rang out. It was a member of the team. Just as Li Jushu was about to collide with the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves, he suddenly accelerated, his right foot slamming into the ground, creating a small crater in the grass. He soared into the air like a rocket, leaping 6 meters high. 2 playing cards shot out like lightning, instantly slicing open the eyes of the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves, whose necks were raised. The intense pain caused them to reflexively lower their heads, and Li Jushu landed perfectly, stepping on their backs. Bang! Using the momentum, he leaped again, reaching over 6 meters high. He repeated the trick, the playing card shooting out like lightning. After several such attempts, he escaped the pack of Crimson Flame Rock Wolves unscathed. His feet landed on the grass, and he glanced back, unable to believe he had emerged unharmed. The Crimson Flame Rock Wolves turned and gave chase aggressively. Li Jushu sprinted forward, but after running a little over 100 meters, he immediately realized something was wrong. Looking back, he saw the Crimson Flame Rock Wolves weren't chasing him, but fleeing for their lives. His gaze stretched backward, and when he reached the very back, his eyes narrowed sharply. Rats! A dense swarm of rats surged forward like a tide, instantly turning the green grass black. Except for the tall trees and rocks, the rest of the area was covered in black. A blind Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, having gone astray, rushed into the darkness and was instantly engulfed. The crunching sound of chewing filled the air, and within seconds, only bones remained of the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf. It died almost without resistance. Li Jushu's hair stood on end. His previously wearied body suddenly surged with new strength, and his speed increased dramatically. Screams of agony echoed from all directions, brief before fading into silence. Li Jushu understood what this meant, but there was nothing he could do. He had never been afraid of rats, though he disliked them. But in that instant, fear gripped him. The endless blackness almost robbed him of the courage to fight. He dared to charge head-on against the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf, but against it, he admitted fear. Only one thought occupied his mind: get away as quickly as possible, as far as possible. Perhaps it was the effect of the giant egg, or perhaps the threat of death, but he ran faster and faster, an inexhaustible power surging from his body, making him tireless. Soon, he had left the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf far behind. Just as he slowed down to breathe a sigh of relief, a scream rang out from directly ahead, followed by a familiar rustling sound. Rats ahead too. The bushes parted, and a colossal beast, over 30 meters long, with a rooster-like comb on its forehead, emerged in a panic, rushing headlong towards the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf. Hey! Li Jushu wanted to warn it, but found himself unsure how to address it. The behemoth was incredibly fast, rushing past and disappearing in the blink of an eye. From the southwest, a plume of yellow smoke rose into the air. Li Jushu was delighted. Although he didn't know who had released the smoke, he didn't hesitate and changed direction, running southwest. The yellow smoke meant safety. He hadn't run far when Li Jushu stopped. A rustling sound arose, and the area of bushes shrank at an alarming rate, while the black patch rapidly expanded. Rats were everywhere. His eyes scanned his surroundings, quickly charting a safe route, or rather, the best route given the lack of other options. The rats were emerging from several directions, not yet completely connected, leaving some usable space. He seized the brief opening, carefully darting through the empty space. Suddenly, a dark shadow leaped down from a bush, a rat. Its 4 incisors were incredibly sharp, and its eyes were a startling blood red, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. This was Li Jushu's first encounter with such a rat, yet he felt an uneasy quiet. Cautiously, he didn't throw a punch directly, instead, he sidestepped, his dagger flashing. With a hiss, the rat was sliced in two. Li Jushu lunged forward, avoiding the splatter of blood. The blood was dark red, not the normal bright red, and carried a putrid smell. The rat's fur was made of bony spikes, hard and sharp. Li Jushu realized that the rat's defense was no less than that of the Crimson Flame Rock Wolf. No wonder even the ferocious Crimson Flame Rock Wolf had fled in terror. A rat crouched on a rock. Just as Li Jushu's foot landed, it suddenly lunged and attacked. Li Jushu had already seen it. His descending foot transformed into a forward kick, his toes striking the rat's abdomen with explosive force. The rat was launched over 100 meters, like a cannonball. In midair, Li Jushu saw the rat's belly explode. Li Jushu casually picked up a few rocks. Rats darting out from the weeds were smashed to pieces before they could even emerge. By the time a large number of rats rushed out, Li Jushu was already far away. Before practicing throwing cards, Li Jushu practiced throwing stones. He learned this move from Chao Gang, but back then, his strength was insufficient. The stones were accurate, but lacked power, and their damage was minimal. Now it's different. His strength is incomparable to before. Small pebbles in his hands possessed the power of bullets. A few scattered rats posed no threat to him. His superior eyesight allowed him to always detect danger a step ahead. Each time a large swarm of rats approached, he had already changed direction and run far away. The terror of rats lay in their sheer numbers. In a short sprint, they couldn't outrun creatures with long legs. Li Jushu repeatedly escaped encirclements of rats, but he felt no joy. During these escapes, he heard screams many times. More than 10 members had already perished. Suddenly, the Duda beast in his hand began to struggle. He looked up and saw a 6-legged beast clad in black armor galloping past in the distance. Li Jushu didn't know if it sensed the Duda beast's impending rescue or was simply fleeing for its life. It sprinted past 100 meters away and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving 7 or 8 rats sparsely attached to its body, their teeth incredibly sharp, hanging from its black armor. Dudu. The joy in the Duda beast's eyes dimmed. It duded a few times and then fell silent. Li Jushu ran for another half hour and finally arrived at the place where the yellow smoke had risen, a rocky area that stood out starkly against the surrounding grassland. White Goat, the monk from Wutai Mountain, the monkey from Lingnan, Zhonghuiyan, and Haishinyu were all there. Commander. Everyone was overjoyed to see Li Jushu. Haishinyu and Zhonghuiyan, who had been most worried, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe and sound. Duda beast. Zhonghuiyan then noticed the small blue, long-eared beast that Li Jushu was holding. Everyone was surprised and delighted that Li Jushu had actually completed the mission. How many are alive? How many haven't arrived yet? Li Jushu handed Duda beast to Zhonghuiyan and looked at White Goat. There are 18 people here, 19 including the commander. No more than 5 brothers are on their way, White Goat said somberly. Li Jushu's lips twitched, but he had no time for grief. He immediately ordered the monk from Wutai Mountain, the monkey from Lingnan, Big Ben, Black Moth, and Morning Nail. The 5 of you will stay with me to cover the rear. White Goat, you lead the rest of the group and leave immediately. Cross the mountain and wait for us at the chariot location. Yes, Commander. White Goat did not refuse, for this was the wise course of action. Apart from the 5 men Li Jushu had specifically named, everyone else, including himself, was seriously injured. Staying would not only be of no help but would also be a burden. Leaving was the greatest help to everyone. Chapter 212. In this critical moment, there was no room for sentimentality or brotherhood, only the most rational decision-making and the most decisive action. Everyone else carried out orders without hesitation, except for Zhonghuiyan, who untied the bandages from Li Jushu's back, revealing a shocking wound inflicted by a candle grub. She licked the wound with her Duda beast, and miraculously, Li Jushu immediately felt a cool sensation, and the pain lessened considerably. After reapplying medicine and bandaging, Zhonghuiyan retreated with the Duda beast. Less than 5 minutes later, the one-eyed man, covered in blood, arrived, followed by hundreds of rats. Rodents. Li Jushu now knew the name of the rats. The monkeys of Lingnan had told everyone that rodents were riddled with viruses and should not be touched, especially their blood, otherwise, they would easily contract a plague with a mortality rate as high as 90%. The one-eyed man's back was covered in teeth marks, his left leg the worst. The flesh on his calf was almost completely gnawed away, exposing the white bone. Upon seeing Li Jushu and the other 6, his eyes immediately reddened. Don't speak. The Lingnan monkey rushed forward, first stuffing a plague prevention pill into his mouth, then giving him 2 injections, one for rabies and one for a blood-clotting agent. Does anyone still have a flamethrower? Asked the Morning Nail. I do. Big Ox and Black Moth answered simultaneously. Use it later. We might have to hold out for about half an hour. Li Jushu flicked his wrist, and an egg-sized stone shot out like a cannonball, smashing the heads of 2 rodents to pieces, killing them instantly. The others also threw stones at the rodents. The accurate Wutai monk and the Morning Nail used smaller stones, while the less accurate Black Moth and Big Ox picked up rocks the size of human heads, creating a great display, but they didn't hit a single rodent. You two are in charge of providing stones for everyone. Li Jushi glanced at them. This wouldn't do. It was no different from dawdling and wasting a lot of stones. The two men, their faces flushed, went to move stones, smashing large boulders into smaller pieces. Of course, it wasn't their fault for missing. Those without training couldn't guarantee accuracy. The rodents weren't stationary targets, they were incredibly agile. Li Jushi's attacks were lightning fast. With each strike, several rodents were killed. The others attacked with all their might, their efficiency not matching his, but they managed to keep the rodents at least 5 meters away. However, no one was happy. More and more rodents were arriving, a swarming mass that made everyone's scalp tingle. A monkey from Lingyan, who spent years climbing mountains to eat wild fruits, had developed excellent stone-throwing skills. After treating his one-eyed wound, he joined in, greatly relieving the pressure. But only for a short while. As another wave of rodents surged in, everyone's expression became extremely grave. "Kite!" Big Ben suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. A member was seen running swiftly through a swarm of rodents, covered in blood, his body almost entirely injured. His eyes were red, his teeth clenched, and he was clinging to life by sheer willpower. If that breath failed him, he would collapse. Everyone held their breath, fearing that if Kite saw them, their spirits would falter. "Clear the way!" Li Jushu exerted force, and with a hissing sound, pebbles were launched 100 meters. 7 or 8 rodents' heads were shattered, and 5 or 6 more were sent flying. These weren't hit in the head, but they struck the body. The pebbles contained immense force. Anyone hit, no matter where, would be either killed or deformed. Li Jushu noticed that the kite's legs were bare bone, its feet being the easiest target for rodents. If all the muscle was devoured, the kite would surely fall. A path had to be cleared for it. The kite's willpower was unwavering. It didn't give up. Following the gap Li Jushu had created, its speed increased rather than decreased. However, there were simply too many rodents. In the last 10 meters, despair crossed its face, and it collapsed heavily. The anticipated engulfment by the rodents didn't occur. A pair of strong, powerful hands caught it. It was Li Jushu, who had arrived just in time. "Big Ben!" Li Jushu shouted, throwing the kite away. A dagger appeared in his hand, flashing a brilliant light before disappearing in an instant. The 24 rodent carcasses that surged forward were split in two, their dark red blood splattered across the ground, and a foul stench filled the air. Li Jushu leaped into the air, jumping back onto the rocks before the second wave of rodents could reach him. A standing long jump, 10 meters was nothing to him. As he landed, Big Ben caught the kite, accidentally touching its wound. The kite winced in pain, sweating profusely, but remained silent. Big Ben, startled, quickly put him down. The monkeys of Lingyan deftly fed him medicine and gave him an injection. "There might be no more brothers alive," the monk from Wutai Mountain said, glancing at Li Jushu. Li Jushu didn't speak. He understood the monk's meaning. As far as the eye could see, the rodents had completely surrounded him, forming a dense, continuous mass, leaving almost no empty space. In such a situation, not only humans, but even large beasts wouldn't survive. In his field of vision, at least 2 colossal beasts, each the size of a small mountain, suddenly collapsed while running and never rose again. It was a miracle that the kite had managed to return. The risks increased as they went on, and it was safe to say that almost no one could escape under such circumstances. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart, that some of his crew members were still alive. 60 members went out, but less than half returned. He was unwilling to give up. The number of rodents was increasing. If one direction blocked their path, they would detour in another. The expressions on the faces of Morning Nail and Black Moth changed. If their retreat was blocked, they would be in trouble. Green-headed flies. Just as Li Jushu was about to give the order to retreat, Big Ben shouted in surprise. Everyone looked up, stunned for a moment, then both surprised and delighted. One member tied 2 candelilla legs to his feet, forming stilts, and ran wildly through the rodent swarm. He also had a candelilla leg in each hand, in case of any sudden danger. "Damn, why didn't I think of that?" Lingyan Monkey quickly treated the kite's wounds, then looked up, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The green-headed fly was almost unharmed. Arriving at this time, completely unscathed, was nothing short of a miracle. Due to the anesthesia, Kite, almost unconscious, turned his head and glanced around, his lips twitching violently. Comparison is odious, they were both human, so why hadn't he thought of this method? He run here, losing at least 20 pounds. Wasn't that all for nothing? A good idea is worth more than countless acts of brute force. "Commander." Green-headed fly was both happy and moved to see Li Jushu and his group. He thought the commander would have already left with his men, but he was still holding out, waiting for them. But joy turned to sorrow. Suddenly, Candle-Headed Whisker's left leg snapped in two, and he crashed to the ground, eliciting gasps from everyone. Chapter 213. The green-headed fly remained calm in the face of danger. He flipped over, using his hands instead of feet, and walked upside down. Because he was also holding the foot of the candle-grinding centipede, at the same height, the swarming rodents missed their target. The rodents were furious, frantically biting at the candle-grinding centipede's foot. The centipede's foot could easily pierce the body of the crimson flame rock wolf. Its hardness was undeniable. But the rodent's teeth were superior, each bite leaving a small notch. Such biting force could probably pierce even steel. Under the barrage of stones thrown by Li Jushu and the others, the green-headed fly escaped unharmed and rushed into the rubble. "Hold on for 3 more minutes," Li Jushu ordered. Everyone understood what he meant by holding on. Although they knew the outcome, no one objected, not because he was the commander, but because this order was unassailable. If they were survivors, they would also hope their comrades would wait, not be heartlessly abandoned. Everyone hoped for a miracle, just like the green-headed fly. The green-headed fly wasn't good at throwing stones, so he used the legs of the candle grubs to sweep left and right, with an effect no less effective than throwing stones. His earlier escape alone, filled with fear and anxiety, channeled all that into his firepower, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Li Jushu was the main source of firepower. Using both hands, each stone he launched killed 7 or 8 rodents, and many more were severely injured. However, the rodents were too numerous, surging in wave after wave, forcing them to retreat step by step. Half of the rocky area had already fallen. 3 minutes, each second incredibly difficult. The last second passed, and no one appeared. No screams were heard in the distance, and no smoke signals for help rose. Li Jushu, unwilling to give up, could only give the order. "Big Ben, Black Moth, you carry the others in front, the rest of you bring up the rear." Li Jushu added at the end, "Collect as many stones as possible." This seemed to be the only rocky area in the canyon. Stones were scarce elsewhere. There were plenty of trees, but even Li Jushu, whose strength had greatly increased after his breakthrough, wasn't entirely confident he could kill the rodents with wood. The others were even less likely to succeed. Stones were far more effective. The first part of the journey went relatively smoothly. Everyone still had energy at the start. However, problems began to arise. Decreasing stamina was one issue, but more importantly, the flat terrain disappeared. Reaching the foot of the mountain, they entered a climbing phase. Climbing mountains requires more energy than climbing flat ground, but the rodents seemed unaffected. Their speed didn't decrease at all. They surged forward relentlessly. Not only did their numbers not decrease, but their numbers actually increased. Looking around, the entire canyon was covered in a dark mass of rodents. Only black could be seen, and no other colors were visible. But that wasn't the most troublesome part. The most troublesome thing was that darkness was gradually falling, and visibility was rapidly decreasing. Except for Li Jushu, everyone else's aim was severely impaired. In their inverted triangle retreat formation, Li Jushu was at the very back. However, one person's strength is ultimately limited, and the rodents were getting closer and closer. What are rodents afraid of? Don't they have any natural enemies? The Wutai Mountain Monk asked the Lingnan Monkey. The Morning Nail and the green-headed fly looked at him hopefully. "I don't know what rodents are afraid of. Rodents definitely have natural enemies, but I don't know," the Lingnan Monkey said. If he knew, he would have said it long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. "I'm out of stones," cried the Morning Nail. "Use a tree trunk." The green-headed fly used the candle centipede's leg as a knife, chopping down a tree about the thickness of a thigh, quickly tidying it up, and tossing it to the Morning Nail. It has to be said, the candle centipede's leg was incredibly useful. The Morning Nail swung the tree trunk vigorously, not aiming to kill the rodents, but just to keep them at bay. Soon, the others also ran out of stones, forced to chop down trees for weapons, and interspersed with flamethrowers. However, the number of flamethrowers was limited, so they had to use them sparingly. Only Li Jushu was still using stones. Everyone had roughly the same number of stones, but the others weren't as accurate as Li Jushu. Lacking accuracy, they compensated with quantity, leading to rapid depletion of stones. Li Jushu, almost always hitting his target, depleted his stones the slowest, but his supply was also dwindling. Using trees as weapons was initially effective, but soon branches broke, greatly reducing their effectiveness. There were many trees on the mountain, but not every tree was suitable as a weapon. Some were too big, some too short, some were crooked, or had too many branches. The flamethrower's fuel was also running out. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. The deathly nail and the Lingyan monkey were bitten one after the rodents that broke through, followed by the green-headed fly and the Wutai mountain monk. The Wutai mountain monk, whose position was second only to Li Jiushu, was also the most seriously injured. A chunk of flesh, at least 3 ounces, had been gnawed off his calf, and his trousers were stained red with blood. "There's a cliff!" At the critical moment, Black Moth suddenly shouted. 100 meters away, a near-vertical cliff appeared, nearly 20 meters high. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to a cliff, but at this moment, it seemed like everyone's savior. "Give it to me!" Big Ben took the kite from Black Moth's back. Black Moth darted out like a shadow, quickly reaching the foot of the cliff. He swung a grappling hook, grabbing a protruding rock. Using both hands and feet, as nimble as a monkey, he climbed the cliff in seconds. He tied the grappling hook to a large tree, then untied a rope from his waist, and let it hang down, shouting down. "Done!" 2 ropes were naturally faster than one. Big Ben, carrying One-Eyed, and Lingyan Monkey, took the kite, each leading one person up the cliff. Next came Green-Headed Fly and Morning Nail. "You go first," Li Jiushu said to the Wutai mountain monk. As the leader, he had the right to go first, leaving the most dangerous time for his members, but he didn't. The Wutai mountain monk didn't say a word, grabbed the rope, and climbed the cliff in 2 seconds. By then, the rodents were already at Li Jiushu's feet, too many to kill even with both hands. As a rodent opened its jaws, Li Jiushu pushed off the ground, creating a large crater. He leaped nearly 8 meters into the air, grabbed a rope for leverage, and with a whoosh, was up the cliff face. The cliff was half a kilometer long. The rodent could circle around it, but the time lost would be immeasurable. Black Moth reeled in the rope, and the group, ignoring the enraged rodent, quickly left. Finally, they had shaken off the rodent. Later that night, they caught up with White Goat and the others who had left earlier. Worried that Li Jiushu wouldn't be able to find him, they risked their lives to light a fire in the darkness. Everyone was happy to see each other. Just being alive was enough. Fearing the rodent would continue their pursuit, they didn't rest and continued their journey through the night. By evening, they had reached the ridge and retrieved their equipment, guns, knives, and the like. Their courage had returned. More importantly, the supplies included a considerable number of grenades. They unanimously decided to rest for the night and descend the mountain the next day. Li Jiushu guessed they were waiting for the rodents to catch up so they could have a fight, since they'd been chased so badly before. The night passed quietly. The rodents hadn't caught up. He didn't know if the distance was too great or if the rodents had given up. Down the mountain, Li Jiushu ordered. The members were eager to return home. Chapter 214. The ascent was arduous, and the descent was no easier. They had only covered 3/4 of the distance in a day. No one wanted to spend the night on the mountain, so after a half-hour rest, they descended in the dead of night, finally reaching the foot of the mountain before dawn. The world was still dimly lit, but that didn't dampen their excitement. Just as they were about to rush towards the chariot, Li Jiushu suddenly raised his right hand. "Something's up." Everyone froze instantly, not daring to breathe. The chariot was parked quietly on the grass 100 meters away, resembling several wild beasts poised to devour their prey in the dim night. The brothers left behind were probably sleeping inside. They didn't know when the mission takers would return and couldn't possibly guard them 24/7. Perhaps they would take turns on duty, but people still need to be allowed to nap, right? This was the perfect time to sleep. Even the experienced White Goat, the monk from Wutai Mountain, and Sea Cucumber Ride hadn't noticed anything amiss. They looked at Li Jiushu suspiciously, wondering if they were mistaken. The next second, everyone's expression changed. Li Jiushu pointed to the ground. 25 centimeters above the surface, a nearly transparent thread lay inconspicuously. This wasn't a natural phenomenon, it was an industrially produced landmine. The brothers who stayed behind wouldn't have laid mines like this. This height was for humans. Even if it were dangerous, they wouldn't have laid mines at the foot of the mountain. Only those on a mission would take this route. White Goat personally dug out the landmine. Upon seeing it, everyone's faces turned grim. FTK-0087 contained 1,800 steel balls. Most terrifyingly, these balls had been soaked in rusty water. If implanted, they would corrode within 8 hours without treatment. However, most people wouldn't survive 8 hours. Once the explosion occurred, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to survive within a 20-meter radius. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Li Jiushu, they would all be corpses. Li Jiushu scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Just as he was about to take a step, The chariot's lights suddenly switched on, two blinding beams of light shining down. Li Jushu, with an uncanny movement, plunged into the undergrowth beyond the light's reach. By the time the lights adjusted their direction, he had already covered 100 meters. Gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Except for a few top-tier fighters, no one could discern the total number of shots fired. A fierce voice came from inside the chariot. "Stop, or I kill him!" The gunfire ceased, and a burly man, with a scar on his face, jumped from the chariot, carrying Zhu the cook, a dagger pressed tightly against his throat. "Do you want him dead or alive?" The burly man, wearing a cowboy hat and with blonde hair, led two oddly dressed hunters out of the truck. One, carrying a heavy machine gun, stood behind Scarface, warily scanning the surroundings. The other climbed onto the roof and set up an anti-aircraft gun. "What does it matter if he lives or dies?" White Goat rose from the bushes. In just a short while, dawn broke, and both sides could roughly see each other's faces. "Want him dead? Simple. Just do it. If you want him alive, he have to cooperate obediently." Scarface's triangular eyes darted around as he spoke. He was most wary of the one who fired the shot. There were 10 of them in total. One had died during the attempt to seize the vehicle, leaving 9. Now, 6 had died at once. They hadn't even had a chance to fire a shot, and more than half of them were gone. He was thankful he had left one hostage. "We're all in the same boat. Release my men, and you can leave." The White Goat didn't appease Scarface. "You want him dead, don't you?" Scarface tightened his grip, a trickle of blood flowing from Chef Zhu's throat. "If my brother dies, you better pray you die soon, or I torture you until you regret ever being born." The White Goat said coldly. "Do I look like I'm easily frightened?" Scarface threw his head back and let out a wild laugh, his face full of cruelty. "You can take all the supplies from the chariot, and I give you another chariot. Release the man, and you can leave. We settle the score if we meet again." After a few seconds of silence, the White Goat presented his terms. "You seem to have no idea who's the boss." A sharp glint flashed in Scarface's eyes. With a swift movement, he slashed off Chef Zhu's ear. Chef Zhu groaned, clenching his teeth to stifle a sound, cold sweat pouring down his back. "When you're out in the world, you're just looking for money. Why be so ruthless? We have no grudges between us, do we?" The White Goat was certain he had never seen Scarface before. "Put down your weapons and step forward one by one. I want to see every single one of you." Scarface roared. White Goat fell into deep thought. Scarface gave him no time to think. A flash of light, and Chef Zhu's other ear was severed. Just as the dagger was back against his throat, a flash of silver light appeared, and Scarface screamed and staggered back. His right hand was gone, severed at the wrist. Gunshots rang out. Bang, bang. Those wielding heavy machine guns on the ground and those with anti-aircraft guns mounted on the roof of vehicles were blown off their heads. Scarface's left hand flashed as he drew his pistol from his waist. Before he could even aim, everything went black. He was struck in the chest. For a moment, he couldn't tell if it was a fist or a kick. He only felt himself being slammed into by a fully loaded truck. He even heard the sound of ribs breaking. He was launched more than 30 meters, like a cannonball. Just as he landed, his left arm snapped with a crack as a large foot fell and broke it. At that moment, he saw the enemy's face, young and handsome, with a pair of cold, star-like eyes, terrifyingly calm. This person was naturally Li Jushu. White Goat and the others swarmed forward, regaining control of the chariot. However, they were no longer needed to do anything. The enemy was all dead, except for Scarface, who was rendered incapacitated. Soon, the situation became clear. The night Chef Zhu returned with the eggs, this group suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Chef Zhu and his men lost 2 men in the initial engagement. After a brief battle, 2 more died on Chef Zhu's side, and Chef Zhu and another brother, Shrimp, were severely wounded and captured. Scarface's group also lost 1 member. Enraged, Scarface chopped Shrimp into a human stump and buried him underground. White Goat found Shrimp. He had already bled to death, his exposed head gnawed beyond recognition by ants and other insects. A gruesome sight. All the members were filled with righteous indignation. "Do you have anything else to say?" Li Jushu immediately abandoned the interrogation. "I killed countless people in my life. Being killed was only a matter of time. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Do it. Say I was born of you." Scarface said arrogantly. "Which brother is skilled in torture? I want him to scream for at least 12 hours before he dies." Li Jushu asked the group of members. Several members stood up together, and Li Jushu finally pointed to the green-headed fly whose eyes were the most excited. Chapter 215. As it turned out, the so-called tough guys were far too few. The vast majority were just ordinary people. Scarface was tough on the outside, but his body betrayed him. He shoved metal skewers under his fingernails one by one, and Scarface immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. When all 10 of Greenbottle's fingers were covered in skewers, he took out a lighter and heated each skewer one by one. The skewers quickly turned red-hot, puffs of white smoke rising from them. Scarface convulsed in pain, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, veins bulging. However, this was just an appetizer. The meat near the skewers was cooked and stuck to the skewers. Greenbottle rotated the skewers, causing the muscle stuck to them to split apart, a process that was gruesome to watch. Skin is a magnificent organ. Even with our eyes closed, we can perceive things through touch. This shows that skin has vision and the ability to perceive, directly connected to the brain. Isn't that amazing? Skin can also sense temperature, has elasticity, and regenerate. Skin has more functions than any other organ in the body. For real harm to the body, the skin is enough. The green-headed fly said, quickly rubbing a smooth steel pipe against Scarface's skin. Soon, the pipe heated up, and the burning sensation traveled through the skin to Scarface's brain. An incredible thing happened. Despite the localized friction, the pain spread throughout his body. Scarface's screams weren't as heart-wrenching as before, but his expression of agony only intensified. A agonizing, excruciating discomfort. You must all be curious about what I used to do. That's right, I was a bathhouse attendant, the green-headed fly said, his face beaming with pride. Everyone smirked. Scarface was physically strong, enduring 12 hours, but his final fate was to have his hands and feet chopped off, turning him into a human pig before he fell to the ground. The convoy returned along the same route. This trip was not easy, the journey was long, and of the more than 60 people who came, only 22 returned. White Goat noticed Li Jushu's unhappiness and offered a few words of comfort. Casualties are inevitable for hunters on missions. Their casualties weren't severe. Total annihilation wouldn't be unusual for hunters. At least they completed their mission, so the result was still good. Cook Ju was the most remorseful. If he hadn't been careless, the tragedy might have been avoided. They had 6 men, sufficient equipment, and even tank defense. It was all due to carelessness. He was an experienced hunter. He shouldn't have made such a mistake. They were in the deep mountains and forests more than half a month's journey from the base, thinking no one would appear, and they relaxed psychologically. But unexpectedly, people who shouldn't have appeared, enemies no less. They followed the wheels here, probably just trying their luck, Zhong Huiyan said. The tracks left by the chariots were too obvious to ignore. Wild animals are oblivious to chariot tracks, but humans would immediately recognize them. We must learn from this experience, Li Jushu said to himself. Zhu the cook felt guilty, and so did Li Jushu. As the commander, although he had left some men to guard the chariots, he hadn't taken it seriously enough. He had made the habitual mistake of assuming no one would come. He hadn't considered that if they could come, why couldn't others? The long journey wasn't an excuse, and the men's carelessness was understandable. It was a matter of responsibility. But the commander's carelessness was fatal. As the saying goes, an incompetent general can ruin an entire army. The journey there was difficult, but the return trip was even more arduous. Most of the terrain was unsuitable for chariots. The roads had been damaged during the journey there, forcing them to take a different route. However, the best sections had already been traversed on the way, leaving only less desirable surfaces, making the journey extremely arduous. When they saw the beginnings of a road ahead, the entire convoy breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally made it out of the woods. The road ahead, while still challenging, would at most be shaky and uneven, avoiding the need to dismount and push the chariots. Only one man's face remained expressionless, Li Jushu. He had discovered something ominous. His cultivation of the mental technique taught to him by Luo Chuqing was ineffective. After breaking through using the giant egg, he had made no further progress, as if he had hit a ceiling and couldn't climb any higher. For the 20 days of the return journey, he had been cultivating without making any progress. He didn't know if he had hit a bottleneck or for some other reason, but he vaguely knew the answer. Luo Chuqing had told him that she had only mastered the first stage of the cultivation method, which was at the beginner or basic stage. She wasn't qualified to learn the second stage, only Xiao Suiguan was. Once the first stage was mastered, the second stage would be necessary, otherwise, progress would be difficult. Luo Chuqing told him that even those with exceptional talent would find it nearly impossible to master the first stage in their entire lives. When Luo Chuqing said this, she meant no disparagement, because she herself believed she wouldn't reach the end either. Li Jushu hadn't worried about this before, but recently he had encountered a series of strange occurrences, inner cores, potions, and a giant egg, unconsciously breaking the norm. This skill is a good thing. Mastering the first stage is 1 in a million. However, without the second stage's techniques, one's progress is limited to this level for life. Li Jushu was unwilling to accept such an outcome. All done. Zhong Weyan walked in from outside, carrying the Duda beast, her face full of relief. What's done? Li Jushu looked up blankly. Everyone's injuries are completely healed. This little guy is incredibly useful, even better than a doctor. Zhong Weyan spoke with pride. After about 20 days of care, the Duda beast was very close to her. During the return journey, the Duda beast was the busiest member, licking the wounds of the injured members every day. No matter how severe the injury, it could heal it. See, Cucumber's right arm had scabbed over, and everyone else's injuries had also healed and scabbed over. None of those bitten by the rodents had become infected, not a single one. Even the monkeys of Lingnan were amazed. It's not surprising that one person has an outstanding physique, but it's strange that everyone has an outstanding physique. He didn't think it was because of the vaccination. The vaccine was a standard one, like a powerful tonic, without any specific target. Rodents are a unique species, requiring a specialized vaccine to be effective. Given the current situation, there's only one explanation: the Duda beast. The Duda beast's saliva, besides healing external injuries, also has antiviral properties. After everyone finished eating, it was getting dark. Li Jushu was asking everyone's opinion, whether to continue traveling through the night or rest, when suddenly an explosion came from ahead. Everyone looked up and, about 3 kilometers away, could faintly see flames. It's an MG-131 cannon, said Sang Ding confidently. He used to be a gunner. Chapter 216. Go check the situation. Li Jushu appointed Lingnan Monkey and Black Moth, both agile hunters, with a speed advantage. Who could it be? White Goat was puzzled. This place was far from any village or shop. Who would come here to settle a dispute, even deploying a cannon? This was no ordinary conflict. The closest is Base 7, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. Ordinary teams would struggle to maintain such a large device as a cannon. Generally, it was either a large team or a base. For hunter teams, cannons were not cost-effective, maintaining them was expensive. Hunters primarily focused on missions, constantly on the move, and dealing with various emergencies. On foot, they could go anywhere without hindrance. Dragging a cannon was different. Many terrains were impassable. Forcing their way through risked damaging it, leaving it behind risked theft, abandoning it was unthinkable. Specific terrain and unique missions might necessitate the use of cannons, but hunters are always good at calculating costs. After weighing the expenses, manpower is still the most cost-effective option. Why maintain a cannon when one person and a few bombs can handle the task? The monk from Wutai Mountain deduced that the side possessing the cannon belonged to a certain base. Lingnan Monkey and Black Moth returned, but not just the two of them. They had taken a person hostage. This guy was sneaking around shooting from the shadows, and he just happened to run into us, brothers. Lingnan Monkey grinned slyly. There was no other way. Luck was just that good. They had just reached the edge of the battlefield when they spotted the sniper moving. The two approached silently, knocked him unconscious with a club, and brought him back. The sniper was physically strong. He woke up halfway through and possessed great strength. Even Lingnan Monkey couldn't subdue him alone. He and Black Moth had to hold down his arms on either side and drag him back. Who are you? Why did you arrest me? I warn you, release me immediately, or you regret it. The sniper, far from being afraid of Li Jushu, threatened him. Who are you? Li Jushu asked. And who are you? Do you know you committed a grave mistake? Release me immediately, or the consequences will be severe. The sniper stared at Li Jushu, his eyes sharp. Who can help him, so he can communicate with me properly? Li Jushu asked his team members. I do it. Green-headed Fly was the first to jump out, poking around on the sniper's head for a while. In less than 3 minutes, the sniper was bald. The green-headed Fly cut his hair into small pieces, poured them into a cup, and said to the sniper with a grin, if you don't talk properly, I feed you this stuff. It's called like cures like. You dare. The sniper's face instantly changed. Hold him down. The green-headed Fly loved those who didn't cooperate. What do you want to know? Seeing that the green-headed Fly was serious, the sniper immediately backed down. The sniper quickly revealed his identity. He was a subordinate of Eli, the 4th general of the Zheng family, and the person he was dealing with was Lu Gong, a confidant of Zhong Fuya at Base 9. Why are you targeting Lu Gong? Li Jushu questioned. Zhong Fuyo is outwardly compliant, but inwardly plots independence. The Xing family doesn't like people like that. Our boss has split his forces into two groups. One to lure Zhong Fuyo's main force, Lu Gong, out of the city, and the other to besiege Base 9. Based on the timeline, Base 9 is now under our boss's control. The sniper said this deliberately to make Li Jushu wary, but observing Li Jushu's expression, he was disappointed. Li Jushu remained unmoved, showing no interest in the Xing family, who were powerful on the Beast planet. You mean, because Zhong Fuyo is disobedient, the Xing family wants to replace him? As far as I know, Base 9 is already under Zhong Fuyo's control. How many men does your boss have? Can you take over Base 9? Li Jushu was skeptical. Zhong Fuyo wasn't a simpleton, he was incredibly cunning. We brought 30,000 men this time. There are many in Base 9 who don't submit to Zhong Fuyo. As soon as our boss gave the order, they immediately rebelled against him. That's called working together from within and without, a masterful strategy, the sniper said arrogantly. How many men does Lu Gong have? How many do you have? Li Jushu asked. Lu Gong brought 5,000 men with him when he left Base 9, but now there should be less than 1,000 left. We have 8,000, the sniper continued, trying to intimidate Li Jushu with his numerical advantage. In his understanding, Li Jushu's 20-odd men, facing an army of thousands, would probably run as far away as possible. Capturing him was purely accidental. He didn't know Li Jushu's strength. Now that he had revealed the forces behind him, Li Jushu should take action. Li Jushu did indeed make his move. After forcing him to reveal his troop distribution and weapon configuration, Li Jushu slit his throat with a single stroke. Except for the monk from Wutai Mountain, who understood Zhong Wuyan's identity, everyone else was startled. A battle between our Base 2 and Base 1 is inevitable. Now that we encountered each other, I don't want to let it go. What are everyone's opinions? Li Jushu looked at the crowd. Commander, just give the order. I think this is an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack. If we hadn't encountered them, so be it. But since we have, we should at least collect a few dozen heads before leaving. Hai Xinyu was the first to support Li Jushu, showing no fear whatsoever, even though the enemy numbered 8,000. Lu Gong was surrounded. The Xing family's troops formed a perimeter, and they were outside the encirclement, able to attack or retreat as needed. Being a small target, he didn't feel any danger. Commander, we all listen to you. Big Ben shouted, showing his fearlessness. Commander, since we encountered this, we don't want to let this opportunity slip by. A direct descendant of the Xing family, one head is worth 10,000 copper coins. Green-headed Fly said, and everyone laughed. After Base 1 and Base 2 openly broke ties, both sides began issuing warrants for each other's members, with the lowest-ranking member starting at 10,000 copper coins. A direct descendant of the Xing family was worth far more than 10,000 copper coins. There's one more thing. Li Jushu hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Zhong Wuyan and said to the crowd, she's Zhong Fuyao's daughter. This is the second reason I decided to take action. The members were all taken aback. They hadn't expected Zhong Wuyan to have such a background. They had assumed she was with Li Jushu because he was attracted to her beauty. Zhong Fuyo was now the station chief. The station chief's daughter was working alongside them, risking her life. Their gazes towards Li Jushu shifted. Station chief, from the moment I, White Goat, joined the Black Tiger Legion, I told myself that I would live and die for the Black Tiger Legion. Commander, please give the order. White Goat's statement was undoubtedly the greatest support for Li Jushu. Please give the order, Commander. The crowd chorused. Death Nail, Black Moth, Ling En Monkey, Big Ben, Wutai Mountain Monk, none of you have found the cannon's location. Kill them. No survivors. Li Jushu's expression turned serious, radiating an aura of authority that brooked no argument. Yes. The 5 men shouted in response. See Cucumber right, Chef Shu. Li Jushu issued a series of orders, and the men responded with a thunderous roar. When Li Jushu took the sniper rifle from the chariot, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully revealed. Chapter 217. The stag beetle sat inside its chariot, watching the battle intently. Despite holding a commanding advantage, it dared not be careless. While it didn't dare compare itself to Zhuge Liang, its caution was admirable. It held an absolute advantage in troop strength, terrain, and morale. However, it still chose a tactic of encircling 3 sides while leaving one open, giving Lu Gong a way out. Pushing someone to the brink usually results in 2 outcomes, either the cowardly surrender and await death, or the rebellious, knowing certain death, they recklessly fight back. The stag beetle didn't want to corner its enemy. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the enemy would try to escape, and the pursuit of the fleeing soldier would lessen the danger. The stag beetle was a shelled insect, highly aggressive. In its youth, it was brave and fierce. In its old age, it became calm and composed, its every move displaying the demeanor of a great general. If it weren't for Evil Lie's formidable reputation and incredible fighting prowess, they might not have been able to suppress him. Xiao Jia's willingness to serve as deputy commander was also related to his personality. The tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind, he said. He preferred to enjoy the shade of the big trees, where he would reap the benefits while someone else would take the blame. He had analyzed Lu Gong's personality and summarized it in 4 words: more than brave. Such people are relatively simple-minded and easier to deal with. Now it all depended on whether Lu Gong would abandon his defenses and flee. If Lu Gong escaped, the outcome of the battle would be a foregone conclusion. What's going on? Xiao Jia suddenly frowned. The cannonballs that should have landed didn't move. It wasn't surprising for one of the 5 cannons to malfunction. Cannons are operated by people, and humans can make mistakes. But for all 5 cannons to malfunction simultaneously was a serious problem. Where did these reinforcements come from? The shovel-armored soldier listened intently for a moment, then immediately concluded that reinforcements had arrived from Lu Gong's side. He said to Hou Guiyong, "A small group of reinforcements. We probably ran into them. Go and deal with them. Remember, the cannon must be recaptured." "Yes, Commander." Hou Guiyong jumped off the chariot and led his men off aggressively. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. As the strongest fighter under the shovel-armored soldier, he was stuck in the chariot, seething with anger, but dared not show it. The shovel-armored soldiers were strict and uncompromising. They appeared gentle on the surface, but were ruthless under their control. Their men were all obedient. Those who were disobedient were all dead. Found them. 16 o'clock, 3.8 kilometers away. Zhong Wuyan exclaimed excitedly. A ton of fire erupted, and a kilometer away, the roaring anti-aircraft gun fell silent. The hunter's head was gone, but his hands were still gripping the handles tightly. This man was at least a level 3 hunter. Anyone with slightly less physical strength would have been sent flying. A silver-gray tank? Li Jushu turned his gun, staring at it for a moment before frowning. Anti-spy glass, bulletproof at that. The target is confirmed, but a decapitation is impossible. Facing overwhelming odds, Li Jushu's strategy was a decapitation strike. If he could kill the enemy commander, the enemy would crumble without a fight, and Lu Gong could easily break out of the encirclement, perhaps even turning the tide of battle. He focused all his efforts on eliminating the heavy firepower on the tank. Within 3 minutes, more than 40 people were dead. Zhong Wuyan acted as his observer. This was a war of thousands. Having an observer ensured greater safety. Looking at the tank, Li Jushu knew he was in trouble. The enemy commander had anticipated a decapitation strike. Even if they were within range, he knew it would be difficult to damage the tank, let alone at such a distance. "What do we do now?" Zhong Wuyan asked anxiously. "Fortunately, it's getting dark." Li Jushu's firing pace noticeably quickened. He wasn't just targeting machine gunners anymore. Ordinary hunters, as long as they were within aiming range, were also deadly. As night fell, everyone else was affected, but he remained unaffected. Bang! The roof of a black armored vehicle shook, splattering blood staining it red. Only then did many notice the sniper on the roof. Bang! A bullet hole appeared on the earthen slope 800 meters away. After that, no more gunfire rang out from behind the slope. Bang! A bullet pierced the bodies of 2 soldiers and struck the sniper lying on the ground in the temple. The sniper's head exploded, not even giving him a chance to scream. 15 o'clock direction, 1,200 meters away, green steel helmet. 11:30 direction, 900 meters away, behind the patterned tank. 15 o'clock direction, 1450 meters away, wearing camouflage. Zhong Wuyan continuously broadcasted the coordinates, and Li Jushu fired precisely where he pointed. It must be said, having someone provide support is truly wonderful. Li Jushu didn't need to spend time observing situations outside the target area. He could focus entirely on sniping, with astonishing efficiency. Every shot resulted in an enemy's death, and each enemy's death was a huge help to Lu Gong's side. Especially the sniper's death greatly relieved the psychological pressure on Lu Gong's side. It's no exaggeration to say that a single sniper can suppress an entire column. Who wouldn't be terrified if a sword hung over their head, ready to fall at any moment? Li Jushu acted swiftly and decisively, eliminating all the snipers within a 3-kilometer radius. With the sniper threat gone, he and Zhong Wuyan didn't need to change positions. Bai Shangyang and the others used heavy firepower to draw the enemy's attention. Li Jushu fired for over 10 minutes, and only a handful of enemies spotted him. However, those who did spot him died instantly. As Zhong Fuya's top general, Lu Gong possessed considerable military skill. He spotted the reinforcements almost simultaneously with the shovel armor. He quickly realized the reinforcements were few in number, but then he discovered their astonishing combat power. They swiftly eliminated the shovel armor snipers and disabled their cannons, greatly boosting his confidence. Full-scale counterattack. His order wasn't meant to be a charge, but rather to draw fire, preventing the shovel armor from dealing with the reinforcements. At least, he has some conscience. Li Jushu appreciated Lu Gong's approach. His biggest fear was that Lu Gong, upon discovering reinforcements, would consolidate his forces and focus on defense. If that happened, the pressure would shift to him, putting him and his team at a disadvantage. Lu Gong's strategy was essentially using them as targets, allowing Li Jushu to launch a full-scale attack. Li Jushu naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle fired continuously from the moment it opened fire, the more than 300 sped shell casings falling nearby a testament to its impressive record. Zhong Huiyan took out bullets from his backpack, relieving Li Jushu of the need to focus on ammunition. The sky had completely darkened, visibility was impenetrable beyond 100 meters. The gunfire intensified, yet fewer people died. Neither side was confident of hitting the other, but they suppressed any suspicious activity with suppressive fire. At this point, wasting bullets was no longer an option. Li Jushu was the only one who didn't reduce his killing efficiency. His gunfire was rhythmic, each shot a kill, never missing its mark. Chapter 218. Thud, a bullet hole appeared 30 centimeters from his shoulder, a wisp of white smoke rising. Li Jushu remained unfazed, his gaze piercing the darkness, finding the sniper hidden beneath the tank. The sniper, wearing night vision goggles, was adjusting his weapon. A cold glint flashed in his snake-like eyes. With a sudden jerk of his index finger, the scope shattered, followed by a head exploding, blood splattering onto the hull. Li Jushu's gun barrel moved upwards. The soldier who opened the door, hearing the commotion, hadn't even touched the ground when his chest exploded, his body slamming violently into the tank. The powerful impact caused the tank to shake. The machine gunner on the roof of the vehicle furiously unleashed a hail of bullets, the gleaming shells sweeping through the darkness. He knew a formidable sniper lurked in the shadows, but he couldn't find him. He could only pinpoint the enemy's approximate location by the sound of gunfire. However, on the battlefield, the constant explosions made it difficult even for professional snipers to locate enemy snipers by sound, let alone untrained soldiers. But he didn't give up. Whenever he spotted something suspicious, he would unleash a burst of fire. He was still checking everything when Li Jushu aimed at him. A shot rang out, a bullet piercing his temple, ripping off his skull, brains splattering in the air. The machine gun went silent. Bang! A soldier lying prone in a ditch accidentally exposed the back of his head. A bullet pierced his skull, exploding it open. The soldier died without a sound. A master sniper. Zhong Huiyan suddenly warned. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms moved through the darkness, constantly shifting positions between tanks, rocks, and embankments at an incredible speed. Zhong Huiyan, holding binoculars and watching intently, could only see blurry shadows, and could not make out the soldiers' faces at all. The soldiers' destination was clear, their location. More directly, their target was them. Li Jushu's gun moved slightly, tracking the soldier's figure. In a brief pause, a tongue of fire erupted. Bang! The rapidly moving soldier suddenly stopped, defying the laws of physics. The bullet grazed his shoulder, and the soldier disappeared below the embankment. Bang! The bullet pierced the embankment, kicking up a cloud of dust. The expected blood didn't appear. Li Jushu's eyes were calm, his gaze following the movement of the shadowy figure. The soldier's direction and distance of movement were erratic, but his breathing was rhythmic. Rapid sprinting put immense strain on the heart. Li Jushu stared intently at the soldier's chest. Rising and falling, rising and falling. Continuous firing, every shot missing, but the psychological pressure on the soldier was immense. The rhythm of his chest heaving increased. When they reached 300 meters, the distance to cover doubled. The running soldier suddenly accelerated, and at that moment, Li Jushu's finger pressed firmly against the trigger. As the soldiers accelerated again, a smug smile appeared on Li Jushu's lips. He shifted his gun slightly to the right, and a shot rang out. Bang! The soldier who had lunged towards cover had just entered one of the soldiers' heads, when a spray of blood exploded from his chest. He was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, as if struck by a heavy truck, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. His limbs twitched twice, and then he was still. Almost simultaneously, Li Jushu scrambled to his feet, turned, and grabbed the thrusting dagger with his left hand. His 5 fingers seemed welded together, preventing the dagger from advancing an inch. He then threw a punch with his right fist, the friction between his fist and the air creating a piercing whistling sound. A burly man, standing 2 meters tall, looked on in horror. Physically, he was overwhelmingly larger than Li Jushu, who was only 1.83 meters tall. However, the moment their strength clashed, he knew he was wrong, terribly wrong. Regret flashed across his face as their fists collided heavily. Crack! The burly man's fist shattered. Li Jushu's fist, still carrying momentum, struck the burly man squarely in the heart. The man shuddered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes quickly dimming. So strong, the burly man murmured, collapsing limply to the ground. When did he get behind me? Zhong Wuyan stared in disbelief. She hadn't noticed at all. She couldn't imagine that if it weren't for Li Jushu, she would have died without even knowing the enemy was beside her. Go back to the tank, Li Jushu said, picking up his sniper rifle. What are you going to do? Zhong Wuyan asked uneasily. I take out their leader, otherwise this battle won't end until dawn. Li Jushu checked his equipment, finding nothing amiss, and jumped out of cover. Too dangerous, Zhong Wuyan thought reluctantly. Go back quickly. Li Jushu moved swiftly. Before his voice even faded, he had disappeared into the darkness, and gunfire erupted. The silencer was low, but Zhong Wuyan heard it clearly. The darkness reduced everyone's firing range, and Li Jushu's courage grew. Every inch of terrain became his tool. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle performed exceptionally well. Even after firing hundreds of shots, the muzzle only got hot, not red hot. Approaching a tank, he switched from the Tianhua ZZ-02 to a pistol, firing both hands simultaneously, emptying the magazine in 2 seconds. A dozen soldiers instantly became corpses. Li Jushu climbed onto the roof of the tank. When the heavy machine gun opened fire, the nearby soldiers were stunned, and then all their emotions turned into despair. Rat-a-tat-tat. The golden bullets, like a metallic wire, riddled the soldiers with holes wherever they went. Body armor was as fragile as rotten wood before the heavy machine gun. The soldiers hadn't expected anyone to dare infiltrate their ranks. None of them were on guard. The roar of the machine guns filled the air, and it was too late to take cover. When Li Jushu jumped off the battlefield, over 200 corpses lay around him. His body pressed tightly against the tires, the roof of the vehicle clanging and clattering, sparks flying as a hail of bullets rained down. Li Jushu dared not show his face, but he threw all the grenades he was carrying. His strength was great. The grenades flew over 100 meters, exploding with screams of agony, flames shooting into the sky, and the bullets quickly thinned out. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to leap from the vehicle. He was too fast. Before the soldiers could even aim, he was already beside the second vehicle, gun in hand. Bang, bang, bang. Both magazines were emptied. There were no survivors inside or outside the tank. He quickly grabbed grenades from the corpses and threw them forcefully, aiming for the loudest gunfire. Explosions rang out in succession. He climbed onto the roof of the tank, and the single-barreled anti-aircraft gun opened fire. Bullets pierced the soldiers, leaving holes in their bodies. When the ammunition ran out, he immediately switched tanks. Reloading took time, but switching tanks didn't. Li Jushu repeated his tactics, single-handedly creating immense chaos for the enemy. Finally, as he destroyed the 8th tank, he was targeted by a skilled fighter, a bald man with a gleaming golden body and bulging muscles like rocks. Bullets hit him, ricocheting off. Bang! The bald man's flying impact sent the tank swerving more than 2 meters to the side. Li Jushu, on the roof, was struck as if by lightning and nearly fell off. Chapter 219. The instant Li Jushu leaped down, the bald man appeared on the roof of the vehicle, his fist slamming down with deafening force. Boom! The tank instantly caved in half a meter. Even a sniper rifle couldn't inflict such damage. Li Jushu's feet touched the ground, and the bald man followed suit, his fist flying like a meteorite, the sound deafening. Bang! The 2 fists collided solidly, a shockwave exploding outwards, leaving a clear crack in the ground. The 2 separated as if electrocuted, then collided again. Li Jushu's fist struck the bald man's heart, while the bald man's fist struck his chest. Both were thrown 7 or 8 meters. The bald man landed steadily, but Li Jushu's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Pain. This was the only feeling Li Jushu experienced, an indescribable pain. His fist hurt, But the pain in his chest was even worse, a pain like his intestines were knotted. He even suspected that if he hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, his chest would have been pierced through by the bald man's punch. The bald man's arm wasn't made of flesh and blood, it was clearly steel. He felt as if every muscle in his body was not his own. Even the shockwave of the rocket exploding around him hadn't brought him such intense pain. He desperately wanted to close his eyes and sleep, never to wake again, but he dared not. His full-force punch hadn't harmed the bald man. The bald man regained his footing and charged forward, the ground beneath his feet exploding as he was launched like a cannonball. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets struck the bald man's golden chest, scattering sparks 5 times. The bullets bounced off, slowing the bald man's speed. Li Jushi rolled to his feet, his pistol already reloaded, and pointed it at the bald man. "You're the first person to survive a full-force punch from me." The bald man stopped and looked at Li Jushi with admiration. "I always thought invulnerability was a joke, but it turns out it's real," Li Jushi said nonchalantly. "Your strength is great, but you can't unleash it, otherwise I might have been injured," the bald man said. "My gun is even stronger." Li Jushi wasn't referring to a pistol, but to the sniper rifle on his back, the Skyfire ZZ-02. "At 50 meters, your sniper rifle wins. Within 50 meters, I'm the clear winner. Now we're less than 10 meters apart." The bald man scoffed at the pistol in Li Jushi's hand. "I don't believe you're completely flawless," Li Jushi said. "Someone once didn't believe it either," the bald man grinned, but he died. An explosion erupted beneath his feet, and the bald man shot forward like a cannonball, faster than anyone could imagine, but Li Jushi's gun was even faster. Bang, bang, bang. In a split second, he emptied the magazine, discarded his pistol, and just before his hands formed a defensive stance, 2 playing cards shot out, flashing by. As the bald man's iron fist struck Li Jushi's elbow, the shot playing cards swirled past the bald man's eyes, disappearing in a flash, a few drops of liquid splashing in the air. The bald man let out a painful scream, and Li Jushi was thrown back several meters. Ignoring his own pain, he shakily retrieved the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle from his back. Bang! The first shot missed. Bang! The second shot struck the bald man's chest, the bullet embedding itself in the muscle. Li Jushi took a deep breath, circulated his internal energy to quickly relax his muscles, and in the instant the trembling muzzle stabilized, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the bald man squarely between the eyebrows. He was thrown more than a meter away, a horrifying crack appearing on his skull. It hadn't been ripped off, though. The bald man let out a low, painful roar, like a wild beast, before his voice quickly subsided. Li Jushi crawled rapidly along the ground. In that short time, he had attracted the enemy's attention. A large number of soldiers surged forward. He rushed into the darkness at top speed, bullets whizzing past him. He remained silent until he rolled behind a ditch, then gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. Within seconds, his clothes were soaked. A rocket exploded 5 meters away. The shockwave swept through, scattering dirt and debris in all directions. He lay pressed tightly against the crater, his back feeling as if it had been struck with a hammer. He simply covered his head with his hands, motionless. As the first shockwave subsided, he poked his head out. In that instant, the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle trembled 3 times. At over 50 meters away, 3 charging soldiers were flung away, their hearts ripped open. Bang, 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 bang. 4 soldiers were blown to the head, one after another. One soldier's raised grenade failed to be thrown, and landed among his own men, the explosion killing 5 or 6 soldiers, and seriously wounding 4 or 5 more. Li Jushi unleashed a killing spree, the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle spitting out tongues of fire, killing more than 20 people in succession. Only when 2 red flashes landed on the ground did his gunfire cease. The soldiers rushed forward trembling, only to find that Li Jushi was gone, long since moved on. Not good. A soldier, presumably a captain, scanned the trajectory of Li Jushi's retreat, a bad thought flashing through his mind. Before he could give an order, a deafening explosion rang out from over 200 meters away. A deafening boom. The flash illuminated an area of over 100 meters, revealing a silver-gray armored vehicle that soared more than 3 meters into the air before crashing down, tumbling over, and landing upside down. Ordinary soldiers didn't understand the significance of this vehicle, but the higher-ups knew it was the shovel armor's vehicle. The culprit, Li Jushi, before the surrounding soldiers could rush forward, fired 3 shots in quick succession at one of the windows. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots struck the same spot, and the thick bulletproof glass shattered. Ignoring the situation inside, Li Jushu threw in 7 or 8 grenades and ran. A muffled explosion followed, shattering most of the vehicle's windows and sending flames shooting out. With the force of such an explosion, it was virtually impossible for anyone inside to survive. As Li Jushu plunged into the darkness, he clearly noticed the enemy's morale plummeting at a visible rate. Soon, Bai Shanong, Lu Gong, and others also sensed this. With the enemy retreating, they advanced. As the enemy's offensive weakened, they relentlessly intensified their attack. Bai Shanong even activated his chariots. Their chariots hadn't participated in the battle before. Li Jushu had just established his legion, its foundation weak, and he didn't want his chariots destroyed. Now, at this crucial moment in the decisive battle, he couldn't afford to worry about that. The anti-aircraft guns on the 5 chariots fired simultaneously, beams of bullets slicing through the battlefield with a force comparable to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The enemy was pinned down, unable to raise their heads. Li Jushu, weaving through the enemy ranks, after destroying the shovel-armored soldier's vehicle, became even more frenzied in his sniping, specifically targeting the enemy's mid to high-ranking officers, taking them down with a single shot. With too many high-ranking officers dying, command faltered. The lower ranks were like headless flies. Knowing Li Jushu's presence, they couldn't muster the strength to launch an attack. A small number of soldiers posed little threat to Li Jushu. A large force was needed. However, without high-level command, coordination was a joke. After another heavy machine gun went silent, the enemy panicked. Someone retreated first, and the army collapsed like a house of cards. The battle ended in less than half an hour. To Li Jushu's astonishment, a shovel-armored soldier crawled out from the tattered silver-gray chariot. He was still alive. Chapter 220. You're incredibly lucky to be alive. Li Jushu looked at the man whose body was half blown apart, some muscles even charred. He was still clinging to life, not just because of good luck and the chariot's strong defenses, but also because of his astonishing physical abilities. If it weren't for the successful sneak attack, killing him would have been difficult. My biggest regret is underestimating you. If I had concentrated my forces and killed you first, the outcome would have been completely different. The stag beetle stared at Li Jushu, his eyes filled with regret, not hatred. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Hatred is a sign of weakness. He didn't hate Li Jushu. The current situation was his own fault. He made a mistake, and he had to pay the price. I'm sorry, Li Jushu said. May I know your name? The stag beetle's breath was fading. He was forcing himself to stay alive. Night Owl. So it was you. The stag beetle gave a bitter smile. You heard of your name. You're on the Zheng family's blacklist. You killed someone from the Zheng family, so they definitely kill you. Any last words? Li Jushu looked at him. He was already immune to the Zheng family's attempts to kill him. It wasn't like he hadn't been hunted before. Can I have a cigarette? The stag beetle asked. Sorry, I don't smoke. Li Jushu said apologetically. Life is inherently imperfect. This ending is quite good. The stag beetle's neck tilted to the side, and it breathed its last. Lu Gong had already recognized Zhong Wuyan and understood the identity of the reinforcements. He was both grateful and shocked, because the reinforcements numbered only a dozen or so. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that these 20-odd people had changed the outcome of the war. 20-odd people were just a matter of one magazine of bullets. We can reminisce later. I want to know your thoughts. Li Jushu stared at Lu Gong, immediately establishing his position. He was the leader, Lu Gong the subordinate. Although his numbers were fewer, Lu Gong dared not claim the leadership role. This was partly due to Zhong Wuyan, partly because Li Jushu was their benefactor, and even more so because of the strength Li Jushu had displayed. The strong always hold the power. I must rush back to rescue the station chief immediately, Lu Gong said without hesitation. How many troops do you have left? Li Jushu asked. 617 men, Lu Gong replied. And us? Li Jushu looked at White Goat. We suffered 0 casualties. White Goat's tone was filled with pride. This battle was the most exhilarating he had ever fought. At the start of the battle, the enemy snipers were almost completely wiped out, and the enemy heavy machine gunners were killed one by one. These men, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were truly difficult to kill without the threat of snipers and heavy machine guns. The White Goat felt that from the very first shot fired, the enemy had been firing relentlessly, emptying countless bullets with little need for evasion. The outcome was a defeat for the stag beetles, who numbered several thousand. No one would believe it if they told others, but they had achieved it. This result was accomplished through their efforts. Unconsciously, he developed a strong trust in Li Jushu. Li Jushu was very satisfied with the result. he said to Lu Gong. Although the stag beetles have been defeated, they still have a considerable number of men, roughly estimated at 3,500 to 4,000. These men will definitely head towards Base 9. If you want to rescue Base 9, you must first eliminate this force. What do you say? I listen to you. Lu Gong wasn't stupid. He immediately understood Li Jushu's meaning. He wanted command. Select soldiers of level 3 and above. We take a shortcut and get to the front to set up an ambush. Li Jushu didn't care about politeness and gave the order directly. Of course, he was mainly anxious. The battle had been going on for too long, and Base 9 still didn't know what was happening. Zhong Wuyan didn't say it, but he knew she was still very worried about her father. The fleeing soldiers initially ran fast, fearing pursuit, but once they realized no one was chasing them, their speed slowed down. A sense of dejection and frustration spread throughout the army. Li Jushu had practically wiped out the middle and high-ranking leaders, and the few remaining middle-level managers couldn't maintain order. Besides, they were still figuring out how to avoid responsibility, and had no intention of managing the remnants. Some soldiers secretly left the main force, and disappeared into the darkness, and no one paid any attention. Li Jushu personally led a small detachment of 150 men, traversing mountains and valleys, taking a shortcut to the front of the fleeing soldiers, and setting up the traps. The situation unfolded exactly as planned. When half the routed troops had passed, they detonated landmines, the explosions cutting the remaining soldiers in two. Li Jushu and his 150 men first unleashed a volley of rockets, then Gatling guns, followed by heavy machine gun fire. Bullets rained down like a storm. After 3 rounds of attack, the first half of the enemy was almost entirely wiped out. Li Jushu's terrifying skill was on full display. His sniper rifle fired at a rate comparable to a submachine gun. Those soldiers who had taken cover, thinking they could escape, found themselves sitting ducks. The darkness offered them no safety. They were either shot in the head or had their chests explode, dying instantly, each one filled with despair. The enemy in the rear was still hesitating whether to provide reinforcements, when suddenly fierce gunfire erupted from behind. The pursuers had arrived. Li Jushu gave the signal, and Lu Gong and Bai Shanyan led the entire force to flank the enemy in the rear. The enemy in the front was nearly wiped out. Li Jushu, with just one gun, was more than capable of suppressing them. They carried mostly heavy machine guns, which were very effective against densely packed enemy forces. However, with most of the enemy dead, only scattered individuals remained. In the darkness, their firepower was less than Li Jushu's, which was why he had ordered them to leave, to avoid wasting ammunition. The gunfire lasted for half an hour. Li Jushu first dealt with the soldiers in the front, about 20 of whom escaped. Seeing they had even lost their guns, Li Jushu ignored them, and turned his guns to the enemy in the rear. He fired 3 shots, silencing the 3 heaviest heavy machine guns. Then, he sniped over 20 soldiers in quick succession, each shot hitting its mark. The enemy's morale immediately plummeted. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jushu's eyes gleamed. While others needed to stare at the muzzle flashes to identify the enemy, he didn't. His superior eyesight allowed him to see the entire battlefield. His position, a high point on the slope, gave him a panoramic view. He singled out the enemy's supposedly well-hidden experts one by one. When their numbers dwindled, the enemy army collapsed, raising white flags in surrender. Accepting surrendered soldiers at this point was troublesome, but after a few seconds of thought, Li Jushu decided to take them in. The Black Tiger Legion was newly established and lacked even menial laborers, appearing impoverished. These surrendered soldiers would elevate its status. Many of Lu Gong's soldiers were wounded and needed care, and these surrendered soldiers were perfect. Hai Shenyu had lost an arm, and Li Jushu kept him to care for the wounded and manage the surrendered soldiers. Their weapons were confiscated, and although Hai Shenyu only had one hand, he was more than capable of controlling them. Lu Gong, unaware of Hai Shenyu's formidable strength, was somewhat worried, but his mind was more focused on Base 9. Without even cleaning up the battlefield, he led about 400 men still capable of fighting and rushed towards Base 9. It's alright, don't worry. Inside the tank, Li Jushu held Zhong Wuyan's hand. Her hand was icy cold. Chapter 221. Base 9. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered Zhong Fuyao's burning passion and lofty ambitions. He first glanced down at his heart, blood gushing from the bullet hole, then looked up at the shooter, his face filled with disbelief, shock, confusion, and anger. Zhongyi, why? The shooter was a young man in his late 20s, tall and handsome, with a strikingly sunny face and captivating blonde, slightly wavy hair. Zhongyi, Zhong Fuyu's adopted son. Since the rift between Zhong Fuyao and his daughter, His main focus had shifted to Xie Zhongyi, nurturing him with all his might, sparing no effort, treating Xie Zhongyi even better than his own daughter, Zhong Wuyan. He had barely assumed the position of station chief at Base 9 before promoting Xie Zhongyi to deputy station chief. This honor was unique in the entire Base 9. Zhong Fuyi believed he had treated Xie Zhongyi better than his own parents, so he trusted him completely. He never imagined that, just as all his plans were nearing completion, an accident would happen to the very person he trusted most. Zhong Fuya's bodyguards all drew their guns and pointed them at Xie Zhongyi. Xie Zhongyi didn't even glance at them. He simply looked at Zhong Fuyao and said in a gentle tone, "Father, Base 9 will be mine sooner or later. You yourself said that after you die, Base 9 will be mine. However, you're not even 50 yet. It's impossible for you to die naturally before you're 80. Do you want me to wait 30 years? In 30 years, I'll be an old man. What fun will there be in being the station chief then? You actually think that way?" Zhong Fuyao's eyes widened. What a simple desire. He preferred to believe it was because of hatred, because he didn't know about love and hate. "Father, your position was illegitimate. No one supports you. If I give it to you, everything will be different. I give your head to the Zheng family, and I immediately gain their full support. The people below will also be grateful to me. I calculated it, and I'm the most suitable person to be the station chief. All the conflicts can be resolved immediately. If Father truly cares about me, he should understand." Xie Zhongyi's voice was utterly calm. "Have you thought about it? Patricide will be looked down upon." Zhong Fuyu still refused to believe it. He tried desperately to see something else on Xie Zhongyi's face, but he was disappointed. In Xie Zhongyi's eyes, there was only ambition. Everyone only sees the victor. Who cares about the loser? However, we are father and son after all. When I was in my most difficult time, it was you who saved me, Father. I will give you a proper funeral. Father, rest assured, everyone in Base 9 will attend your funeral." Xie Zhongyi made a promise. "Lu Gong will be back soon," Zhong Fuyu said. "Father, when you sent Lu Gong away, you didn't expect him to come back alive. You can fool Lu Gong, but you can't fool me. Lu Gong won't come back, and even if he does, he can't save you." Xie Zhongyi smiled slightly, showing no worry. "Your joining the Zheng family is like seeking a tiger's skin. You can't defeat them." Zhong Fuyu sighed, ceasing his struggle. "Then I won't trouble you, Father. However, I still want to thank you for helping me eliminate the great enemies. Now, only a few small fry remain at Base 9. Father, rest assured, I will definitely build Base 9 into the largest base on the Beast planet. At that time, Base 1 and Base 2 will both submit to me. Then I will bring wine and tell you this good news. In my heart, you will always be my father," Xie Zhongyi said. "Put down your guns. From now on, you be following the young master." Zhong Fuya turned to his bodyguards, who immediately lowered their pistols without hesitation. A self-deprecating glint flashed in Zhong Fuyu's eyes as he looked at Xie Zhongyi. "Can you grant me one request?" "Please speak, Godfather," Xie Zhongyi replied respectfully. "After I die, cremate me, and scatter my ashes in the river," Zhong Fuyu said. "Godfather wishes to meet Godmother in the river, doesn't he?" "All right, I promise you," Xie Zhongyi said. Zhong Fuyu didn't speak further, nodded, and gave a complex, enigmatic smile before dying. The Zheng family army that had entered the base was surrounded by Zhong Fuyu's scheme. Some were dead, some wounded, and those who survived were trapped in corners. Without further incident, death awaited them. Zhong Fuyao's men were already preparing to celebrate their victory when orders came from above. Seize the attack, and no one was allowed to fire. What the hell? Stopping the attack now gives them the strength to retaliate. Station Chief, what's wrong with you? Stopping now is giving them a chance to breathe. If they retaliate, we suffer heavy losses. I don't understand. The higher-ups never get things done properly, only halfway. Zhong Fuyao's generals discussed amongst themselves, but still carried out the order to stop the attack. After all, regardless of their misunderstandings, orders had to be obeyed. The Zheng family's army, however, understood what was going on. They knew that Xie Zhongyi had ultimately decided to join them. Base 9 needed the Zheng family's support to develop, otherwise, even if Xie Zhongyi became station chief, he would only be confined to a small corner, with little power or room for advancement. However, before Xie Zhongyi appeared, the Zheng family army was met with a barrage of rockets. Dozens of rockets rained down, turning the building where the Zheng family army was hiding into an inferno. Almost simultaneously, several other hiding places also experienced violent explosions, flames shooting into the sky and illuminating the night. What's going on? Who ordered the firing? Are they not obeying my orders? Hearing the explosions, Xie Zhongyi rushed to the window, seeing the continuous explosions through the glass, and flew into a rage. Xie Zhongyi's close confidants exchanged bewildered glances. They were equally confused. The fighting had clearly stopped, so why had it suddenly resumed? Xie Zhongyi, full of rage, wanted to give the order himself. Just as he stepped out of his office, he was punched in the chest. In an instant, it felt as if he had been hit by a tank. He was thrown back into the office, slamming heavily onto the desk, which shattered into pieces with a crash. The gunfire stopped almost immediately. Xie Zhongyi, enduring the pain, opened his eyes, and after seeing what had happened, his body went cold. His 4 close associates, along with the 4 bodyguards, who had surrendered from Zhong Fuyao, 8 living, breathing experts, were instantly reduced to corpses lying on the ground. 3 people entered from outside, 1 woman and 2 men. He recognized 2 of them. One was the renowned Wutai mountain monk, a highly skilled fighter in the base. The woman was Zhong Fuyao's daughter, Zhong Wuyan. Zhong Wuyan's face was frosty, her gaze filled with undisguised killing intent. Don't kill me, Sister Wuyan. I didn't mean to kill my godfather. It was an accidental discharge. The pistol went off accidentally. Xie Zhongyi struggled to stand, but the punch to his chest had broken 7 or 8 ribs, and any movement caused excruciating pain. He couldn't stand at all. You heartless bastard. Zhong Wuyan raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! A headshot. Xie Zhongyi instantly fell silent, his face filled with terror, anxiety, and fear, all transforming into despair, and a trace of regret. Chapter 222. In the secret chamber, Zhong Wuyan saw Zhong Fuyao's corpse. Her trembling heart finally broke, and she cried like a child. All the resentment she had felt vanished in that moment, leaving only endless regret, longing, and reluctance. She, once a little princess, was now a child without parents, with no one to rely on from now on. In Zhong Wuyan's mind, her father was a capable and shrewd man. No matter what enemy they encountered, it was always the enemy who fell in the end, never her father. She never imagined that this separation would be forever. She wouldn't even have the chance to see her father one last time. That bastard. Lu Gong came up to report the situation and learned that Zhong Fuyao was dead. He kicked Xie Zhongyi's corpse hard. He couldn't imagine how Xie Zhongyi could have done such a thing. Everyone in the base knew how good Zhong Fuyao was to Xie Zhongyi, even better than a biological son. Even a 3-year-old knew Xie Zhongyi was being groomed as his successor. He treated Xie Zhongyi with the kind of treatment most people dreamed of, yet Xie Zhongyi discarded it like a worn-out shoe. He even committed patricide, the most despicable thing imaginable. Lu Gong had once called Xie Zhongyi his brother. Now, thinking about it, it felt like swallowing a fly, disgusting and nauseating. You mule-born bastard, an ungrateful wolf cub. Lu Gong was furious. Zhong Fuyao had saved his life, and his plan was to spend the rest of his life repaying his kindness. But now, Zhong Fuyao was dead, and he suddenly lost all hope, completely lost and unsure of what to do. The one who's most heartbroken is Mississippi. The monk from Wutai Mountain's words made Lu Gong pause, stopping his beating of Xie Zhongyi's corpse. Xie Zhongyi has been misled by the Zheng family and lost his mind. The most important thing now is to eliminate the Zheng family's army. They still have quite a few people, and we can't let them escape. Li Jushi patted Lu Gong on the shoulder. None of these people are good. A fierce killing intent flashed across Lu Gong's face. Only death is the best comfort for Station Chief Zhong, Li Jushi said. You all stay here with Mississippi. Lu Gong left, his killing intent palpable. I'm going too. The monk from Wutai Mountain glanced at Zhong Wuyan and left as well. Li Jushi alone was enough. His presence was superfluous. Besides, he was worried about Lu Gong. Lu Gong, consumed by hatred, was prone to losing his mind. Boss, something's wrong. The enemy's attack has suddenly intensified. They must have sent reinforcements. Let's retreat. The henchman, who had risked his life to escape the hail of bullets, was in a sorry state. His helmet had fallen off. Didn't the Zheng family say they were incredibly powerful? That they could completely withstand Zhong Fuyu's attacks? Damn it, it's all lies. They're just using us as cannon fodder. We've been fooled. A boar demon with a terrifying beast tattoo on its chest grunted and spat, asking, how many brothers do we have left? Less than 200, a henchman whispered. Damn it, before we're targeted, get the brothers back. We're not getting involved in this mess. We didn't get any meat, just trouble. A huge loss. The boar demon angrily led his men away from the battlefield. In another direction, Big Head Doll also realized the situation was dire. After weighing the situation, he quietly led his men away. With local forces leaving one after another, the already precarious Zheng family army felt unprecedented pressure. What is the shovel armor doing? Does it really take this long to deal with Lu Gong? The Zheng family army was still waiting for the shovel armor's reinforcements, unaware that it was already dead. The Zheng family army, fighting on foreign soil, wasn't well informed about the situation at Base 9, while the local forces were highly sensitive. Xiao Suiguan was the first to notice the anomaly, but he remained silent. Luo Chuqing, who was with him, also noticed, but seeing Xiao Suiguan's nonchalant attitude, she didn't speak either. She knew Xiao Suiguan was a very decisive person. Everything he did had its reasons. His silence towards the Zheng family must have a purpose, and sure enough, she soon understood it. A barrage of shells rained down. The already severely wounded commander, Eli, couldn't dodge in time and was critically injured. His right leg was blown off, and his back was a bloody mess. The Zheng family army was horribly mangled, a gruesome sight. Worst of all, the building was teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Xiao Suiguan moved. Like a cheetah, he charged out, weaving through the hail of bullets, carrying the severely wounded Eli on his back, and rushed out. Just as they were leaving, the building collapsed. Boom! Countless soldiers were buried beneath the rubble, dust billowing dozens of meters into the air. Gunfire erupted incessantly from all directions, rapidly approaching. "Commander, what do we do now?" Xiao Suiguan placed Eli in a corner, and skillfully began to stop the bleeding and bandage his wounds. "Xiao Suiguan, I didn't misjudge you. In this critical moment, only you have remained steadfast." A rare look of gratitude appeared on Eli's ugly and ferocious face. "This isn't the time to talk about that, Commander. I suggest we leave," Xiao Suiguan said calmly. "Do you have a way to leave?" Eli also realized that the situation was hopeless. The most important thing now was to save his own life. "If there are too many of us, it might be a problem. If there are only a few, it should be manageable," Xiao Suiguan said. "Let's go." Eli wasn't one to hesitate. Once he realized there was no turning back, he decisively chose to leave, abandoning his surviving subordinates. Xiao Suiguan, having spent so much time at Base 9, was intimately familiar with the streets and alleys. Carrying Eli, he weaved through the darkness, with Luo Chuqing covering their retreat, quickly escaping the battlefield. The remaining Zheng family forces were still resisting, unaware that their leader had fled. Two ropes dangled from the deserted wall. Xiao Suiguan and Luo Chuqing slid down halfway when the ropes suddenly snapped, sending them plummeting vertically. Both reacted quickly, one drawing a knife, the other a sword, stabbing them into the wall to slow their descent. But at that moment, gunshots rang out. Bang! The steel knife broke, and Xiao Suiguan and Eli plummeted into the darkness. Luo Chuqing tried to rescue him, but it was too late. By the time they landed, she saw Xiao Suiguan painfully getting up. To avoid injuring Eli, he had changed direction before hitting the ground, taking all the brunt of the fall. "It's you?" Xiao Suiguan took only one step before the hairs on his body stood on end, his face turning unusually grim. Surprised? Li Jushu emerged from the darkness, his Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle aimed at Xiao Suiguan's heart. "No." Luo Chuqing rushed forward, spreading her arms to block Xiao Suiguan without hesitation. "Don't be ungrateful. I already repaid your favor last time." Li Jushu's face darkened, an unnamed rage rising within him. "Please let him go, just this once more." Luo Chuqing pleaded, her expression complex. "You can't stop me. He's going to die today." Li Jushu's facial muscles trembled as he forcefully suppressed his anger. "I won't let you pass." Luo Chuqing's words had barely left her lips when a figure flashed before her eyes. Before she could react, she was sent flying. At the same time, the sword in her hand was in Li Jushu's grasp, its blade flashing as it pressed against Xiao Suiguan's throat. Chapter 223. The series of movements were executed in one fluid motion, swift as a rabbit and a falcon. Xiao Suiguan's eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of confusion. When Li Jushu attacked Luo Chuqing, he immediately abandoned Eli to launch a sneak attack. However, just as he drew his dagger, Li Jushu's long sword had already appeared out of nowhere, and was pressed against his throat. A terrifying killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave, and in an instant, his entire body stiffened, unable to move a single finger. Crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, snatching the sword from Luo Chuqing, whose strength was not much weaker than his, and then subduing him with a single strike, each movement was highly difficult, yet Li Jushu could accomplish it all in one fluid motion, as fast as lightning. How had his strength become so great? Even if Luo Chuqing might have held back, disregarding her influence, this was still an impossible feat, at least for him. Once upon a time, he looked down upon Li Jushu. He remembered the first time he met Li Jushu. His only notable skill was his sniping ability, not outstanding, but not enough to create distance. Now, however, he could no longer see through Li Jushu. No. Luo Chuqing, who had fallen to the ground, immediately got up but dared not move. For her sake, do you have any last words? Li Jushu's tone was surprisingly calm. Killing you was Kai Zhiwei's idea. Xiao Suiguan said these words, with a heart full of humiliation. He didn't openly beg for mercy, but the words themselves meant it. He had never imagined that he would one day beg for mercy, especially from someone he despised. You mean this has nothing to do with you? Li Jushu sneered. If it weren't for you, Kai Zhiwei wouldn't even know who I am. I can tell you the location of the other biobombs. Xiao Suiguan seemed to understand he couldn't shirk responsibility for this, so he changed his approach. If you die, everything can end. Li Jushu lost his patience. The biobombs ignited his anger. Because of them, he was hunted for thousands of miles. Because of them, his little sister died. The person who treated her best on the beast planet was dead. Xiao Suiguan was one of the culprits. The second level of the cultivation technique. Luo Chuqing shouted. Li Jushu's sword had already pierced Xiao Suiguan's skin, but he stopped abruptly. I give you the second level of the cultivation technique. Can you release him? Luo Chuqing looked at Li Jushu, extremely nervous. Li Jushu's expression shifted constantly, one moment tempted, the next filled with murderous intent. After much deliberation, he agreed, but with two conditions: the location of the biobombs and Luo Chuqing's safekeeping. Fine. Xiao Suiguan didn't hesitate for a moment, abandoning Luo Chuqing as easily as abandoning a cat or dog. Luo Chuqing's expression immediately darkened. Xiao Suiguan made a cut on the back of his head and pulled out a chip. The second layer of the cultivation method is inside. You can view it by inserting it into your phone or computer. You only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, all content will be automatically destroyed. Li Jushu distrusted Xiao Suiguan. He immediately took out his phone, inserted the chip, and carefully examined it to confirm its authenticity before letting Xiao Suiguan leave. Having cultivated the first layer of the cultivation method, he could distinguish the authenticity of the second layer and whether there were any errors. As Xiao Suiguan carried Yi for several dozen meters, about to disappear into the darkness, Li Jushu raised his sniper rifle. Bang! Elias' head exploded, killing him instantly. What are you doing? Xiao Suiguan turned around, glaring angrily. I only promised to let you go, not anyone else. Li Jushu's gun remained raised, the dark muzzle radiating a cold yet intense killing intent. Xiao Suiguan shuddered. He clenched his fists, furious, but ultimately remained silent, leaving Elias' corpse behind as he quickly fled. He dared not gamble with Li Jushu's temper, fearing Li Jushu might suddenly break his promise and kill him, leaving him with no time to regret it. Li Jushu didn't trust Xiao Suiguan. He quickly memorized the cultivation incantation on his phone. Xiao Suiguan was indeed untrustworthy. He said it would self-destruct in an hour. In reality, just 30 minutes later, the phone emitted white smoke, not only destroying the chip but also rendering the phone unusable. The moment the phone was thrown, a terrifying explosion occurred, blasting a crater 10 meters in diameter into the ground. The force was greater than a rocket, startling not only Li Jushu, but also Luo Chuqing. This chip, smaller than a fingernail, possessed such power. Li Jushu gained a new understanding of Xiao Suiguan. He would no longer hold back upon their next meeting. He believed Xiao Suiguan couldn't possibly possess anything that could save his life. According to Luo Chuqing, Xiao Suiguan had only mastered the second level of cultivation techniques. The third level was only possessed by the sect and couldn't be taken out. Besides the cultivation techniques, nothing else could attract him. This explosion lifted Luo Chuqing's spirits considerably. She looked at Li Jushu, her expression complex, her resolute eyes seeming to hold many unspoken words, yet unsure where to begin. Come here! Li Jushu beckoned to Luo Chuqing. Confused, Luo Chuqing timidly walked to his side. Slap! Li Jushu slapped her firm, round buttocks hard, the sound ringing out. You? Luo Chuqing's face flushed crimson, looking at Li Jushu with a mixture of shame and anger. From today onwards, you have nothing to do with the Xiao family or Xiao Suiguan. From now on, you belong only to me, understand? Li Jushu looked at her, his eyes sharp, leaving no room for negotiation. Yes. Luo Chuqing met his gaze for less than 3 seconds before looking down, giving a soft reply. Knowing your place, you should know what you should and shouldn't do. In the future, I don't want any unpleasantness between us, understand? Li Jushu said. Understood. Luo Chuqing whispered. Otherwise, family discipline will follow. Li Jushu clenched his fist, his 5 fingers opening and closing. Luo Chuqing's face flushed crimson, a certain part of her body burning hot. We've been apart for a while now, how come your strength hasn't improved at all? Li Jushu returned her sword. Cultivation is a gradual process, accumulating day by day, like a slow, steady stream. How come your strength has increased so much? Luo Chuqing suddenly realized. Before, although Li Jushu was strong, he was actually on par with her. She had lost to him in the jungle because she was injured and in poor condition. The second time, she hadn't used her full strength and couldn't fight him to the death. This time was different. She found herself completely powerless. Li Jushu's speed and strength completely overwhelmed her. Before she could react, her sword was taken from her, and she was pushed away by Li Jushu. Furthermore, Li Jushu had actually subdued Xiao Suiguan in a single move. He knew Xiao Suiguan's strength well, although her severed arm had been reattached and her strength had decreased somewhat. She was still significantly stronger than him. Yet, Li Jushu dealt with her as easily as a child, which she found unbelievable. Xiao Suiguan was already a cultivation genius, but was Li Jushu even more talented? No one would believe it if word got out. Xiao Suiguan had been cultivating since childhood. How long had Li Jushu been cultivating? It's a long story, I tell you when we get back. Li Jushu was still concerned about the situation at the base. Although the overall situation seemed settled, as long as it wasn't over, there would still be variables, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. Chapter 224. Brothers charge. Are kings and generals born with a special destiny? After all these years, it's our turn to rise to the top. Let's give it a shot. We got so many guns, what are we afraid of? The burly man in the tactical vest, with his buzz cut, didn't finish his sentence before his head exploded. His body flew more than 2 meters backward, his brains splattering onto the faces of the hunters nearby, burning hot. A sniper. The hunters behind froze, hearing a continuous series of splattering sounds. One after another, his brothers were being headshot, forming a line. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 of the most boisterous brothers were dead. The last heavy machine gun misfired. The 200-plus hunters were terrified. Someone shouted, and they turned and ran. The splattering sounds continued as hunters still fighting back, and those who hesitated were headshot one after another. Even the hunters hidden in the shadows couldn't sit still anymore. They grabbed their guns and ran, abandoning everything. Dawn was breaking, the large-scale battle had ended, leaving only sporadic, localized skirmishes. Some opportunists, disregarding the overall situation, tried to gain an advantage. Li Jushu, returning after dealing with Xiao Suiguan, occupied a high vantage point and opened fire relentlessly. Luo Chuqing provided support with binoculars. Human social structures generally follow certain patterns. Larger groups tend to have more skilled individuals, while smaller groups are usually weaker. Occasionally, exceptions occur, such as 1 or 2 exceptional individuals within a small group, but the general rule is that people tend to gravitate towards higher positions. Luo Chuqing's primary task was to locate the sniper hidden in the shadows. Li Jushu's building was nearly 120 meters high, and considering the lateral distance, only a sniper could pose a threat to him. 30 centimeters away, a bullet hole appeared, a wisp of white smoke rising. Before Luo Chuqing could even speak, Li Jushu's gun had already changed direction, and in the instant of pause, a tongue of fire erupted. On the balcony of a rectangular building 300 meters away, the sniper had just adjusted his position when his eyes met Li Jushu's. A chill ran through him. He knew he was finished. The scope shattered, then his body jolted, and then he knew nothing more. Li Jushu seemed to have done something insignificant. He lowered his gun. The hunters hiding behind cover were completely unaware that their bodies had been completely exposed. The cover they thought was safe was designed for the enemy in front. Its protection over their heads was virtually non-existent. Li Jushu, alone with a single shot, repelled 4 teams, each suffering a death rate exceeding 1/3. For a small team, a third of casualties was already crippling. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the riot shield, and the burly man, over 2 meters tall, behind it suddenly froze, the roaring Gatling gun falling silent. Big Bird? Gone? Why isn't he responding? The hunter beside him was still joking when the burly man collapsed, startling him. Big Bird, you. Only then did he see the bullet hole in Big Bird's chest, as big as a cup, gushing blood, The bulletproof vest had offered no protection whatsoever. Sniper, damn it! The hunter's face changed drastically. He instinctively looked in the direction the bullet had come from. His head jolted, and then, nothing. Those behind him saw it clearly. The machine gunner's head exploded, shattering like a watermelon falling from a 3-story building onto concrete. The two hunters nearby, barely realizing the danger, had their heads explode, brains splattering in the air. The two machine guns behind the window suddenly fell silent. Then the gunfire from upstairs rapidly decreased and finally disappeared. A top-tier sniper. The smarter hunters turned and ran, taking advantage of the still dim light and limited visibility, hoping for a chance to escape. Some, bolder as ever, tried to pinpoint the sniper's location, and then they were left behind forever. Bang! The roaring tank hurtled towards the station master's office building like a mad bull. Li Jushu saw the driver's twisted, crazed expression through the windshield and, without hesitation, fired a shot to the head. Boom! The tank crashed out of control into a nearby shop called Dolly Hardware. 10 seconds later, a deafening explosion shook half the base. The entire building housing the shop was reduced to rubble within seconds, smoke and dust rising hundreds of meters into the air. The tremor swept across the ground. Even on the rooftop over 100 meters high, Li Jushu felt a powerful tremor, and a howling wind swept through. Insane! Luo Chuqing broke out in a cold sweat. If Li Jushu hadn't fired in time, their building, which was right next to the station master's building, would have been affected if the tank hadn't crashed into it. Who could be so reckless as to blow up the station master's building? What kind of hatred ran so deep? Li Jushu's gaze followed the location of the tank. A dilapidated old building came into view, dark and quiet, with small windows. It seemed deserted, but Li Jushu was certain the culprit was either inside the old building or the nearby tin shed. Li Jushu switched to incendiary explosive rounds, firing one at the old building and the other at the tin shed. The bullets fell, and both exploded simultaneously, flames blooming like flowers. Dozens of people screamed as they rushed out of the flames, stripping off their clothes as they ran. Li Jushu had already aimed at them, shooting them one by one until they were all dead. As the screams ceased, a tank burst through the flames. Li Jushu quickly aimed at the driver's cab. No one was there. His gaze shifted back, and he saw a figure leap from the trunk, roll, and disappear behind a trash can. Li Jushu wasn't in a hurry. He stared at the alleyway beside the trash can and soon spotted a hunter crawling along the ground like a gecko, very slowly. The hunter was dressed in black. The alley was dimly lit. If it weren't for Li Jushu, he certainly wouldn't have been spotted. Unfortunately for him, Li Jushu had night vision. The hunter's sense of danger was frighteningly sharp. The moment Li Jushu's gaze fell upon him, he noticed him, suddenly accelerating, leaping onto the wall, and vaulting to the other side with the agility of a cat. Bang! The hunter, about to fall, jolted. A bullet entered his chest, exited through his back, leaving a deep, bottomless bullet hole in the ground. I hate thud! The hunter fell to the ground, his fingers twitching unconsciously before stopping. His biggest mistake wasn't escaping by climbing over the wall. He should have rushed deeper into the alley. He was agile, suddenly accelerating. Even Li Jushu wasn't entirely confident in his aim, but when landing after climbing over the wall, gravity is constant, the perfect moment to aim. Li Jushu had jumped off buildings more than once. The moment the hunter leaped onto the wall, he knew the hunter was doomed. The hunter only realized this when he was shot. Unfortunately, life is only once. There's no chance for regret. Daylight finally broke, the small-scale fighting quickly subsided, and those opportunistic groups, realizing the situation, instantly transformed from rebels back into obedient hunters. Only sporadic gunfire rang out, and Lu Gong appeared at the intersections of the streets and alleys with his regular army. Martial law was declared. The entire base quickly returned to order from chaos. Chapter 225. Commander. Lingnan Monkey crept up to Li Jushu. Get to the point? Li Jushu glanced at him, knowing from his sly expression that he wasn't up to anything. I have a bold idea, Lingnan Monkey said with a grin. What idea? Li Jushu stood on the rooftop, looking down at the base. This was the station chief's office building, the tallest building in the entire base. Previously, this building was only the third tallest, but now, with the first and second tallest buildings reduced to ruins, it had become the tallest. Base 9 was originally Nierenbao's territory. After Nierenbao's death, it fell into the hands of Zheng Fangong of the Zheng family. Zheng Fangong was assassinated, and Deputy Station Chief Lu Wanli was the most likely successor. Then, Lu Wanli was also eliminated, and finally, Zhong Fuya took over as Station Chief. Many people thought Zhong Fuyo had gotten a good deal, but in reality, he was adept at patience and knew that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Even without Li Jushu, the Zheng family or others would have been dissatisfied with Lu Wanli and launched an attack. The fiercer the fighting, the greater the casualties. His strategy of remaining calm and adaptable was the wisest course of action. Indeed, this proved to be true. On the surface, everyone was resentful and had grievances against him, but no one noticed his covert actions. Those who jumped the gun were either missing or dead. Gunfire was constant at Base 9, but a closer look revealed that each engagement lasted only 10 minutes or so, having no impact on daily life at Base 9. If it weren't for the Zheng family's large-scale military intervention, probably no one would have seen through Zhong Fuyo's intentions. The Zheng family was misled by the apparent chaos at Base 9, misjudging the situation. They believed that luring their main force, Lu Gong, out of the city would leave the base vulnerable, unaware that Zhong Fuyo was using a trap. Elias' entry into the base was smooth, and the attack went well until Zhong Fuyo launched his counterattack. Only then did they realize it was a trap, but it was too late. Zhong Fuyo not only ensnared Elias' massive army, but also lured out the remaining diehards within the base. Had he not misjudged his adopted son, Xie Zhongyi, he would have been the biggest winner that night. Fate is cruel. Li Jushu only realized the truth of the matter afterward. Before arriving at base number 9, he shared the same thoughts as the Zheng family and everyone else. That Zhong Fuyo's foundation was unstable, he faced numerous opponents, and his fate was sealed. In truth, a deeper analysis reveals the irrationality. Zhong Fuyo has been the deputy station chief of Base 9 for 8 or 9 years. His influence is considerable. Zheng Fangong is fighting with the forces left behind by Niren Bao, and Lu Wanli is fighting with the forces left behind by the Zheng family. These major forces have been constantly at odds, leaving very few men. With Yang Yingzhong gone, how could the remaining remnants possibly be a match for Zhong Fuyo? With their leader dead, Lu Wanli's men immediately sided with Zhong Fuyo. With these two forces combined, how could any other force possibly contend with them? As for certain groups, they aren't fools. They aren't deputy station chiefs, not even legion commanders. No matter how much they struggle, they never become station chiefs. Therefore, they wouldn't risk displeasing Zhong Fuyo at this time. The more Li Jushu understood, the more he admired Zhong Fuyo. If it were him, he wouldn't dare allow the base to descend into chaos. One wrong move, and it would be self-destructive. Zhong Fuyo not only did it, but he did it flawlessly. Zhong Fuyo is like a master of defense, creating openings everywhere to lure the enemy into attacking, and then taking the opportunity to eliminate them. This is more deadly than an impregnable defense, which can only protect oneself from being attacked, but cannot do anything to the enemy. Knowing the outcome, Li Jushu reflected on the process, finding lessons in every step. He realized that if it were him, he would have simply built an impregnable fortress, prioritizing solidity. Commander, now that the station chief of Base 9 is gone, why don't you become the station chief? Lingen Monkey said jokingly, but his eyes held a hopeful glint. What did you say? Li Jushu's expression instantly turned serious as he looked at him. Commander, you should become the station chief of Base 9. Lingen Monkey felt inexplicably guilty under Li Jushu's gaze. Is this your idea or everyone else's? Li Jushu's thoughts were completely pulled back to reality. Everyone thinks the same way. Lingen Monkey spoke, carefully observing Li Jushu's expression. Does White Goat also think so? Li Jushu asked. Deputy Commander Bai also hopes that you, Commander, can become the station chief, but he added that now is not the best time, Lingen Monkey said. Li Jushu knew this would be the outcome. The White Goat was incredibly clever. If he thought it was suitable, he would have come first, without needing the Lingen Monkey to bring it up. He glanced at Luo Chuqing, who feigned indifference, and asked the Lingen Monkey, do you think I'm suitable to be the station chief given the current situation? Opportunities are created. Everyone supports the commander. As long as Lu Gong clearly expresses his support, there won't be any problem, the Lingen Monkey said. Don't mention it again. I can be the deputy station chief, but not the station chief, Li Jushu said. Commander, the Lingen Monkey panicked. If he missed such a good opportunity, it would be hard to find another one like it. The best candidate for station chief is Zhong Wuyan, Li Jushu said calmly. Lingen Monkey was stunned, blinked twice, then suddenly understood Li Jushu's meaning. He became excited, rubbing his hands together involuntarily, wanting to say something but unsure what to say. Go find Guiguan and bring him up. I need to talk to him, Li Jushu said. Okay, I go right away. Lingen Monkey hurriedly left. Guiguan and Lu Gong were known as Zhong Fuyu's right and left arms. Lu Gong was good at offense, while Guiguan was steady and more defensive. Guiguan was the main facilitator of last night's trap. Although various unexpected events occurred, it ultimately ended perfectly. Guiguan's abilities were evident to all. After learning of Zhong Fuyu's death, Lu Gong clearly expressed his loyalty to Mississippi. Now, all that was missing was Guiguan. As long as Guiguan was captured, Base 9 would be basically secured. Guiguan was a very intelligent man. From an unknown nobody to a prominent figure in the base, he had risen through careful consideration and wise alignment time and again. He thought far more deeply than others. Upon reaching the rooftop, before Li Jushi could speak, he preemptively asked, "Commander, do you want me to support you or miss?" Mississippi Li Jushi was somewhat surprised, but more than that, delighted. Talking to a smart person always saved him a lot of trouble. "If I object, will I be unable to leave the rooftop today?" Guiguan was around 40 years old, of medium build, and not particularly handsome, but rather pleasing to the eye. His eyes were gentle, but the occasional glint of sharp light revealed his extraordinary nature. He was the type to conceal his brilliance. When Xiao Suiguan fled with a lie, I caught up with him. I killed a lie and released Xiao Suiguan. Li Jushu didn't answer Guiguan's question, but instead brought up an unrelated matter. Guiguan's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure and solemnly said, "Station Chief Zhong was kind to me, and now that he has passed away, it is my duty and responsibility to assist Mississippi." Xiao Suiguan fled back to Base 1. He wouldn't say that Li Jushu killed Eli, but only that Base 9 did. This way, Base 1 would hate the entire Base 9, and the Xing family would inevitably retaliate. Everyone in Base 9 would be subject to this retaliation, regardless of who the station chief was. Xiao Suiguan was an ambitious man. If the Xing family retaliated against Li Jushu alone, it wouldn't be in his interest. Only by hating Base 9 could he have the opportunity to lead troops and seize power within Base 9. This also aligned with the Zhang family's interests. With Eli dead, the entire base had to be buried with him. The situation was irreversible. Since that was the case, it was better to have someone from his own side as station chief. It was always better to have one's own destiny in one's own hands than in someone else's. In terms of understanding Xiao Suiguan, he was no less knowledgeable than Li Jushu. Chapter 226. Zhong Wuyan became the station chief of Base 9 against her will. While not exactly the popular choice, she was the most acceptable candidate after a compromise. For Zhong Fuyu's loyal followers, Zhong Wuyan was his daughter. Her succession guaranteed their interests, and they supported her without any psychological barriers. For the Black Tiger Legion, Zhong Wuyan was part of them, and she was naturally biased towards them. With such a station chief, the Black Tiger Legion would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. For the local factions within the base, Zhong Wuyan was a better choice than anyone else. She was young and inexperienced, and it was likely she wouldn't hold the position for long. Mistakes were inevitable, and if she were removed, everyone would have a chance. The ordinary hunters, while disagreeing, neither approved nor opposed, adopting a more spectator's mentality. After all, such a change of supreme power was too far removed from their lives. They couldn't concern themselves with it anyway. Zhong Wuyan was beautiful, a female station chief, and quite pleasing to the eye. There were certainly those who objected, but dared not speak out. Those who did last night were mostly dead, and the rest either dared not show their faces or knew they were too weak to utter a sound. Thus, before Zhong Wuyan had even recovered from the grief of losing her father, she hastily took office, becoming the first female station chief of Base 9. Base 9 wasn't exactly in dire need of rebuilding, but it was certainly fraught with difficulties. Zhong Wuyan didn't want to be station chief, but she knew Li Jushu needed Base 9, so she could only suppress her sorrow and quickly get to work. This busyness actually did alleviate her grief. Baihui Street. The building where Pig Demon lived was eerily quiet. It was usually bustling, but today was unusually quiet. The neighbors knew the reason. Pig Demon had taken his team out last night, and when they returned, half were missing. That was probably why they were being so discreet. "Boss, someone wants to see you." "There's a man and a woman outside." His underling knocked on Pig Demon's door. "No." Pig Demon was already annoyed, but immediately changed his mind. "Who is it?" "Night Owl and Luo Chuqing." After the underling finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds before Pig Demon's slightly hoarse voice rang out. "Please let them in." The underling noticed that Pig Demon used the word please. He knew why Pig Demon was being so polite. Night Owl and Luo Chuqing were both powerful and influential. Luo Chuqing used to follow Xiao Suiguan, whose strength was among the best of the 4th-level hunters. Few in Base 9 dared to claim a guaranteed victory over him. Luo Chuqing rarely had the chance to fight, but she and Xiao Suiguan were from the same sect, and their strength was roughly equal. Among the female experts in Base 9, Luo Chuqing was the most powerful. Night Owl was considered a major villain in Base 9. Although no one had ever seen him fight, he had first killed Xing Fangong, then Lu Wanli, wreaking havoc on Base 9, causing countless destructions. Then rumors spread that he had detonated a biological bomb at Base 11. Everyone considered him a jinx. Few had seen him in person, but almost everyone had heard of him. He was definitely a ruthless and vicious figure. A man who dared to kill even the station chief, who among the underworld wouldn't fear him. Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing entered the pig demon's office and found 3 other people inside. The office was filled with smoke, indicating they had been smoking for a long time. The shorter of the 3 was quick-witted. Seeing Li Jushu frown, he immediately got up and opened the window to let in fresh air. Sit! The pig demon was tall, with protruding lips and teeth that, at first glance, did resemble wild boar tusks. No wonder the old folks often said there were no bad nicknames, only bad names. Li Jushu sat down, but Luo Chuqing stood behind him. What are your names, these 3? Li Jushu found the seating arrangement in the pig demon's office interesting. It wasn't circular, but rather 2 rows. The 4 pig demons sat on the left, while he and Luo Chuqing sat on the right, clearly separated. This arrangement had the advantage of being easy to target in a fight, avoiding the risk of friendly fire. Grass Mosquito. The shorter man who opened the window introduced himself. Gold Tooth. The tall man grinned, revealing a mouthful of large gold teeth. Over the mountain peak, the thin young man said calmly, I long admired your name, my apologies, my apologies. Li Jushu feigned politeness. In truth, he had never heard of any of the 3 men. Night Owl, you come here for morning tea, haven't you? The pig demon spoke, his sharp eyes fixed on Li Jushu. Frankly, he didn't want to associate with someone like Night Owl. What am I here for, pig demon leader? Don't you know? Li Jushu looked back at the pig demon, a half smile on his face. What do you mean? The pig demon's expression changed slightly. What you're thinking is exactly what I mean, Li Jushu said. The pig demon's face instantly darkened. Grass Mosquito stood up, poured Li Jushu a cup of tea, and said with a smile, as the old saying goes, it's fate that we can sit together. However, even family members need to clarify some things. Leaving things unsaid can easily lead to misunderstandings. Please state your purpose. Li Jushu gave Grass Mosquito an approving look. Being able to speak well is important, as is being able to control one's temper. Grass Mosquito possessed both. His future was limitless. He picked up his teacup, blew on it, but didn't drink. He said to the pig demon, the base has experienced a major battle, and many people have died. Regardless of who was right or wrong in the past, we will let bygones be bygones. How we get along in the future depends on your attitudes, whether we become friends or enemies. What constitutes a friend? And what about enemies? Gold Tooth asked the question everyone wanted to know on behalf of the pig demon. The base will follow the example of Base 2, establishing legions under its command. Anyone with the ability and resources can participate. If we work together in the future, we will naturally be friends, otherwise, we will be enemies, Li Jushu said. So we have no right to refuse? The pig demon asked in a deep voice. Yes, Li Jushu answered firmly, then immediately changed the subject. However, I can't imagine any reason why you would refuse. Haven't you 2 heard the saying everyone has their own ambitions? Guishafeng said calmly. I understand, I understand. Li Jushu nodded. Think it over carefully, everyone. Don't rush to reply. I have a few places to go, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. He put down his teacup, stood up, and left. The group was stunned by Li Jushu's abrupt departure. By the time they reacted, Li Jushu and Luo Chuqing had already walked out of the courtyard. Jinya and the other 2 looked at the pig demon. The pig demon stared at Li Jushu's retreating figure, his brows furrowed deeply. What do they mean? Boss, if I'm not mistaken, Night Owl's next destination is either Big Head Doll or Chicken Crest. Once they agree to Night Owl's demands, our situation will become precarious. Guishafeng was the quickest to react. You mean, the pig demon instantly realized. This is a calculated move. They want us to kill each other, so they can reap the benefits. As long as someone agrees to their demands, war is inevitable unless we all resist the temptation. But that's clearly impossible. Someone will inevitably succumb, said Overpeak. Big Boss A will definitely be the first to surrender, Grass Mosquito said confidently. Boss, make a decision, Overpeak urged. Alright, Mosquito, hurry up and bring back the midnight snack. Pig Demon made up his mind instantly. Grass Mosquito rushed out of the yard, while Gold Tooth still looked confused. What are you talking about? Chapter 227. Where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is light, there are shadows. This is determined by human nature, and even the most perfect systems and laws cannot prevent it. Big A, Pig Demon, Big Head Doll, Rooster Crest, and others represent the dark side of Base 9, usually operating in the gray area. Previously, the base looked down on them, so they stayed within their own territory and lived in peace. Now, with Li Jushu's actions, the balance has been immediately shattered. Whoever surrenders to Li Jushu will immediately gain immense power, and then turn their guns on others. How can the others possibly withstand that? The problem now isn't whether anyone will surrender, but whoever surrenders first will gain the advantage. Those who surrender later, even if they don't suffer, will receive fewer benefits. Whether it's Big A or Rooster Crest, Pig Demon doesn't believe that after following Li Jushu, they will treat him, their former rival, well. Back in her office, Luo Chuqing immediately noticed the atmosphere had completely changed. When they first entered, the Pig Demon and the golden-toothed creature exuded an air of ownership and arrogance. Now, however, they sat with slightly hunched backs, their heads lowered, their expressions and eyes showing respect and humility. This subtle change made them seem much more agreeable. I said it before, to create a legion, besides personal strength, one needs to meet certain conditions and complete missions. There are quite a few forces within the base that have grievances against the station chief. I don't want them existing in the base. They possess a considerable amount of firearms, ammunition, and wealth, all essential for creating a legion. Whoever makes the first move gets these things. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Before coming here, I went to see Lu Ban's ruler. He should already be taking action. Upon hearing Li Jushu's words, the four Pig Demons' expressions changed. Only then did he understand why Li Jushu was so fearless. He didn't care whether they agreed or not, because he already had a knife in his hand. I gather my men immediately. The Pig Demon, a man of flexibility, quickly switched identities. I congratulate everyone on your triumphant return. Li Jushu smiled slightly, leaving with Luo Chuqing. Both were leaving, but their feelings were completely different. You're different from him, Luo Chuqing said, referring to Xiao Suiguan. I'm more handsome, Li Jushu said. He never thought highly of those who operate in the gray area, Luo Chuqing said. You don't seem to mind what I'm doing, Li Jushu glanced at her. Confucius said, education should be for all, and the same applies to doing things. The best method is the one that gets things done with the least cost, Luo Chuqing said. I want to ask you for a favor, Li Jushu suddenly said. You want me to protect Wuyan? Luo Chuqing, quick-witted, guessed his intention. I need to leave for a while, Li Jushu nodded. You're going back to base too? Luo Chuqing immediately realized. Some things need to be settled, Li Jushu said. Zhao Tianyun is inherently suspicious. If you return to base 2 in your current status, he will inevitably be suspicious of you and might even suppress you, Luo Chuqing said. That's precisely why I'm going to base 2. The Xing family wants to unify the 10,000 Beasts planet, and the first blow will most likely be delivered at base 9. If they send 30,000 to 50,000 troops, base 9 won't be able to withstand it. As the Zhang family's main rival, Zhao Tianyun can't remain uninvolved. We must bring him in, Li Jushu said. Wuyan and I are best friends. Even if you didn't say anything, I would protect her, Luo Chuqing said, no longer trying to persuade her. The silence at base 9, which had lasted less than half a day, was broken by intense gunfire again. However, this time the fighting was concentrated on the outer streets, not in the core area, and the area was small, seemingly indicating a deliberate control of the intensity of the exchange. Pig Demon, are you crazy? We, the White Lion team, have always kept to ourselves. What do you mean by ambushing us? Don't you have any sense of honor? I hack your ass, ouch. The burly man, with a mole above his left eye cursed, but before he could finish, a bullet struck his calf, causing him to grimace in pain. Pig Demon remained silent. He glanced at Gold Tooth, who understood. The two of them suddenly stood up. Gold Tooth's Vulcan cannon and his Thunder 88 fired simultaneously, two metallic beams cutting through everything. The White Lion team was instantly suppressed. Overlord Mountain seized the opportunity to change position. By the time the roar of the Vulcan cannon subsided, he was ready. The burly man, with the mole above his left eye, had just looked up when he was shot dead. Wu Fanzi is dead. Brothers of the White Lion team, surrender immediately, or don't blame me for a massacre." The pig demon's voice echoed throughout the street. Resistance quickly subsided, and soon the gunfire ceased. The battle was over. Hunters aren't soldiers. They don't need to uphold certain principles. The lower-level hunters are just a bunch of wage earners, moving from one team to another, following whoever pays the most. If their leader dies, the team immediately disbands. There's rarely any clamor for revenge. With only a little over 10,000 copper coins a month, there's no need to risk their lives. The pig demon had been operating in the gray area for years, knowing all the major and minor factions in Base 9 inside and out. He knew who he could take down, who he couldn't, and how to take them down. He had a plan in mind, so he acted swiftly and decisively. In one afternoon, he wiped out 4 factions. As night fell, everyone thought he was going to stop, but he launched another attack under the cover of darkness, eliminating 2 factions almost on par with his own, instantly becoming the largest force on Baihui Street. Meanwhile, Lu Banqi and Big Head Doll from the streets were not to be outdone, each devouring numerous smaller factions. By dawn, only 4 factions remained in the gray area. Pig Demon, Big Head Doll, and Lu Banqi had all joined Li Jushu's camp, while Chicken Crest was the only faction leader who explicitly rejected Li Jushu. Pig Demon, Big Head Doll, and Lu Banqi led their forces to surround Qinghe Road, where Chicken Crest was located. After a fierce battle, Chicken Crest suffered more than half its casualties, and was forced to abandon its men and flee for its life. Seeing their leader escape, its men had no choice but to surrender. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. A kilometer away, Chicken Crest's body plummeted from the zipline, landing with a thud on the street. Its body was deformed from the impact, but it felt no pain, for half its head had been severed midair. Li Jushu put away his sniper rifle, signifying the end of the chaos at Base 9, and the beginning of normalcy. The business owners in the base, such as large conglomerates like Peach Blossom Spring Hotel, MO Family Manufacturing, and Taiha Pharmaceutical, are only concerned with making money and won't participate in power struggles. Whether a base is chaotic or not mainly depends on the hunters at the lower levels. If the hunters are stable, the base is stable. There is also infighting at the higher levels, but the killings at the top are invisible. Victory or defeat often happens in an instant. Once they understand the situation, they will generally choose to compromise. Unless it's a deep-seated hatred like killing one's father or stealing one's wife, there won't be any cases of families being wiped out. Zhong Huiyan convened his first meeting since taking office. Chapter 228. The Economic Conference, attended by business tycoons from within the base, including heads of companies like Peach Blossom Spring Hotel, MO Family Manufacturing, and Taiha Pharmaceutical, was a high-profile event. However, not everyone gave them face. The head of Li Huichishing excused himself, citing illness. "Mr. Liao, smoking is not allowed in the conference room," a staff member whispered to Liao Qingxiang, the CEO of Taiha Pharmaceutical. Liao Qingxiang glanced at the staff member, smiled, and tossed his cigar on the ground. The staff member quickly picked it up and threw it in a nearby trash can. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, Liao Qingxiang pulled a box from his pocket, slowly took out another cigar, lit it, and the flame of the lighter flickered like a demonic figure. The CEOs attending the meeting watched this scene with great interest. The staff member's face flushed red, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhong Huiyan led the base's top executives into the conference room. The noisy conference room immediately quieted down. Luo Chuqing left from the back, and went to Li Jushu, who was admiring the scenery on the balcony, and told him about Liao Qingxiang's situation. Li Jushu hummed in response, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. While Zhong Huiyan's appointment as station master was partly due to him, and partly due to Zhong Fuyao, it was ultimately her father's wish. Zhong Huiyan would frequently face various problems in the future, and she would definitely have to handle these matters independently. "Are you going to the Fierce train?" Luo Chuqing noticed that he was looking towards the Fierce train. "Zhong Jiuxiao, which side do you think he favors?" Li Jushu asked. "I haven't been at my base for very long, so I'm not very clear. He doesn't seem to favor anyone usually. He's quite neutral," Luo Chuqing said. "Zhong Jiushu seems to have a daughter, doesn't he?" Li Jushu asked. "What do you want?" Luo Chuqing frowned slightly. "Nothing, just asking," Li Jushu said. "She's married?" Luo Chuqing didn't speak for a moment, then blurted out. Li Jushu turned to look at her. Luo Chuqing acted nonchalantly, but her gaze was evasive. "Tell me about yourself." Li Jushu suddenly laughed. Luo Chuqing looked at him strangely, confused. "What are your plans for the future?" Li Jushu asked. Luo Chuqing froze, her face blank. She had never considered this question. Before, she always followed Xiao Suiguan. Wherever Xiao Suiguan went, she went. Whatever Xiao Suiguan asked her to do, she did. From the moment they came down the mountain, she had always followed Xiao Suiguan, running around everywhere. Xiao Suiguan was very ambitious, always scheming and calculating. Although he couldn't be said to be infallible, things generally went according to his plan, except for Li Jishu, who was an exception. So all along, she hadn't needed to think, she only needed to obey. Even this time, when Li Jishu snatched her away from Xiao Suiguan, she was still obeying, the difference being that before she obeyed Xiao Suiguan, now she obeyed Li Jishu. This joke doesn't seem funny at all, Li Jishu shrugged. I already planned everything for you. Just follow me. I provide food, drink, and shelter. You only need to be responsible for one thing. What is it? Luo Chuqing asked blankly. Be obedient. Obedience is the ultimate solution to conflict. As long as one party is obedient, no conflict is unsolvable. It's that absolute. Li Jishu didn't pay attention to the meeting, nor did he try to communicate with Zhong Jiushu of the fierce train. He left everything to Zhong Wuyan to handle, and began cultivating the second level of his mental technique. He asked Luo Chuqing the name of this cultivation method, but Luo Chuqing didn't know either. Everyone in his sect practiced this method, and no one had ever asked its name. It's like a child who knows their father is called Papa, but has no idea what his father's real name is. Li Jishu admired Luo Chuqing. She had practiced for over 10 years without ever asking the name. He wasn't sure if it was due to talent or something else, but her progress in cultivating the second level of the method was incredibly rapid, without any of the obstacles Luo Chuqing had warned him about. It was like driving on a highway, smooth sailing all the way. 3 days later, he emerged from seclusion and immediately noticed that the base was different. Walking down the street, he quickly discovered some interesting changes. The base had banned guns. 3 days earlier, after Zhong Wuyan's meeting, a policy of banning guns was implemented. Everyone entering the base had to hand over their service weapon to ensure the safety of those within. The base had stabilized, and killing was no longer permitted. Getting hunters to hand over their guns wasn't easy. Zhong Wuyan's method was to offer them incentives. Hunters who support gun control will only need to pay 80% of the cost for ammunition. The remaining 20% will be directly subsidized to arms dealers by the base. This single measure benefits both hunters and arms dealers. The gun control movement was thus successfully implemented. The second item on the agenda was the modification of some laws, drawing on the laws of the home planet to reduce killing and infighting. Conflicts will be reported to the base for resolution, and missions will primarily focus on hunting animals. As long as the animal is valuable, regardless of whether the hunter knows it or whether there is a buyer, the base will cover the cost once it is captured. For example, if a team accidentally captures an unfamiliar animal and no one buys it, it represents a waste of time and effort. Now, there's no need to worry about this, the base will purchase it. Large numbers of hunters ventured out of the city to hunt animals, and the turmoil of the new regime change dissipated silently. The hunters had no time to discuss the new station chief's merits. They were only thinking about how to make money. The biggest change, however, was the household registration system. Hunters who joined Base 9 could now come and go freely, and the protection fee was no longer charged. Some hunters worried about their personal information being leaked or exposed, but most joined Base 9 without hesitation. The reason was simple. Even without the household registration system, they would have remained permanently stationed at Base 9 anyway. So why give up an opportunity to save money? Zhong Wuyan's policies, if implemented without distortion, were a win-win situation. Li Jishu wasn't surprised by the person who came up with the policies. He was curious about how Zhong Wuyan had gained the support of other high-ranking members of the base. The base wasn't ruled by Zhong Wuyan alone. There were many powerful figures. Without their support, even the smallest policy couldn't be implemented smoothly. Li Jishu strolled alone through the streets. He didn't look for Zhong Wuyan, and unknowingly wandered into the red light district. Every base had a red light district, some large, some small. The scent of perfume in the air reminded him of Zhao Kuang, and thinking of Zhao Kuang inevitably brought to mind his beautiful but fiery wife, and the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle. Night Owl. A familiar voice called from behind. Chapter 229. Lynx. Li Jishu turned around and was surprised to find that the person calling him was actually Lynx, Blackhead Hornet's brother. Young Master Pu Xiaoyun had issued a spider-catching mission. He, Blackhead Hornet, and Lynx were a team. Unfortunately, at the very beginning of the mission, they encountered a brown bear. Lynx had several ribs broken and was forced to withdraw from the mission. After that, the two hadn't seen each other again, and more than half a year had passed. What are you doing here? Li Jushi was very happy. Seeing Lynx was like seeing Blackhead Hornet again, and a feeling of closeness welled up within him. I didn't expect that when I saw you again, you would be so famous. Lynx was happy, but more than that, he was filled with admiration. To be honest, I've been either running for my life or on the road to escape these days. Speaking of you, we haven't seen you since we came back. Didn't you go back to Settlement 11? Li Jushu asked. This isn't the place to talk. Come on, if you don't mind, let's go to my place. Lynx seemed to have a lot to say, so Li Jushu followed him to his place. A small apartment, tiny but clean and tidy. There's nothing much to offer, Lynx said, handing Li Jushu a bottle of mineral water. You're married? Li Jushu noticed signs that someone else had lived in the apartment. It was a woman. Pink slippers and a hair-drying cap were usually things only women used. I found a girlfriend. Lynx smiled shyly. Congratulations. Li Jushu quickly offered his congratulations. Finding a girlfriend in this era wasn't easy. Women required not only material things, but also stable companionship. Both were indispensable. But how many hunters could be stable? Life and death were uncertain, let alone companionship. Furthermore, the number of women on the beast planet was relatively small. There were more wolves than meat. Otherwise, Chao Gang wouldn't have needed to be so humble to find a girlfriend. It's all fate. A hint of tenderness flashed in Lynx's eyes. Then he asked, have you been in contact with Blackhead Hornet? I've been looking for him for a long time, but haven't found him. We met after returning from the mission. The last time we met was before the volcanic scorpion appeared. After that, we were separated and haven't seen each other since. I'm also looking for him. He might have gone to another base. Li Jushu actually had another guess. Perhaps Blackhead Hornet died in the mouth of the volcanic scorpion. He didn't want that to happen, so he hadn't considered that possibility. As long as he hadn't seen the person or the body, there was still hope. I originally planned to go back to Settlement 11 to recover from my injuries, but I ran into a friend on the way, well, my current girlfriend, and we came to Base 9 together. After I recovered, I was going to look for Blackhead Hornets, but then I heard that Settlement 11 had been breached and was now in ruins. At the same time, news of you detonating the biobomb reached me. Then I heard you were hanging out with Yang Yingzhong, and then you two caused a huge ruckus at the base. I wanted to find you, but I didn't know where to start. The power struggles at the base have been so intense lately, I almost didn't recognize you when I saw you just now. Lynx sighed. My situation is a long story. You gained a lot of weight. Haven't you been on missions? Li Jushu looked Lynx up and down. She definitely gained weight. She should be called Fat Cat now. This was more like pregnancy than recovery. My girlfriend is the cashier at Taiha Pharmaceutical. She introduced me to a security guard job at Taiha Pharmaceutical. The food at Taiha Pharmaceutical is so good, and the work is easy. I have to exercise every day after get off work, otherwise I get even fatter. I don't know why. I used to binge eat when I was doing missions, and I often ate late night snacks, but I didn't gain weight. Now I try to reduce my food intake as much as possible, but I'm still gaining weight. I feel like I can gain weight just by drinking water. Mountain Cat said with a wry smile. Taiha Pharmaceuticals has excellent benefits. It's not a place for just anyone. Your girlfriend is quite capable, Li Jushu said. Her uncle is a mid-level manager at Taiha Pharmaceuticals. Practically a small-time backer, Shan Mao explained. It's only a little past 3. It shouldn't be time to leave work yet, right? Are you off today? Li Jushu asked curiously. I was supposed to be working, but they suddenly gave us a day off. I don't know what they're up to. But for an employee like me, a day off is welcome, as long as I get paid, Shan Mao said nonchalantly. Does this happen often? Li Jushu asked. This is the first time, Shan Mao shook her head. When are you planning to get married? Li Jushu noticed a wedding photo hanging on the wall through the crack in the door. In the photo, Shan Mao and a woman of similar age were cheek to cheek, both smiling happily. The plan is for the end of the year, but it might change. It depends on when the satellite is repaired. We still have to go back to our home planet for the wedding, Shan Mao said. I almost forgot, marriage requires parental consent, and a banquet for both families and friends. Li Jushu slapped his forehead. He had no experience in this area, and subconsciously thought that it was just a matter of two people bowing to heaven and earth, and that was it. He watched too many TV dramas and thought marriage was too simple. To be honest, I haven't met her parents yet. Whether it will work out is still uncertain. Shan Mao showed a hint of guilt. No man is immune to the trepidation of meeting his future mother-in-law. You're so outstanding, there definitely won't be a problem. Don't scare yourself, Li Jushu said. What parent doesn't want their daughter to marry a rich man, a second-generation rich kid? Compared to those wealthy young men, I have no advantage, Shan Mao said. Your advantage is your sister-in-law, isn't it? Once you get her on board, I'm sure her parents will respect their daughter's opinion. Li Jushu's words were somewhat naive. He wasn't dealing with his father-in-law and didn't feel the pressure. The two chatted about the past, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Shan Mao wanted Li Jushu to stay for dinner, but he politely declined. He would have agreed to eat out as Shan Mao suggested, but eating at home meant he wanted to eat with his girlfriend, and he didn't want to be a third wheel. Anyway, now that I know where she lives, we can meet anytime. Unlike before when I couldn't find her, Li Jushu waved goodbye. Back at the station master's office building, the guards were members of the Black Tiger Legion and recognized him. Zhong Huiyan trusted the Black Tiger Legion more than the group her father had left behind. Zhong Huiyan was alone in her office, head down, intently studying a document. She seemed to be facing a problem, her brow furrowed deeply. Ah, you're here. Zhong Huiyan looked up and was startled to see someone standing in front of her. After recognizing who it was, a smile immediately spread across her face, her eyes sparkling. I missed you, Li Jushu said. I missed you too. Zhong Huiyan's pretty face flushed slightly. She glanced furtively at the doorway, and seeing no one watching, she rose and threw herself into Li Jushu's arms. For a moment, she forgot she was the station master. Is there trouble? Li Jushu took a deep sniff. Zhong Huiyan smelled wonderful, stirring his heart and making him itch. Taiha Pharmaceuticals said their stock of medicine is insufficient. Starting tomorrow, they will reduce the quantity of medicine and raise the price. He's leading the way, and the other two medicine companies are following suit. A hint of anger flashed in Zhong Huiyan's beautiful eyes. Liao Qingxiang is behind this, isn't he? Li Jushu immediately realized where the problem lay. Chapter 230. The existence of a base hinges on two key elements, weapons and medicines, neither can be lacking. Everyone who establishes a base cultivates relationships with the three major pharmaceutical companies and the four major military manufacturers. Even a powerful family like the Zheng family, with strong connections at the top, dares not neglect the three major pharmaceutical companies. Base 1 and Base 2 have openly broken ties and become adversaries, yet the three major pharmaceutical companies remain unaffected, able to freely enter and exit both bases. Liao Qingxiang of Taiha Pharmaceuticals claims insufficient inventory, leaving Zhong Huiyan helpless. Not only him, but even his father, Zhong Fuyao, is powerless against Liao Qingxiang. If Nie Bao were alive, he might have fared better, but with Nie Bao dead, Zhong Huiyan can only accept it. It must be because of me, right? Li Jushu's first thought was about Deng Minya. There was no evidence that he killed Deng Minya. On the contrary, according to Taiha Pharmaceuticals' investigation, the prime suspect in Deng Minya's death was the top sniper of Base 2, known as the King of Snipers, Vulture. Vulture and Deng Minya had a grudge. Vulture happened to leave Base 2 around that time, and after Deng Minya's death, Vulture disappeared. The motive and timing fit together perfectly. Li Jushu wasn't sure if the public opinion was being manipulated by Taiha Pharmaceuticals or if White Goat was behind it, but the evidence against him for killing Deng Minya's son was irrefutable. As a member of Taiha Pharmaceuticals, and given Liao Qingxiang's ambiguous relationship with Deng Minya, no one could object to Liao Qingxiang seeking justice for Deng Minya. This was bad news for Base 9. The price of medicine increased, and the hunters were the direct victims. That must be the reason, Zhong Huiyan nodded. She couldn't think of any other reason. Her father had good relationships with the three major pharmaceutical companies, visiting them during holidays. She and Liao Qingxiang were unlikely to have any conflicts, they barely interacted. Only Li Jushu could explain it. What did the other two pharmaceutical companies say? Li Jushu asked. After Taiha Pharmaceutical announced its price increase, the other two pharmaceutical companies also announced price increases by 12%. Zhong Huiyan frowned. She wouldn't be so bothered by price increases of 10% or even 20% on other items, but potions were different. Their unit price was already high, often tens of millions. 10% was $1 million. How many hunters could afford to spend an extra $1 million copper coins on potions? The news hadn't spread yet, but once it did, the hunters would definitely protest. This must be a personal matter, not the idea of the pharmaceutical companies behind them, right? Li Jushu asked. At the base, the personal opinion of the person in charge is the pharmaceutical company's opinion, Zhong Huiyan said helplessly. Wouldn't using force work? Li Jushu asked. I don't think it's a good idea. No one on the beast planet has ever done this before, but someone on the mother planet did, Zhong Huiyan said. And the result? Li Jushu asked curiously. A 10 billion bounty was offered, and the man was caught in 3 days. Do you know where he was caught? Zhong Huiyan asked. Li Jushu shook his head. He hadn't heard of this. It was a criminal gang. Because of this 10 billion bounty, they had an internal conflict. Their own people sent the man to a pharmaceutical company. With the pharmaceutical company's mediation, the criminal gang not only escaped punishment, but also received the 10 billion bounty. But the culprit suffered a terrible fate. He was thrown into space and became space debris, Zhong Huiyan said. When I'm rich, I'd be just as arrogant, Li Jushu said. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies aren't just rich. They know a lot of important people and have powerful connections, Zhong Huiyan emphasized. Are they as powerful as me? Li Jushu suddenly blurted out. Zhong Huiyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what he meant. Her pretty face flushed red, and she spat, saying, I'm serious. I'm serious too, not only serious but honest. After a few banter with Zhong Huiyan, Li Jushu left the station master's building and found the monk from Wutai Mountain. The monk from Wutai Mountain used to hang around Base 9. Although he hadn't taken the civil service exam, he was well connected in both the legitimate and underworld circles, thanks to his considerable influence. You know about the 3 major pharmaceutical companies joining forces to raise prices, right? Li Jushu asked. I heard. The monk from Wutai Mountain nodded. If we want to solve this problem, what do you think we should do? Li Jushu looked at him. Liao Qingxiang is very hostile. Qiu Guiqiang, the general manager of White Mouse Biotechnology, is a cunning old fox. He won't act until he sees a clear benefit. Gong Xinshu of Thousand Leaf Grass Biopharmaceuticals is extremely stubborn. Once he's made up his mind, it's very difficult to change it, the monk from Wutai Mountain replied. Go investigate. I don't believe that 3 people can't find a single weakness, Li Jushu said. I do it right away. After the monk from Wutai Mountain left, Li Jushu summoned the pig demon. Station chief. The pig demon arrived quickly. His address of station chief made Li Jushu very uncomfortable. He always felt that his status and position were unworthy of the title. Sit. However, he couldn't show his discomfort. The pig demon was someone he had recruited. He was practically one of his loyal followers. If he couldn't accept him, how could his subordinates be motivated? The pig demon sat down, looking at Li Jushu. He had no idea why Li Jushu had summoned him. There's something very important. I wonder if you dare. Li Jushu immediately tried to provoke him. Station chief, please speak freely. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. The pig demon's name wasn't just similar in appearance. His personality was also alike. When the pig demon's eyes were bloodshot, he dared to charge a tank forward, reckless and ruthless. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies might leave the base. Spread the word, preferably let everyone at the major bases know. Then, lead your men to ambush them, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. The moment Li Jushu spoke, cold sweat broke out on the pig demon's back. He thought it was murder, but it turned out to be stealing medicine. This was far more terrifying than murder. 3 major pharmaceutical companies. If you dare not, I will send someone else. Seeing the pig demon remain silent, Li Jushu was displeased, but his face remained amiable. He was a man who had crawled out of piles of corpses. Killing was the least of his worries. Liao Qingxiang thought he could control him with the reputation of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, clearly forgetting the old saying, those with nothing to lose are not afraid of those wearing shoes. If the pig demon was even hesitant to speak to him, he didn't deserve to be his trusted subordinate. I go. The pig demon jumped up, startled. He immediately explained, I don't understand. If you're going to steal the medicine, why spread the word? Too many people will cause chaos, and what if something unexpected happens? Don't worry about that. Just do as I say. Li Jushu didn't explain further. Yes. The pig demon answered decisively this time. After the pig demon left, Li Jushu summoned the Lingnan monkey, his first question being, are the Duing insects still alive? Chapter 231. Zhong Huiyan, accompanied by Deputy Station Chief Guiguan, personally visited the heads of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies to persuade them to cooperate. Qiu Guiqiang, feigning illness, refused to see them. Gong Xinshu stated that the 3 companies would work together, and he would not lower prices unilaterally unless the other 2 companies did so as well. Liao Qingxiang's reason remained the same, insufficient inventory and imminent stock out. Station Chief Zhong, please understand my predicament. Buying and selling are market-driven, and prices are determined by supply and demand. I'm doing this for the stability of the base. If prices aren't adjusted, the consequences will be severe once the medicine runs out. Currently, the beast planet cannot contact the mother planet, making supply impossible. This is a helpless situation, Liao Qingxiang said, his words seemingly plausible, but Zhong Huiyan and Guiguan could see through his deliberate act, yet they were powerless to do anything about it. The pharmaceutical companies in the various bases are closely connected. Could you, Mr. Liao, perhaps source medicine from other bases? Zhong Huiyan asked. This is a good idea, but I'm just a nobody. The other bases won't listen to me. It'd have to be Station Chief Zhong who speaks. I'm confident that once Station Chief Zhong gives the order, no base will dare disobey. I'm waiting for good news from Station Chief Zhong. Liao Qingxiang spoke humbly, but his words were dripping with sarcasm, which everyone could hear. Zhong Huiyan almost slammed her fist on the table. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Guiguan used the excuse of a meeting at the base to pull Zhong Huiyan away. This is outrageous. On the way back, Zhong Huiyan was still furious. The three major pharmaceutical companies have been praised to the skies these past few years. Liao Qingxiang was the same way back in Yerenbao's era. Miss, don't take it too seriously. We need to think things through more carefully, Guiguan comforted her. If it weren't for his position as station chief, we listen to Night Owl, and make Liao Qingxiang disappear immediately. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant then. He's just a base manager, it's not like he hasn't killed people before. Zhong Huiyan snorted, and Guiguan didn't dare to reply. The tall-legged wasp is a type of wild wasp with a slender body. Its legs are the same length as its body. However, despite its thin and wiry appearance, its venom is extremely potent. A single sting can send a 1-ton wild water buffalo leaping 2 meters into the air. Entering the sales building of Thousand Leaf Grass Biopharmaceutical Company, the tall-legged wasp expertly called out to the counter clerk, one of each of the level 1 potions, 1 level 2 strength potion, and 10 level 2 nutrient solutions. Old hunters usually call it Thousand Leaf Grass, while new hunters prefer 100 Herb group. 100 Herb gives a more imposing feel, and also signifies progress in strength and expansion of influence from company to group. Tall-legged bee froze as he prepared to swipe his card. He looked up at the counter lady. Is the price wrong? Why is it so much? The price is correct. The unit price was adjusted last night at midnight, and this is the current price. The counter lady's attitude wasn't exactly cold, but it certainly wasn't enthusiastic either, giving off an air of take it or leave it. Last night? Why the sudden price increase? Wasn't there any prior notice? Tall-legged bee's tone was dissatisfied. Potion prices are a matter of public welfare, and adjustments always require advance notice, at least half a month, to allow hunters time to adjust. Such a sudden price increase without any prior warning was extremely rare. It was decided by higher-ups, the counter lady said. Is it a short-term adjustment or a long-term adjustment? Tall-legged bee asked. I don't know, it wasn't mentioned upstairs, the counter clerk shook her head. When will the adjustment end? Is there a deadline? Tall-legged bee asked again. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Are you buying or not? The counter clerk lost her patience. I'd buy. Tall-legged bee's face darkened, but remembering where he was, he held back his anger. Even as a rare level 4 hunter, he didn't dare cause trouble on Baichao Group's territory. He was a decent earner. The 10% price increase, while painful, was still manageable. However, level 4 hunters were few and far between, most in the base were level 1 or 2 hunters. He had finally saved enough for a potion, and now the price had gone up. He was still over 1 million short. The hunters were all complaining. Isn't this bullying honest people? Do you think it's easy for us to make money? They just raise prices like that, without even a word. Does Taiha Pharmaceutical think they're so great? Stop being so sour. Those pharmaceutical companies really are great. You're lining up to give them money, and they don't even give you a friendly smile. Damn it, if base 9 raises prices, I go to base 8. I don't believe it. If all bases raise prices, am I supposed to eat hairy pork just because John the Butcher is gone? The hunters walked out of the shop cursing. They didn't dare offend the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, so they subconsciously vented their anger on base 9. As more and more hunters learned about the potion price increase, some influential hunters suggested to Zhong Huiyan that the base could provide subsidies, otherwise, no one could afford potions. Without potions, strength not only wouldn't increase, but there was a risk of regression, which was very dangerous. They hoped Zhong Huiyan would take this seriously. Zhong Huiyan was caught in the middle, completely helpless, and so anxious he was practically spitting blisters. Meanwhile, inside Liao Qingxiang's luxurious villa, he lay in his private swimming pool, his head resting on the lap of a beautiful woman in a blue bikini. Beside him, another woman in a one-piece swimsuit fed him fruit piece by piece. Mr. Liao, the situation is as you suspected. The hunters are very unhappy about the price increase of the potions, but they don't dare to confront the pharmaceutical companies. They're all cursing the base. People like Mole and Motorbike Boy have directly approached Zhong Wuyan, demanding she control the price of the potions. Zhong Wuyan can't agree to their demands, and the situation is extremely awkward. The subordinate stood by the pool, his gaze lowered, not daring to look around. The woman was beautiful, with a superb figure, but these qualities didn't belong to him. I remember the motorcycle boy pursued Zhong Wuyan, right? Why is he causing trouble for him? Liao Qingxiang was somewhat surprised. He knew who the mole wouldn't give face to. Had the motorcycle boy fallen for someone else? The motorcycle boy discovered the hiding place of a spirit beast. He desperately needs a potion to enhance his strength, so he had no choice but to go after Zhong Wuyan, his subordinate replied. I see. Then let's add fuel to the fire and implement the second step of the plan. Liao Qingxiang smiled kindly, but his subordinate knew that cruelty lurked behind that kindness. That night, a message spread throughout the streets and alleys of the base. Have you heard? The truth behind this drug price hike is that Zhong Wuyan's lover, named Night Owl, is incredibly audacious. He's been attacking pharmaceutical companies, causing them huge losses. Therefore, the three major pharmaceutical companies have joined forces to teach him a lesson. Unless Zhong Wuyan hands Night Owl over, the drug price won't come down. What? Why should we pay for Zhong Wuyan's personal grudge? What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't this bullying honest people? Chapter 232. Sharing good fortune but not bad, yet having to share the burden, is something no one would be happy about. Led by the motorbike boy, the hunters launched a movement demanding punishment for Night Owl, pressuring Zhong Wuyan. They threatened to mass exodus from Base 9 if Night Owl wasn't punished and the price of the potion wasn't stabilized. The motorbike boy's influence was considerable, with 500 or 600 hunters responding. The pressure was on Zhong Wuyan. If she couldn't deal with Night Owl, she would alienate the hunters at the base. However, dealing with Night Owl would play right into Liao Qingxiang's hands, and importantly, Zhong Wuyan couldn't bring herself to harm him. The large teams at Base 9 remained silent, not because they lacked ideas, but because they were considering their options, and wanted to wait and see Zhong Wuyan's reaction before expressing their opinions. This Night Owl is no pushover. He destroyed Base 11, turned our base upside down, and now he dares to target pharmaceutical companies. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's got a death wish. Could a normal person do something like this? I'm curious about his strength level. He caused such a huge mess and escaped unscathed. He's definitely not a level 2 or 3 hunter. He's at least a level 4, maybe even a level 5. Level 5 is impossible. So far, we haven't heard of any level 5 hunters on Beast Planet. Just because we haven't heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist. There are always those who keep a low profile. If Night Owl is a level 5 hunter, the heads of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies will have to think twice. Don't tell me they're not afraid of death. The richer people are, the more afraid they are of death. Li Jushu understood the pressure Zhong Wuyan was under. He was also thinking about how to break the deadlock. After much thought, the only effective way was to eliminate the person who caused the problem. Solving problems is difficult, but dealing with people is relatively simple. However, dealing with people has significant aftereffects. Aside from the pharmaceutical company's retaliation, no pharmaceutical company will likely set up shop at Base 9 in the future. Other companies will also worry, what if a conflict arises someday, and Li Jushu treats them the same way he treated the pharmaceutical companies. Doing business is about making money. Nobody wants to lose their life. Li Jushu has already started inspecting the snipers and ammunition. The monk from Wutai Mountain has returned, bringing good news. You mean Gong Xinshu of Qianya Grass Biopharmaceuticals was injured and can't be healed, but the Duda Beast might be able to cure him, so he issued a mission to find the Duda Beast? The mission to find the Duda Beast was issued by Gong Xinshu? Li Jushu looked at the monk from Wutai Mountain. Is the world really that strange? Yes. The monk from Wutai Mountain nodded, without a hint of joking. Even Qianya Grass Biopharmaceuticals can't treat it? What kind of injury is so serious? Li Jushu asked doubtfully. The pharmaceutical company owns a hospital with highly skilled doctors. I don't know. Gong Xinshu hit it very well. I only managed to get a little information from his assistant through some means, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. He posted the Duda Beast mission at Base 9, didn't he? We accepted the mission at Base 2, said Li Jushu. They accepted the mission, and procedurally, They were supposed to turn it in afterward. However, having witnessed the power of the Duda Beast, all the members, including Li Jushu, decided not to turn it in. They would keep the Duda Beast for themselves. As for the penalty for failing the mission, they didn't care about that anymore. With the Duda Beast, it was like having an all-around doctor. Even a severed arm wound could stop bleeding in minutes. Modern medicine couldn't do that. Duda Beast had been raised by Zhong Wuyan. At Base 2, because they hadn't reported back, the mission hall was unsure whether they had completed or failed the mission. They were out of contact. Gong Xinshu isn't short of money. He's posted missions at every base, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. Sure enough, I still have a poor man's mindset. Li Jushu chuckled self-deprecatingly. I believe that as long as Gong Xinshu's injuries are healed, he cooperate with us, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. Let Guiguan handle this. Li Jushu's mood immediately improved. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle could rest for a few more days. Guiguan's competence was unquestionable. Of course, the main reason was that Duda Beast was very effective. After one trip, Gong Xinshu's injuries were already half healed. He went in the afternoon, and that evening, Gong Xinshu issued a notice. The pricing system of Baichao Group had been hacked, causing price errors. He apologized to all hunters, stating that the price would be restored to its original level immediately, and would not be arbitrarily increased. If there were any price fluctuations in the future, he would be notified 1 month in advance. Less than 10 minutes after Gong Xinshu's announcement, Zhong Wuyan signed his second document since becoming station chief. Concerning the economy, and based on market changes, the tax rate on Taihe Pharmaceutical increased from 4.9% to 11.48%, more than doubling. Half an hour later, Qiu Guoqiang, head of another major pharmaceutical company, Baishu Group, issued a notice that drug prices had returned to their original levels, citing the same reason as Gong Xinshu. What's going on? I don't understand. Prices have returned to normal. But why? Baichao Group and Baishu Group suddenly restored their original prices. When did they become so benevolent? This doesn't make sense. Who cares? That's unscientific. For us, this is a good thing. As long as prices don't rise, that's better than anything else. I don't care about any compromises made by the higher-ups. Of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, 2 have restored their original prices, but Taihe Pharmaceutical hasn't. The problem must lie with Taihe Pharmaceutical. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies can't work together. Liao Qingxiang is probably furious right now. What are Gong Xinshu and Qiu Guoqiang up to? Didn't they agree to raise prices together? What do they mean by this? Going back on their word, despicable and shameless. Liao Qingxiang was extremely angry. From the moment he heard Gong Xinshu's announcement, a fire had been burning inside him, and this fire completely erupted like a volcano after Zhong Wuyan signed the price and tax documents. Damn it, they deserve to die. No principles, no bottom line. Liao Qingxiang's face was ashen. He had initially been in control, but in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, which he couldn't accept. Investigate. Investigate immediately. What's wrong with that old devil Gong Xinshu? Or has that brat Zhong Wuyan drugged him? Liao Qingxiang roared. In the corner, a hunter dressed entirely in black disappeared. Dare to increase my taxes? You're too green, you mere yellow-haired girl. Spread the word that the business environment at Base 9 is terrible, and that Taihe Pharmaceutical is withdrawing from Base 9. You dare checkmate me? I make sure you can never play chess again. Liao Qingxiang glanced at his subordinates, who were bowing their heads. Yes, I'd do it right away. One of the subordinates jumped up and practically ran out. Zhong Wuyan does have some skill. Liao Qingxiang, having become a powerful figure, had weathered many storms and quickly regained his composure. He suddenly sneered, "Think you can control me like this? Dream on. Contact the motorcycle boy and tell him I want to see him." Another subordinate quickly left. Chapter 233. Not simple, truly not simple. Inside the presidential suite, Mole huddled on the soft sofa, looking like a large rat. He was small and thin, with a pale, hairless face, often mistaken for a child. Anyone who underestimated him, because of this, would surely suffer a terrible fate. Xiao Suiguan arrived at Base 9, seeking capable help, and the first person he approached was Mole, who refused. Even with Xiao Suiguan's strength, he didn't dare to make a move, demonstrating Mole's terrifying nature. Inside the room, 7 or 8 oddly shaped individuals were squatting, standing, or lying down. These were all people with physical defects, some missing arms, some lame, some blind, some mute. Their appearance was also less than ideal. However, no one dared to underestimate this group. This group had successfully carved out a niche for themselves despite their disabilities, each possessing extraordinary skills. These people revered Mole, becoming an undeniable force in Base 9. What's not simple about it? Who's not simple about it? Asked the somewhat dim-witted Ursha. He knew nothing, yet his curiosity was boundless, like a child's. Naturally, it's Zhong Huiyan who's not simple. Gong Xinshu or Qiu Guiqiang, which one is easy to talk to? Just think about how difficult it would be to get those two to go back on their word, and besides, they offend Liao Qingxiang. The blind man was actually half blind. He wasn't originally blind. When he was a child, his baby teeth didn't grow in properly, and he was going to have them pulled out so they could grow back. But after the teeth were fixed, his vision inexplicably became blurry. Everything beyond a meter was blurry. Glasses didn't help. He fiddled with it for over a decade, but his vision remained unclear. His eyes were blind, but his mind was sharp. He was quick-witted, able to understand three things from one, making him the strategist of the Mole team. Right? Why would Gong Xinshu and Qiu Guiqiang listen to Zhong Huiyan? What benefits could they possibly gain? Ursha asked, his face full of doubt. It's unlikely they were coerced. It's probably an offer of bribes, the blind man guessed. Given their power, what could possibly attract them? One-legged Li, who suffered from polio, causing his right leg to atrophy, though his left leg was still usable, preferred to sit in his wheelchair. In his words, no matter how powerful someone is, I dare to sit in front of them. I don't know. Secret transactions are difficult for outsiders to know about. The blind man shook his head. That's not important anymore. I'm more curious about the motorcycle boy. His expression right now must be priceless, Mole gloated. Everyone laughed. The motorcycle boy is narrow-minded. No wonder Zhong Huiyan doesn't like him. If I were a woman, I wouldn't like him either, One-legged Li said. With your appearance, if you were a woman, the motorcycle boy definitely wouldn't be interested in you, the blind man said. Everyone burst into laughter. Get lost. Don't judge a book by its cover, I'm very gentle, One-legged Li said arrogantly. Men all like 18-year-olds, Ursha suddenly said. What do you mean? One-legged Li looked at him. You're too old, your wrinkles are like tree bark, Ursha said seriously. Damn it! One-legged Li's face darkened, and everyone laughed even louder. Boss, now that prices have returned to normal, should we still join the motorbike boy in putting pressure on them? Blind man asked Mole after the laughter subsided. This was a crucial question, concerning the future development of their team. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. We have no grudge against Zhong Huiyan, don't know Night Owl, and won't act like the motorbike boy out of love and hate. We don't need to interfere in other people's grievances. As long as our interests aren't harmed, we don't care about other people's business, and we can't interfere anyway, Mole said. I have an idea, the blind man suddenly said. What idea? Ursha looked at him. We should also issue a public announcement, congratulating Base 9 on stabilizing prices and benefiting the hunters. We support any decision the station chief makes, the blind man said. Why bother with this? Ursha looked disappointed. He thought it was something important. What's the point of this face-saving project? Okay, that works. Mole's eyes lit up. Issuing this announcement has two advantages. First, it explains their previous coup attempt. It was about the issue, not the person. The team had no intention of opposing the station chief. With the potion prices restored, the team would back down. Second, it puts Motorbike Boy in the spotlight. Everyone knows Motorbike Boy likes Zhong Huiyan, and he only made his move out of spite after being rejected. Others are issuing congratulatory messages. Will Motorbike Boy respond? If he does, he'd be contradicting himself. If he doesn't, it means he's determined to oppose the station chief. For Mole, suppressing Motorbike Boy is beneficial to them. The two teams are evenly matched and competitors. If Motorbike Boy's strength declines, Mole's team will receive more missions. I never thought they'd resort to such methods. But do they think everything will be fine this way? They're being too simplistic. Base 9 isn't just any ordinary place. Several station chiefs have already died there. In a building behind the red light district, the handsome Motorbike Boy stared coldly at the floor plan of Base 9 on the wall. The string of bad news made it difficult for the usually self-proclaimed brilliant strategist, Motorbike Boy, to maintain his composure. Few knew the depth of his love for Zhong Huiyan. He never intended to destroy Zhong Huiyan. He created trouble only to leave Zhong Huiyan helpless. If Zhong Huiyan begged him, he would immediately step in to help him out of danger. He wanted to be a hero. He had his underlings constantly stalking Liao Qingxiang's youngest son. The plan was to kidnap him the moment Zhong Huiyan asked for his help. Liao Qingxiang doted on his youngest son, so he wasn't worried about him disobeying. He hadn't anticipated Gong Xinshu and Qiu Guoqiang's betrayal. The price increase of the potion was only beneficial to them. He couldn't understand what kind of offer Zhong Wuyan had made to sway them. Boss, many people have already left. What do we do now? The underling peeked in through the doorway for a long time before finally mustering the courage to come in. If they didn't report soon, they would all be gone. They're gone, so be it. They're all opportunists. There's no point in keeping them. A hint of anger flashed across the motorcycle boy's face, but he held back his rage. He always believed that getting angry at his subordinates was a sign of incompetence. When he raised his banner to force Zhong Wuyan to resign, many hunters who had grievances against Zhong Wuyan swarmed around him, showering him with praise and vowing to follow his lead, almost to the point of swearing a blood oath. However, as soon as a problem arose, they all ran away faster than rabbits. None of these people were reliable. President Su, should we still see him? The underling asked in a low voice. According to the original plan, they were supposed to visit the weapons tycoon, President Su, at this time. Go, why wouldn't we go? Plans must be carried out, otherwise. Before the motorcycle boy could finish speaking, another underling rushed in from outside. Boss, Liao Qingxiang from Taiha Pharmaceutical sent someone over, saying he wants to invite you over to discuss something with you. Tell Lao Yao to go to President Su's place. I won't go. The motorcycle boy instantly changed his mind. He gave the instructions to the previous underling and hurriedly followed the underling who came in behind him. Chapter 234. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Liao Qingxiang stood up. He had said everything he needed to say, now it was time to act. The sooner the better. Goodbye. The motorcycle boy turned and left without hesitation. Boss, can we trust the motorcycle boy? Hearing the engine fading into the distance, the assistant was a little worried. The motorcycle boy was too young and too handsome. These kinds of people are often all show and no substance, powerful in good times, but easily defeated and crushed in adversity. Don't worry, hatred is the best power, especially for someone as narrow-minded as the motorcycle boy. He can fail, but he won't allow himself to fail in front of a woman. He's currently burning with hatred. Liao Qingxiang wasn't worried at all, on the contrary, he was very satisfied with the motorcycle boy's performance. What should we do? The assistant wisely didn't argue with his boss. Tell the people below to pack their belongings. We need to make this a complete charade. We can't let anyone see through our act. The more determined we are, the less Zhong Wuyan will have to retreat, Liao Qingxiang said after a moment's thought. Yes, I go inform them right away. Just as the assistant was about to leave, footsteps sounded outside, and a subordinate rushed out anxiously. Boss, something bad has happened. Rumors have spread from somewhere that you're leaving Base 9. Many teams are now itching to ambush you on your way. What? Who spread this? How could it be so fast? Liao Qingxiang sat bolt upright, his face changing drastically. This was forcing him to leave. He spread the word, but only within Base 9, to pressure Zhong Wuyan. Zhong Wuyan wouldn't let him leave. Each base had a fixed supply of medicine, and a shortage from Taiha Pharmaceutical would definitely create a gap. That was his confidence. Now that the news had spread to other bases, he was in a very passive position. He had made a promise, but couldn't keep it. His credibility was gone. He didn't care if someone ambushed him. He trusted Taiha Pharmaceutical security. The problem was he didn't want to leave. He just wanted to use leaving as leverage. If he really left, he had nowhere to go. Each base had a leader. Which base could he go to? He couldn't be the boss at another base. Even if they were willing to accept him, he could only be a deputy. How could he, the top leader, be content to be a deputy elsewhere? Who leaked this? Liao Qingxiang's face was grim. His first thought was Qiu Guoqiang or Gong Xinshu. Rivals are competitors. Forcing him out would be advantageous to them. Aside from the two of them, no one else knew his plan. Zhong Wuyan might be able to guess his thoughts, but he probably wouldn't dare to go all in. After all, messing things up would be bad for everyone. Boss, what do we do now? The subordinate was anxious because he didn't want to leave Base 9. His home was there, and leaving would mean his whole family would have to go, which would be a huge hassle. Moving to a new place meant being unfamiliar with the area, and it wasn't a promotion, so there was no need to go through all that trouble. Liao Qingxiang's face was grim, and he didn't speak. His mind was filled with thoughts of who had betrayed him. He hated traitors more than anything. Liao Qingxiang is now in a bind. Inside the luxurious villa, Qiu Guohua lit a cigar. Like Liao Qingxiang, he was a heavy smoker, but unlike Liao Qingxiang, he was more restrained and less ostentatious. At the first economic meeting convened by Zhong Wuyan, he had also wanted to smoke, But seeing the no-smoking sign in the meeting room, he refrained. Liao Qingxiang, however, ignored it and directly confronted the staff. While he seemed to have gained the upper hand, he actually left a bad impression on Zhong Wuyan. Making enemies for no reason was something he never did. Businessmen, after all, believed in maintaining harmony for mutual benefit. From Chiu Guo's perspective, he was happy to see the scene. The higher Liao Qingxiang jumped around, the more advantageous it was for him. If Liao Qingxiang secured benefits, he could benefit. If Liao Qingxiang suffered misfortune, he could also profit. Who wouldn't want to see a competitor suffer? Grandpa, I told you. Listen to me, you can't go wrong, his granddaughter Chiu Yunyan said, as if seeking praise. Yes, 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 my little gosling is the best. Chiu Guo laughed heartily, but he didn't mention the expressions on the faces of the management when he announced the plan to restore the original prices at the company meeting. This price increase was different from other increases. Other times, price increases were company-wide decisions, with profits going to the company and employees receiving fixed salaries. This time, however, the profits from the price increase would belong to all staff at the number 9 base branch, without having to hand over to the parent company. Chiu Guo's decision was tantamount to cutting off everyone's source of income, so all employees opposed it. He only managed to suppress it through his authority as the top leader. Fortunately, he didn't have to endure the pressure for long. After Zhong Wuyan announced the tax increase on Taihe Pharmaceutical, the management stopped saying anything. Losing unexpected wealth is certainly frustrating, but it's still windfall gains. If normal profits are reduced, that's unacceptable. After news of Liao Qingxiang's departure spread, not only did no one dare criticize his order, but they admired his foresight. Everyone was watching Liao Qingxiang, wondering if he would leave or not. If he left, where could he go? If he didn't leave, he'd be contradicting himself, and no one at base 9 would fear him anymore. The potion price hike was all Liao Qingxiang's doing. He harmed our hunter's interests over such a small matter. It's better for someone like him to leave. If he stays at base 9, who knows what other trouble he cause. Exactly. They're not on the same page. Keeping him around will only cause trouble. The station chief is so good, he even subsidizes us when we buy weapons. Liao Qingxiang, on the other hand, doesn't give us any benefits and raises prices, causing the other 2 pharmaceutical companies to raise their prices too. Luckily, the other 2 companies still have some conscience. After the station chief intervened, they realized their mistake and restored their original prices. As a businessman, I hope Liao Qingxiang keeps his word and goes as far away as possible. Otherwise, I look down on him. The hunters weren't gloating, they genuinely wanted Liao Qingxiang to leave. It wasn't that they disliked him, or that his character was bad, the main reason was the potion. Inside the base, no one dared to have any designs on him, but outside, the situation was different. In the dark, under the moonlight, who knew who would be the one to shoot them in the back? As long as they robbed the potion and their strength increased, this risk was nothing. Besides, there wouldn't be just a few people envious of the potion, many would definitely be involved. Even if Taihe Pharmaceutical wanted to investigate later, they wouldn't be able to track them all down. From a profit perspective, it was worth the risk. That night, Li Jushu, along with the monks from Wutai Mountain, the White Goat, and other members of the Black Tiger Legion, left Base 9. They had been delayed for many days, and it was time to return to Base 2. As for Liao Qingxiang, he can't cause any more trouble. He definitely doesn't want to leave. Now it's just a matter of when he begs for mercy. Even if he doesn't leave, his life won't be easy. As long as the tax increase issue isn't resolved, he won't have a moment's peace at Base 9. Zhong Wuyan can easily control him. 3 armored vehicles were traveling on the main road. Except for Li Jushu, who had his eyes closed, everyone else had night vision binoculars. This road had been turbulent lately, and no one dared to be careless. Chapter 235. If the human body were a universe, then it would contain countless stars, meteorites, plankton, and other impurities. A mature universe allows these stars, meteorites, black holes, and plankton to each follow their own paths without interfering with each other. The universe continuously expands and grows, repeating this process. From the perspective of the relationship between humans and society, internal cultivation is like laws and rules. The stronger the laws and rules, the more obedient and disciplined the body becomes. Conversely, chaotic laws lead to confused thinking, incoherent speech, or physical incoordination. Having understood this, Li Jushu found the second level of the cultivation method relatively easy, progressing smoothly and naturally. He sometimes even doubted whether the method given to him by Xiao Suiguan was problematic, as it was too simple. However, With each day of cultivation, he felt his body grow stronger, dispelling these doubts. Since a person is a universe within the body, what is a person on a planet? A star, a meteorite, or a floating object? Logically, there should be some kind of position between people. Wherever a person has been, they leave traces, most obviously footsteps, followed by body odor. Those with strong anti-tracking abilities can erase traces of their activity, but as long as they pass through, they leave an imprint in space. And any imprint can reveal an identity. Li Jushu didn't understand why, when cultivating the second level of his mental technique, things he had never thought about or encountered before flashed through his mind. It was strange, yet natural, as if an invisible hand was pushing him forward. Suddenly, his body trembled. In an instant, he felt as if he had jumped from one world to another. The feeling was incredibly wondrous, as if 1 second he was in the warm spring of the south, and the next he was in the icy north. The starkly different sensation stimulated every cell, and an indescribable joy flowed through his heart. As attention shifted from himself to the interior of the carriage, something incredible happened. Despite having his eyes closed, he could miraculously see what was happening inside. The Lingyan monkey was restless, scratching himself at his head. The morning nail looked deeply distressed, his brow furrowed. The black moth was the most focused, his eyes gleaming. The burly Big Ben was handling his binoculars like a toy, and, most importantly, in his pocket was a red Mickey Mouse plush toy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a 2-meter-tall giant would carry around a small plush toy. The driver was Kite, highly aware of danger, driving with one hand while the other rested on his hip, stroking his gun handle, ready to draw at any moment. Green-headed Fly sat in the passenger seat, fully armed with a bulletproof vest, tactical vest, camouflage uniform, and helmet, ready to engage in combat at the first sign of danger. Li Jushu's attention extended outward, expanding his field of vision. The lights, the roadside rocks, the potholes in the road, the crickets in the potholes, the ants crawling beside the crickets, everything was crystal clear. When he tried to check on the chariots behind him, his vision blurred. The chariots were about 30 meters apart, meaning this ability had a distance limit. Having acquired this ability for the first time, Li Jushu was quite excited, constantly observing every blade of grass, every stone, and every clod of earth on the road. Seeing the world from a different perspective was a unique experience. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly felt a strain, like reaching his limit while doing push-ups. He immediately realized that this ability couldn't be used for extended periods. It had both distance and time limitations. Just as he was about to refocus his attention, a person was half hidden in a pothole by the roadside, obscured by mud and weeds. If it weren't for the slight twitch of his finger, Li Jushu would have mistaken it for a corpse and overlooked it. It was precisely because of this unique ability that he could see this small movement. Stop the car. He abruptly opened his eyes, his strange perspective switching back to normal. With a stomp of his foot, the chariot's tires screeched against the ground. The speed wasn't too high. It came to a stop 5 meters away. Li Jushu jumped out of the chariot. Half of the others followed, jumping into the guard and loading positions, while the other half remained in the chariot. The 2 chariots behind braked immediately, without asking about the situation, but both went on high alert. Li Jushu and Big Ben worked together to clear the mud and weeds. Lingyan Monkey's eyes widened. He hadn't expected there to be a person buried under the mud. In fact, not only him, but everyone was puzzled as to how Li Jushu knew there was a corpse there. Bring it out, Li Jushu said sternly. Still alive, be gentle. The Lingyan Monkey stepped forward and touched the corpse's wrist, immediately feeling a pulse. It was alive, but in dire straits. Countless bones were broken, its internal organs almost entirely shattered, a large hole in its abdomen revealing its rotting intestines, which reeked of decay. Hands, feet, back, and face were covered in wounds, almost no intact areas, all beginning to decompose. It must have rolled down a cliff. Black Moth carefully examined the surroundings. The pitted area bordered a nearly 300-meter-high cliff, with traces of the fall. He has both new and old wounds, but regardless of the type, they all been there for at least 2 days. His vitality is truly terrifying. A normal person would have died 2 days ago. The Lingyan Monkey quickly examined the injured man's injuries. Is there any hope of treatment? Li Jushu asked. These injuries, even if we send him to the ICU immediately, the doctors will shake their heads. The Lingyan Monkey smiled bitterly. Although he had some medical skills, he was helpless with a patient so clearly on the verge of death. Treat him first, try to keep him alive as much as possible, and then rush back to base 2 immediately. Li Jushu immediately thought of the Duda beast, but they had already been traveling all night, and it would take the same amount of time to get back. Moreover, with such severe injuries, both internal and external, the Duda beast might not be able to treat the internal injuries, and there might not be enough time. Modern technology is more reliable. Given the injured man's condition, several tubs of blood would be needed for transfusions. Who is this person? Is it necessary to? Black Moth didn't quite understand. Hunters lived by the skin of their teeth. Death was commonplace. If they treated every injured person they found on the roadside, they would never be able to treat them all. There were too many. Many members were too badly injured, and the team would simply abandon them. The injured man before them belonged to the category of those who should be abandoned. He could barely breathe, and his pulse only beat once every few seconds. If left unattended, he would probably be meeting his maker in an hour or two. Take a look and see who he is? Li Jushu asked. Black Moth's flashlight shone on the injured man's face. The man's face was severely injured and distorted, unrecognizable. The others glanced at him, but didn't recognize him either, until White Goat came over to check on things. He only glanced at him and blurted out, "Young Master Li." Chapter 236. The eldest son of the Li family of Chintang Pass was a veritable celebrity on the Beast Planet, incredibly famous. Many hadn't seen him, but few hadn't heard of him. Li Jushu was among the few exceptions. Upon hearing the White Goat call out Young Master Li, everyone was shocked. They never dreamed such a powerful person would end up like this, and who dared to lay a hand on him. It's Young Master Li. The monk from Wutai Mountain also approached, carefully examining him for a moment before nodding in confirmation. How did he become like this? Who did it? The monkey from Langnan was filled with disbelief. Young Master Li. He was someone he could only look up to. Just wake him up and ask, the big bell said in a booming voice. I don't have that ability. If I could revive him, I'd be a miracle doctor. The monkey from Langnan rolled his eyes. Get in the car, speed back to base 2, Li Jushu said. Commander, I think going to base 4 is more suitable. The distance to base 2 and base 4 is about the same, but the road to base 4 is easier, saving a lot of time. Also, base 4 has the best hospital. Many seriously injured patients that other bases can't treat are sent there, White Goat suggested. To base 4, Li Jushu ordered. He had only remembered base 2, and hadn't actually thought about the hospital until White Goat reminded him. On planet 10,000 Beasts, base 4's hospital was indeed the most famous. Each base has its own characteristics, and base 4's is characterized by its hospital. Li Jushu hadn't been to base 4 before, but the Ling and monkey frequented it, and knew the route well. After driving for over an hour, the chariot changed direction and entered another road. After traveling for about 7 hours, the gates of base 4 came into view. Base 4 was allied with base 2. Li Jushu revealed his identity, and entered the base smoothly. Without even appreciating the base's prosperity, he headed straight for the largest hospital, the First Hunter Hospital. This patient is probably... The doctor hesitated after a preliminary examination. Doctor, please help. If he cures the patient, every doctor involved will receive an extra 100,000 in bribes. The White Goat was a seasoned veteran. He knew that at this point, reasoning was useless, and throwing money at the problem was the most effective method. It's not that we don't want to help, it's just that the patient's injuries are too severe, and we really don't have the confidence to help. The doctor's refusal was less pronounced. If he recovers, it's his good fortune. If he doesn't, it's his fate. However, we all trust the First Hunter Hospital's expertise. I know this is difficult for everyone, so I give each of you a 100,000 yuan red envelope first, and after the surgery, another one. White Goat paused for a few seconds, then said, 200,000 yuan. Prepare for surgery immediately. The doctor glanced at the nurse urgent. Young Master Li was taken into the operating room. Whether he lived or died depended on his own fate. Everyone stood outside the door, Big Ben curiously watching the red light flashing above. Li Jushu, seeing that a group of people were idling around, decided to let White Goat take the others back to base 2 to check the situation. He, the monk from Wutai Mountain, the monkey from Ling'an, Kite, and Big Ben would stay behind. Who exactly attacked young Master Li? So ruthless. They were aiming for his life. Kite clicked her tongue. Young Master Li's injuries were a combination of new and old wounds, spanning half a month, meaning he had been on the run for at least half a month. Young Master Li never travels alone. He's always surrounded by bodyguards, all highly skilled. To deal with him, you have to kill them first. This isn't something a small team can do. It requires a large or more powerful organization, Lingnan Monkey analyzed. And at least several level 4 hunters, the Wutai Mountain monk emphasized. Young Master Li has several level 4 hunters with him, Simply having more people isn't enough to trap them. You need experts of the same level. In other words, it was premeditated, Kite said. Ordinary people wouldn't dare attack young Master Li, Ling En Monkey said. Within the Beast Planet, there aren't many forces that would dare to attack young Master Li, Kite said. It's not that simple. Those hidden forces are the most terrifying, Ling En Monkey said. Kite suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Commander, I think it's safer to set up a perimeter, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. Who knows, someone might have witnessed their rescue of young Master Li. From the moment they lifted him into the car, they were embroiled in his grudges. If the other side could kill young Master Li, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Big Ben, you guard the entrance, Li Jushu nodded. He naturally understood what the monk from Wutai Mountain had thought of. Having the 3 monks guard the first Hunter Hospital would make things easier for him, the leader. He walked around the hospital, finding nothing unusual, and then went out onto the main street. This was his first time at Base 4. The layout was similar to other bases. The streets were poorly designed, dense, narrow, and crowded, yet teeming with people, shoulder to shoulder. Guns were allowed, and many people were carrying large weapons on their backs or in their hands, some even carrying anti-tank rocket launchers, giving off a fierce, ready-to-fight vibe. That's how I do business. This is the price, not a penny less. Buy it if you want, otherwise get lost and don't waste my time. At the second-hand gun stall, the fat, burly vendor yelled aggressively, drawing stares from passers-by. I sold you this gun yesterday for 27,000. Today I want to buy it back, and you're asking for 80,000. Are you even being reasonable? The customer, a young man in his early 20s, clearly naive and inexperienced, was angry and aggrieved, visibly scared, but stubbornly holding his ground for his own benefit. Did I force you? You did it voluntarily. The gun was yours, and you could ask for 270,000 as you pleased. Now the gun is mine, and this is my price, 80,000. Not a penny less. The vendor looked at the young man like he was an idiot. So naive for an adult, he hadn't experienced the harsh realities of life enough. He should be grateful for the kindness of others that he survived this long. Some passers-by glanced at the stall and left, while others stopped to watch the commotion, but no one spoke up. Although they all knew the stall owner was dishonest, they believed his actions didn't violate any rules. Buying and selling is about mutual consent. Yesterday's transaction was legal as long as the stall owner didn't cheat, and today's was the same. As long as the stall owner didn't force or deceive, there was nothing wrong. The young man was the only one to blame. Perhaps he was unfamiliar with the market, or perhaps he was in a hurry for money yesterday. Whatever the reason, he had to pay for his mistake. Isn't this bullying? The young man's face was flushed, and he trembled with anger. Chapter 237. Young man, did I force you to pay? You can leave if you don't want to buy? Did I restrict your movement? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, or I sue you for defamation. The stall owner's face darkened, and he said coldly. The young man, stared by his sharp gaze, instantly lost all his momentum, lowered his eyes, and dared not meet his eyes. Boss, how about selling me this gun for 40,000? In one day, you make a net profit of 13,000, that's about right. Li Jushu suddenly spoke up. Brother, which gang are you from? The stall owner sized Li Jushu up and down, unsure of his background. He looked unfamiliar, but his demeanor told him that this man was not simple. A businessman may not be quick with his mind, but he must have sharp eyes. He must be able to judge who he can and cannot offend with a single glance. Otherwise, offending the wrong person could not only ruin his business, but also cost him his life. The stall owner, seeing that Li Jushu was a year or two younger than the young man, knew this man was not to be trifled with. His eyes held the look of someone who had killed. It's just a gun, no need to know its background. How about we make a good relationship? Li Jushu looked at the stall owner. Brother, you know I'm a businessman, earning a living. I can't pass up money, can I? The stall owner said with a forced smile. Bases 1 and 2 have already broken off relations. A major war is inevitable. Other bases will inevitably be drawn in. How many people will die then? How many second-hand guns will flood the market? How long can you keep this gun? If I were you, I quit while I'm ahead, lest I lose money and nobody wants it. Li Jushu said casually. In a war like this, gun prices will only go up, not down. The stall owner wasn't easily fooled. Scarcity drives up prices. Do you think that in a war like this, the weapons in the warehouses of the major bases will still be hoarded like before? I don't know about the other bases, But the weapons and ammunition in Base 2 are enough to support the hunters of the entire Beast planet in a full-scale war for a month. Base 1's weapons and ammunition will only increase, not decrease. What you have on your stall are all second-hand goods, at most high-grade, not even excellent. At that time, whether the hunters choose new or second-hand equipment, I believe everyone knows the answer. Li Jushu said with a smile. Brother, which side are you on? The stall owner's face flushed red and then paled. He suspected Li Jushu was trying to fool him, but he also felt that what he said made a lot of sense. One sentence, 40,000 copper coins or not. Li Jushu's tone became more impatient. Sell? The stall owner gritted his teeth and agreed. The transaction was complete. Li Jushu tossed the gun to the young man, who was stunned. He thought he had missed out on the gun forever, but unexpectedly, Li Jushu had bought it as a gift. If you ever need money urgently, you can pawn the gun to a gun repairman. They usually only charge a storage fee, which is more cost-effective, Li Jushu said earnestly, patting the young man on the shoulder. He had encountered a similar situation when he first arrived on the Beast planet. At that time, Zhao Huier's condition suddenly worsened, and he desperately needed money. In desperation, he sold his sniper rifle. Half a month later, he raised the money and tried to buy it back, but the stall owner immediately raised the price by 30,000. Just when he was in despair, an old hunter helped him out. It was precisely because of his own experience that he helped the young man. He saw a reflection of himself in him. Thank you. I have 30,000 here, and I pay you back the remaining 10,000 when I make money later. The young man's face flushed with excitement, his eyes filled with emotion and gratitude. If we meet again someday, and if you still remember me, please return the 40,000. Li Jushu waved his hand, refusing the 30,000. In the past, 40,000 was no small sum, but now, he could truly let it go. Boss, let me give you a suggestion. If you want to make big money, go to Base 9. Li Jushu said to the stall owner as he left. Didn't you just say there would be a major battle between Base 1 and Base 2? The stall owner asked, puzzled. Why was Base 9 being brought up again? When two big shots fight, does the boss personally engage in a duel right away? Definitely not. The underlings will have to fight their way through first, until most of them are dead, before the boss steps in. Li Jushu explained. Why Base 9? The stall owner asked, confused. The Xing family secretly plotted to control Base 9, sending their general, Alai, as their ally. Unfortunately, Base 9 saw through their scheme. Base 9 is unharmed, but Alai lost his life. Think about it, given the Xing family's style, do you think they would remain indifferent? Li Jushu asked. Alai is dead? The stall owner exclaimed in surprise, and passers-by nearby also showed expressions of shock. The news has spread to several surrounding bases, and you didn't even know. Base 4's information network is incredibly poor. Li Jushu found it unbelievable. Several days had passed since the incident, and such a major event wasn't known to everyone. People like the stall owners, who are usually well-informed, how come they hadn't received a single word? He misunderstood Base 4. Among the many bases, Base 4 was relatively independent, focusing primarily on missions, and disliking involvement in the conflicts of other factions. The hunters at Base 4 also had relatively little contact with other bases, maintaining a clean network of relationships. Such a major event as the death of Alai only circulated among the upper echelons. The middle and lower ranks, on the one hand, didn't care, and on the other hand, lacked the channels for information dissemination, so naturally, they were unaware. Li Jushu was drawn by a fragrant aroma, and followed it to a stall selling scallion pancakes. Each pancake was about the size of a palm, golden brown, freshly made, and exuding a wonderful fragrance. Boss 4, please, Li Jushu said with a nostalgic smile. This was definitely his favorite childhood snack, cheap, delicious, and filling. Back then, 5 copper coins could buy one, and one would keep you full for half a day. The price now was naturally much higher, but at 20 copper coins each, it was still a great value among snacks. Besides scallion pancakes, there were various kinds of noodles. 7 or 8 low tables and stools were set up in the corner, so customers could eat their fill before leaving if they weren't in a hurry. Pickled vegetables, dried radish, chili sauce, and other side dishes were also on the tables. Just as Li Jushu was about to sit down, a petite woman suddenly appeared, nimbly slipping under his arm, then crouching low and disappearing under the table like an eel. The table was only about 40 centimeters high, yet the woman squeezed in perfectly without any awkwardness. A dagger appeared on Li Jushu's abdomen, gleaming coldly. The woman, under the table, looked up, her large, bright eyes shooting out a sharp gaze. Sit still, don't move, don't say anything. If you cooperate, I guarantee you'll be fine. Otherwise, I make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow, the woman said in a low voice. Chapter 238. Li Jushi wasn't used to sharing tables, so he chose the one furthest inside. The other tables were already occupied by small groups of people. The woman somehow managed to slip through the gaps without attracting anyone's attention. Li Jushi glanced at the others and noticed that no one had noticed her movements, or even her presence. He nodded, sat down, and moved his chair to better shield the woman. Seeing his cooperation, the woman's wariness lessened somewhat. Just as the vendor brought over the scallion pancakes, a commotion arose in the distance, followed by a group of soldiers appearing menacingly. Passers-by, seeing them, quickly gave way, their faces showing awe. Keep your eyes peeled, don't miss any suspicious corners. She can't have gone far, she's definitely on this street. Anyone who dares to protect this little bitch is going against the Lion Legion. The customers at the food stall, upon hearing the name Lion Legion, instinctively lowered their heads, silently eating their food, not even daring to look around. The Lion Legion was the largest legion in the base, with its own prison. In Base 4, provoking the Lion Legion was like buying yourself a coffin. As the Lion Legion soldiers passed by the stall, Li Jushi clearly noticed that the woman under the table was tense, her eyes fixed on him, her ears perked up. The soldiers' footsteps were almost inaudible in the noisy street, but to the woman, they were louder than thunder. Li Jushi devoured the scallion pancake, occasionally smearing it with chili sauce. The vendor's chili sauce was homemade and delicious. Just as the soldier behind him was about to bend down to check under the table, Li Jushi suddenly turned around and shouted, "Boss, for more, the usual, pack 12 for me. I want to take them back for my wife and kids." All right. The shopkeeper completely ignored the words "the usual rules." He only considered the number 12, he liked big clients like this. Compared to ordinary customers, who only bought one or two items, Li Jushi was definitely a big spender. The soldier and Li Jushi exchanged a glance. Seeing nothing unusual in his eyes, the soldier hesitated, then turned and left without bending down to check. The table was low and small, offering no hiding place. Checking so thoroughly here would be a waste of time. Don't move. As the soldier left, the woman was about to emerge when Li Jushi suddenly spoke. The woman froze instantly, looking up at him in confusion. There's another person watching this area from a distance, wearing gray clothes, about 182 centimeters tall, weighing around 86 kilograms, with a buzz cut, a scar about 3 centimeters long on his left temple, a red mole on the corner of his right eye, a somewhat pointed nose, thick fingers, and calluses all over his knuckles. Li Jushi casually described the characteristics of the person monitoring them. Stop talking. The woman's face darkened, her eyes filled with intense fear. She already knew who it was, Cayman, a cold-blooded and powerful man. Shouldn't you put the dagger away? Li Jushi reminded her. You must make a promise. The woman said. If I wanted to harm you, you already been exposed. Besides, do you even know me? Do you believe my promise? Li Jushi interrupted her rudely. The woman thought for a moment, found it reasonable, hesitated, and slowly put away the dagger. What's your name? Li Jushi asked. Why are you asking this? The woman asked warily. I'm your savior after all. This attitude isn't right, Li Jushi objected. The woman was heartless. This has nothing to do with you. You saw it yourself. It's the Lion Legion looking for me. The more you know, the bigger the trouble you get, the woman said. I'm a very curious person, Li Jushi said. You really want to know? The woman's eyes darted around, as if she had come up with an idea. If you're going to make up a fake name to fool me, there's no point in telling me. Li Jushi saw through her plan. A name is just a label. As long as you call me and I respond, that's my name, the woman said. I was going to give you some advice, but your attitude has made me lose interest, Li Jushi said. Everyone calls me Paper Kite. The woman wasn't stupid, she immediately gave her name. That's a good name, but its weakness is that the string is in someone else's hands, Li Jushi said. What are you trying to tell me? The girl named Ziyuan seemed to sense danger, but didn't know where it came from, her expression uneasy. You're clever. You threw your handkerchief into someone else's bag, luring the Lion Legion soldiers away, and then used the smell of scallion pancakes to mask your own scent and hide. But have you considered that once the Lion Legion soldiers find your handkerchief, they inevitably trace your route back to where you left? The strongest smell on this street is right here. In 10 minutes at most, they'd be back, and then you won't be able to escape, Li Jushi said. Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, there's still a chance. If you trust me and listen to me, I can help you, Li Jushu said calmly. What do you want me to do? Ziyuan's expression shifted several times before she finally chose to trust Li Jushu. A chariot is coming. When it passes the stalls, it will block the view of the surveillance personnel. You have 3 seconds to leave. Go behind the cold dish stall and return the way you came. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The two scents will overlap, and no one will be able to spot you, Li Jushu said. Why do you want to help me? Ziyuan's face lit up with joy. She had rehearsed the method in her mind and found it feasible. There's some intangible and invisible fate between people. We meet again. Do you believe it? Li Jushu looked at Ziyuan, his eyes bright and piercing. No. Ziyuan blushed inexplicably under his gaze, a sudden surge of resentment rising within her. Let's make a bet. If we meet again, you let me kiss you, Li Jushu said. Don't even think about it. Ziyuan glared angrily. You're a lecherous scoundrel. You threatened me with a knife right away. I didn't say you were a bad person, Li Jushu said. I'm warning you. Don't even think about it. I'm not that kind of person. Ziyuan gritted her teeth, looking fierce, her eyebrows raised, her eyes large and round, her pupils reflecting Li Jushu's image. The rumble grew louder as the chariot passed by. The street was crowded, and the road was narrow, so the chariot moved slowly, constantly honking its horn to urge pedestrians to make way. As it passed the scallion pancake stall, Li Jushu spoke. Now! The woman crawled out from under the table, darted out like a fish, swept past the cold dish stall, disappeared into the crowd, and vanished in an instant. The chariot was gone, and the customers eating scallion pancakes were still the same customers, but the people monitoring the situation had no idea that their target had disappeared. Chapter 239. Li Jushu stared thoughtfully at the golden key in his hand. He had taken it from Ziyuan. His playing card skills had made his fingers exceptionally nimble, allowing him to steal the key from her without anyone noticing. The key was about 12 centimeters long, divided into 5 sections, each with a unique shape. The intricate serrations were unlike anything he had ever seen. The key was heavy, weighing about half a pound. For no apparent reason, Li Jushu felt this key was very important. After finishing the last scallion pancake, Li Jushu paid and left the stall with his takeout, continuing his stroll down the street. Meanwhile, Ziyuan, hidden under the bed in a villa, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the deputy station chief's residence. She basically didn't need to worry about being investigated. She reached into her pocket, and her expression instantly changed. Where's the key? Li Jushu suddenly stopped, not because the road ahead was blocked, but because no one was there. Inside the base, the streets and alleys were bustling with people, especially during the day, the only difference being the number. However, no one dared to walk within the 30-meter-long passageway ahead. Only the steel gate at the end stood guard by 4 burly men. The Beast Arena. The Beast Arena had a powerful background. Even the Zheng family, known for its influence in both the legal and illegal worlds, didn't want to offend it. Not every base had a Beast Arena, but every Beast Arena was a place even the base's station chief avoided. The Beast Arena was a forbidden zone within the base. Within it, laws were practically meaningless, and the Beast Arena had its own rules. Li Jushu was naturally well aware of the Beast Arena. It was a hunter's paradise. In the Beast Arena, a man could fulfill all his dreams, provided he had money. If you didn't have money, it was best not to go. Li Jushu had heard countless hunters boast about the hunting grounds, and he had long imagined them in his mind, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. Poverty prevented him from setting foot in the hunting grounds. Just as Li Jushu was contemplating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to go in and see for himself, the gate to the hunting ground suddenly opened. A bodyguard in a suit carried a man out like a dead dog. The man was covered in blood, his tendons in his hands and feet severed, limp, and his face was deathly pale. He looked like he was close to death. The bodyguard ignored him, walked past Li Jushu, and threw the man into a pile of garbage. Thump! The man was surrounded by garbage, startling a swarm of flies. The bodyguard's face showed disgust, and he quickened his pace back to the gate. Seeing the door close again, one of the 4 bodyguards grumbled, "Every time it's a bloody mess, they don't even consider our feelings. Old Yao, hurry up and mop the floor." Another bodyguard shouted, as he saw flies buzzing around. Li Jushu's gaze fell on the man thrown into the garbage heap. Long arms, long legs, a narrow face, he had the kind of ruthless, resolute look that was indeed his. His hands and feet were still bleeding, and despite the commotion in the garbage heap, he hadn't uttered a sound, as if the severed tendons were a mere illusion. Just as Li Jushu was about to leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed. On the man's shoulder, beneath his tattered clothes, half a tattoo was visible. Even though it was only half, it was instantly recognizable as a sunflower. A sunflower tattoo. On the planet of beasts, there is a legendary alliance of top-tier snipers, each member being the best sniper. The exact number is unknown, but it is speculated to be no more than 10. Rumor has it that Vulture, the king of snipers at Base 2, is one of the members of this alliance. Members of this alliance have a sunflower tattooed on their left arm, which is both a symbol and an honor. Are there really so many talented people in this garbage dump? This thought crossed Li Jushu's mind. He remembered the monk from Mount Wutai, whom he had found in a garbage dump. Now there was another one. The value of such a find made him reluctant to leave. He pulled the man out of the garbage dump. The 4 bodyguards saw him, but ignored him. To them, anything thrown into a garbage dump was just trash. Their responsibility was to guard the gate. As long as no one caused trouble, they wouldn't say a word even if the garbage dump was raised. In fact, they were happy that Li Jushu had taken the man away, otherwise, the man would have died and decomposed in 2 or 3 days, and the stench of corpses couldn't be blocked even from a distance of 30 meters. What's your name? Li Jushu stopped in a secluded corner. The man looked utterly hopeless and didn't speak. If you have any unfinished business and want to live, cooperate. If you're determined to die, that's simple too, Li Jushu said. Who are you? This question seemed to strike the man, his eyes flickered, and his voice became low and hoarse. Li Jushu knew this wasn't his natural voice, but rather the result of clenching his teeth for too long, causing muscle stiffness. A person's voice is easily distorted when enduring prolonged pain. You're definitely not your enemy. We don't know each other, Li Jushu said. You can't afford to offend my enemy, the man said slowly, his thoughts becoming clearer. I have money. Getting you to the hospital won't be a problem, Li Jushu said. Don't bother, my fatal injury is internal, and medicine won't work, the man said. A heart transplant or a kidney transplant is just a matter of spending more money, Li Jushu said, unconcerned. With severed meridians, even with organ transplants, you still be a cripple, the man said. I see, Li Jushu nodded. No wonder someone who could join the Sniper Alliance was so disheartened. It was internal injury. Normally, such people are extremely determined. Even if swallowed by a python, they would find a way to escape. Just as the man thought Li Jushu was about to leave, Li Jushu picked him up again. I'm quite curious about what it's like to be injured by internal force. Since you're going to die anyway, don't mind letting me study it, Li Jushu said. The man felt an urge to curse, but he restrained himself, managing to utter only 2 words with great willpower, whatever. Usually, when someone dies, the hospital asks if they'd like their organs donated to someone in need. Consider it a gift to me, Li Jushu said. You're welcome, the man's lips twitched. Can you tell me who injured you? I have to avoid them if I see them again, Li Jushu asked. The man closed his eyes, not wanting to talk to him anymore. First Hunter Hospital. Captain, who is this? Big Ben was quite surprised to see Li Jushu return from his stroll outside carrying an injured man. Was the injured man some kind of easy target? Could he just pick him up anywhere? Young Master Li's surgery was still underway. Li Jushu had found another doctor, and following White Goat's method, he offered more money. The doctor's initial hesitation turned into firm resolve. Don't worry, we will do our best, the doctor assured him. The man's injuries appeared serious, mainly external. As for the internal injuries, the doctor's solution was organ transplantation. There was nothing they could do about the meridian problems, but the meridians weren't fatal, hence the doctor's confidence. A cure wouldn't be easy, but saving him was within reach. This man is a talent. If I can use him, things will be much easier in the future. Li Jushu didn't explain much. Big Ben didn't really want to know, he was just bored and making conversation. Late at night, the operating room lights were finally turned off, and young Master Li was wheeled out of the operating room. Chapter 240. Logically, the anesthesia shouldn't have worn off by now, but after being wheeled into the ward, and just after the doctor finished explaining the precautions and the nurse left, he opened his eyes, his gaze clear. Young Master Li, do you remember me? Li Jushu stood at the bedside. The wealthy were different. Their physical condition was ridiculously strong. I never expected that the person who saved me would be you. Young Master Li's lips twitched, revealing an awkward smile, his voice weak and hoarse. I never expected that we would have such a connection. Big Ben wasn't completely stupid. He even knew to bring over a stool. Li Jushu sat on the stool, instinctively picking up a bottle of mineral water, then immediately putting it down. Young Master Li had just undergone surgery, and couldn't drink water for 3 hours. I only heard about the biological bomb incident at Base 11 later. By then, I had already left. Fortunately, I heard you were alright afterwards. Young Masterly was indeed remarkable. His thoughts returned to normal so quickly, and his memory was completely unaffected, showing no signs of someone who had just been wheeled out of the operating room. It's all in the past. Li Jushu smiled slightly. His relationship with young Masterly wasn't deep. Even if young Masterly had known on the spot, he might not have turned against Xiao Suiguan for his sake. Although it's cliché, I still want to say thank you. You saved my life again. I owe you 2 lives. Young Masterly said earnestly. The important thing is that you're alive. If I had found a corpse, I could only erect a tombstone for you. Li Jushu said nonchalantly. This time, I really fallen flat on my face. Young Masterly gave a bitter laugh. I have no intention of interfering in your grudges, but I still need to find out if the people who want to get rid of you are still hunting you. If it's not over yet, I think it's necessary to find a safer place. Li Jushu said. Where is this? Young Master Li's expression changed slightly. Base 4, First Hunter Hospital, Li Jushu replied. Excellent. Could you do me another favor? Young Master Li asked. I happen to have some time. Li Jushu originally didn't have time, but the man from the Sniper Alliance was still in surgery, so he couldn't leave for the time being. It wasn't that he had to see the rescue through to the end, but he still wanted the man's help. At the same time, he wanted to test his martial arts techniques through the man's internal injuries. He had finally encountered someone with internal injuries, and he wanted to try to see if he could heal them. If he could, he wouldn't be helpless when facing martial arts masters in the future. This was a good opportunity. The owner of Galaxy International in the south of the city is one of my men. Pass on a message for me. Tell him a trustworthy person brings abundant gifts, and he understand what I mean, Young Masterly said. Li Jushu sent Feng Zheng on an errand, and it was good that Young Masterly had someone to meet him. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient for him to be with a sick person. Leaving him unattended would have been somewhat irresponsible, but he himself had a lot of other things to do. Now that I think about it, Young Master Li's decision to roll down the cliff, judging from the direction he was heading, meant he was most likely heading towards Base 4, indicating that Base 4 held something or some kind of protection for him. Young Masterly didn't explain who was chasing him, or why, and Li Jushu wisely didn't press him. Logically, Young Masterly should be resting right now, but judging from his demeanor, he didn't want to rest. Instead, he actively inquired about the situation at the various bases. Judging from his questions, he hadn't been to a base for at least 2 months. He was probably on some mission. The beast's planet was vast. It wasn't unusual for him to travel to a distant place for several months at a time. Li Jushu recounted the general situation. He had spent most of his time on the run, and didn't know much about the situation in more than half of the bases. He mainly talked about the Xing family's activities. Unexpectedly, the young Master Li's expression changed drastically after hearing this. This is bad. We need to leave the hospital immediately. What do you mean? Li Jushu's expression instantly turned serious. I've been trying to figure out who's backing me up by betraying me, but now I understand. It's Kai Zirwei. The young Master Li said bitterly. How did you make that connection? Li Jushu asked, puzzled. I have no personal grudge against Kai Zirwei. The real grudge is above us, on the mother planet. Kai Zirwei is just a tool. My family has a feud with the AO family. If I die, and the Xing family happens to launch a coup, the blame will inevitably fall on the Xing family. If my family fights the Zhang family, the person behind Kai Zirwei will benefit. The young Master Li now completely understood, but there was no joy on his face. He never imagined that one day, he would become a political sacrifice. How did the AO family come up again? Li Jushu asked, utterly confused. Everyone knows the Xing family at base number 1, but actually, the real managers are the AO family. The AO and Zhang families are related by marriage, so they can be considered one family, explained young Master Li. What's the situation at Galaxy International? Li Jushu was most concerned about this question, because Kite had gone to Galaxy International, and according to the timeline, he should have returned. At this point, I'm not afraid of losing face anymore. Someone in my family thinks I'm in their way, and wants to get rid of me. My whereabouts were exposed because of a family leak. It must have been a family member who told Kai Zirwei. Now, I'm not sure if Chen Hailong at Galaxy International is still loyal, said young Master Li. Wutai Mountain Monk, Ling and Monkey, you two go support Kite immediately. Li Jushu's expression darkened. He trusted his young master's judgment. Unless he was 80 to 90% certain, his young master wouldn't have exposed his family's dirty laundry. Now, he could only hope that his young master's subordinate, Chen Hailong, would remain calm and wait until they saw the person at the hospital before making a move, otherwise, Kite would be in danger. Just as Wutai Mountain Monk and Lingnan Monkey stepped out of the ward, gunshots rang out from the hospital entrance. The two instantly accelerated, rushing towards the gate like cheetahs descending a mountain. Push young Masterly to the equipment room at the end of the corridor, Li Jushu called to Da Bin's Hong, who was about to rush out to provide support. He glanced at young Masterly. Don't worry, they're not quite up to the task of killing me, young Masterly nodded at him. Li Jushu wasn't sure if young Masterly was just comforting him or genuinely confident. He didn't have time to discern. In 6 seconds, he had reached the hospital rooftop. The surgical building had 28 floors. Entering the hospital, it was impossible to carry such a large weapon as a sniper rifle, so he hid it on the rooftop. Taking out the Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle, he lay prone, taking in the entire situation at the main entrance. The hospital security guard was shot dead. Lingnan Monkey and Wutai Mountain Monk were each hiding behind a pillar, under heavy enemy fire, too afraid to peek out and firing blindly. The security booth was connected to the gate, but because the guard was dead, the gate remained closed, allowing the enemy to fire through it. He could see over 30 people, and from the 5 armored vehicles, countless men were firing wildly at the 2 pillars. The gunfire alerted the nearby streets, but whether it was because it was late at night and there weren't many people around, or because everyone had hidden after hearing the gunfire, not a single person could be seen. Not seeing the kite, and unsure of the situation, Li Jushu suppressed his concern for it, narrowed his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 241. The bullet pierced the first burly man's left chest and entered the abdomen of the hunter behind him. Both fell simultaneously, screams erupting as a series of impacts echoed around him. With his last breath, the first burly man glanced around. In the blink of an eye, half of the 30-odd men were down. The remaining hunters were instantly drenched in sweat, scrambling for cover. 3 hunters returned fire, bullets raining down on the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 hunters who returned fire almost simultaneously suffered headshots, splattering brain matter in the air. The security booth's glass shattered, leaving each of the 4 hunters hiding behind with a hole the size of a bowl. The hospital security booth used ordinary glass, not bulletproof. Even if it were bulletproof, it could only stop ordinary bullets. Glass capable of withstanding the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle was expensive and not used in ordinary locations. Almost simultaneously, a bullet hole appeared in the cabs of all 5 tanks. The drivers slammed against their seats, their hearts shattered, blood gushing from the gaping wounds. Without prior agreement, all the guns fired towards the rooftop. The monk from Wutai Mountain and the monkey from Lingnan seized the opportunity to peek out. 2 men, 3 pistols, fired wildly, emptying their magazines in less than 3 seconds. The last gunshot rang out from the rooftop. There was no more return fire from inside the tanks. Less than 2 minutes had passed since Li Jushu fired the first shot. 3 men against nearly 50. The battle ended so quickly that even the monk from Wutai Mountain felt like a dream, let alone the monkey from Lingnan. The 2 had eliminated fewer than 10 men, the rest were sniped by Li Jushu. The 2 dared not be careless. The monk from Wutai Mountain checked for survivors, while the monkey from Lingnan quickly picked up the fallen kite in the corridor and rushed to find a doctor. On the rooftop, Li Jushu, having fired his final shot, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He tilted to the right, and a fist suddenly appeared, grazing his ear as it slammed into the rooftop, instantly denting the concrete. Before the fist could retract, Li Jushu swiftly grabbed his arm and flung him into the night sky, sending the burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, into freefall. A terrified scream erupted from the burly man. Li Jushu was now grappling with his second enemy, an even more robust giant, about 2.2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. If it were merely strength, it wouldn't be so bad. What was terrifying was the man's incredible agility. Realizing that Li Jushu's strength was no less than his own, he used unpredictable movements to evade 4 of Li Jushu's attacks. Of course, his own attacks also failed to penetrate. Li Jushu's fist struck out again, with lightning speed. The giant leaned back, his left foot flashing towards Li Jushu's groin with a silent, explosive kick. If it landed, not only flesh and blood, but even steel plates would be cleaved in 2. However, the giant's real killing move was his right fist, aimed straight at Li Jushu's armpit. If it hit, Li Jushu's arm would be instantly crippled. By the time Li Jushu noticed, it was too late to retract his fist. A smug look appeared in the giant's eyes. Countless enemies had underestimated his agility because of his massive size. Normal people have a habitual way of thinking, equating size with strength, and subconsciously underestimating agility because they focus on strength. The giant had used this to kill countless enemies. Just when the giant thought the battle was over, Li Jushu suddenly opened his fist. A white light flashed, and then his world turned black. Intense pain spread from his eyes throughout his body. He screamed and pulled his hands back to cover his eyes, as if he had been electrocuted. In a fraction of a second, Li Jushu twisted his body to avoid the vicious groin kick, grabbed the giant's head with both hands, and before he could react, a terrifying force erupted. Crack! The giant's head twisted 180 degrees. Just then, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. The burly man, thrown back, crashed to the ground, his brain shattered, and he died. Li Jushu picked up his Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle and fired a shot at the ground. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from the chest of the hunter, who had been knocked back by the Wutai mountain monk. He staggered back 3 steps until his back hit the tank, stopping only then. He first glared venomously at the rooftop, then looked down at the hole in his chest. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, staining his clothes crimson in the blink of an eye. His quickly dimming eyes revealed resentment and regret. Crack! A scream rang out. Now one opponent gone, the Wutai mountain monk had no more restraint. He twisted the enemy's arm with a heavy blow and struck his throat with a lightning-fast punch. The enemy staggered back several steps, then collapsed limply, his limbs twitching a few times before becoming still. The monk from Wutai mountain looked around, but found no more enemies. He retreated to the hospital gate. Li Jushu came down from the rooftop, leaped over the gate, and the monk tried to shout at him not to pursue a cornered enemy. Li Jushu had already turned the corner and disappeared. Just 3 seconds later, 3 gunshots rang out, followed by the terrifying sounds of impacts, fist after fist. Worried about Li Jushu's safety, the monk rushed out after him. Just as he turned the corner, he saw Li Jushu get out of a tank parked in a corner, throwing a man at him, saying, "If he doesn't obey, kill him." Understood. The monk caught the man thrown at him. A beer belly, slick back hair, clearly a leader. He glanced inside the tank. Besides corpses, there were no living people left. A strong stench of blood filled the air. Back at the hospital, Li Jushu saw 2 unfamiliar hunter corpses in the corridor. Judging by the methods, one was killed by Ling and Monkey, and the other by Big Ben. Li Jushu found young Master Li and Big Ben in the equipment room. He noticed Kite was there, but Ling and Monkey was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Kite, his face darkened. Kite had been shot 6 times in the back, almost leaving it pockmarked. His left arm was broken, bone protruding through the skin. His face was bruised and swollen, clearly indicating he had been beaten. Kite was currently unconscious. It was unclear how he had managed to escape to the hospital with such severe injuries. Just then, Ling and Monkey appeared, half coercing a doctor. Gunfights were rare in hospitals, but not uncommon. The doctors and nurses were clever. Hearing the gunshots, they all ran to safety and hid. Ling and Monkey searched for a while before finding them. "The hospital has a card reader, right?" Li Jushu asked the somewhat reluctant doctor. "Yes." Although the doctor had reservations about the rough methods of the Ling and Monkey, he was still perceptive enough to know that these people couldn't be offended. "Go transfer 1 million to this doctor. After the person is cured, each of the doctors and nurses involved will receive an additional 200,000. Li Jushu tossed a card to the Ling and Monkey. The doctor's reluctance vanished instantly. Only after the Kite was wheeled into the operating room did Li Jushu have time to deal with the slick-back hair, Chen Hailong, a trusted confidant once cultivated by the young Master Li. Chapter 242. Chen Hailong knelt before young Master Li's hospital bed, his expression complex, fear, regret, and shame. "You accidentally killed someone in a fight, and I personally got you out of prison. Your wife had a difficult childbirth, and your son was on the verge of death. I used a favor to get physician Gao to save your wife and child. Your brother-in-law cheated on his exam, and you begged me for help. I personally made the phone calls to pull strings, ensuring your brother-in-law got into one of the top 4 universities, Southern University. You were ostracized on your home planet, and I transferred you to the Beast Planet as its leader. Am I right?" Young Master Li looked at Chen Hailong, his face expressionless, chillingly calm. "Young Master is absolutely right." Chen Hailong's voice was dry, devoid of any gratitude. "Even a dog should know how to be grateful. I don't expect gratitude, but you turn around and accuse me. Can you give me a reason?" Young Master Li was not only angry but also aggrieved. It felt like a sycophant who ended up with nothing. He had absolutely no reason to be so kind to a servant, Yet this rare instance of genuine affection had yielded such a result. He was furious. As long as you live, young master, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. I will constantly worry that one day you will ask me to repay your kindness. Even if you ask me to sacrifice my life, I can only agree. If I hesitate, I will be labeled a heartless wretch. Does young master know how much pressure I feel about owing you a debt of gratitude? I can't sleep at night. I'm always startled awake, as if I'd done something wrong. I used to weigh 138 pounds, but because of your kindness in my heart, in just a few years, my weight has skyrocketed to 368 pounds. You can't possibly understand this feeling, can you? After a dozen seconds of silence, Chen Hailong suddenly raised his head. His face was no longer filled with fear or guilt, but rather with a kind of desperate madness, his eyes bloodshot. Young Masterly was stunned. This reason was something he had never expected. Yes, you helped me, but what was your purpose in helping me? It was nothing more than wanting me to work for you, to take a bullet for you someday. You didn't have good intentions, am I right? Chen Hailong questioned loudly. So, I helped you wrongly. Young Masterly said coldly. Helping me was actually an investment, a business deal. Businesses make and lose money. Isn't that normal? Don't think of yourself as so noble. If you were really that noble, you wouldn't expect me to repay this favor. Chen Hailong's words left young Masterly speechless. Since you're unwilling to repay my kindness later, you can refuse when young Masterly helps you. Li Jushu's casual remark left the once arrogant Chen Hailong speechless. A wolf in sheep's clothing is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Being daring and responsible might earn you some respect, but accepting favors without refusing them, then blaming others for meddling afterwards, you're hypocritical. You're more hateful than a prostitute, Li Jushu said. Chen Hailong's face darkened instantly, but he dared not retort. He had witnessed Li Jushu's strength firsthand. Inside the chariot, his 4 skilled fighters, 3 level 3 hunters and 1 level 4 hunter, were killed by Li Jushu in the blink of an eye. It truly was the blink of an eye. He saw Li Jushu shoot into the chariot, and immediately drew his gun. The battle was over the moment he raised it. He had never seen such a formidable fighter, so much so that Li Jushu's words made him tremble. Who ordered you? Young Masterly asked. After I tell you, will you let me go? Chen Hailong asked softly. Do you even have the right to bargain now? Young Masterly sneered. 2 days ago, Kaiser Wei came to me. He said that if I killed you, he would recommend me as an observer for Base 4, Chen Hailong said. An observer is similar to an informant in a government agency. Informants are mostly unofficial, while observers are officially recognized and have names. Generally, a base has about 2 or 3 observers, reporting directly to their superiors, and wielding considerable power. It's no wonder Chen Hailong was tempted by Kaiser Wei's promise. You've been sold out, and you're still helping him count the money? You've been fooled by Kaiser Wei, you idiot! Young Masterly scolded him for his lack of backbone. Kaiser Wei promised it himself, Chen Hailong argued. Kaiser Wei's transfer order has already been issued. If it weren't for this sudden satellite malfunction, Kaiser Wei would have already left the censorate, and the newly appointed censor is on his way. Do you think the new censor will still use the old guard? Or do you think Kaiser Wei is so powerful that the new censor would appoint you? Young Masterly looked at Chen Hailong mockingly. Chen Hailong's face instantly turned deathly pale. He wasn't stupid, but he had been blinded by power. After young Master Li's revelation, he immediately realized that he had indeed been fooled by Kaiser Wei. A new emperor brings a new court. The new censor might retain some old guard, but they would certainly be unbiased, not the previous censor's confidants. He could tell the new censor that he wasn't Kaiser Wei's confidant, but who would believe him? Whether Kaiser Wei would recommend him was still uncertain, and even if he did, he wouldn't hold the position for long. Where is Kaiser Wei now? Young Masterly asked. I don't know. He left after telling me what he needed to do. I don't know where he is either. Chen Hailong shook his head blankly. Left? Left Base 4? Young Masterly immediately asked again. I don't know, he probably hasn't left, Chen Hailong said uncertainly. Damn it! Young Masterly's face suddenly turned grim. He quickly said to Li Jushu, if Kaiser Wei hasn't left, then he's seen everything that's happening. This man is always meticulous in his actions. He must have a backup plan. As soon as he finished speaking, intense gunfire erupted from the direction of the hospital entrance. The monks from Wutai Mountain and the monkeys from Lingnan were in charge of the gate. Li Jushu had instructed them not to fire unless absolutely necessary, so as not to interfere with the doctor's surgeries. Now that gunfire had occurred, it meant the situation was dire. Do you know who it is? Li Jushu asked Chen Hailong. I don't know. Chen Hailong looked bewildered. His eyes widened, then crack. His head spun 180 degrees. The terror on his face froze. Is there some other secret power? Li Jushu casually tossed the corpse aside and asked the young masterly. Surely a young master of that stature couldn't only have one confidant. But he was disappointed. I didn't expect to encounter so many things on this trip to the Beast Planet. The young masterly gave a bitter smile, quite embarrassed. He was always the one in control, asking others if they needed help. This was the first time he'd been in a situation where he needed protection while lying in bed, and it was extremely awkward. You and young masterly, don't wander around here, Li Jushu told Big Ben. Big Ben was skilled in close combat, but slightly weaker with firearms, not as good as the monkey from Lingnan or the monk from Wutai Mountain. Li Jushu reappeared on the rooftop of the surgical building. He glanced down and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. More than 20 armored vehicles surrounded the hospital gate, and others were driving along the hospital wall towards the back gate, a complete encirclement. This is troublesome. He fired only one shot, then swiftly rolled away, ducking behind a stone block. A bullet hole appeared where he had been lying, a wisp of white smoke rising from it. Sniper. Chapter 243. This enemy force was not only numerous, but also highly professional, with snipers deployed directly, far surpassing Chen Hailung's capabilities. Li Jushu was anxious. He had to eliminate the snipers quickly. Without his suppression, the monks of Wutai Mountain and the monkeys of Lingnan wouldn't last long. He removed his bulletproof vest and slowly emerged from the left side of the stone pier, inching forward. 200 meters away, inside a room in a circular building, a sniper in camouflage lay prone on a bed, his rifle propped against the window. The room was dark, with only a crack in the window and the curtain swaying. Even in daylight, let alone at night, he would be difficult to spot. The sniper kept his eyes fixed on the stone pier. He knew the enemy couldn't hide for long, as there was no extra cover on the rooftop. The enemy had no choice but to take risks. He was prepared, holding the advantage. Sure enough, a blurry figure peeked out from the left side of the stone pillar. The sniper didn't panic, only slightly adjusting the angle of his gun. The shadow emerged inch by inch, until it was about the size of a fist. Then, the sniper decisively pulled the trigger. In that instant, he realized it wasn't a person, but just a piece of clothing. Damn it. He swiftly moved his gun, aiming to the right. He saw a gun barrel protruding from the right side of the stone pillar, a tongue of fire shooting from the dark muzzle, exceptionally conspicuous in the night. So fast. This was the sniper's last thought. His reaction was fast enough, but the enemy's aim was even faster, far superior to his own. The next instant, his head exploded, his entire body flung from the stern of the boat to the headboard, brains splattering all over the bed. At the hospital gate, accompanied by the roar of a Vulcan cannon, the round Roman column shattered before the naked eye. The Lingnan monkey, hiding behind it, clutched his head tightly, not daring to retaliate or even peek out. The flying debris hurt more than a knife wound. The Lingnan monkey was prepared to die when suddenly the Vulcan cannon stopped firing, and deafening gunfire erupted from the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. Enemies at the gate fell in droves. The sight of their bodies flying through the air ignited a surge of excitement in the Lingnan monkey. Grabbing his Thunder 88, he charged out from behind the now-defunct Roman columns and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the enemy. The enemy clearly hadn't expected the sniper on the rooftop to be so formidable. Caught off guard, the heavy machine gunners on the vehicle roof fell before they could even make an impact. A hunter tried to climb onto the roof, but before his hand even touched the machine gun, he was blown to the head. After the deaths of 3 skilled hunters, the others learned their lesson. Rocket launcher. Blow up the sniper. The hunter, around 40 years old, roared. His words had barely left his lips when he sensed imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the car door, jumped out, and rolled to the back of the armored vehicle. His speed was undeniable, but he had underestimated the sniper. His head was inside the back of the vehicle. As his body was being pierced, a bullet entered through his back, exiting through his chest with a spray of blood. His body armor offered no protection. Bang! The hunter crashed to the ground, staring at the blood gushing from the hole in his chest, despair plaguing his face. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the building. The rocket didn't hit the rooftop, but struck another building. The flames illuminated the street. The hunter, carrying the rocket launcher, was now a corpse, his head shattered into pieces. Enraged, the hunters unleashed a hail of bullets at the rooftop, but they quickly realized their attack was futile. The snipers on the rooftop were terrifyingly accurate. No matter where they hid, Anyone who peeked out was dead. There was no room for negotiation. The snipers seemed to be scrutinizing them with a magnifying glass. Even showing half an eye would be detected. The exchange of fire lasted 5 or 6 minutes, the snipers' gunfire relentless, while their own gunfire began to thin out. A bunch of trash. A burly man, with a buzz cut emerged from the darkness, wearing a blue vest and carrying a tiger head knife without a sheath, reeking of blood. The man suddenly stopped. No one saw how the knife came from his back to his hand. A crisp, metallic clang echoed, and the man remained motionless in a slashing motion, a bullet split in two lying on the ground. It's him! The monk from Mount Wutai, witnessing this, shuddered, finally recognizing the enemy. Who is he? The Lingyan monkey had visited Base 4 more than once, yet he couldn't recall such a person. Logically, someone so powerful couldn't be unknown. Bengal Tiger, Wang Mao. The Wutai mountain monk's expression was serious, his fear undisguised. Damn, how could it be him? Aren't these people from the Hungry Tiger Legion? Has the beast farm lost its mind? Aren't they just running the beast farm, and not involved in other people's grudges? The Lingyan monkey's face turned extremely ugly. Everyone knew that Base 4 only had one legion, the Lion Legion, but the veteran hunter knew that besides the Lion Legion, there was another legion under the beast farm's control, the Hungry Tiger Legion. The Hungry Tiger Legion rarely appears outside, only responsible for protecting the beast arena. Unless faced with a life or death situation, they are rarely seen. Has young Masterly broken a taboo? The Lingyan monkey doesn't believe the Hungry Tiger Legion is targeting them, so it must be young Masterly. But why would the beast arena break its long-standing rules? What kind of benefit would make them abandon their principles? Retreat. Seeing that Li Jushu had fired 3 shots without killing the Bengal tiger, the Wutai mountain monk decisively abandoned the gate and entered the building with the Lingyan monkey. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop them. He had fought the Bengal tiger before and lost on the 9th move. Now, with the addition of the Lingyan monkey, he didn't think the situation would improve, because he could sense that the Bengal tiger's aura had grown stronger. After the Bengal tiger entered the building, Li Jushu began silently counting. When he reached 5, the rooftop door opened, and the Bengal tiger appeared before him. He fired his final shot, attempting to flank the hunter from the adjacent building with a headshot, then put down his Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle and drew his military knife. The saber's design blends the styles of a Nepalese kukri and a modern dagger, maximizing its slashing power. Its 38-centimeter length balances strength and agility. You are no match for me, Bengal tiger concluded after a single glance. Do I have a choice? Li Jushu could feel the pressure emanating from Bengal tiger. He outwardly feigned weakness, but inwardly he was fearless. Bengal tiger was like a volcano, its power surging, but he felt he was still no match for Xiaomubai. Xiaomubai was like an iceberg, seemingly only having a tip, with the main body hidden beneath the surface. It's better to conceal one's strength than to blunder. Bengal tiger's skill level was inferior to Xiaomubai's. Your eyes tell me you don't intend to surrender. As soon as Bengal tiger finished speaking, Li Jushu shot forward like a shadow, the saber slashing diagonally at his neck with lightning speed. Chapter 244. The southern district of Base 4 is an affluent area, but only the upper echelons know that the real big shots live in the northern suburbs. The north, with its higher elevation, possesses a commanding and imposing presence, and the wealthy and powerful reside there. The owner of the best-located 3-story villa is Yang Yinda, the first deputy station chief of Base 4, 48 years old and in his prime. The villa is heavily guarded, with cameras everywhere, leaving no blind spots. The soldiers standing guard at the gate are all level 3 hunters. Whenever the base's elites arrive at the villa, they subconsciously slow their pace. Tonight, the villa's security seems exceptionally tight. Even the rats in the corners can sense the tense atmosphere, afraid to utter a sound. A light blue car roared in, slamming on the brakes as it reached the gate. The tires left 2 black scratches on the ground. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, a hunter jumped out, flashing his work badge. The guard immediately opened the gate and let him in. Inside the villa, the lights were on. Several of Yang Yinda's trusted lieutenants sat in the living room, smoking and chatting idly, their brows furrowed with suspicion. Hearing hurried footsteps, the 4 of them turned around simultaneously. Soon Yang Yinda, who had been reading in his study, also emerged. Chief, it's confirmed. The golden key has been stolen. However, Ziyuan is missing, and nobody knows where she's hiding her, the hunter reported, presenting the intelligence he had painstakingly gathered. So nobody knows where the golden key is now? Yang Yinda frowned. This was not good news. As long as the golden key wasn't in his possession, the risk remained. It's likely that Paper Kite was pursued too closely by the Lion Legion and couldn't reach the rendezvous point. But given Paper Kite's habits, the golden key must be hidden in an extremely secret place. Even if she's captured, the Lion Legion won't be able to get the golden key from her. The hunter was quite certain of this. Paper Kite's reputation was still very high. Station Chief, once the golden key is missing, we're all on equal footing. We're well prepared, the advantage is ours, Banana said impatiently. The beast's ground suddenly mobilized over 1,000 people to surround the First Hunter Hospital for some unknown reason. Now everyone's attention is on the First Hunter Hospital. If we suddenly attack, they won't have time to prepare. Tonight is a golden opportunity. Station Chief, we've been preparing for so long, I think we've been waiting for this moment, Earth Dog thought, agreeing with Banana. Sparkling Water, High Mountain Goat, what are your opinions? Yang Yinda's gaze turned to his two other trusted confidants. I'm worried about something now. Zheng Yueju of the Lion Legion once received a favor from that person. Will he intervene at a crucial moment? Rules are rules, but people have thoughts and emotions. Sparkling Water, in his 30s, was handsome, with only one flaw, baldness. He was already balding at such a young age. His 8 points of good look suddenly became a failing grade because of the baldness. Attack! Gao Shanong, wearing a faded shirt and black-rimmed glasses, looked somewhat prematurely aged despite being under 30. He only uttered one word, without explaining why, but it immediately made Yang Yinda make up his mind. The moment he raised his head, his eyes were sharp as knives. Banana, listen to my command. Yes, sir. Banana jumped to his feet, straight as a gun. Take 1,000 men and surround building number 1. Cut the telephone lines, power lines, and water pipes. Block all signals. Make sure not even a rat can get out, Yang Yinda ordered. Rest assured, Station Master, I guarantee I will complete the mission, Banana replied loudly, his expression excited and thrilled. This day had finally arrived. Taguzi, listen to my command. Yes, sir. Taguzi, a former soldier, spoke with a strong, resonant voice. Take 1,000 men and take over the armory. If the people in the armory are willing to surrender, that's best. If not, kill them without mercy. A murderous glint flashed across Yang Yinda's face. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Taguzi clenched his fists instinctively. Sparkling Water, listen to my command. On the rooftop of the First Hunter Hospital surgical building, a sharp metallic clang rang out, and both men staggered back 3 or 4 steps. In an instant, they clashed again, blades flashing, sparks flying, the impact like popping beans, sometimes crisp, sometimes piercing. Bengal Tiger gripped his knife with both hands, his attacks powerful and deadly. Li Jushu, though disadvantaged by his weapon, knew the danger of being outmatched. He employed a cunning strategy, focusing on thrusts, parries, and slashes. His attacks, seemingly chaotic, were actually masterful, striking vital points and leaving Bengal Tiger defenseless. Both men bore wounds. Bengal Tiger wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest, while Li Jushu had removed his while luring the sniper and hadn't had time to put it back on. Another deafening collision followed, cracking the concrete beneath their feet. Li Jushu staggered back 4 steps, Bengal Tiger 3.5, both panting heavily. State your name. My tiger-headed saber doesn't kill nameless nobodies. Bengal Tiger leaned back with his left foot, his right leg bent, ready to unleash his power. If you didn't have this tiger-headed saber, would you still be talking to me like this? Li Jushu looked at the nicks on the saber. The deepest nick occupied almost 3/4 of the saber. For the first time, he had the idea of acquiring a good weapon. Bengal Tiger's tiger-headed saber was made of some unknown material, smooth as a mirror. It had clashed with the saber hundreds of times without a single chip. Weapons are also part of strength. You don't expect me to throw away my weapon and fight you, do you? Bengal Tiger's tone was mocking. This tiger-headed saber was forged with his savings of several years, and at exorbitant interest rates. The material cost alone was close to 1 billion. So expensive, if it were just scrap metal, what would become of it? Among the masters I encountered, you rank second, Li Jushu said. Who's first? Bengal Tiger, ready to explode, stopped. In the face of the first opponent, your tiger-headed saber is useless, because you can't even withstand a single blow, Li Jushu said. Do you think I believe that? Bengal Tiger thought Li Jushu was trying to undermine his confidence. How naive. His strength was honed through hundreds of battles, large and small, and he had long since developed an incredibly strong mind. His name is Shio Mubai. Bengal Tiger's heart skipped a beat. Li Jushu was already upon him, his speed indescribable. Bengal Tiger transferred the force of his charge to his arms, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. Clang! Weapons clashed, the saber flew from his hand, and Bengal Tiger's expression changed drastically. Li Jushu's seemingly full-force attack was actually a feint. His strength had already been exhausted. A strong sense of crisis forced him to change his move at the last second, but unfortunately, it was too late. Li Jushu's fist slammed into his right forearm. Crack! The bone in his forearm broke, his defense gaping. As Bengal Tiger retreated, Li Jushu's second punch pierced through his left arm's block and struck his neck, the force like a raging torrent. A crisp crack echoed in the darkness. The tiger-headed blade, which had already sliced through the skin of Li Jushu's shoulder, came to an abrupt halt. The Bengal Tiger collapsed heavily onto the rooftop, its eyes wide, its face filled with resentment and a hint of regret. He had been careless. Li Jushu's strength was clearly superior, yet he had feigned weakness, all for this fatal blow, delivered in the instant Li Jushu lowered his guard. Alas, there's no going back. Chapter 245. In the dimly lit corridor, only the flashing indicator lights in the stairwell shone. Soldiers of the Hungry Tiger Legion cautiously approached, their sharp eyes scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed, a gleaming blade flashing, leaving an indelible afterimage in their vision. The soldier remained motionless, the muzzle of his Thunder 88 rifle raised halfway before collapsing. With a thud, Li Jushu passed by him, and the soldier's upper body suddenly slid down, falling onto the corridor floor, leaving only his long legs pinned to the ground. His body had been severed, cut in half at the waist, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Li Jushu suddenly accelerated, the blade flashing and disappearing. The soldier who peeked out from behind the door, hearing the commotion, was stunned. A second later, a trickle of blood oozed from his neck. Li Jushu moved forward step by step, making no sound. The dim environment had no effect on him, but for the enemy, it was deadly. As the eighth soldier fell, the soldiers in the stairwell, unable to suppress their fear, opened fire wildly into the corridor, regardless of whether they saw the enemy. Bang, 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 bang. After the fourth shot, a flash of light appeared, piercing from above, separating the outstretched wrist and pistol from the arm. As the soldier behind screamed in agony, the tiger-headed saber pierced the aluminum door hinge, killing him instantly. The screams attracted the attention of the soldiers downstairs. Rapid footsteps approached quickly, and they rushed upstairs. Li Jushu drew his sword, laid down on the ground, and disguised himself as a corpse. 7 or 8 soldiers rushed up from downstairs. The instant they bent down to investigate, a flash of light appeared, like a bolt of lightning in the night, swirling in a circle. Everything fell silent. The next second, with a whoosh, 7 or 8 soldiers were sliced in half, their intestines and internal organs spilling out, steaming hot. Li Jushu glanced at the tiger-headed saber. Not a drop of blood remained. He was very satisfied with Bengal Tiger's weapon, incredibly sharp, cutting people as easily as cutting bananas. The confined space indoors wasn't conducive to the use of the Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle, but the tiger-headed saber could unleash its maximum power. Li Jushu hadn't learned systematic swordsmanship, but killing didn't necessarily require sophisticated techniques. As long as speed was sufficient, it was enough to kill. His half-hour fight with Bengal Tiger had greatly improved his close-quarters combat skills. He consciously or unconsciously imitated some of Bengal Tiger's attack methods, and with the added strength, the power was astonishing. Using the same tactic again, he first found the power switch, turned off the power, and then, under the cover of darkness, approached the groping enemies, eliminating them one by one. The greatest advantage of melee weapons is their silence. Unlike pistols, even with a silencer, there's still some sound, albeit a little less, which can still be detected by someone with keen hearing. A knife is different. Slicing through a throat is almost silent. If the Hungry Tiger Legion had directly unleashed its full power by bombarding the building, Li Jushu would have had no choice but to flee. However, the fact that the Hungry Tiger Legion had entered the building gave him an opportunity. Dealing with a Bengal tiger requires immense effort, but ordinary soldiers don't need to exert so much. A flash of light, and the three-man group simultaneously clutched their throats, uttering muffled gasps, their eyes filled with despair. Li Jushu didn't glance at them again. As he passed the room, he suddenly drew his knife, the tiger-headed blade plunging into the door hinge. A scream rang out from behind the door, quickly fading into silence. When Li Jushu reached the stairwell, all the enemies on this floor were already corpses. Intense gunfire erupted from downstairs. One side was the Hungry Tiger Legion soldiers, the other the monks of Mount Wutai, The Lingnan monkey was nowhere to be seen. Li Jushu stumbled back down the corridor, grabbed all the grenades from the corpses, and threw them downstairs. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions shook the entire floor. The gunfire ceased abruptly. Li Jushu charged into the billowing smoke with the force of a tiger descending a mountain. His tiger-headed saber flashed, a spray of blood erupting as a tattooed soldier tumbled and spun, his throat slit. Thud. The tiger-headed saber pierced through the edge of the riot shield, striking the soldier squarely in the heart. The shock from the explosion shifted the shield slightly. The soldier, never expecting this, hadn't even recovered from the aftershocks before the god of death had descended. Li Jushu weaved through the smoke, his saber flashing here and there, the Hungry Tiger Legion soldiers falling almost without a chance to react. Li Jushu, advancing with a sudden stop and sidestep, cleaved the bullet past his nose as his tiger-headed saber cleaved the attacker's head, killing him instantly. A grenade was thrown from the ward. Before it even hit the ground, Li Jushu lunged forward, kicking it back through the crack in the door. The soldier who threw the grenade closed the door just as it did. Boom! The ward's glass shattered instantly, the door hinges warped, and flashes of light shot out from inside. A faint scream was drowned out by the explosion. "It's me!" Li Jushu cried out as the last soldier fell. At the other end of the corridor, the monk from Mount Wutai abruptly stopped firing, the pressure released as he gasped for breath. Without Li Jushu's sniper cover, he was under immense pressure, every second a race against death. Fortunately, the Hungry Tiger Legion seemed to have some reservations about the hospital and hadn't used heavy weapons, otherwise he would have been dead. Even so, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. He fought his way out, retreating from the first floor to the sixth. The enemy had already reached the seventh and eighth floors via other staircases and elevators, blocking his escape route. Forced to hold out in the break room, he was left with no choice but to remain. "Are you all right?" Li Jushu glanced at him. The monk from Wutai Mountain had several red stains on his clothes, but upon closer inspection, they were mostly abrasions and superficial wounds, nothing fatal. "I won't die." The monk from Wutai Mountain knew he was just exhausted. "Where's the Lingnan monkey?" Li Jushu listened intently. No gunfire came from elsewhere. After the gunfire on this floor ceased, the surgical building suddenly fell silent. "I don't know either. We split up on the fourth floor." The monk from Wutai Mountain shook his head. Just then, a loudspeaker blared from outside. "Listen up, you inside. Hand over the person immediately, or you will all die a horrible death." Dozens of lights shone on the building, instantly illuminating the surgical ward. Li Jushu and the monk from Wutai Mountain simultaneously rushed to the window. 3 armored vehicles appeared at the hospital entrance, their cannons aimed at the building. Furthermore, anti-aircraft guns, rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and other weapons were poised to fire. On the 2 streets adjacent to the hospital, soldiers were densely packed, all with their guns pointed at the building. At a single command, bullets and shells would rain down on the building. Not even a rat, let alone a human, would be spared. The pressure suddenly became immense for Li Jushu. Chapter 246. The hospital wasn't a pharmaceutical company's sales building. It was just an ordinary building, unable to withstand artillery bombardment. "It has nothing to do with us. We're just nurses." A group of nurses walked out of the building with their hands raised. After the Hungry Tiger Legion checked them and confirmed they were safe, they were allowed to leave. "We are doctors." Doctors in white coats also came out with their hands raised. Although they were furious at the Hungry Tiger Legion's actions, the Beast Arena was a force even the station master didn't want to offend. The doctors wisely didn't try to reason with them. As long as they weren't harmed, they figured the building could be destroyed if it was. It wasn't like they couldn't rebuild it. Last to emerge were the hospitalized patients. Some used crutches, some were in wheelchairs. For them, this was a truly undeserved disaster. They were just trying to get treatment for their injuries, and not only were they nearly beaten to death, but they were also forced to leave their wards. What kind of situation was this? Those with care were better off, but the worst off were the patients who couldn't move their limbs. After the nurses left, they could only lie in their beds waiting to die. The call bell kept ringing, but no nurses came to answer it anymore. Young Masterly left, leaving behind a message, and departed from the basement, carried away by Big Ben. The monk from Mount Wutai also found the clues left by the monkey from Lingnan, and left as well, also from the basement. The monk from Mount Wutai entered the basement to investigate, but found himself trapped, the exit blocked by soldiers of the Hungry Tiger Legion. "Hand over the person immediately." The Hungry Tiger Legion soldiers impatiently shouted. The monk from Mount Wutai looked at Li Jushu. If the two of them wanted to rush out, The best opportunity would have been when the patient left, but Li Jushu hadn't done so. The kite was still inside the operating room. The operating room was a closed space, and the doctors were still focused on the surgery, unaware of what was happening outside. I go out and negotiate with them, buy them time. You take these to the rooftop. If the negotiations fail, throw them all down. Li Jushu began putting on his bulletproof vest. There were 3 types, light, medium, and heavy. He wore a light vest underneath a heavy one. It wasn't that he didn't want to add a medium vest in between, but there wasn't enough room. The vests were all taken from enemy corpses. The monk from Wutai Mountain carried grenades to the rooftop. These grenades were also enemy property. He had collected them all, over 100 in total. The person in charge of this operation was Yao Shanfang, the deputy commander of the Hungry Tiger Legion. Yao Shanfang was ruthless and vicious. Hunters in his hands suffered a fate worse than death. Seeing the repeated failures of the operation, he completely lost patience. He couldn't bear the responsibility of completely destroying the first Hunter hospital, but he wasn't afraid of a building. Just as he raised his right hand, he saw someone walk out of the building, holding up both hands. This person was naturally Li Jushu. From the moment he stepped out the door, he was targeted by at least 20 people, including 3 snipers and an anti-aircraft gun. Li Jushu remained unfazed, squinting slightly. The searchlights were too bright and blinding. He stopped about 50 meters away from Yao Shanfang. I am Night Owl, the commander of the 4th Legion of Base 2. This identity carried some weight, causing a commotion within the Hungry Tiger Legion. This is none of your business. Yao Shanfang jumped down from the roof of the vehicle. He was of medium build, not burly, and even appeared somewhat thin compared to the burly men beside him. However, everyone around him looked at him with awe. His strength had nothing to do with his height. The person is gone. Li Jushu's meaning was clear. The matter was settled, and he wouldn't interfere with how things developed afterward. Do you think I believe you? Yao Shanfang's tone was cold. I'm very sincere, Li Jushu said. You killed my man, and then you talk to me about sincerity? Yao Shanfang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the dark, your man didn't identify himself, so I thought he was an enemy. Li Jushu feigned innocence. A life for a life. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoing. Yao Shanfang had lost interest in negotiating. Wait. Li Jushu quickly shouted, I have 3 chip bombs on me, connected to my heartbeat. If I die, everything within a 100-meter radius will be reduced to dust. Are you easily scared? Yao Shanfang sneered. Would he be afraid of such a threat? Night Owl must not understand him, otherwise, he should know how many enemies holding hostages have died. I know you're fast, you can escape, but what about the lives of all your men? Li Jushu's words caused Yao Shanfang's expression to change. It was a low-level provocation, but it worked well. He clearly saw unease on the faces of many of his men. He was certain Li Jushu didn't have the so-called chip bomb, but his men dared not gamble. If it exploded, they would have no way to escape. Actually, there's no hatred between us. Let's turn hostility into friendship. My 4th Legion of 12,000 men will remember this friendship, Li Jushu said. Are you threatening me? Yao Shanfang said coldly. So what if there were 12,000 men? Would he be afraid? I just think it's not worth focusing your attention on me. The longer you waste time, the further away the person you're looking for will get, Li Jushu said. No one can kill my people and get away unscathed. Yao Shanfang's murderous intent was no longer suppressed. Just as the word kill was about to leave her lips, it was drowned out by a deafening explosion. To the southeast, flames soared into the sky, the light so blinding that night almost turned into day. A building of over 20 stories was reduced to ruins in seconds, a terrifying tremor sweeping past beneath their feet. This seemed to be a signal. Suddenly, intense gunfire erupted from all directions. Without any warning, suddenly, Base 4 became a massive battlefield. The roar of Vulcan cannons, the flashes of rockets piercing the night, the explosions of tanks, everything happened in seconds. The soldiers of the Hungry Tiger Legion were stunned by this scene. Yao Shanfang looked sharply at Li Jushu, but he was nowhere to be seen. He had long since fled. Commander, what happened? His subordinate was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. He thought the Hungry Tiger Legion's deployment of over 1,000 men was a major operation, but compared to the gunfire before him, their numbers were insignificant. Judging from the scale of the gunfire and artillery fire, at least 10,000 people were involved in the battle. Yao Shanfang's gaze swept over the areas where the gunfire was most intense, his expression shifting. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In his memory, Base 4 had never experienced such a large-scale battle. However, as the deputy commander, he He vaguely guessed what was going on. "Commander, what do we do now?" His subordinate, seeing Yao Shanfang's prolonged silence, asked again, because he heard some of the gunfire heading towards the hospital. "Everyone to the hospital," Yao Shanfang decisively ordered. The situation was unclear. The best course of action was to avoid it. In the dark, they risked being mistaken for enemies by both sides and attacked unjustly. Chapter 247. Is Base 4 really this lively at night? Reaching the rooftop, Li Jushu looked at the continuous explosions, utterly bewildered. He knew someone wanted to kill young Master Li. It was a power struggle. But what about the battles elsewhere? Who was fighting whom? I suspect it's a power grab. The monk from Wutai Mountain had experienced power grabs before, and was very familiar with this kind of scene. The battles were most intense in the core areas of the base: the military factory, the legion, the dormitories, and the station chief's building. With such a large scale, besides the station chief and deputy station chief, there's no one else. Li Jushu squinted. A power grab among the top few meant chaos was inevitable. What could he do in the midst of it all? I wonder which deputy station chief it is, the monk from Wutai Mountain said. How many deputy station chiefs are there at Base 4? Li Jushu asked. There are 3, Yang Yinda, the first deputy station chief, Tang Chunwen, the second deputy station chief, and Tu Gillen, the third deputy station chief. Tu Gillen is the oldest, probably 61 this year. Tang Chunwen is warlike, and spends most of his time hunting monsters on missions. Yang Yinda often substitutes for Station Chief Qin Fengpa in managing daily operations, said the monk from Wutai Mountain. How old is Qin Fengpa? Li Jushu asked. A little over 50, no more than 55, the monk from Wutai Mountain replied after a moment's thought. And Yang Yinda? How old is he? Li Jushu already had the answer in his mind. A little over 40, not quite 50, the monk from Wutai Mountain seemed to understand as well. Today is the 25th of the lunar calendar, an auspicious day for meeting relatives and friends, breaking ground, burial, offering sacrifices, and coffining, moving the coffin, digging ponds, breaking ground, sealing graves, and building dikes. The wind is high, and the night is dark. It's a good day. Li Jushu tapped his left thumb back and forth on his other 4 fingers, then suddenly stopped and looked at the monk from Wutai Mountain. There's a problem. What problem? The monk from Wutai Mountain asked instinctively. Is this related to Kaizerwei? Li Jushu asked. The monk from Wutai Mountain shook his head. He couldn't answer, the intelligence was too scarce, and he could only guess. The battle happened too suddenly. After the initial panic, the hunters at the base quickly calmed down. They also noticed that the fighting was mainly concentrated in a few areas, other places were still safe. They wisely stayed indoors to avoid trouble. Of course, some bolder hunters quietly sneaked to the battleground to watch the spectacle. Li Jushu and the monk from Wutai Mountain stood on the rooftop, looking down from above. However, due to the obstruction of the buildings, they couldn't see the two sides fighting, only the flashes of fire from the explosions. It's almost dawn. The monk from Wutai Mountain looked up at the sky. Unbeknownst to them, a whole night had passed. You should take some time to rest. The Hungry Tiger Legion won't provoke us before they understand the situation, Li Jushu said. The Hungry Tiger Legion had entered the building and only operated on the lower floors, showing no intention of coming up. The monk from Mount Wutai shook his head. Staying up for a night or two wouldn't affect him. As dawn broke, the battle area expanded and the location shifted. Someone had broken through the encirclement. Once personnel moved, chaos would escalate, and everything would become uncontrollable. The operating room light went out. The sniper and Kite were wheeled out almost simultaneously after their surgeries. The surgeries went smoothly. Kite mainly had external injuries, and had received a lot of anesthesia, so he was asleep when he was wheeled out of the operating room. The sniper was awake, but he was listless, with an expression of resignation to death. The monks from Wutai Mountain first went to comfort the doctors and nurses. After a surgery, the building had been occupied, they needed to explain. The doctors and nurses remained calm, knowing the conflict was none of their concern. Generally, battles between hunters wouldn't affect doctors. Of course, the main reason was that the monks from Wutai Mountain had immediately paid a bribe. As long as the money was there, everything was fine. Is anyone still in surgery? Li Jushu, preparing to leave, noticed one light was still on, indicating another surgery was in progress. The nurses shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. They only handled their own surgeries, and didn't have time to inquire about others. Li Jushu, puzzled, pushed the sniper into the ward. After the nurse left, he moved a chair and sat by the bedside. Tell me. What do you want to know? After a few seconds of silence, the sniper finally spoke. Are you really crippled? Li Jushu asked. The sniper wanted to say, if you can't talk, don't talk. Li Jushu suddenly got up, closed the door, and went back to the bedside. His expression changed, and he picked up a pair of scissors and began cutting the sniper's clothes. What are you trying to do? The sniper suddenly asked, uneasy. This is my first time too. If I do anything wrong or fall short, please take responsibility, Li Jushu said. Stop! Stop! What are you trying to do? The sniper cried out in panic. Aren't your meridians damaged? I'm helping you heal. Li Jushu looked at him strangely. You're not afraid of death. Why are you afraid of this? Why are you taking off my clothes? The sniper asked, disbelieving. Isn't that how it is on TV? Two people take off their clothes to heal each other, Li Jushu said matter-of-factly. The sniper nearly sat up in bed, shouting, it's all fake on TV. It's just an act to fool young people. Real healing doesn't require taking off clothes. Really? Li Jushu looked into his eyes, but his movements slowed. You see, when you try, the sniper tried to sound sincere. Try. Li Jushu stopped scissors. You just need to press the Shindao and Zhongshu acupoints on my back, the sniper said. You know about cultivation? Li Jushu looked at him in surprise. I've been cultivating for over 10 years, but my talent is lacking. I'm still just lingering at the door, the sniper said with an ashamed expression. Excellent. You guide me, and I operate. Li Jushu was overjoyed. Over 10 years of cultivation experience was far superior to his novice status, far better than him figuring things out on his own. To be honest, he was genuinely afraid of exhausting the sniper. The sniper, who had just undergone surgery and was supposed to rest, had to brace himself for fear that Li Jushu might misbehave. He instructed Li Jushu on how to heal his wounds. Li Jushu was intelligent, and with his cultivation far surpassing Li Jushu's, he quickly grasped the technique. However, healing was not like chopping vegetables. A slight mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Extreme caution was necessary. Both were extremely careful, not daring to be careless. When white steam rose from the sniper's forehead, both showed joy. The sniper felt his meridians slowly repairing, bit by bit, as slow as a snail, but he saw hope. Li Jushu was experiencing the workings of someone else's body for the first time, an experience indescribable. The ward was eerily quiet, but the gunfire at the base grew increasingly intense, spreading to cover most of the base. With clear visibility during the day, many things that couldn't be done at night were now being done. Some forces that hadn't participated at night joined the fight. The law-abiding hunters lived in constant fear, dreading a bomb falling on their dwellings. In such a situation, death would leave them with no recourse. Chapter 248. As night fell, the sounds of gunfire subsided. The hunters remained hidden in their homes, afraid to venture out. Venturing out now risked being mistaken for enemies and shot dead. Those with provisions at home were unharmed, but the hunters who had none were in dire straits, starving and parched, without a drop of water. Inside the ward, as the sniper's face flushed, growing increasingly red until it was almost dripping with blood, he suddenly opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood onto the sheets. The sniper collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, his face pale. But quickly, color returned to his face, and his breathing stabilized. He opened his eyes, filled with the joy of rebirth. His meridians had mostly recovered. With continued treatment, and 2 or 3 more sessions, his internal injuries would be completely healed. Li Jushu let out a long breath, slowly rising to his feet. He felt utterly exhausted, wishing he could collapse and sleep immediately, yet his heart was filled with joy. Healing others was like carrying a boulder up a mountain, the process arduous, but once reached the summit, one could see golden light illuminating the clouds, and the vast landscape stretching out beneath one's feet. It was all worthwhile. Healing was equivalent to refining one's cultivation. This healing was worth a month of arduous training. The ward was a suite, complete with a sofa, microwave, and water dispenser. Li Jushu ignored the sniper, walked to the sofa in the corner, and fell asleep immediately. He slept soundly for a long time. When he opened his eyes, the hospital was in chaos. Gunfire erupted everywhere, a battle raged, and explosions sounded like firecrackers during the new year. What's going on? He asked the sniper. The ward was completely dark. He didn't know if the lights had been deliberately turned off, or if there was a problem with the wiring. You're awake. The sniper was no longer in the hospital bed. He was huddled in a corner of the sofa, along with Kite, who should have been in another ward. What happened? Who's fighting whom? Li Jushu was completely bewildered. Kite's presence meant the monks from Wutai Mountain were also involved in the fighting, and because they didn't have time to care for Kite, they brought him here. Commander, it's madness outside. They're killing everyone they see. Kite breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Jushu finally awake. Who are they? Li Jushu asked. I don't know which faction they're from, but they stormed into the hospital and started shooting, killing everyone they see, even the doctors and nurses. They're worse than bandits, Kite said. Killing everyone they see. They're trying to silence us. Li Jushu was shocked. Who deserved this treatment? When I went into the operating room, I saw a light on. When I came out, the light was still on. Who was it? The sniper suddenly blurted out. You mean? Li Jushu almost simultaneously thought of the people waiting in the operating room. Before the sniper could voice his guess, the door to the room was pushed open. In an instant, a playing card appeared in Li Jushu's hand, stopping just before he could shoot it. It was Ling'an Monkey. Kite, has the commander woken up? Ling'an Monkey's forehead was covered in blood, and he had many cuts and bruises on his body. He was breathing rapidly. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Li Jushu asked. Commander, it's good that you're awake. Ling'an Monkey immediately breathed a sigh of relief, gently closed the door, plopped down on the sofa, grabbed a bottle of water on the coffee table, and without caring whose it was, unscrewed the cap and drank half the bottle in one gulp before speaking. I originally planned to use a sneak attack on the Hungry Tiger Legion from outside, but seeing that the commander had stabilized the situation, I didn't detonate the bomb. Later, I saw a battle breaking out at the base, so I went to investigate. What I found was shocking. Commander, you never guess. The second-in-command at Base 4 wanted to seize power, and suddenly launched an attack, catching the top leader completely off guard. The top leader's army collapsed like a house of cards, retreating step by step. They were doing well at first, but then things suddenly went chaotic. I don't know what got into them, they suddenly opened fire on the hospital. I was worried about you guys, so I rushed back, said Ling'an Monkey. No wonder it was such a big commotion. It turns out the top two are fighting. Li Jushu had already guessed this possibility when he chatted with the monk from Wutai Mountain, and Ling'an Monkey's words confirmed it. Something's fishy. The sniper suddenly exclaimed. What's fishy? Ling'an Monkey was startled. Logically, Yang Yinda shouldn't dare to attack Qin Fengpa. Qin Fengpa has grasped the truth. Even if everyone in the base opposes him, he's fearless, the sniper said. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Ling'an Monkey suspected the sniper's brain hadn't fully recovered. Perhaps he'd been given too much tranquilizer. You guys rarely stay at Base 4, so you might not know much about it. At each of the 4 corners of the base, there's a turret, and each turret has 3 close and weapon systems, CIWS. Not ordinary CIWS, but heavy CIWS, with a range of up to 3 kilometers, enough to cover the entire base. Then, on the central clock tower, there's a particle cannon that can instantly destroy a building, with a range of 1.5 kilometers. If the particle cannon and the CIWS fire together, there will be no blind spots in the entire base. Even if all the hunters in the base were combined, they wouldn't be enough to kill us, the sniper explained. Such a thing happened? But I witnessed the war with my own eyes, there's no mistake. Ling'an Monkey was taken aback. The close and weapon systems and particle cannons haven't been used. Could something have gone wrong? Kite speculated. I don't know. I only know that these weapons are in the hands of Station Chief Qin Fengpa. That's why the base has always been very united. No one dares to have any bad intentions, and the station chief alone can suppress them, the sniper said. You mean, these people suddenly opened fire on the hospital? Li Jushu asked Ling'an Monkey. Yes, the hospital was sealed off by the Hungry Tiger Legion. Outsiders couldn't get in. Everything was peaceful during the day, but suddenly they launched an attack at night. It's very strange, Ling'an Monkey said. Was it an accidental attack, or premeditated? Li Jushu asked again. Judging from the battle formation and firepower deployment, it was premeditated, Ling'an Monkey thought for a moment and replied. It was Yang Yinda's men, wasn't it? Li Jushu had almost figured out what was going on. I don't know if it is, but I'm sure it's not Qin Fengpa's men, said Ling'an Monkey. Yang Yinda is a smart man, so why would he fight with the people from the beast farm? Li Jushu asked. Ling'an Monkey, the sniper, and Kite couldn't figure it out. Is it possible that in the dark, there was a misunderstanding? Kite suddenly said. The answer should be revealed soon. Monkey, you stay here and treat your leg wound first. I go out and take a look. Li Jushu heard footsteps. Someone had come up to this floor. Although he didn't know who it was, he was sure it wasn't one of their own. He recognized the footsteps of the monks from Wutai Mountain. There were 7 or 8 people making footsteps outside. These people were checking room by room. The moment the door opened, everyone inside held their breath. When the flashlight shone in, the tiger-headed knife flashed like lightning across the hunter's throat, and a drop of blood splattered. Chapter 249. As the falling flashlight hit the ground, it was caught by a hand. Li Jushu dragged the hunter into the ward. The hunter wasn't immediately dead, but he had lost the ability to move. Only his eyes could still move, staring intently at Li Jushu, a mixture of shock, regret, and resentment swirling within him. He wanted to say something, but couldn't speak, his eyes quickly dimmed. Ling and Monkey quickly stepped forward and removed the hunter's equipment. He retreated into the ward, partly because he was exhausted and needed rest, and partly because he was running low on ammunition. His backpack was in the ward. He would return to replenish his ammunition. No one would complain about having too much ammunition. The hunter had readily available equipment, so he naturally couldn't let it go. Yellow River .94 bullets, Locust .31 extremely powerful bullets, and finally 4 hand grenades. He didn't take the dagger, his own was better. He rushed out of the ward like a whirlwind. The enemy outnumbered him. He had to support Li Jushu. But as soon as he stepped outside, he froze. 7 corpses lay in the corridor, 3 in the middle and 4 near the other ward doors, all stabbed in the throat, killed instantly. Li Jushu had already left the corridor, his whereabouts unknown. Ling and Monkey suddenly stopped worrying. He unloaded the equipment from the 7 corpses. His current task was simply to protect the kite and sniper in the ward. With Li Jushu's abilities, his presence would only be a hindrance. Without him, Li Jushu could actually exert his power more effectively. Just as Li Jushu was about to rush out of the half-open door at the stairwell, he suddenly stopped. The transition from extreme speed to stillness was seamless. Behind the door was the corridor, deathly silent. Behind the wall, Cyclone, clutching the Thunder 88 heavy machine gun, stared intently at the alloy door, his muscles tense. After a few seconds of waiting, seeing no one emerge, he immediately realized something. He silently took 2 steps, slowly extending the barrel. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. In the dim space, this light was so dazzling. The next second, he felt intense pain shoot from his wrist throughout his body. His hands had been sliced open by a sharp blade, severed at the wrists. Bang! Despite the excruciating pain, Cyclone leaped up and landed on the door with his right foot. A dull thud echoed as the aluminum door flew off, slamming into the stairwell wall. The wall shattered instantly, the impact reverberating throughout the stairwell, audible to both floors. Cyclone felt a chill run through him. He knew his attack had failed, missing its target. Without hesitation, he spat out a gum-like object and lunged backward. His movements were lightning fast, but before he could land, his foot was grabbed. Before he could retaliate, he was pulled back and slammed to the ground. Who is this person? This was Cyclone's last thought before death. The next second, the gum he was lying on exploded. The small piece of gum possessed astonishing power. Even with heavy bulletproof vests, Cyclone was blasted to pieces, and a hole nearly 2 meters in diameter was blasted into the floor. Li Jushu retreated to the stairwell and entered the corridor. He paused for a moment. The floor, walls, and ceiling were covered in pieces of flesh and blood. Blood dripped from the ceiling, making it impossible to step. This was true carnage. He didn't recognize the deceased, but he acknowledged the man's strength. Putting everything else aside, that kick to the alloy door hinge alone would have hit him if he hadn't possessed night vision. Even if he wasn't injured, he would have been in a terrible state. In the instant his wrists were severed, how many people would even think of retaliating? And how many would have the ability to retaliate, let alone retaliate so fiercely? Spitting out a bomb was also a stroke of genius. In the dim light, only he could see it. Anyone else, even someone stronger than him, might not have noticed the chewing gum. With the explosive power of the chewing gum, even a Bengal tiger like Wang Mao would be severely injured if hit. There was only one hunter on this floor, which made sense. People of that skill preferred to work alone to avoid having unhelpful teammates. The elevator was working, but Li Jushu didn't take it. He continued up the stairs. The operating room was on the 26th floor, and the light indicating surgery was off. Li Jushu glanced at it and left, retreating to the 25th floor, the most luxurious ward in the entire surgical building. If the person he was looking for was in the surgical building, they would definitely be on the 25th floor. The moment he stepped inside, he knew he had found the right place. It was a strange feeling. Someone was watching him. He couldn't see the other person, and the other person couldn't see him, but he could sense them, and the other person sensed him instantly. He slowly drew his tiger-headed saber, holding it to his chest, and walked slowly, step by step. He had walked about halfway down the 110-meter corridor, taking about 5 minutes, when his steps suddenly became heavier. A whoosh! The entire corridor trembled, the accumulated power bursting forth like a flood. The tiger-headed saber flashed out, cleaving the alloy door of the ward in two as easily as paper. Halfway through its strike, Li Jushi realized the danger he had missed. It was too late to retract. He changed the saber's direction from a vertical slash to a horizontal cut, slicing a deep gash in the concrete wall. The blade swept behind him, striking nothing, missing its mark once more. Li Jushi retreated with lightning speed, pressing himself against the wall. Suddenly, something occurred to him, his pupils widening. He pushed off with both feet, leaping into the air, gripping the saber with both hands, and slashed down heavily. A handprint, 5 centimeters deep, appeared out of thin air on the wall he was standing next to. Had Li Jushi not jumped in time, the handprint would have struck him. Clang! The tiger-headed saber, capable of cleaving even a military knife in two, was blocked by a dagger. Li Jushi was struck dumb, thrown 2 meters away. A figure blurred before his eyes. An old man in a gray robe followed closely, his palm lightly striking towards him. The old man's hand was very white, like that of a dead man. In a flash, Li Jushi took a deep breath, circulating his inner energy. His numb arms instantly returned to normal. A surge of power erupted from his dantian, flowing directly into his arms. The tiger-headed saber transformed into a bolt of lightning, slashing diagonally at the old man's neck, unstoppable. Faced with this strike imbued with Li Jushi's life strength, the old man's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his small dagger. Just as the tiger-headed saber and dagger clashed, a clear, melodious sound rang out. "Senior M.O. Night Owl, stop! They're on our side." The dagger and blade had already clashed, but the force was restrained, making no sound. The old man's palm rested on Li Jushi's chest, his palm holding its force, because he had discovered that a dagger was pressed against his heart. The dagger, forged by the claws of a mountain demon, had no metallic feel, yet it was sharper than any high-tech weapon. Young man, truly remarkable. After a standoff of about 3 seconds, the old man withdrew his hand first. "Senior's cultivation is profound. I admire you." Li Jushi sheathed his dagger and tiger-headed saber, turning to look at the ward door. A woman stood there gracefully. Even the darkness couldn't conceal her unparalleled beauty, her eyes seemingly shining. Chapter 250. Blue Wind Chime. Li Jushi never dreamed he would see Blue Wind Chime here. "Night Owl, long time no see." Blue Wind Chime's eyes were cold, showing no sign of happiness. "What are you doing here?" Li Jushi was quite surprised. "It's a long story. Why are you here?" Blue Wind Chime was also puzzled by Li Jushi's presence at the hospital. His activities didn't seem to be confined to Base 4. "Someone in our team was injured. Base 4 has the best medical facilities, so we came here, but unexpectedly, we got caught up in the war." Li Jushi's words were half-truths. He didn't reveal the details of his young master's situation. "I see." Blue Wind Chime nodded, not asking further. "I won't bother you any longer." Seeing Blue Wind Chime's indifferent expression, Li Jushi lost interest in reminiscing. He wasn't the type to be persistent. "Let's talk again next time we meet." Blue Wind Chime didn't try to stop him. "What palm technique did you use, senior?" After taking a few steps, Li Jushi suddenly turned back and asked. The deep palm print on the wall was too conspicuous. If no one were present, he would have loved to press his hand into it to feel it. He could punch through a wall with his full strength, but to create a palm print, as if it were carved, was something he could never do. "The bone-melting palm," the old man surnamed Emo said calmly. "Impressive." Li Jushi paused, then left through the stairwell. Back in the ward, his mind was still preoccupied with Lan Fengling. Not with Lan Fengling herself, but with why she was there, who the patient in the ward was, what their relationship was, why Lan Fengling was protecting this person, and who the old man surnamed Emo was. His strength was terrifying, no less than that of a Bengal tiger, especially his bone-melting palm, which killed without a trace. Anyone protected by this man was certainly no ordinary person. The confidence he had built up from defeating Wang Mao, the Bengal tiger, was shattered by the old man surnamed Mo. While it seemed like a draw, a mutual destruction, he had actually lost. The fight took place in darkness. In daylight, Mo would have seen the dagger and reacted accordingly. However, he admitted to some carelessness. He had been cutting down enemies with ease, leading some to believe they were no match for him. If he encountered Mo again, he he wouldn't give him a chance to get close. Despite his age, Mo's movements were unpredictable, almost teleporting, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He knew he couldn't match him. Long-range attacks with a sniper rifle would be the best approach. After the monks from Wutai Mountain returned, Li Jushu ordered a move to the equipment room on the 27th floor. He had a feeling that Yang Yindao wanted to kill the person in Lan Fingling's ward. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he trusted his judgment. Since that was the case, there was no need to act as a shield for someone else. Lan Fengling clearly didn't trust him. He wasn't that noble as to offer help willingly. Standing by and watching was the greatest help he could offer Lan Fengling. Yao Shanfang could be dragged into the war without knowing why. He didn't want that. Sure enough, after they reached the 27th floor, no more hunters appeared. The hunters, when storming the building, also went floor by floor, checking every room before moving on. There might have been 4 assignments, with 4 elevators and stairs all in one place, but generally, they thoroughly cleared one floor before attacking another, focusing their attention on floors with assigned beds. Li Jushu didn't tell anyone about Lan Fengling. Lan Fengling's identity was highly secretive. Only core members of Yang Yingzhong's faction knew Lan Fengling's identity. Even the outer members were unaware. However, he did reveal the identity of the elderly man surnamed Mo. The monks from Wutai Mountain, Kite, and the monkey from Lingnan were indifferent to the old man surnamed Mo, but the sniper nearly jumped up upon hearing this. Mo Yingsho. You know him? All 4 looked at him. He's Qin Fengpa's top expert, wielding the bone-melting palm, a technique that kills without a trace. His palm power has reached the level of killing through a car door. No one is unafraid of him. The sniper's eyes were filled with apprehension. Bone-melting palm? Isn't that a martial art from TV dramas? Kite's eyes widened. It sounded unbelievable. I'm not joking, it's real. The sniper's expression was serious. Can it kill without a trace? Kite asked. I never fought him, but I know that everyone who has fought him has died. The sniper said. Wait, you said this guy is Qin Fengpa's top expert. Why did he come to the hospital? The monkey from Lingnan suddenly realized. Mo Yingsho never leaves Qin Fengpa's side. The one who performed the surgery was Qin Fengpa. He's injured. The sniper realized. If it's Qin Fengpa, everything makes sense, the monk from Wutai Mountain said slowly. Yang Yindao's men suddenly opened fire on the hospital, most likely because they learned of Qin Fengpa's whereabouts from someone. To kill Qin Fengpa, they were willing to kill the innocent, even the Hungry Tiger Legion. No wonder Yang Yindao dared to rebel. The clothes and weapons system and particle cannon haven't been activated yet. They only obey the station chief's orders. With the station chief missing, no one is giving orders, the sniper said, his mind clearing up all his doubts. As long as it has nothing to do with us, the Lingyan monkeys breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't related to young Master Li, they were safe. Besides, they didn't know Qin Fengpa. You guys rest first. Li Jushu had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of Base 4. It was difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Originally, considering his relationship with Lan Fengling, he wouldn't have been able to refuse Qin Fengpa's request. However, Lan Fengling's cold attitude made him determined to stay out of it. As long as Yang Yindao was smart enough to capture Qin Fengpa without harming innocent people, then everyone would keep to themselves. Whether Yao Shanfang's side was too strong or Yang Yindao's men were incompetent, after fighting all day, they hadn't reached the 26th floor. Li Jushu was on the 27th floor. The 26th floor was very quiet, almost no gunfire. Occasionally, the sounds of fighting could be heard, but they would end in an instant. It was obvious that Mo Yingsho had intervened. With his strength, most hunters wouldn't even have a chance to fight him. Kite and the sniper focused on recovering from their injuries. Without a nurse to change their dressings, they did it themselves. Hunters generally knew some first aid, and changing dressings was a basic skill they all possessed. The difference was that the female nurses were very meticulous, making the process less painful, while the men's methods were rougher, inevitably causing them more discomfort. After Li Jushu's second treatment, the sniper's internal injuries were almost completely healed, and his overall condition was much better. His injuries were more severe than Kite's, but his recovery was progressing better. He was no longer the aloof figure he once was and proactively revealed his identity, Crow. Around 10 p.m., blue wind chimes suddenly appeared on the 27th floor. Night Owl, I need your help, blue wind chime's tone was pleading. Give me a reason to help. Li Jushu wasn't a novice hunter, he wouldn't readily agree to anything a beautiful woman asked for. Because? Blue wind chime bit her lower lip, hesitating for a long time before finally making up her mind. Chapter 251. The patient in the ward is Uncle Qin Fengpa. Lan Fengling thought Li Jushu would be shocked, but to her surprise, Li Jushu's reaction was completely indifferent. The station chief of Base 4, I heard of him, but I don't know him, Li Jushu said. If you can help Uncle Qin escape with his life, you can have half of the weapons and ammunition from Base 4. Lan Fengling suddenly felt uneasy. Li Jushu's reaction made her uncertain. Isn't this just an empty promise? Li Jushu looked at Lan Fengling. No one could doubt her beauty, but in the current situation, beauty wasn't a universal passport. Life came first. There's a batch of level 3 potions, and only Uncle Qin knows where they're hidden. Lan Fengling gritted her teeth, feeling inexplicably humiliated. She never asked for favors, and for the first time in her life, she had been refused. How many? Li Jushu asked. 10 of each kind, Lan Fengling answered quickly, worried that Li Jushu would refuse outright. If he rejected her again, her subsequent requests would seem like pestering. What is your relationship with Qin Fengpa? After a few seconds of silence, Li Jushu suddenly asked. Uncle Qin and my father are sworn brothers, Lan Fengling replied. Well hidden well, Li Jushu suddenly realized. This explained why Lan Fengling had been living so comfortably despite her disappearance. However, since they were sworn brothers, it was strange that Qin Fengpa hadn't sought revenge after Nierenbao's death. They met when they were young, but they haven't kept in touch much since. It wasn't intentional. Lan Fengling seemed to see through Li Jushu's thoughts. I need to see Station Chief Qin first. It wasn't that Li Jushu didn't trust Lan Fengling, but there were some promises she couldn't keep. Soon, Li Jushu saw Qin Fengpa lying on the hospital bed. His face was strikingly handsome, exuding an imposing aura. This was Li Jushu's first impression. Tall and imposing, even lying down, his deep-set eyes still emanated an invisible pressure. Li Jushu had seen many powerful figures, Nierenbao, Zhao Tianyun, but Qin Fengpa on the hospital bed exerted the greatest pressure on him. Seeing Qin Fengpa, Li Jushu understood why Lan Fengling had come for help. Beside Qin Fengpa was another hospital bed, where Mo Yingqiu lay. Mo Yingqiu was no longer the martial arts master who had easily gained the upper hand in their battle. He was barely breathing, on the verge of death, his face darkening, and he was only minutes away from death. How did things turn out like this? Li Jushu frowned. It hadn't even been a day since their duel, and this unfathomable master had become like this? The contrast was too great. You flatter me. Mo Yingqiu's lips twitched, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Old Mo went to see Yang Yinda, but fell into a trap. Yang Yinda set up an inescapable net, and old Mo was outnumbered, and as a result, Lan Fengling's eyes reddened. Although Mo Yingqiu wouldn't admit it, she already considered him her master. Yang Yinda is very familiar with Station Chief Qin, so he would definitely be on guard. Li Jushu spoke tactfully. If it were his own subordinate, he would have directly cursed him. It was obvious someone would set a trap, and he still walked into it. Wasn't that foolish? If he were Yang Yinda, knowing that Qin Fengpa had a master like Mo Yingqiu by his side, wouldn't he have made preparations beforehand? Letting Mo Yingqiu leave would be considered incompetent of him. Old Mo did it all for me, Qin Fengpa said, his tone tinged with self-reproach. He was perfectly capable of understanding the problems Li Jushu could conceive of. If he hadn't been forced into this situation, he wouldn't have agreed to Mo Yingqiu's risky mission. Does Station Chief Qin have a plan? Li Jushu asked. To get his help, a feasible plan was necessary. He wouldn't take the risk if there was no chance of turning the tide, unless Lan Fengling was his younger sister, otherwise, he wasn't so kind. Zheng Yueju of the Lion Legion is my confidant. Find him for me. He read my message and should intervene. As long as the Lion Legion sends troops, Yang Yinda's army is nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs, utterly vulnerable. Yang Yinda is a smart man. Once he sees the Lion Legion deploying troops, he understands what's going on and will naturally surrender, Qin Fengpa said, his thoughts clear and his voice filled with strong confidence. Station Chief Qin, I have unwavering faith in the Lion Legion's strength. I have no doubt about that. However, Yang Yinda certainly knows their strength better than I do. Why would he take such a risk? I don't believe he was unprepared, nor do I believe he failed to recognize Commander Zheng Yueju as the biggest threat, Li Jushu said. What do you mean by that? Lan Fengling's expression changed. Station Chief Qin should already know the answer. This isn't a risk, it's suicide, Li Jushu said calmly. Impossible. Zheng Yueju is utterly loyal to Uncle Qin. He would never betray Uncle Qin, Lan Fengling said angrily. Li Jushu shouldn't have suspected Zheng Yueju without knowing anything. Yang Yinda has been attacking the building for over a day. Don't tell me Zheng Yueju still doesn't know what's going on, And don't tell me he's drunk and knows nothing. Since he guessed Station Chief Qin was inside the building, why did he remain indifferent? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Li Jushu looked at Lan Fengling, his tone blunt. This. Lan Fengling couldn't accept it, her face turning pale. Station Chief Qin, is there a backup plan? Li Jushu's gaze shifted to Qin Fengpa. Qin Fengpa couldn't be unaware that Zheng Yueju had a problem, but he was unwilling to give up, still clinging to a sliver of hope. This mentality was similar to that of young Master Li towards Chen Hailong, a debt of immense gratitude, no reason to betray, no justification to betray. However, he was an observer, and observers always have a clearer perspective. In this world, anything can happen. What do you think of my bone-melting palm? Mo Yingshuo suddenly asked. It injures without leaving a trace, Li Jushu said. I can teach it to you. Your cultivation method is from the Kunlun lineage, and coincidentally, mine also originated from Kunlun. They are of the same lineage and won't conflict, Mo Yingshuo said. Senior, are you serious? Li Jushu looked at him. Why would a dying man like me need to lie to you? Mo Yingshuo smiled bitterly. Senior, given the current situation, I can't promise anything, but I will do my best, Li Jushu said earnestly. Enough. Mo Yingshuo nodded. If Li Jushu had made grand promises, he wouldn't have believed him. Li Jushu's honest attitude showed his sincerity. Next, he began to teach Li Jushu the cultivation method of the bone-melting palm. His voice was very soft, so soft that only Li Jushu could hear it. Qin Fengpa and Lan Fengling couldn't hear it. 15 minutes later, Mo Yingshuo's spirits suddenly lifted, and his voice became unusually gentle. He said to Li Jushu, although you are young, your internal strength is already comparable to mine. However, even so, try to use the bone-melting palm sparingly, otherwise you will injure yourself before you can harm your enemy. Unless your internal strength can achieve another major breakthrough, this is why I haven't passed it on to Fengling. Insufficient internal strength is more harmful than beneficial. This junior will remember. Li Jushu's eyes were somewhat complicated. In his final moments, he realized Mo Yingshuo didn't have much time left. He could tell Mo Yingshuo had something to say to Qin Fengpa and Lan Fengling. He left the ward, and about 5 minutes later, he heard Lan Fengling's heartbroken cries coming from inside. Master. Chapter 252. Please accept my condolences. Li Jushu entered the room. Mo Yingshuo had already closed his eyes, his expression serene. Martial arts masters are different, they can see things clearly. If it were him, he would inevitably feel regret and resentment. However, looking at that pale, bloodless face, he felt a pang of sadness. With such skill, Mo Yingshuo's life should have been glorious. But as the saying goes, if you walk too much in the dark, you're bound to encounter a ghost. Accidents happen, and one accident can lead to utter ruin. He couldn't leave at the height of his glory. Even as an observer, Li Jushu felt sorry for him. Master, I will avenge you. Although Lan Fengling was a woman, she wasn't as fragile as ordinary women. She quickly suppressed her grief, her beautiful eyes shining with determination. If we can find Lei Ling, we still have a chance to turn things around, Qin Fengpa said to Li Jushu. Lei Ling? Who is he? Li Jushu asked. He knew that Qin Fengpa mentioning him at this time meant he was important. The base's heavy weapons all require keys to activate. The keys to the central particle cannon and the four-way close and weapon system are with Lei Ling, Qin Fengpa explained. Where is Lei Ling? Is he hiding? Li Jushu's heart skipped a beat. He was now very sensitive about keys. He's an adopted son of mine, a painter, not a hunter. He just paints and doesn't participate in base affairs. When I was in trouble, I sent him a message telling him to hide. Now I don't know where he is, Qin Fengpa said. Li Jushu was speechless. Qin Fengpa seemed to have forgotten something. He wasn't part of the base. Finding people was something only locals were good at. As an outsider, unfamiliar with the area, he was lucky if he didn't get lost, let alone find someone. This seemingly simple task was a huge problem for him. There are 3 places he might have gone, Qin Fengpa added. May I ask what the key looks like? Do many people have it, or is there only one? Li Jushu asked. Only one, always kept by me, made of alloy, 78% gold, with 5 sections, each with different serrations. Qin Fengpa abruptly stopped speaking, and Lan Fengling stared incredulously at the golden key Li Jushu pulled from his pocket. Is it this one? Li Jushu asked. How do you have a golden key? Qin Fengpa's expression was uncertain and surprised. Reason told him that Li Jushu was innocent, but emotionally, he couldn't help but think of something unpleasant. How did the golden key end up in your hands? Lan Fengling also considered a terrifying possibility. her large eyes fixed on Li Jushu, a nameless fear creeping in. Do you know about kites? Li Jushu asked. The kite thief? Qin Fengpa suddenly realized. I took the key from Ziyuan. How she got it, or from whom, I have no idea. If the key is fine, does that mean the crisis is over? Li Jushu asked. The biggest problem now is how to get out of the hospital. Unsurprisingly, a tight net has been laid around it. Yang Yanda is a meticulous and ruthless man. He won't let me escape, Qin Fengpa said. I have another question, Li Jushu said, looking at Qin Fengpa. Why didn't Yang Yanda just blow up the surgical building? There are cannons outside. It would be much easier than finding Station Chief Qin floor by floor. He wants to get some secrets out of me. Otherwise, he might be able to become the station chief, but it's definitely unstable, and a lot of trouble awaits him. He's a smart man. He can only benefit the most if I live, Qin Fengpa said. I see. I was wondering why he went to such lengths to kill someone. Is the key only usable by you, or can others use it too? Li Jushu asked. Only I can use it. Do you have a plan? Qin Fengpa looked at Li Jushu. What's your relationship with the beast farm? Li Jushu didn't answer. Yes, we can cooperate with the beast farm. Lan Fengling immediately realized that their chances of breaking out were zero, but with the beast farm's help, the probability of success was much higher. The beast farm held a high position in the base, its strength no less than Yang Yinda's. The beast farm has a huge appetite. Qin Fengpa wasn't unaware of the beast farm, but its appetite was too great. Even as the station chief, he might not be able to satisfy its demands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set Emoingsho on such a risk. How will I know it won't work if I don't try? But Station Chief Qin needs to give me the authority, Li Jushu said confidently. What kind of authority do you want? Qin Fengpa, unconsciously influenced by Li Jushu, didn't object. Deputy Station Chief. As soon as Li Jushu finished speaking, Lan Fengling frowned, feeling that Li Jushu was asking for too much. Alright, from this moment on, you are the Deputy Station Chief of Base 4. As long as I'm alive, this appointment will remain valid. Qin Fengpa didn't hesitate for a moment. His expression was serious, not a joke. Lan Fengling wasn't aware of the situation at the other bases, but as the station chief, how could she not know what was happening at Base 9? Li Jushu was now not only one of the 4 Legion commanders of Base 2, but also the deputy station chief of Base 9. His request for the authority of a deputy station chief wasn't unreasonable at all. It might even be beneath him. Yao Shanfang was in a terrible mood. Ever since meeting Li Jushu, nothing good had happened. He had been attacked for no reason, more than 300 brothers had died, and he himself had been injured. No matter how he explained, they wouldn't listen. The people who rushed in from outside killed indiscriminately. He considered himself an unreasonable person, and this was the first time he had encountered someone even more unreasonable than himself. Just as his anger was about to explode, Li Jushu appeared again. Do you have anything else to say? If he were alone, he wouldn't want to see Li Jushu, but he wasn't alone. He was the deputy commander of the Hungry Tiger Legion, with 600 or 700 men under his command. He had to consider the interests of his men. Don't be so aloof. I came with sincerity. Li Jushu smiled warmly. Are you still carrying those 3-chip bombs? Yao Shanfang asked sarcastically. I figured things out. Yang Yinda wants to jump from second in command to first in command. He thinks we're all accomplices of the leader, so he'd rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. The real enemy is Yang Yinda. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. We should unite against him, Li Jushu said. You came to me just to say this pointless stuff? Yao Shanfang, being a local strongman, had already figured out what was going on. But with so many brothers killed, he wasn't willing to reconcile, otherwise, where would his pride be? So, the fighting continued in this muddled way. Of course, he hated Li Jushu even more. Let's cooperate and take down Yang Yinda, Li Jushu said earnestly. Are you too naive? Or do you think I'm easy to fool? Yao Shanfang had no intention of cooperating with Li Jushu at all. Li Jushu wasn't worthy. After Yang Yinda's death, his power will belong to you. I won't take a single penny, Li Jushu said. If I want something, I fight for it myself. Do you think the Beast Grounds care about the so-called power of a deputy station chief? If necessary, the Beast Grounds can easily build its own base, Yao Shanfang said disdainfully. He truly looked down on a deputy station chief. The Beast Grounds may be very powerful, but they certainly can't intimidate Yang Yinda, Li Jushu said. Yao Shanfang's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. These words essentially exposed his weakness. If the Beast Grounds were truly so powerful, they wouldn't have been so thoroughly defeated by Yang Yinda. From the moment Yang Yinda fired the first shot, he had already shown that he wasn't afraid of the beast's grounds. He even treated the beast's grounds like gods. This greatly diminished his credibility. Angering me won't do you any good, Yao Shanfang said coldly. Let me show you something. Li Jushu tossed the golden key to Yao Shanfang. Yao Shanfang's eyes narrowed. He instantly recognized this key, which held extraordinary significance throughout Base 4. He instinctively reached out and grabbed it. He wouldn't have been interested in anything else, not even gold or jewels, but this key, a symbol of power, couldn't resist. With this key, he could mobilize the Lion Legion. The instant he grasped the golden key, a figure flashed before his eyes. He immediately realized something was wrong. His hair stood on end, his throat tightened, and he was already in Li Jushu's hand. His whole body went numb and weak. The feeling of death washed over him like a tidal wave. Commander, be careful. His subordinate's anxious warning rang out. Chapter 253. Bang. The hyena knocked 2 hunters away, crashing heavily to the ground. It took him a while to get up. The surrounding hunters were all horrified. He was a hyena. No one dared to move, because Yao Shanfang had already fallen into Li Jushu's hands. The hyena was the fastest to react. Realizing something was wrong, he swiftly moved to intercept Li Jushu, trying to stop him halfway. However, his idea was good, but his strength was insufficient. Li Jushu's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he was blasted away in a single exchange. When the hyena got up from the ground, the clothes on his chest were torn to shreds, falling off inch by inch, each piece the size of a hand, as if carefully tailored, revealing bronze skin with a faint bluish tinge. The hunter's horror deepened. If it weren't for the bulletproof vest, the hyena would probably be dead. And that handprint, it looked so familiar. Release the commander immediately, or I tear you to pieces. The 2.18-meter tall Celtic man clenched his fists, staring intently at Li Jushu. He relied on strength, not speed, and after only 2 steps, the commander was already subdued and forced to stop, his eyes practically spitting fire. 20-odd hunters, guns loaded, aimed at Li Jushu. Compared to their tension, Yao Shanfang was undoubtedly the most distressed, even ashamed. He hadn't gotten his position as deputy commander through connections. He had earned it through hard work and genuine skill. He never imagined that one day, before even exchanging a single blow, he would be captured, and in front of all his men at that. The intense humiliation made him wish there was a crack in the ground beneath his feet to disappear into. Unfortunately, there was no crack beneath his feet, and even if there were, he couldn't. His neck was being gripped, and he couldn't move at all. After a while, his bloodshot brain slowly calmed down. He accepted reality, and realized Li Jushu's terrifying strength. He was certainly careless, but more importantly, Li Jushu was powerful. The two were 10 meters apart, and Li Jushu appeared next to him almost instantly. Their arms collided for a moment, resulting in half of his body going numb. Li Jushu then grabbed his throat without any resistance. In the brief exchange, he was completely defeated. Li Jushu took the key back from Yao Shanfang's hand. He didn't look at Yao Shanfang, but instead addressed the Celts, hyenas, and other hunters. If you want him dead, you can do whatever you want. If you want him alive, you must do as I say. You need to understand what you're doing. You're challenging the entire Hungry Tiger Legion. You're challenging the Beast Arena. The Locust, whose rank was second only to Yao Shanfang, had barely finished speaking when Li Jushu pulled out a dagger and slashed Yao Shanfang's face, drawing blood instantly. I don't like anyone questioning my words. If it happens again, I cut off his ears. All the hunters glared at Li Jushu with bloodshot eyes. Li Jushu remained calm and said indifferently, if you're going to make a move, do it quickly. If you don't have the guts, then obediently do as I say. Cooperation might not bring you any benefits, but if you don't cooperate, I guarantee you all be in trouble. What are you going to do? Locust's face was dark, his fists almost clenched to pieces. In the end, he lowered his head. Yao Shanfang's face had turned purplish black, not from shame, but from the fact that Li Jushu had grabbed his throat, preventing him from breathing. Li Jushu didn't take the beast's ground seriously at all, showing no courtesy whatsoever to the vice-commander of the Hungry Tiger Legion. He couldn't bear the responsibility for the death of a vice-commander, nor could the hyenas and Celts. He could only do as Li Jushu said. Outside the hospital, the task of capturing Qin Fengpa fell to Gao Shanong. He was young, but steady and calm. Within Yang Yinda's group, he was often responsible for the most important matters. Did he not know there were members of the Hungry Tiger Legion inside the surgical building? Yes, he did. He wouldn't expose them unless they revealed their identities. He understood why. The Beast Arena publicly declared it wouldn't participate in power struggles and feuds, essentially remaining neutral. Their current actions meant abandoning years of neutrality. By not revealing their identities, they still had room to maneuver. Once they did, it would mean the Beast Arena's previous statements were meaningless, and they were officially intervening in the conflicts, losing their aloof position. Therefore, Yao Shafang could only remain silent. Gao Shanong knew the identity of the Hungry Tiger Legion, yet still chose to indiscriminately shoot them. This was not without reason. On one hand, he wasn't sure if the Beast Grounds were colluding with Qin Fengpa. After all, Qin Fengpa was the station chief. Perhaps he could persuade the Beast Grounds. The Beast Grounds had maintained neutrality for so many years, and their sudden military action was very strange. On the other hand, Yang Yinda had gradually stabilized the situation, and was only one step away from taking power. Once in charge, certain balances were bound to be broken. The Beast Grounds' aloof status was unacceptable, and taking this opportunity to give them a warning was advantageous. If Yao Shafang surrendered, he would gain a favor. If she refused and resisted to the end, eliminating a portion of the Beast Grounds' forces would also be beneficial. Nothing is ever smooth sailing. Turning unfavorable situations into favorable ones tests one's problem-solving abilities. Gao Shanong was adept at handling such situations. He shared his ideas with Yang Yinda and received Yang Yinda's full support. No ruler likes the existence of beings who defy the rules within their jurisdiction. Gao Yanshan didn't rush into a full-scale attack. He currently held the advantage, and planned to wear down Yao Shanfang's forces little by little. Once Yao Shanfang ran out of ammunition, their fate would be in their own hands. He had ample troops and unlimited ammunition, and a tight net had been laid around them. He wasn't in a hurry. Trapping Qin Fengpa had another advantage. Qin Fengpa's confidants, having received good news, would definitely come to rescue him. He had already opened the trap, waiting for them to fall in. Gao Yanshan, holding binoculars, observed that the lights in the surgical building were almost completely off, and those that remained were drawn with heavy curtains, plunging the building into darkness. He could see nothing, but occasionally, he could spot figures moving about and flashes of gunfire. He wouldn't allow Yao Shafang any time to rest, constantly sending small teams into the building to create psychological pressure on the Hungry Tiger Legion. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared in Gao Yangshan's field of vision. Before he could react, countless bullets rained down, striking the tanks with clanging sounds, cracking the bulletproof glass. Is the Hungry Tiger Legion going to counterattack? The thought had barely crossed Gao Shanyang's mind when a powerful tremor shook the ground. Before he could react, a series of explosions nearly ripped the entire street apart, cracking the earth and sending tanks tumbling down. Hunters who fell into the fissures were engulfed in flames. What's going on? This was the question on every hunter's mind, quickly replaced by fear. Hundreds of grenades rained down from the sky, exploding upon impact, sending countless steel pellets flying in all directions. Screams mingled with the explosions. As dust billowed, hundreds of Hungry Tiger Legion soldiers rushed out of the building, submachine guns roaring, bullets flying indiscriminately at everything in sight. Stop them! Stop everyone! Gao Shanong roared, ejected from a tank. Although he didn't know how the underground explosions had occurred, he knew Qin Fengpa was trying to escape in the chaos. Chapter 254. The sniper lying prone behind the broken bridge window realized the enemy would try to break through in the chaos when the explosion rang out. While everyone else's attention was drawn to the explosion on the ground, he, relying on years of sniping experience, kept his eyes fixed on the rooftop of the surgical building. Sure enough, a tall, burly man appeared carrying a patient. He didn't know who the man was, but he recognized the patient instantly. Qin Fengpa, the station chief of Base 4. Qin Fengpa frequently gave public speeches and had a high media presence. Almost every hunter in Base 4 knew him. A hint of smugness escaped the sniper's lips. He slightly raised his gun, orders were given. Qin Fengpa's life must be spared, but the lives of the others were not. In the instant of focused attention, the sniper's index finger landed on the trigger. At that very moment, a dangerous warning struck. Years of battlefield experience made him instantly understand what was happening. Without hesitation, he rolled sharply to the side. His reaction was incredibly fast, but unfortunately, it was too late. A bullet, about the thickness of a middle finger, struck him squarely between the eyebrows. Its powerful penetration ripped his skull off, splattering brain matter onto the wall 2 meters away. As Li Jushu took down the second sniper, the monk from Wutai Mountain fired a rope, which landed perfectly below the sniper, who had been headshot. The third sniper rolled and crawled into the room. Darkness swallowed everything. He thought he was safe. On the beast planet, Where thermal imaging was impossible, he didn't believe the enemy could pinpoint his location. Then, before he could even reach his second sniping position, a bullet pierced the wall and entered his left eye. The immense impact sent him tumbling through the air. How could this be? This was his last thought. The monk from Wutai Mountain, carrying Qin Fengpa, grabbed the pulley and sped out of the surgical building, quickly sliding towards the building opposite. Li Jushu's eyes were sharper than a hawk's. Lan Fengling was still throwing grenades. Most people's attention was still on the ground, but there were also some clever ones whose eyes occasionally swept across the sky. In the darkness, perhaps nothing could be seen, but Li Jushu couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most crucial step. If Qin Fengpa died, all his work would be in vain. He needed to concentrate intensely because there was no one to assist him. He had to observe every angle himself. The moment he spotted the target, he had to kill him. Every second that passed risked exposure. The moment the monk from Wutai Mountain and Qin Fengpa entered the building opposite, he felt a sense of relief. Observing so many directions alone was difficult. The human eye has its limitations, unlike a dragonfly with countless compound eyes that can simultaneously view multiple angles. His attention shifted to the hunters inside the surrounding buildings. Gao Shangyang not only deployed a large number of men on the ground, but also stationed varying numbers of hunters in nearby buildings, with hunters on every floor, a true 360-degree deployment. Gao Shangyang's arrangements were flawless. The only problem was that he hadn't anticipated Ling and Monkey's deployment of numerous bombs in the basement before leaving, intended to counter the Hungry Tiger Legion. At that time, Yao Shanfang was the one surrounding the building, but these bombs were useless. Gao Shangyang, however, benefited from them. Gao Shangyang's second misfortune was the darkness. Li Jushu could easily see his arrangements through the darkness, yet Gao Shangyang was completely unaware of Li Jushu's plans. Thud, a gunshot rang out. The heavy machine gun on the third-floor balcony went silent. The hunter on the fourth floor realized something was wrong. Just as he raised his gun, a bloody flower bloomed on his chest, and he was thrown violently into the room, never to emerge again. Thud, the roaring Vulcan cannon went silent, and the hunter's 2-meter-tall body slammed heavily to the ground, the Vulcan cannon still clutched tightly in his hand. Thud, the hunter beside him, still searching for the sniper's exact location, was thrown more than 2 meters away, a hole the size of a cup gushing blood from his waist. Thud, a bullet hole appeared in the riot shield. Behind the shield, the hunter, as tall as an iron tower, suddenly froze. The machine gun simultaneously went silent. The hunter belatedly looked down at his chest. A bullet hole appeared in his thick bulletproof vest, blood seeping out. Holy crap, a sniper. The hunter regretted it. If he had known the enemy had a sniper, he wouldn't have been so conspicuous. In the battle between riot shields and sniper rifles, the spear ultimately prevailed. Shields simply couldn't keep up with the rapid pace of spear development. Every time a powerful shield appeared on the market, an even more powerful sniper rifle would inevitably follow soon after. The hunter had thought that even if a riot shield combined with heavy body armor couldn't completely stop a sniper rifle bullet, he'd at least survive. Now he realized he'd been far too naive. Li Jushu was like the Grim Reaper of the night. None who were targeted by him survived. In less than 5 minutes, more than 200 hunters died under his gun. Gao Shangyang hid behind a tank, shouting until his throat was hoarse, but no one could suppress Li Jushu. There were many weapons that could suppress Li Jushu, such as anti-aircraft guns and heavy machine guns, but unfortunately, these weapons were mostly on the tanks. An explosion in the basement caused the ground to collapse, and most of the tanks fell into the basement. Those that did not fall and overturned, rendering these weapons unusable. There were still some hunters left, but these hunters were Li Jushu's primary targets. As for the most dangerous snipers, he had already eliminated them. The Hungry Tiger Legion's charge also prevented the High Mountain Goat's side from concentrating on dealing with Li Jushu. After the Ling and Monkey delivered the 2 wounded, he gave the signal. Li Jushu immediately pushed Yao Shanfang, who was strapped with explosives, into the elevator and pressed the number 3. This was the floor occupied by Yao Shanfang's confidants. An experienced hunter could easily disarm such a simple bomb. He sprinted a few steps, leaped, grabbed the pulley, and used the momentum to quickly move towards the opposite building. Just as he had slid 3/4 of the way, a dangerous warning enveloped him. In an instant, his body stiffened, his hair stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis stimulated his cerebral cortex. His thoughts raced exceptionally fast. He quickly analyzed that the danger did not come from the ground. Yao Shanfang's men were mainly on the ground, so during the slide, his attention was entirely underground. The danger didn't come from the surrounding buildings. The nearest buildings were all within 400 meters. Before implementing his plan, he had thoroughly scouted the area several times, confident that all potential threats had been identified. Got it! Li Jushu had a flash of inspiration, suddenly remembering a building 800 meters away. This was the only building visible from a radius of over 400 meters that served as the surgical building, and his sliding angle was perfect. Time was of the essence. He drew his tiger head saber from his back, gripped the hilt with both hands, and channeled all his frantically circulating internal energy into his arms. The saber seemed to glow as he slashed through the air. Ding! Chapter 255. At the peak of the slash, the blade collided with the bullet. As if rehearsed countless times, the bullet appeared precisely in time, not a second too early, not a second too late. The impact force altered the bullet's trajectory, sending it flying elsewhere and disappearing. A terrifying force returned from the tiger-headed saber. Li Jushu was struck as if by lightning, his body violently thrown backward. The rope stretched taut in an instant, nearly causing the tiger-headed saber to slip from his grasp. Dragon Fang 01 Sniper Rifle. Through the bullet, Li Jushu recognized the sniper's weapon. However, it was precisely because of this that he knew the crisis was far from over. Ordinary snipers couldn't handle the Dragon Fang 01, in other words, only the most elite snipers could wield it. His prediction was accurate. When he closed his eyes, and forced himself into a state similar to an out-of-body experience, he saw the incoming bullet with a 360-degree field of vision. This time, he truly saw it, clearly, unlike his previous instincts. The healing effect on the crow was taking effect. The speed of his internal energy circulation exceeded its limits. In an instant, his numb arms regained their strength, and he swung his tiger-head saber with lightning speed, cutting through the clouds. Clang! The bullet was deflected again. This time, Li Jushu consciously controlled the direction of his force, turning the recoil into a thrust. He slid more than 30 meters along the rope. From this position, the sniper could no longer see him. Theoretically, he was safe. However, he didn't relax. With his tiger-head saber tucked behind his back, freeing his hands, he grabbed the rope as it vibrated. Behind him, the rope snapped in the middle, severed by a bullet. Li Jushu gripped the rope and quickly climbed upwards. At the moment of impact with the wall, he adjusted his height, smashed through a window, and entered a cozy-looking room, clearly a woman's room, which was empty. Li Jushu stood before the shattered glass, glanced at the rope, and his expression turned grave. If he were a sniper, after losing track of the target, he would also choose to cut the rope immediately. But at such a distance, with only a swaying rope, frankly, he had no chance at all. It was purely a matter of luck. Yet the enemy had hit him. This alone proved that the sniper's skill was at least equal to his. He rushed to the rooftop, instantly lay prone, and immediately aimed his sniper rifle at the building 800 meters away. The balcony of the third room from the left was already empty. Li Jushu still trusted his judgment. By the time the sniper fired the second shot, he had roughly pinpointed the sniper's location. He rushed up to the rooftop, glanced around, and immediately confirmed the sniper's position. The sniper was cautious. If he failed, he would immediately retreat, a better move than Li Jushu. He was somewhat stubborn, or rather inflexible. He always wanted to eliminate his targets without considering the consequences. A target he couldn't kill after several shots was likely too strong. Continuing to engage was too risky. The most terrifying aspect of a sniper isn't their advanced weaponry, but their stealth. Like a ghost lurking in the shadows, they pose the greatest threat. Once exposed, death is imminent. In a one-on-one situation, there's not much to say. If the target is the leader of a military unit, and he misses a shot but doesn't retreat, enemy mortars will immediately rain down from the sky. Dozens of shells would bombard him, killing even the most skilled sniper. Descending from the building, on the 11th floor, they encountered a battle. Lan Fengling and Lingnan Monkey were blocked at the stairwell by the enemy and unable to escape. Lan Fengling had evacuated the surgical building with Lingnan Monkey. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shots, 3 bullet holes in the wall. The 3 hunters hiding behind the wall screamed and were thrown back, falling to the ground, never to rise again, blood gushing from the large holes in their bodies. I clear the way. Li Jushu whirled past Lan Fengling, the sniper now armed with a tiger head knife. Lan Fengling slung her kite over her shoulder, and Lingnan Monkey carried Crow. The two descended the stairs, encountering no more hunters, only corpses, scattered haphazardly. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that all the bodies had been killed with a single blow, never requiring a second. Reaching the first floor, Li Jushu had already seized a chariot. He stuck his head out the window and shouted, I draw the enemy away. You all proceed to the rendezvous point, according to the planned route. The roar of the tank's engine successfully attracted Gao Shangyang's attention. In the gaps between his maneuvering, Lan Fengling and Lingnan Monkey successfully escaped from the building. The tank rampaged through the streets like a mad bull. Li Jushu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, flooring the accelerator, while his left hand held a Yellow River 94 pistol, firing indiscriminately at anyone in sight. The pursuing enemy showed no mercy, bullets raining down on the tank, clanging and sparks flying. A glimpse of red light appeared in the shattered rearview mirror. Li Jushu jerked the steering wheel, and the tank nimbly dodged a rocket-propelled grenade. The grenade exploded 2 meters away, its flames piercing the darkness. At the intersection, 2 tanks lay sideways, dozens of hunters' guns aimed at them. This road is blocked. Just when everyone thought Li Jushu had to stop, he showed no intention of slowing down, hurling 5 or 6 grenades into the air from the driver's cab. Holy crap, this madman! The dozens of hunters behind the vehicle scrambled for cover. The grenades exploded on the ground. The steel balls were angled upwards, predictably exploding in midair for a truly deadly 360-degree blast. As the grenades exploded, the vehicle slammed into 2 other vehicles blocking the road. The deafening impact sent shivers down the spines of all the hunters present, and screams erupted. Ultimately, 7 or 8 hunters, unable to dodge or find suitable cover, were hit by the steel balls, suffering either serious injury or death. When the hunters angrily surrounded the vehicle, they found the driver's cab empty. Li Jushu had vanished long ago. The hunter, his eyes red, searched frantically for Li Jushu. Li Jushu was already sprinting towards the clock tower, his speed like a cheetah in the darkness, so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Only one street remained between them and the clock tower. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Big Ben, and Qin Fengpa were cornered. The enemy was closing in, and they had nowhere to retreat. Qin Fengpa's face was extremely grim. He had guessed that Yang Yindao would set up an ambush on this road, but he hadn't expected that his secret path would also be blocked. This could only mean one thing. Someone among his trusted men had betrayed him. No more than 5 people knew about his escape route. Betrayal is never easy to forgive. Although Big Ben's sudden appearance delayed their deaths by a few minutes, the outcome seemed irreversible. Bullets rained down on every inch of space. The air itself seemed to boil. I rush out in a moment. You carry Station Chief Qin and run as fast as you can, the monk from Wutai Mountain said to Big Ben after checking the bullets. You're faster than me, you carry him, I rush out. Big Ben only looked foolish, not truly stupid. Didn't he know the Wutai Mountain monk's actions were suicidal? Just as he desperately stood up, Qin Fengpa suddenly grabbed him. Reinforcements have arrived. Then, both the Wutai Mountain monk and Big Ben heard the dull thud of a bullet entering flesh. It wasn't loud, but it was exhilarating. Both men showed joy. It was a Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle. The commander has arrived. Chapter 256. A dozen heavy machine guns went silent almost instantly. The hunters were still searching for Li Jushu's location when their comrades fell one after another, like wheat being harvested, not one by one, but row after row. The hunters felt a chill. They had mistakenly thought there was only one sniper, but 7 or 8. Finally, the hunters found Li Jushu's location, in a building across the street, on the 12th floor. Li Jushu's gift to the hunters was a dozen or so hand grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades exploded in midair, nearly 10,000 steel balls shooting in all directions. The power was indescribable. A chorus of screams erupted as hunters fell in droves. Those who remained huddled behind cover, too afraid to peek out. The monks from Wutai Mountain burst from behind cover, grabbing a machine gun from the ground and unleashing a hail of bullets at the hunters. Big Ben, carrying Qin Fengpa on his back, followed closely behind, also picking up a heavy machine gun from a corpse and firing in all directions. Their aim wasn't to hit the enemy, but to suppress them. As long as the enemy didn't show themselves, victory was assured. Thud. 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 From his vantage point, Li Jushu, like the Grim Reaper, looked down, firing at anyone who dared to peek out. His 100% accuracy put immense psychological pressure on the hunters, who could only watch helplessly as the 3 monks from Wutai Mountain broke through the encirclement and entered the clock tower building. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets sliced through the building like a celestial blade, shattering glass, splitting doors and windows in two, and pulverizing walls. Li Jushu quickly lay down, his body pressed against the ground. He felt a powerful force sweep across his back, the burning sensation making his hair stand on end in an instant. Before he could aim at the heavy machine gunner, a number of armored vehicles roared in. The roar of heavy machine guns echoed from the rooftops, bullets hitting the buildings and creating holes the size of bowls. A wall was riddled with holes in seconds. A rocket exploded in the room, sending countless fragments flying in all directions amidst the flames. Wall plaster crumbled, nearly burying Li Jushu. The smell of gunpowder filled every inch of space. Li Jushu's muscles were tense, his focus intense. Without looking up, he instinctively extended his gun and fired. Thud. The heaviest gunner was hit in the head. Li Jushu seized the opportunity to scramble to his feet and sprinted down the corridor. His Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle vibrated 3 times. Thud. 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 On the ground, the Vulcan cannon misfired. On the roof of another tank, a hunter's head exploded, brains splattering more than 2 meters away. Further away, on the balcony of a building, a hunter carrying a rocket launcher had just aimed when a bloody flower bloomed on his chest, the rocket veering off course. Boom! The rocket struck a tank that had come to provide support. Flames engulfed the tank. The hunters inside never dreamed of such a catastrophe. Half of them were seriously injured, and several unlucky ones died instantly. Suddenly, Li Jushu's hair stood on end. He stopped abruptly, the sudden shift in power from extreme speed to stillness making him feel so visibly uncomfortable he almost vomited blood. A bullet grazed his shoulder, passing just short of his chest, and embedded itself in the wall, leaving a hole the size of a large bowl. He could even feel the swirling ripples created as the bullet pierced the air. It was that sniper again! The sniper he encountered on the zipline. He thought the sniper had left, but he reappeared, choosing to ambush him while he was surrounded. The sniper was determined to kill him. His bent leg snapped straight, and using the force of his push, he shot forward. A bullet hole appeared where he had been standing. Before rushing into the room, Li Jushu adjusted the sniper rifle, aiming under almost impossible circumstances. Thud, 300 meters away, on a balcony with security bars, a potted plant of pothos shattered. A bullet pierced the pot and embedded itself in the wall, leaving only a hole. A few drops of blood starkly contrasted against the pristine white plaster. A few seconds later, the young sniper, who had been lying prone, slowly rose. A bloody gash ran from the corner of his eye to the back of his head, flesh torn open, half an ear missing, blood gushing everywhere. Interesting. The sniper's expression remained unchanged. No pain was visible in his eyes, as if the wounded were someone else entirely. He grabbed his Dragon Fong 01 sniper rifle and repositioned it on the balcony. The instant he lay prone, he was like a drawn sword, sharp and menacing. Li Jushu moved from room to room, bullets raining down on him. The most troublesome were the rockets. Each explosion posed a significant threat. He dared not linger, there was no safe place. This was just an ordinary building, unable to withstand the barrage of heavy machine gun fire, let alone the bombardment of rockets. The hunters he had previously suppressed all opened fire on him in retaliation. But for Li Jushu, the most troublesome were the snipers. Although one hadn't fired, Li Jushu knew he was waiting for an opportunity, the perfect opportunity to kill with a single, decisive shot. Thud. A hunter fell, the heavy machine gun fell silent. Thud. The head of a hunter hiding beside the tank exploded, brains splattering onto the white tank like a blood-red flower. Thud. The searchlight exploded, the hunter operating it screamed, blinded by shrapnel. However, Li Jushu's counterattack didn't improve his situation. On the contrary, more and more bullets were aimed at him. He felt like a moth caught in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the more the web clung to him, making him increasingly immobile. This was the last room ahead. Li Jushu dared not rush out onto the balcony, much less jump. Not because he was afraid of falling to his death, but because he feared snipers. The speed of freefall could be calculated. In midair, life and death were no longer in his own hands. His only option was to turn back, but the volleys of bullets chasing him awaited his return. There were no cracks in the roof, no holes in the ground. The room contained only a bed and a bedside table. He gritted his teeth. It was time to put on his bulletproof vest. His right leg bent, gathering momentum, his left knee twisted, ready to explode, when a strange rumbling sound reached his ears. A low, resonant, and powerful hum, not loud, yet chilling. It was just a sound, yet it sent shivers down his spine, as if a cold, venomous snake were coiled around his neck, a feeling of terror and trembling beyond words. The night sky suddenly lit up, a pale white light bursting from the window, like a comet streaking across the street. Then, the street fell silent instantly. The roar of the heavy machine gun seemed to be paused with a single button press. From extreme noise to extreme silence, the two extreme sensations left Li Jushu feeling disoriented, watching the bullets disappear behind him in an instant. The roar erupted from all four corners of the base, like thunder descending upon the world. The entire base 4 was instantly enveloped in the roar. All other sounds vanished, only the roar filling every corner. Li Jushu understood what was happening. Close and weapon systems and particle cannons. His plan had succeeded. Qin Feng had taken control of the base's greatest firepower. These were the ultimate weapons of war, the true instruments of destruction, instantly turning the tide of battle. Chapter 257. He slowly peeked his head out from the shattered wall. 300 meters away, the sniper had vanished without a trace. This man acted decisively. If things went wrong, he would immediately flee. On the street, not a single living person remained. Corpses littered the ground, tanks were reduced to scrap metal, and an eerie silence reigned. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a pale white light sweeping across a nearby street, instantly silencing the bustling street. In less than a minute, the area within a kilometer radius of the clock tower fell silent, a stark contrast to the surrounding roar. The heavy close and weapon system, CIWS, could fire 33,000 rounds per minute, riddling a building with holes in 3 minutes. It could destroy a tank in 10 seconds. Against CIWS, let alone humans, even magical beasts were mere food. As the close and weapon system roared in, the sounds of battle from all directions quickly subsided, and the entire base went from clamor to silence in just 10 minutes. When the earth-shattering roar ceased, the base fell silent. A terrifying stillness, as if even the mosquitoes and rodents had shut their mouths. Yang Yinda has committed treason and rebellion. As the base commander, I sentence him to death. Those who accomplice must immediately lay down their weapons and surrender to avoid execution. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Immediately, martial law is declared throughout the city. The entire Lion Legion is to obey orders and pursue Yang Yinda with all its might. Qin Fengpa's murderous voice echoed throughout the base. From this moment on, he had taken control of the base again, and no one could challenge his position. At this moment, even if the entire base were against him, he could still defeat it. The chaos at the base quickly subsided after the Lion Legion occupied all the key intersections. By daybreak, Yang Yinda's generals, Sparkling Water and Banana, were captured, but Gao Shangyang and Tu Guzi were nowhere to be found, and the deputy station chief, Yang Yinda, was nowhere to be found either. Yang Yinda is still inside the base. Keep searching. Even if you have to turn the entire base upside down, find him. Qin Fengpa, now back in the station master's building, sat in his office chair. His usual gentle demeanor was gone, replaced by a fierce killing intent. His icy gaze made even his trusted confidants of many years tremble. Yes, Zheng Yueji replied calmly. Seeing that Qin Fengpa had no further instructions, he left the office. Qin Fengpa stared at his retreating figure, the meaning in his eyes clear to only himself. Li Jushu stood on the balcony, staring at the bullet holes in the white wall. A few drops of blood had already congealed. Broken flower pots lay at his feet, and potted plants were scattered everywhere. Li Jushu was staring at the bullet holes, but his mind was preoccupied with the sniper's prone position and the direction the Dragon Fang 01 sniper rifle had been aimed at. There were 2 faint scorch marks on the wooden floor, very faint, left by the heat of the bullets hitting the ground. The sniper had fired 2 shots, leaving 2 marks. The sniper was extremely professional. He had collected the spent cartridges, leaving no footprints or other items on the ground. This wasn't an ideal sniping spot. Experienced snipers wouldn't choose such a position. However, Li Jushu glanced at it and immediately understood the sniper's intention. It was safe. This spot could fire at the building where Li Jushu was hiding, but he couldn't return fire due to the angle. If this weren't on the home planet, a DNA test with this drop of blood would immediately reveal the sniper's identity. Standing in the stairwell, Li Jushu paused for a few seconds, then descended the stairs. Soon, he appeared in the basement, seemingly walking aimlessly. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a trash can. On the lid was a tray for cigarette butts, and among the many, one was brand new. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws, and this one ultimately left a loophole. Li Jushu took out a vacuum bag and filled it with cigarette butts. He didn't smoke and knew nothing about cigarettes, but Ling and Monkey did, and he understood them. An experienced person can glean a lot of information from a cigarette butt. The sniper left from the basement, stealing an electric scooter. The basement was unguarded, and the sniper left easily. Li Jushu didn't continue forward because he knew that if he chased them all the way, he would most likely find the abandoned electric scooter somewhere, while the sniper would be long gone. Back at the rendezvous point, the Witation monk, Kite, Ling and Monkey, Big Ben, and the sniper Crow were all there. Commander? Everyone except Crow stood up when they saw him return. You're injured, you should rest. Li Jushu glanced at Kite. He seemed to be in all right. Kite's injuries were mainly gunshot wounds. His limbs weren't severed, which was better than Crow's situation. Crow's tendons had been severed, and he wouldn't be able to stand for a while. Where is young Master Li? Li Jushu asked Big Ben. Some of Galaxy International's loyal followers found us. Seeing that young Master Li trusted these people, I let them take him away. Young Master Li told me he might stay at Galaxy International for a while, but I can't guarantee it, Big Ben said. Young Master Li is a man who values his life. Since he trusts these people, it means he's confident, the monk from Wutai Mountain said. Li Jushu nodded. Young Master Li's actions were troublesome. His departure was a good thing for him. Even if he didn't have so many grudges, his serious injuries alone were inconvenient. He already had 2 patients. Do you recognize this cigarette? Li Jushu tossed the cigarette, but to Ling and Monkey. Red Moon Old Man, soft pack, model 2989, 589 copper coins a pack, sold only at base 2. The flavor is mellow, with added vanilla, but it has a strong aftertaste. People who often stay up late like to smoke this. Long-term use of Red Moon Old Man can numb pain nerves. When medication is scarce, the tobacco can be used to stop bleeding. It's very effective. It also relieves pain and inflammation. This cigarette isn't sold individually. You have to buy a whole carton or more. People without considerable wealth can't afford it. Ling and Monkey only glanced at it, without even opening the vacuum bag, yet he clearly described the cigarette butt's information. He's a sniper. Li Jushu paused, then added, very skilled. Speaking of skilled snipers who like to smoke Red Moon Old Man, I know one. Crow suddenly spoke up, and Li Jushu immediately looked at him expectantly. He had high hopes for the Sunflower members. The number 1 sniper at base 2, known as the Vulture, the king of snipers, is a heavy smoker, and he only smokes Red Moon Old Man cigarettes. I worked with him once, and caught a glimpse of him smoking Red Moon Old Man, Raven said. I also heard that Vulture likes to smoke, but I don't know what kind, Ling and Monkey added. Vulture is also a member of the Sniper Alliance, right? Li Jushu asked, looking at Raven. Yes. Raven nodded hesitantly. As a member of Sunflower, he shouldn't reveal the information of other members. Every member who joins Sunflower signs a contract. The expressions of the monks from Wutai Mountain and the others changed. Only then did they realize that Raven was a member of Sunflower. No wonder the leader valued him so much. His background was so powerful. The Sniper Alliance, calling it the top alliance on Beast Planet, wouldn't be an exaggeration. Almost no one dared to openly challenge this alliance. A group of top-tier snipers. If the station chief of Base 1 offended this alliance, he'd probably be dead. Li Jushu treated Crow's internal injuries one last time, and the black aura between Crow's brows completely disappeared. His internal injuries healed. The next day, Lan Fengling found Li Jushu, and Qin Fengpa invited her. Chapter 258. Li Jushu thought it would be a private meeting with Qin Fengpa, but upon arriving, he discovered a large room full of people, 2 deputy station chiefs, the head of finance, the discipline chief, Zheng Yueju, the commander of the Lion Legion, Deputy Commander Gang Saw, Deputy Commander Nail Clipper, the city gate officer, the logistics minister, a sea of faces, all big shots from Base 4. The lowest rank being the station chief's office director. Welcome, my savior, Night Owl. Qin Fengpa stood up and bowed. A rustling sound filled the room. The entire conference room, filled with 50 or 60 people, bowed in unison, perfectly synchronized. This is unacceptable. Li Jushu was genuinely startled. In his understanding, for big shots like Qin Fengpa, falling into misfortune was a shameful thing. Being rescued was often difficult to talk about. Those with a conscience would try their best to conceal it and quietly repay the debt, while those without a conscience would try to kill their benefactor so that no one would know. Qin Fengpa's actions were completely unexpected. Not only did he not conceal it, but he announced it openly and blatantly, defying all convention. Please sit. Qin Fengpa bowed deeply for a full 9 seconds before straightening up. Even if it was just a show, he still gave Li Jushu ample respect. Li Jushu's seat was arranged to Qin Fengpa's left. Left is the place of honor, implying that Li Jushu's status was second only to Qin Fengpa. Li Jushu felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were being roasted over a fire. I hereby announce an appointment. Effective immediately, Night Owl will become the first deputy station chief of the base, leading an entire army. As Qin Fengpa's voice fell, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Except for a few absolute confidants, no one knew Qin Fengpa would make such an appointment. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Night Owl, shocked and incredulous. They instinctively wanted to object, but didn't know how to utter a word. For the base, the station chief is like an emperor, possessing absolute power of appointment and dismissal. While some in other bases might challenge the station chief's authority, in Base 4, Qin Fengpa's power is overwhelming. Previously, even the first deputy station chief, Yang Yingda, might have a word to say, but now Yang Yingda is a wanted criminal, and no one dares challenge Qin Fengpa's authority. Everyone is looking at Night Owl. Qin Fengpa seemingly calm, but actually sharp gaze is fixed on everyone. In the past, he trusted everyone present completely, but after this incident, he no longer dares to trust anyone. He is filled with suspicion towards everyone. This sudden appointment is a signal. His near-death experience has taught him that Base 4 is not a toy he can manipulate at will. He needs to reshape it. After a full half-minute of silence, Zheng Yueju of the Lion Legion speaks. Station Chief, this is against the rules. Li Jushu's gaze fell on Zheng Yueju. He was about 1.78 meters tall, not too tall, but definitely not short either. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and bulging muscles that squeezed the lines of his clothes, giving him a powerful, explosive presence. His face was rugged, unshaven, though his beard was sparse, each hair like a needle. His eyebrows were also sparse, making him look somewhat awkward. Most striking were his eyes, cold and sinister like a venomous snake. Which rule is against? Qin Fengpa's tone was calm, not angry. The deputy station chief needs a vote by everyone, a show of hands. 80% of people must agree. Zheng Yueju met Qin Fengpa's gaze without fear. Alright, then let's follow the rules. A show of hands. I propose Night Owl for deputy station chief. Those who agree, raise your hands. Qin Fengpa was the first to raise his hand. A whoosh. In the entire conference room, everyone except Zheng Yueju and Nail Clipper raised their hands. I also agree that Night Owl should be elected as the first deputy station chief. Zheng Yueju's smile was forced. Seeing him raise his hand, Nail Clipper followed suit. Good, it seems everyone thinks the same way I do. Unanimous vote. Qin Fengpa made the final decision. The conference room fell silent. No one spoke. The two deputy station chiefs were the most qualified to speak, but they remained silent, acting as if they were invisible. Regarding the Lion Legion, I have made the following adjustments. 10,000 men will be assigned to the 2nd Legion, led by Night Owl. Nail Clipper will be transferred to the 2nd Legion as deputy commander. Does anyone have any objections? Qin Fengpa asked everyone, but his eyes were fixed on Zheng Yueju. No one spoke, but their peripheral vision was fixed on Zheng Yueju. Zheng Yueju's fists were clenched, veins bulging, but his face remained unchanged, and he remained silent. Nail Clipper glanced at Qin Fengpa, then at Zheng Yueju. He clearly had a lot to say, but because Zheng Yueju hadn't spoken, he hesitated. Commander Zheng, you are the commander of the Lion Legion. The Lion Legion is now under your direct leadership. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Qin Fengpa called on him. He was determined to get Zheng Yueju to speak. The gazes of the attendees shifted again. Everyone in Base 4 knew that Zheng Yueju was Qin Fengpa's most trusted confidant. Whether in formal settings or private, Qin Fengpa always addressed Zheng Yueju as Yueju, a very intimate way. But now, he was calling him Commander Zheng, which spoke volumes. I completely agree with the station chief's decision. Zheng Yueju naturally noticed the change in address, but he seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged. That's good. I was worried you have objections. After all, the Lion Legion is your team, and I'm glad you're open-minded. The Beast Planet is currently in turmoil, and a major war could break out at any moment. Increasing the number of legions is now an urgent matter. I hope everyone will be mindful of the war effort. Qin Fengpa looked at everyone, his voice carrying a chilling killing intent. Over the years, our base has adhered to the principle of we won't attack unless attacked, never participating in other people's struggles or grudges. Over time, others have come to think we lacked ruthlessness and become cowards. I believe you all heard this. From today onwards, I declare the base in wartime status. All production must give way to the war effort, and all personnel activities must comply with wartime regulations. If anyone tries to sabotage us, don't blame me for being ruthless. Many attendees who hadn't received the news were shocked. This news was terrifying. The biggest difference between wartime and peacetime is the power of life and death. In peacetime, even if someone commits a capital crime, they must go through a trial before execution. In wartime, there's no need for such cumbersome procedures. If Qin Fengpa deems someone deserving death, he can execute them with a single shot, without any consultation. Zheng Yueju's expression changed. Not only had he not received prior notice, but the unfamiliar look in Qin Fengpa's eyes filled him with a deep sense of crisis. He knew that this period of inaction had made Qin Fengpa no longer trust him. He figured his time as Legion commander was numbered, and what unsettled him most was whether Qin Fengpa harbored murderous intent towards him. That was the most terrifying thing. Nail Clipper had the same thought. He could no longer worry about being transferred from the Lion Legion to the Second Legion. He was now concerned with his own safety. Next, Qin Fengpa discussed several matters concerning the internal affairs of Base 4. Li Jushu paid no attention. His mind was already making plans. In the ward of the surgical building, Qin Fengpa had appointed him as deputy station chief. He considered it merely a temporary measure, a hollow title. To be honest, he didn't care much, knowing Qin Fengpa wouldn't give him real power. Qin Fengpa's sudden formal appointment didn't elicit joy from him. Instead, he worried it was a conspiracy. But soon, he became excited. With 10,000 troops as a base, even if it was a conspiracy, he would jump in. He desperately needed troops. After the meeting, Li Jushu was taken to Qin Fengpa's office. Chapter 259. Night Owl, Wind Chime said you're trustworthy, and I also think you're trustworthy. There are some things I want to tell you beforehand. In Qin Fengpa's office, besides Li Jushu, only Lan Wind Chime was present. The formality had faded, replaced by a more casual, friendly atmosphere. Please speak, Station Master. Li Jushu sat up straight. Although Fingling's father and I aren't blood brothers, our bond is stronger than blood. I must avenge Renbao's death. When Renbao was being hunted, I happened to be in danger myself and couldn't help. By the time I escaped, I heard the devastating news of Renbao's death. Fortunately, Fengling escaped, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. You know the Xing family's power without me saying so. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to harm the Xing family. But now, fate has presented an opportunity. The satellite is malfunctioning, communications are down, and 99.9% of high technology is unusable. Many of the Xing family's high-tech weapons at the base are unusable, weakening their strength. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I will do everything in my power to lure the Xing family out of Base 1. Once they leave the base, there's a chance to eliminate them. I hope we can cooperate sincerely and wipe the Xing family off the beast planet. Qin Fengpa stared at Li Jushu, his eyes sharp. I'd be happy to. Li Jushu had no reason to object. The Xing family wanted to kill him. He didn't want to die, so he had to fight back. The more forces that could fight the Xing family, the better for him. I heard that Base 9 is now under your control. This was Qin Fengpa's main objective. That's right. Li Jushu readily admitted that Zhong Huiyan was the station chief, but in reality, he was just an agent. The real controller was Li Jushu. He was the true station chief. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what was going on. What about Fengling? Qin Fengpa asked. Base 9 is one I conquered. Anyone who wants it can take it. As long as they have the strength to defeat me, I accept it wholeheartedly, Li Jushu said calmly. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. Lan Fengling remained calm and silent. Young people these days are truly remarkable. No wonder old Mo thinks so highly of you. Qin Fengpa suddenly laughed, dispelling the tension. Base 9 has been ravaged by war, leaving it devastated. It lacks weapons, ammunition, and medicine. Nobody wants it, except for me, who's never had a good meal, so I like it, Li Jushu said modestly. I see, you're targeting me. Don't worry, Fengling promised you medicine. Not a single drop will be missing. Also, I can spare a batch of weapons and ammunition for you at a low price, Qin Fengpa said. That's very kind of you, Station Chief, Li Jushu smiled. This was exactly what Base 9 needed. I know you're heading to Base 2. There's nothing else I can do to help, but I have one thing to say. Zhao Tianyun is very power-hungry and intolerant. Now that your strength has increased so much, he definitely have other ideas about you. Be careful, Qin Fengpa said. Thank you for the reminder, Station Chief. Then I won't take my leave. Li Jushu stayed in Qin Fengpa's office for a full 2 hours before leaving. Lan Fengling took him to get the medicine. What happened between you and Yang Yingzhong? Why did you suddenly separate? On the way, Li Jushu asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Didn't you ask Yang Yingzhong that question? Lan Fengling glanced at him. I could sense there was some unpleasantness between you, but I didn't ask, Li Jushu said. Why not just ask Yang Yingzhong directly? Lan Fengling persisted. Do you want the truth or a lie? Li Jushu slowed his pace, walking alongside her. If you don't want to say, you don't have to, Lan Fengling said calmly, her body slightly stiff. She wasn't used to walking side by side with men. With that temper, she won't be easy to marry, Li Jushu said. Is it any of your business? Lan Fengling glared at him. To be honest, I don't really like Yang Yingzhong. His style clashes with my principles. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with him. He probably sensed my thoughts too. We can't have a heart-to-heart talk, Li Jushu said. I thought you two were like-minded. Lan Fengling's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Not everyone has designs on you. I get what I want by myself. I won't use others, except for enemies, Li Jushu said calmly. A hint of unease flickered across Lan Fengling's face. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Yang Yingzhong may never have truly wanted to avenge my father from the beginning. He wanted to use revenge to consolidate my father's power and bring his connections under his control. At the same time, he also wanted to use my identity to gain the trust of certain people. He was indeed pursuing revenge, but his motives were mixed with too many other things. I didn't like it, so I left. I guess that's why, Li Jushu said. Putting aside personal motives, Yang Yingzhong is actually a good person. He's promising in his youth and loyal. Your father had many trusted men, but none of them openly wanted to avenge him. If it were your father, would you still say that? Lan Fengling asked coldly. Li Jushu chuckled, changing the subject. What are your plans for the future? Will you stay at Base 4? Have you thought about returning to Base 9? Are you worried I take your position? Lan Fengling mocked. If I had risen to power through someone else's connections, I would worry about that. Unfortunately, I conquered this territory myself. I'm not afraid of anyone taking it from me. If you can really take it, it only proves my incompetence, and I accept that, Li Jushu said. Perhaps, that's the biggest difference between you and Yang Yingzhong, Lan Fengling sighed softly. I just think that the connections your father left behind at Base 9 shouldn't be wasted. Rather than being used by others, it's better to benefit me. Don't look at me like that. My words are harsh, but if those people don't choose sides, they only be ostracized. Either you come out of retirement, or they can only follow Yang Yingzhong. There's no other way. I saved your life a few times, so this request isn't unreasonable, Li Jushu said. Should I thank you? Lan Fengling chuckled in exasperation. Isn't that right? Li Jushu's retort left Lan Fengling speechless. She really did have to thank him. The two remained silent the entire way until they entered an elevator in a building. Lan Fengling spoke then, looking at Li Jushu with a serious expression. Putting aside personal feelings, I should indeed thank you, but you may be disappointed. Those at Base 9 who knew my identity are all dead. The remaining people don't know my identity, so I can't help you. I never expected to meet you at Base 4, Li Jushu said. To be honest, I was still very happy to meet you, Lan Fengling said. I'm honored, Li Jushu laughed heartily. After another silence, the two entered an unknown underground level. Passwords, fingerprints, retinal scans. After numerous verifications, Li Jushu finally saw the potion in the basement. They left the building via the subway. The exit was in another area, leading out of a courtyard used for disguise. Take care, don't die. Blue Windchime extended her hand. I can feel it. The planet of 10,000 beasts is my blessed land. Blue Windchime's hand was soft, and Li Jushu smiled brightly. Chapter 260. Under the blazing sun, the tank sped along the wide road, kicking up clouds of dust. Most tanks lacked air conditioning, but Li Jushu, the deputy station chief, enjoyed special privileges. Qin Fengpa had personally gifted him a tank, Qin Fengpa's former vehicle, old, but well-maintained and in top-notch condition. Perhaps the temperature was set too low. Nail Clipper, sitting in the corner, felt a chill. He knew at his heart that the chill wasn't physical, but rather mental. He considered himself a deputy commander in the Lion Legion, and would remain so in the 2nd Legion, looking down on Li Jushu. Li Jushu, aware of his resentment, told him to fight the monks of Mount Wutai. If he won, he could leave on his own. He would speak to Qin Fengpa. If he lost, he would immediately become second in command. Nail Clipper, no less tall or heavy than the monk from Mount Wutai, remained fearless and immediately engaged in combat. After 11 minutes, Nail Clipper's stamina began to wane, and the monk seized an opportunity, locking his throat with one hand. Nail Clipper eventually suffocated and had no choice but to surrender. Li Jushu saw Nail Clipper's defiance. His strength was actually comparable to the monk's, and in terms of defense and power, he even had the upper hand, likely due to his regular use of potions. However, his combat experience, explosive power, and willpower were inferior to the monk's. Those who frequently engage in combat possess astonishing willpower, recovering from exhaustion much faster than ordinary people. Nail Clipper, sitting in the vice-captain's position, had far fewer opportunities for bloody battles than the monk from Mount Wutai. The others also realized that Li Jushu knew he had to demonstrate his skills to completely subdue Nail Clipper. He picked up the dagger Nail Clipper had flung out of his hand during the fight and exchanged it with him. Nail Clipper scoffed, dismissing this so-called courteous behavior. But just as he was about to sheath the dagger, he froze, involuntarily shivering and nearly dropping it. On the dagger, crafted from aerospace-grade alloy, were 5 clear fingerprints, 3 millimeters deep, their lines clearly visible. He could bend or break the dagger with all his might, but even striking his bones wouldn't leave a mark on its thickness, let alone 3 millimeters deep. Could his prized defense withstand such force? Nail Clipper had no confidence. In broad daylight, he felt no heat. After that, he fell silent, doing whatever Li Jushu commanded, never daring to throw a tantrum again. Li Jushu was young, but his strength far surpassed his. Nail Clipper, arrogant as he wasn't stupid. He knew when to yield. The car was sparsely populated. Li Jushu, the monk from Wutai Mountain, Ling and Monkey, Big Ben, Capricorn, Salmon, Western Cowboy, and Nail Clipper. The driver was Pliers. Capricorn was a top fighter selected from the 10,000 members of the Lion Legion, skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Salmon was a top fighter recruited from Base 4, proficient in firearms and disguise. Western Cowboy was recommended by young Master Li, who sensed Li Jushu's trip to Base 2 wouldn't go smoothly. Western Cowboy was an excellent marksman and a bomb expert, skilled in both mine laying and defusing. Pliers was a friend of Ling and Monkey. They had often collaborated before. Pliers was a skilled driver, self-taught in modification techniques. While not as good as 8-handed Xiao Ruiguang, he was still quite famous in the industry. While Brother Pliers' combat prowess was slightly inferior, technically skilled individuals like him were highly sought after everywhere. If it weren't for Ling and Monkey's invitation, he might not have agreed to join the 2nd Legion. Kite and Crow, still recovering from their injuries, remained at Base 4. Everyone else was resting with their eyes closed, except for Li Jushu, who was reading a book given to him by Capricorn, Meridian and Acupoint. Capricorn's ancestors were a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with deep knowledge of meridians. Although Capricorn hadn't formally studied medicine, he had absorbed much of the human body's structure through exposure. After consulting numerous ancient texts, seeking out renowned teachers, and combining his own understanding with rigorous practice, he recreated the ancient dislocating tendons and bones hand technique. He didn't dare claim a 100% perfect recreation, but it possessed about 60 to 70% of its power. Once he seized an enemy's hands, those hands were essentially doomed. The bone dislocating technique is too ruthless. If you don't get to a hospital within 4 hours, both hands will be ruined. Capricorn doesn't use it often, but Li Jushu is very interested. This thing is much more useful than handcuffs. Although handcuffs are made of increasingly advanced materials and are extremely restrictive, they can't stop some level 4 hunters who rely on strength. Sometimes, capturing an enemy and not being able to kill them immediately is a difficult situation. With the bone dislocating technique, the problem becomes simple. Unfortunately, the acupoint striking technique that Li Jushu most admires, Capricorn says he doesn't know either. Not only does he not know it, but he has never seen a master of acupoint striking. However, he believes that acupoint striking exists. The acupoint striking technique is currently unseen because it has been lost. As long as one studies it diligently, it will one day be rediscovered. He firmly believes this. Everyone had told him before that the bone dislocating technique was fake, but he had mastered it. Acupressure is a more advanced technique than dislocating tendons and bones, so it's understandable that it's harder to master. The chariot suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone knew they were outside the area of Base 4. Qin Fengpo was a far-sighted man. His plans for Base 4 spanned 50 years. Therefore, he placed great importance on transportation, repairing roads every year. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 500 kilometers had already been built. Hunters who frequently traveled to and from Base 4 didn't need to look at the road. They could tell whether they had entered the base's territory just by the road's undulations. Li Jushu could no longer read his book, and the others opened their eyes. "Tell us, what kind of person is Zheng Yueju?" Li Jushu broke the silence in the chariot. Having a topic of conversation would help eliminate the awkwardness more quickly. They would all be sharing meals in the future, and might even have their backs entrusted to one of them. They needed to get to know each other as soon as possible. He's an extremely disciplined person. Every year he's either training or on his way to train. He doesn't smoke, drink, gamble, or go to the red light district. It seems like entertainment and leisure are non-existent in his life. He doesn't like to joke. He gets straight to the point, speaking bluntly. He's very loyal to the station chief. No matter what task the station chief assigns him, he always only says one thing: I guarantee to complete the task. He won't be afraid of difficulties, and he won't make demands. Nail Clipper thought for a while, probably organizing his thoughts, but he still stammered. This time, Station Chief Chin is in deep crisis. Why hasn't Zheng Yueju taken any action? What's the reason? Western Cowboy followed young Masterly, and didn't have much fear of either Qin Fengpa or Zheng Yueju. The brothers are also puzzled. We all thought the commander had received some secret orders, which is why he didn't act. We only found out, when the station chief returned, that it was the commander's own decision. Nail Clipper shook his head. He was still troubled by this question. Some people say Commander Zheng likes men. Salmon suddenly interjected. Nonsense, he doesn't even. The Nail Clipper suddenly stopped, his expression turning strange, as if he had remembered something. There was something interesting to be had, and everyone looked at him expectantly. Chapter 261. Nail Clipper's face flushed and paled in turns. After a long pause, he stammered, at the beginning of last year, there was a new hunter, a young man, wearing glasses, seemingly polite but clueless. He was probably starving and stole something, and happened to steal from one of our members. He was caught on the spot, and according to the law, he should have been imprisoned for 15 days. Luckily, the captain happened to be passing by. He never interfered in these matters, but that day he made an exception and released the young man without any punishment. Afterwards, some people looked for him, but he disappeared. Some said he left base 4, but the brothers guarding the gates said they hadn't seen him leave. About 6 months later, one of the brothers accidentally saw the young man at the captain's house, wearing pajamas, his thighs exposed. As Nail Clipper finished speaking, his expression turned to disgust and revulsion. I knew it, Salmon said. I never would have guessed Zheng Yueju had such a wide range of interests, Western Cowboy said. Don't judge a book by its cover, Ling and Monkey said. He's a pervert. Despite his unintelligent appearance, Big Ben was quite traditional in his thinking. And what kind of person is Yang Yinda? Li Jushu asked. When they left, Yang Yinda hadn't been captured yet, which infuriated Qin Fengpa. He believed he had absolute control of the base. But first, he was assassinated and nearly died, then betrayed by Yang Yinda, and almost ousted from his position of power. Now he had resolved all the crises, only to find Yang Yinda missing. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, a resounding blow. The longer it dragged on, the more humiliated Qin Fengpa became. This indicated that there were still loopholes in his control of the base, and significant ones at that. This also reflects Yang Yinda's methods. A loser who could remain hidden for so long must have some skill, otherwise, he would have been betrayed by his subordinates long ago. When someone is successful, half of their subordinates won't betray them. The greatest test of a subordinate's loyalty is often when they fall from grace. Li Jushu actually wanted to know if Kai Zirwei was behind Yang Yinda's actions, because everything was too coincidental. If I had to say, my assessment of him is that he's low-key. He almost never speaks in public, he silently carries out the station chief's orders. When the station chief is in seclusion, he's the one in charge of daily operations, and he's almost never made a mistake. He can perfectly implement the station chief's policies and guidelines. He's very capable, doesn't take credit, and attributes all the credit to the station chief. He's a very good assistant, said Nail Clipper. My impression is similar. His governing style is mild, and he treats people with respect. Hunters who encounter problems can find him, and he offer help. He has a very good reputation, said Salmon. That's the biggest problem. Historically, such people are either extremely loyal or extremely treacherous, said Western Cowboy. This kind of person isn't without ambition, but rather hides it much deeper than most, like Sima Yi. When someone suppresses him, he's very obedient and loyal. But if the person suppressing him is gone, his ambition is immediately exposed. This incident is the best proof, said the monkey from Lingnan. Li Jushu remained silent, listening to everyone's chatter. He had a strong premonition that Yang Yinda wouldn't die, Qin Fengpa wouldn't capture him, and one day they would meet again. As night fell, the 3 chariots stopped to rest and eat something. Li Jushu was now considered a powerful figure, and his travels still required a certain entourage. Besides the vehicle Qin Fengpa had gifted him, 2 chariots followed him, one in front and one behind. While their comfort and performance couldn't compare to Qin Fengpa's vehicle, the front chariot was designed for agility, while the rear chariots were heavily armed, resembling mobile weapon fortresses. No one wanted to eat dry rations. The Lingnan monkey was in charge of starting the fire and cooking, while Salmon and the Western Cowboy assisted. Li Jushu didn't waste a single moment discussing the dislocating tendons and bones technique with Capricorn. He was eager to experience its power, but Capricorn dared not act. He had only learned the attack, not the bone-setting technique. If he couldn't get to the hospital in time and cripple Li Jushu, he couldn't afford the consequences. The dislocating tendons and bones technique is very complex. The injured person must find an experienced surgeon. No one dares to treat such a patient without decades of bone-setting experience. Even surgery requires a large, reputable hospital. Less capable hospitals can't handle it. This is why Capricorn rarely uses the dislocating tendons and bones technique in combat. Late at night, the resting group was awakened by a violent explosion and jumped out of their chariots. "There's fighting to the southwest, about 3 kilometers away," reported Big Ben on night watch. In the wilderness, the best course of action when it comes to battles that don't concern you is to ignore them. Li Jushu didn't want to get involved. He already wasted enough time. He hadn't expected the battlefield to shift towards their resting place. One side was fleeing, the other chasing, and the fleeing side was heading directly towards them. "Prepare," Li Jushu ordered. Everyone took their positions and quickly set up an ambush. In the face of indistinguishable friend from foe, ensuring their own safety was paramount. Soon, Li Jushu changed his mind and issued the attack order. "Target the pursuers." The others used night vision goggles to assess the situation. He had clearly seen the two sides. The fleeing group was crossing the mountain, and the pursuers were the Green Turban Army. When he first entered base number 2, he encountered Guishanfeng and was deeply impressed by him. It seemed he had a grudge against Yang Yingzhong, who treated him coldly. Guishanfeng was down to only 7 or 8 men, fighting and retreating in a sorry state. The pursuers numbered over 100, well-equipped, and their rockets posed a significant threat. The sniper in Guishanfeng's group was likely dead, otherwise, the rockets wouldn't have been so rampant. Guishanfeng's group was probably panicking and running aimlessly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have headed for the main road. The main road was easier to traverse, but the enemy was fast and numerous, and would eventually catch up. Those with experience in escaping would choose treacherous terrain. When everyone is slow, the smaller force has an advantage. Neither side expected anyone ahead. The 6 headlights of 3 armored vehicles, plus the 3 high-powered searchlights on their roofs, simultaneously activated, illuminating both the pursuers and the fleeing party. Night instantly turned into day, revealing every detail of the earth. Both sides were taken aback. A blinding white light filled their vision. They could see nothing. A powerful sense of crisis gripped them. The smart ones quickly dropped to the ground, desperately seeking cover. The slower reacting Green Turban soldiers only remembered to take cover when excruciating pain shot through them. It was too late. Blood blossomed from their bodies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chapter 262. 3 12.7mm M130 vehicle-mounted machine guns fired simultaneously, bullets slicing through the night like golden blades. The Green Turban soldiers at the forefront were cut in half, blood splattering in the air. Bullets struck the ground, leaving large, cup-sized bullet holes, a gruesome sight. The others, each armed with a Thunder 88 machine gun, used no fancy tricks, just direct suppressive fire. Because they were positioned in ambush on both sides, there were virtually no blind spots. Li Jushu was the only one without a machine gun. He used a Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle, yet he eliminated just as many as anyone else. For bursts of fire, 4 hunters carrying rocket launchers were headshot, followed by 2 heavy machine gunners. The hunter who appeared to be the team commander lunged behind a rock, bullets piercing his barrel as he flew through the air. The commander was slammed to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before slowly falling still. At that moment, the sniper lying prone on the distant hillside adjusted to the light. The instant he aimed, a bullet struck him squarely between the eyebrows, splattering brains everywhere. His support soldier rolled away in terror. His reaction was swift, but Li Jushu's Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle was even faster. A shot rang out, the bullet piercing his neck and chest, instantly shredding his internal organs. The support soldier, hunched over, groaned in agony, all strength and life draining from his body like a receding tide. Bang, bang, bang. 3 lucky Green Turban soldiers hiding in the crater didn't surface, only firing blindly. Li Jushu lowered his gun. After 3 shots, no more gunfire echoed from the crater. The Tianhua ZZ-02 sniper rifle could easily penetrate a meter of soil. Bang, bang. The instant the rock shattered, a second bullet pierced through the rubble and struck the hunter behind him in the chest. The bullet went straight through, leaving a hole the size of a cup, from which blood gushed. By the time Li Jushu locked onto the second sniper, only a handful of green turban soldiers remained. They were all lucky enough to have cover nearby, but they couldn't hold out much longer. Death was inevitable. "Turn off the lights," Li Jushu ordered. The instant darkness returned, the sniper hiding behind a boulder sprang out. He didn't fight back, he fled for his life, running wildly into the distance. He had only taken one step when his head exploded. Other green turban soldiers, like the sniper, had chosen to remain hidden behind cover, believing they could escape death in the darkness. Little did they know, this was Li Jushu's scheme. Once they emerged from their cover, they became easy targets. The Skyfire ZZ-02 sniper rifle vibrated continuously, spitting out streaks of fire. After the final shot, no surviving green turban soldiers remained on the open field. The lights came back on, and the bewildered Guishafeng team cautiously rose from the ground. From the start of the battle to the last shot, only 3 minutes had passed. The gunfire came quickly and ended quickly, and it was precisely this speed that made Guishafeng uneasy. Speed meant strength. Guishafeng couldn't recall anyone he knew who was so powerful. "Guishafeng, it's Night Owl," Li Jushu spoke, standing near the light source. Guishafeng was backlit, making his face unclear. "Commander Night Owl." Guishafeng was overjoyed. He wasn't familiar with Night Owl, but Night Owl's name was well known. He was the commander of the 4th Legion of the base. Also, Night Owl was with Yang Yingzhong, so they definitely weren't enemies. Including Guishafeng, only 5 people survived. All 5 were wounded, one of whom had been shot in the abdomen, bleeding profusely with his intestines protruding. Li Jushu immediately arranged for someone to bandage him. How did it come to this? Li Jushu remembered the first time he met Guishafeng. Guishafeng was smug and arrogant, his imposing manner surpassing Yang Yingzhong's, walking with a swagger. They had to queue for inspection to enter the base, but Guishafeng used the VIP channel, getting in unimpeded. Although he hadn't paid much attention to this privilege, it had left a lasting impression. "We wanted to take advantage of a break to do a mission, but we leaked the information and fell into the Green Turban Army's ambush. There were over 500 of us when we set off, and only a few of us escaped." Guishafeng clenched his fists involuntarily, his face filled with regret. Greed was the consequence of all this, and he also blamed himself for being careless. If he hadn't been so hasty, and had sent more men ahead to scout, perhaps they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. The news leaked? Li Jushu immediately grasped the key point, but wisely refrained from further questioning. He tossed a bottle of mineral water to Guishafeng to moisten his throat and asked, "What's the situation at Base 2 now? Commander Night Owl, where are you headed?" Guishafeng hesitated, not answering directly. "Back to Base 2. Li Jushu seemed oblivious to the unnaturalness on Guishafeng's face. "The base is a bit unsettled right now." Guishafeng spoke slowly, watching Li Jushu's expression. "That means things are lively, a good thing." Li Jushu chuckled. "Yang Yingzhong's injuries have healed. Under his leadership, the 4th Army Corps completed several impressive missions, including an ambush on a Green Turban Army unit, annihilating over 800 enemy soldiers. The station chief publicly commended him, calling him the pride of the 4th Army Corps, a pillar of strength," Guishafeng said. "I know Deputy Commander Yang is very capable," Li Jushu nodded. "It seems there's a deep conflict between him and Haishinyu. The 4th Army is now divided into 2 parts. One listens to Yang Yingzhong, and the other listens to Haishinyu," Guishafeng said. "What are Xuanwu Tank and Ko Tianjio's attitudes towards this?" Li Jushu's lips curled into a playful smile, as if he wasn't surprised at all. "They're just watching the show, they haven't expressed any opinions," Guishafeng said. Li Jushu asked questions here and there, seemingly haphazardly, but in reality, he had a clear understanding of the changes and dynamics among the base's high command. He asked the fewest questions about the 4th Army. Just as the conversation ended, Ling and Monkey and the others returned from cleaning up the battlefield. The Green Turban Army's heads could be exchanged for rewards at the base, and their weapons and equipment were valuable. They couldn't be wasted. If they didn't pick them up, someone else would. If the Green Turban Army picked them up, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Any experienced hunter wouldn't make such a basic mistake. "Back to base?" Li Jushu asked Guishafeng. Sleeping was impossible now. It was better to travel and sleep at base. The bed was more comfortable than the tank. "Back." Guishafeng was now penniless, out of men, and almost out of ammunition. Staying in the wilderness was too dangerous. A ride was welcome. While Guishafeng was in a bad mood, Li Jushu was in high spirits. The battle had gone smoothly. Their side hadn't suffered a single casualty. Although there was an element of surprise, Their 3 tanks totaled only about 20 men, while the enemy numbered 170 or 80, several times their numbers. Achieving 0 casualties under these circumstances was something to be proud of. 7th Uncle. Before Guishafeng could even sit down in the tank, one of Li Jushu's men suddenly called out. Not only were the others stunned, but Guishafeng himself was also taken aback. He stared wide-eyed at the salmon, and after a long pause, he uncertainly exclaimed, "You are Little Mud Skipper?" Chapter 263. Salmon had been lying in ambush on the sidelines, then went to clean up the battlefield, not encountering Guishafeng until everyone entered the carriage and the light shone on him. Only then did he clearly see Guishafeng's face, his eyes widening in surprise. His sudden remark stunned everyone. "You're Little Mud Skipper." Guishafeng stared at Salmon, his doubt turning to surprise, his teeth bared. "7th Uncle, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things." "It's me, Little Mud Skipper." Salmon stood up and gave Guishafeng a tight hug, making Guishafeng wince in pain. He was bruised, although not fatal. Even minor injuries would hurt from being rubbed. "They all said you were dead. How are you still alive?" Salmon released Guishafeng, looking him up and down, still unable to believe he was alive. It was too unexpected. "You little brat, you're the one who's dead. Your whole family." Guishafeng quickly stopped, lest he curse himself. He stared intently at the salmon, a relieved smile on his face. "When you were little, you refused to practice martial arts, preferring to draw Western paintings. What's gotten into you now? Judging by your strength, you've broken through to level 4, haven't you? Not bad, not bad. Are you really related?" The Lingnan monkey knew Guishafeng. Though they weren't close, he never heard of him having any relatives. "Uncle, no doubt about it." The salmon was in a good mood. Meeting a real uncle in a foreign land was much less likely than meeting an old acquaintance. "You brat, how did you end up on the beast planet?" Guishafeng, in his excitement, suddenly realized something. "Uncle 7, don't overthink it. Nothing happened at home. I just wanted to travel around and also look for you. I went to Jade Plate Star and Black Dwarf Star, and then I went to Yellow Ring Star, but I still didn't have any news about you. By chance, I came to Beast Star and never expected to see you. It seems that fate has its own way of doing things." Salmon sighed. "It's all fate." Li Jushu smiled slightly. He was still figuring out how to recruit Guishafeng, and now the opportunity had arrived. "I was lucky. Before setting off, something urgent came up, and I missed the Interstellar ship. I only heard later that pirates had hijacked it, and many people died," Guishafeng said. "You didn't even let your family know you were safe. They all thought you were dead," Salmon complained. "A lot happened afterward. I won't go into that. Being able to escape with my life today and see Little Mud Skipper is one of the happiest days of my life. Night Owl Captain, and everyone else, you are all my benefactors." Thank you so much," Guishafeng said solemnly. Phase 2. The soldiers guarding the city gate had just started their shift. Glancing outside the city, they immediately frowned. For the past 2 days, there had been an unusually large number of hunters coming to the base, especially today. The line stretched for 2 kilometers, and hunters kept arriving. They probably wouldn't be able to rest until lunchtime. "We never seen so many people before. Where did they all come from?" A soldier with a slightly askew hat muttered under his breath. "Who knows? I suspect there are green turban rebels mixed in." A soldier next to him had a toothpick in his mouth, not for picking his teeth, just a habit. He ate porridge for breakfast. "I always tell you guys to watch the news, but after work you're either hanging out in the red light district or gambling dens. Countless rodents have appeared deep in the mountains, biting anyone they see. Even large wild animals are fleeing in terror. Many hunters have died. Those who received the news have returned. Those who didn't, well, maybe their ancestors sent money from the afterlife." The foreman, hearing their murmurs, explained, also clearing up the confusion for the other soldiers. These soldiers, used to their stable salaries, had long lost their ambition, following the routine without a second thought. They wouldn't even pay attention to something as serious as the rodents. Rodents? Big rats? Are they that powerful? A soldier, toothpick in hand, wondered. If rats came, just release the cats, how could they possibly rebel? You learn later that anything in excess is a disaster. However, although there's a reason for this, we can't let our guard down. We still need to be vigilant. There are definitely Green Turban Army members infiltrating. The foreman's tone became stern. You all know my temper. Joking aside, if there are mistakes at work, don't blame me for being ruthless. The soldiers felt a chill and involuntarily straightened up. The foreman was truly ruthless when he disciplined them, treating them like enemies. West gate of Base 2. 3 armored vehicles stopped, and the monk from Wutai Mountain got out and revealed his identity. Sorry, the commander said that anyone entering the base must get out of the vehicle for inspection. No one has special privileges. The soldier replied to the monk from Wutai Mountain in a formulaic tone, showing no respect whatsoever. Commander? Are you sure? The monk from Wutai Mountain looked the soldier up and down. He remembered that everyone needed to be inspected, but it didn't say that everyone had to get out of the vehicle. The driver couldn't get out, as that would be inefficient. Yes. The soldier answered firmly. Which commander said that? The monk from Wutai Mountain's voice unconsciously became stern. Commander Yang said it. The soldier replied. Your name is Commander Yang Yingzhong? Then what did you call the person sitting in the car? Although the monk from Wutai Mountain knew he shouldn't make things difficult for a soldier, his face still darkened. It was one thing if the soldier hadn't identified himself, but now that he had, the soldier was still acting like it was business. It wasn't just that the soldier was stupid, someone was behind it. Commander Night Owl. The soldier hesitated before answering softly. Brother, don't get used as cannon fodder, or you won't even know how you died. The monk from Wutai Mountain's words already carried a threatening tone. The soldier's face paled, revealing unease. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. What is it? A burly man walked over, his strong muscles barely concealed by his vest, his silver skin strikingly bright. Gatekeeper. A dozen soldiers shouted in unison, standing ramrod straight, eyes fixed ahead. Yuji. The monk from Wutai Mountain frowned, a hint of seriousness creeping onto his face. When the 4th Legion recruited, they prioritized top experts within the base, extending invitations to all the renowned masters. Yaji was one of the first 3 invited, but he had refused. But now he had joined the 4th Legion. Without a doubt, this was thanks to Yang Yingzhong. The soldier quietly recounted the events. Is following the rules so hard? Or do you think you have special privileges? Or should I read you the regulations for entering the base? Yaji walked up to the monk from Wutai Mountain. The two were about the same height, but Yaji's bulging muscles were more imposing, making him look like a giant. Do you know who's sitting in the car? The monk from Wutai Mountain's words weren't a threat, but a reminder. As the gatekeeper, I only follow the rules. No matter who you are, if you enter through the west gate, you must follow the rules. Yaji's casual remark made the good-natured monk from Wutai Mountain's brow twitch, and he felt an urge to punch him. Just then, a few passers-by who were about to enter the city stopped in their tracks, looking surprised. Were members of the 4th Legion stopping each other? That was strange. The 4th Legion was newly established and very popular. What kind of act was this, stopping their own people? Chapter 264. Yaji, when did you join the Legion? The monk from Wutai Mountain quickly calmed down. Monk from Wutai Mountain, although we are in the same Legion, colleagues, you are not qualified to interrogate me. If you want me to answer, wait until you become the deputy commander. Yaji's eyes were defiant. Yang Yingzhong is too impatient. The monk from Wutai Mountain suddenly laughed. Some problems could have been resolved internally. Since Yaji had exposed himself, concealing it would seem guilty. His mind raced, and he decided not to pretend. This move was a miscalculation for Yang Yingzhong. Insubordination, even if successful, would damage his reputation. Who likes a rebellious subordinate? Just for that one sentence, I can sue you for defamation. Defaming the deputy commander. I can break your legs, and no one can say a word, Yaji said coldly. The crowd grew larger and larger. It wasn't that the guests coming and going particularly enjoyed watching the spectacle. Rather, the soldiers were standing still, no one was working, and the hunters could only stand on the sidelines waiting. 2 young men, one tall and one short, arrived at the west gate of the base after receiving the message. Instead of coming out, they stood atop the city wall, looking down from above. The soldiers on the wall, upon seeing them, involuntarily tensed, their expressions filled with admiration and awe. They weren't too familiar with the taller youth, but everyone in Base 2 knew the shorter one. Pit dog Mao Zheng. Born with superhuman strength, he'd been fierce and aggressive since childhood. At 28 years old, he'd been fighting for 28 years, spending his days either fighting or on his way to a fight. He single-handedly supported a hospital. The experts of Base 2, except for the station chief and a few others, have all been challenged by him, with few defeats. Xuanwu Tank and Ko Diangio have repeatedly offered him positions, but he's refused each time. His joining the 4th Legion has made every member of the 4th Legion proud. Mao Zheng wasn't actually short. At 175 centimeters, he was fairly average for a man. However, the young man beside him was 183 centimeters, making Mao Zheng appear shorter in comparison. The tall young man was named Zhou Xiaoxiang, also 28 years old. He joined the 4th Legion a few days after Mao Zheng and was immediately targeted by Mao Zheng. The two fought, the outcome of which is unknown, as their fight was not made public. But from then on, Mao Zheng and Zhou Xiaoxiang became sworn brothers. The pit bull was muscular and towering like an iron tower, while Zhou Xiaoxiang was tall and slender with a noble air. The two walking together easily reminded one of the former close associates of the white goat, the fat and thin duo, Mao Bai and Fat Pig. Look, they're finally back. Zhou Xiaoxiang didn't look at the arguing monks from Mount Wutai and Yaji below the city walls. His gaze was fixed on the chariot. The central chariot appeared no different from the others, but an experienced person could immediately discern its extraordinary nature from the details. The materials used are aerospace-grade carbon alloys, and the shock absorption system comprises 8 independent sets. The price of just these 8 shock absorbers alone could buy a tank. The windshield is 3 mm thinner than normal bulletproof glass, yet its defensive effect is doubled. That's money at stake. The most easily overlooked feature is the tire's internal fluid layer, a technology not yet fully mature, similar to asphalt. In the event of a high-speed, violent impact, the fluid generates corresponding resistance, becoming stronger with stronger impacts. Even the Dragon Tooth 01 sniper rifle is helpless against these tires. The glass is tinted, allowing visibility from the inside, but preventing clear visibility from the outside. Zhou Xiaoxiang's sharp eyes were also impressed by such high-tech glass, but he knew very well that Li Jushi was sitting in this car and watching him. Could he not come back? If he doesn't come back soon, the house will be robbed. The pit bull showed no concern whatsoever, instead radiating schadenfreude. If he comes back, Yang Yingzhong will be unhappy, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Isn't that perfect? This world is only for the strong to survive, the weak should be eliminated. The pit bull said. I'm curious about what kind of person Night Owl is. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiang's lips. I don't know what kind of person he is, but he's definitely not a smart one. Anyone who isn't stupid should know that they shouldn't have recruited Yang Yingzhong into the 4th Legion, let alone placed him in such an important position as deputy commander, and kept him away from home for so long. Even though I don't know Yang Yingzhong well, I know he's an ambitious man who won't be content to be subordinate to anyone. The pit bull said. Is it possible that Night Owl is very confident? Zhou Xiaoxiang asked. I think it's arrogance, Pit Bull said sarcastically. He's really holding his tongue. The monks from Wutai Mountain and Yaji are about to fight, and this guy is still sitting in the car. Yang Yingzhong hasn't shown up either, Zhou Xiaoxiang said with a half smile. He's quite the master at putting on airs, but it's not pleasant, Pit Bull said. Do you think this guy will get out of the car? Zhou Xiaoxiang asked. No, he's a regimental commander, after all. Being stopped at his own doorstep, if he gets out, what will he do? It'd be too undignified. Although Pit Bull looked down on Night Owl, he knew that getting out of the car was not an option at this time. I think Night Owl will get out of the car, and not only that, he cooperate with the inspection, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Impossible. If that's the case, who in the 4th Legion will respect him? He may be shameless, but his subordinates will. Pit Bull insisted on his point of view. High-level hunters often appear as prey, Zhou Xiaoxiang smiled slightly, calm and confident. If Night Owl really gets out of the car, I look down on him, the Pit Bull said. At the city gate, no matter how the monks from Wutai Mountain tried to reason with him, Yaji refused to back down an inch. Not only that, he also made sarcastic remarks, trying to force the monks to take action. Fighting at the city gate meant being an enemy, and the gatekeeper had the right to order the firing. With the weaponry available at the city gate, 3 vehicles could be reduced to fragments in an instant. The monks from Wutai Mountain were furious, but could only remain restrained. More and more hunters gathered to watch, discussing the matter. This 4th Legion isn't that old, it should be thriving. Why is there infighting? Isn't this a problem that only appears in the mid to late stages of an organization's development? That's not right. Where there are people, there's infighting. Where there's profit, there's competition. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Even newlywed couples break up on the same day. That's true. Who are these people in the convoy, acting so high and mighty? They haven't even gotten out of the car yet. As the gatekeeper, Yaji should maintain order and treat everyone equally. Do they think they're their station chief? Don't worry, I have a feeling we're going to get some juicy gossip today. Can't you see everyone's so calm? Normally, after waiting this long, they would have already started making a scene. Patience is a strange emotion. Sometimes, You can calmly wait a day, a month, even a year. Sometimes, waiting even a minute feels like a sin. The monks of Wutai Mountain are feeling this way now. Every second is torture. I give you 10 seconds to think. Either get out of the car and cooperate with the inspection, or go back to where you came from. Don't push your luck. Yaoji had also lost his patience. The monk from Wutai Mountain's expression turned cold, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 265. Even the monks of Mount Wutai have tempers. They used to be unruly, but after a tragic turn of events, they became more low-key. However, they remained proud at heart. The word get out stung them. Just as they were gathering their strength, the Lingnan monkey got out of the car. Everyone watched the Lingnan monkey. His getting out at this moment represented Li Jushu's will. Yaoji, the commander wants you to inform Yang Yingzhong that there will be a meeting here in 10 minutes. Lateness or absence will be dealt with according to the regimental rules, the Lingnan monkey commanded as he walked up to Yaoji, displaying the black tiger seal that symbolized the commander's authority. It was carved from a black gemstone, lifelike. This gemstone was stolen from Zhao Kuang's villa. I am the gatekeeper, it is my duty. Yaoji instinctively tried to refuse. The Lingnan monkey rudely interrupted him, coldly stating, the commander is calling a regimental level meeting. Every position has its responsibilities, and matters outside those responsibilities can be refused. However, there are exceptions, namely regimental level meetings. These are similar to military intelligence meetings within a nation. When a major national event occurs, everything else must give way. Not to mention gatekeepers, even those of higher rank must obediently follow orders. The Lingnan monkey put away the black tiger seal, and pulled the Wutai Mountain monk back to the chariot, completely disregarding whether Yaoji would obey orders. The chariot retreated 100 meters, making way for the other hunters, leaving a bewildered Yaoji, his face alternating between red and pale. Rank and crush you. On the city wall, Zhou Xiaoxiang chuckled wryly. He truly hadn't expected this move. Night Owl is cheating. What kind of skill is that? If I were Yaoji, I would never bow my head. I rather quit this official position than put up with this scumbag treatment, said the pit bull. Yaoji signed a contract. His annual salary is 500 million. If he violates the contract, the penalty is 4 times that amount. Yaoji is dirt poor. Let alone 2 billion. He probably can't even come up with 2 million, Zhou Xiaoxiang said leisurely. Holy crap, there's a penalty for breach of contract? How come I didn't know? The pit bull exclaimed in surprise. Yang Yingzhong pays such a high salary, he should at least provide some protection, right? Just because you don't know doesn't mean there isn't one. Yang Yingzhong is at least principled. If you encountered an unscrupulous person, with your habit of not reading contracts, you'd be sold out and still be counting the money for them, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Then let's see if others have the ability to sell me out. If they do, I accept it, the pit bull chuckled, a cruel glint in its eyes. If someone dares to cheat him, there's only one outcome, death. The hunters preparing to enter the base were no longer in a hurry, standing aside watching Yaoji. After some thought, Yaoji chose to ignore Li Jushu's orders. I knew it. With Yaoji's personality, how could he tolerate such treatment? He definitely wouldn't obey. He'd suffer for it. Li Jushu is, after all, the commander of the 4th Legion. Although Yaoji is a master, now that he's joined the 4th Legion, there's an extra layer of constraint. He can't be as free as before. Nobody likes a member who doesn't obey. That's a misconception. Yaoji isn't disobedient, he's just disobeying one person. He still resolutely carry out Yang Yingzhong's orders. I didn't expect the 4th Legion to cause such a stir so soon after its formation. No wonder Station Chief Zhao Tianyun is so strict about preventing new legions from emerging. Too much power easily leads to conflict. Time ticked by. Someone had somehow leaked the news to the base, and many hunters, willing to pay the entrance fee, came out to see what was happening. Among them were quite skilled hunters. When Tianjiu appeared with several Legion experts, it caused a commotion at the city gate. Yaoji's face grew serious. Tianjiu had publicly stated that Li Jushu was her savior. Her appearance at this moment was definitely not just for entertainment. She was there to support Li Jushu. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yaoji made no move, and Yang Yingzhong didn't appear either. Tianjiu had received the news and appeared. Yang Yingzhong, being inside the base, couldn't possibly have been unaware of what was happening at the city gate. His intentions were obvious. This is going to be interesting. I can't wait. The commander of the 4th Legion can't even command his subordinates. What a disgrace. Yang Yingzhong is really something, managing to get a master like Yaoji so obedient. Yaoji is known for his stubbornness. I wonder what methods he used. I'm really curious now, if Li Jushu can get through the west gate, will he have to take a detour through another gate? If so, he'd become a laughingstock of the base. The crowd buzzed with discussion. It had been a long time since such an exciting event had occurred at the base. On one side was Night Owl, the legendary figure of the 4th Legion, now its commander. On the other was Yaji, a renowned master of the base, rumored to be able to challenge the Xuanwu tank, now a gatekeeper. The clash between these two was sure to be spectacular. The moment the vehicle door opened, all eyes were on the young man stepping out, Night Owl, the commander of the 4th Legion, currently the most powerful among the younger generation at Base 2. The monk from Wutai Mountain, Big Ben, Capricorn, and Guishan Feng, among others, disembarked. The onlookers didn't know much about the other members, but they were incredibly surprised to see Guishan Feng. Guishan Feng's reputation in the base far surpassed that of Yao Ji. Yao Ji was a lone wolf, while Guishan Feng led a team, boasting over 2,000 members at its peak. It was only because he had no interest in creating a legion that he was qualified. Otherwise, he would have been a contender when Yang Yingzhong and White Goat competed for legion status. Why is Guishan Feng riding in the same car as Yi Xiao? Could it be that they? Very likely. After all, Yang Yingzhong first became the deputy station chief's godfather, then married into the Ming family, greatly increasing his power. Taking advantage of Yi Xiao's absence, he sidelined him. Yi Xiao couldn't remain inactive. Joining forces with Guishan Feng was a smart move. This is getting more and more interesting. Will Yang Yingzhong show up? Li Jushu stopped only in front of Yaji. He didn't speak, just stared at Yaji. Yaji also stared at Li Jushu, his eyes like knives, devoid of any respect, only disdain and contempt. Yaji ignored Li Jushu's imposing presence, but the soldiers on both sides couldn't withstand the pressure from Li Jushu, trembling as they called out, "Greetings, Commander." Li Jushu didn't react. His eyes were only on Yaji. Given their rank, Yaji should have bowed and greeted him, but Yaji did nothing, like a stone statue. A full minute passed, and everyone felt the calm before the storm. Why won't you obey orders? Do you know the consequences of disobeying orders? Li Jushu spoke first. Everyone looked at Yaji. Li Jushu was using his status to intimidate Yaji, putting him at a significant disadvantage. The base had rules, and certain established conventions had to be followed, otherwise chaos would ensue. Li Jushu was sticking to the rules, and Yaji couldn't escape them. A lousy legion, a worthless token, only you treasure it. I have absolutely no interest in it. I quit. I'm leaving the 4th Legion. Your orders have no effect on me. Yaji sneered, taking the token symbolizing his status from his waist and throwing it at Li Jushu's feet. Chapter 266. The sound of the token hitting the ground was crisp and jarring, clearly heard by hundreds of people nearby. All eyes were fixed on Li Jushu's face. Yuji's slap had been resounding. Surprisingly, Li Jushu's expression remained unchanged. He bent down, picked up the token, carefully wiped away the dust, and handed it to the monk from Wutai Mountain beside him for safekeeping. The scene fell silent. Everyone watched him quietly. Since you look down on the Black Tiger Legion, I can't force you. As the saying goes, even if a deal falls through, goodwill remains. I agree to your request to withdraw. I have someone prepare a gift later. I hope you won't find it offensive. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Li Jushu's tone was sincere. No need. I don't care. You don't need to pretend. I don't buy it. Yuji's voice was loud, his eyes filled with disdain. Big Ben, Salmon, and the others were practically bursting with rage. If Li Jushu hadn't yet spoken, they would have almost rushed forward and punched Yaji. Yaji naturally saw the anger in their eyes, but instead of being afraid, he revealed a defiant attitude. Li Jushu nodded, shifting his gaze from Yaji, and ordered the guards present. Next, I have an order to announce. Remove all irrelevant personnel. Who were the irrelevant personnel? The guard's eyes focused on Yaji. He was the only irrelevant person here. Yaji's face immediately turned red, his eyes flashing with anger. Li Jushu's words were reasonable and well-founded. He couldn't find any rebuttal. If he hadn't withdrawn, he would still be a member of the 4th Legion, one of their own, and wouldn't need to leave. Now that he had withdrawn from the 4th Legion, he naturally had no right to stay here. The West Gate was 4th Legion territory. However, leaving like this was tantamount to being driven away, and he couldn't bear such humiliation. Gatekeeper. Yaji, get out of here. A soldier, unable to withstand the oppressive gaze of Li Jushu, had no choice but to speak. However, his words ignited Yaji's fury. Who do you think you are, daring to drive me away? Yaji made a move no one expected, suddenly striking with a lightning-fast punch to the soldier's chest. Crack. The soldier's chest caved in, a fist-shaped mark appearing on his back. You? The soldier spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected Yuji to take his anger out on a lowly soldier like him. Without any defense, even his attempts to defend were futile against Yaji's fist. He felt his strength drain away, like a receding tide, his vision blurring, his consciousness fading. Night Owl, I challenge you. Yaji immediately realized his fatal mistake after killing someone. A sudden inspiration struck him. He roared, forcing the monks from Wutai Mountain, Capricorn, and the others to stop. At Base 2, there was a tradition. A challenge meant a life-or-death situation, and outsiders were not allowed to interfere, otherwise, they would break the rules. With Yaji issuing the challenge, only Li Jushu could accept, instantly avoiding the risk of being ganged up on. Li Jushu had the right to refuse, but if he did, he would be looked down upon, and it would also be difficult to pursue the matter of Yaji's murder. Yaji was essentially using the challenge to cover up the murder. Brilliant. On the city wall, Pit Bull was greatly surprised. Everyone said Yaji wasn't very quick-witted, but he didn't know where that rumor came from. This kind of thinking was something even scholars might not have come up with. I heard Night Owl is a sniper expert, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Interesting. One is a close combat expert, the other a sniper. I'm really curious how they challenge each other. Pit Bull laughed heartily. A distance of too far would be unfair to Yaji, while close range would be bullying the sniper. The onlookers also considered this question, whispering amongst themselves. Everyone subconsciously ignored the soldier's death, but Li Jushu hadn't forgotten. He knelt down, closed the soldier's eyes, and the instant he stood up, everyone sensed a change in him. His gentle aura vanished, replaced by a sharp edge, like a sword hidden underground for millennia, suddenly drawn. Yaji's eyes narrowed, and the contempt and smugness on his face instantly disappeared. I accept your challenge, make your move. Li Jushu actually walked towards Yaji, confusing everyone. Wasn't he a sniper? Instead of keeping his distance, he was approaching Yaji. Did he want to die too quickly? You asked for this. Yaji wasn't one to hesitate, nor was he just all talk. He spread his arms, his vest exploding into pieces. While everyone's attention was drawn to the flying fabric fragments, a strange whistling sound echoed across the wilderness. A silver fist appeared in front of Li Jushu with lightning speed. The flying fabric fragments were suddenly drawn by some force, and all adhered to the arm, a bizarre and shocking scene. On the ground, dust billowed, and a clear trail extended from the fist to Li Jushu's feet. Everyone paled. Yaji's fist was incredibly powerful. The ferocity and murderous intent on Yaji's face contrasted sharply with the worry on the faces of the monk from Wutai Mountain, Capricorn, and others. Coyote Angio couldn't help but clench the dagger in his hand, the one created by the mountain demon's claws. The force of the punch sent Li Jushu's hair and clothes flying backward. Even the Pit Bull thought Li Jushu's best course of action would be to dodge, avoid Yaji's attack, and then look for another opportunity. But Li Jushu stretched out his hand, his palm as smooth as jade, and blocked Yaji's terrifying punch. The scene suddenly froze, everyone stunned, only the dust that had been kicked up slowly settling. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He blocked it? That punch had the power to shift a multi-ton tank half a meter to the side, and Night Owl blocked it. Not only did Li Jushu block it, but judging from his expression, he showed no signs of strain. An uninformed person might have thought Yaji was holding back, but the spiderweb-like dents and cracks under Yaji's feet showed that he had gone all out. The shock in Yaji's eyes turned to despair when Li Jushu released his grip. A flush crossed his grotesque face, and he remained frozen in his punching motion. The surrounding hunters didn't dare breathe, afraid of disturbing something. About 20 seconds later, Yaji's face turned from red to white. A trickle of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, as if his bones had been removed. His eyes had turned gray. Dead. A clamor erupted around him. Impossible. How could he die? What kind of magic is this? How could Yuji die? His defenses were as solid as steel. Even ordinary pistols couldn't penetrate them. There's no way anyone could break through his defenses. This isn't scientific. How did Night Owl do it? If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been so flustered. It was precisely because everyone's eyes were wide open, seeing everything clearly from beginning to end, without missing a single detail, that their vision and understanding were incompatible. Science and common sense could no longer explain what they were seeing. I hereby declare that, from this moment forward, the monks of Mount Wutai are the gatekeepers of the West Gate. Li Jushu finished speaking, casually glanced at the crowd, and strode into the gate. Chapter 267. In the crowd, a man wearing a baseball cap tensed up, his hair standing on end. Li Jushu's seemingly unintentional glance felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart. In that instant, he felt as if he were dead, his heart stopping. Only after Li Jushu's figure disappeared through the city gate did he come back to life, touching his back to find it drenched in cold sweat. He's a successor of ancient martial arts. Pit Bull's face was no longer relaxed and casual. The information is wrong, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. He's really well hidden. Even someone as shrewd as Yang Yingzhong didn't notice. Yaoji really walked right into the line of fire. Pit Bull was somewhat fearful. If Yaoji hadn't stepped on the landmine first, he might have been the one in trouble. After Li Jushu enters the base, his first task will undoubtedly be to reorganize the 4th Legion and consolidate power. At that time, a clash with Yang Yingzhong will be inevitable. As a top expert under Yang Yingzhong, there's no reason for him not to intervene. If Li Jushu had unleashed that palm strike unexpectedly, he might not have been able to withstand it. A person who can subdue the white goat must have some skills, but I didn't expect them to be this powerful, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Can you tell what kind of martial art it is? Pit Bull didn't have much exposure to ancient martial arts traditions. It should be something like soft fist or cotton palm. We need to examine the corpse to determine the specific technique, Zhou Xiaoxiang said. Li Jushu passed through the city gate, where the white goat was already waiting. Commander. Sea Cucumber Right, Black Moth, Morning Nail, and a group of other experts followed behind the white goat, bowing respectfully, their presence impressive. Is your hand healed? Li Jushu looked at Sea Cucumber Right, who had been sent back early because of his hand injury. Your subordinate is ashamed. Hai Shinyo's injuries had healed, but he couldn't defeat Yang Yingzhong. The 4th Army Corps split in two, and he bore a large responsibility. There's still a long way to go, Li Jushu smiled slightly, not blaming Hai Shinyo. No one could deny Hai Shinyo's fighting prowess, but in terms of cunning and ruthlessness, 10 of him couldn't compare to Yang Yingzhong. It was already remarkable that he had managed to preserve half of his forces, and hadn't been framed and killed by Yang Yingzhong. I understand the attribute. Hai Shinyo's fighting spirit instantly soared. Was the journey smooth? Li Jushu's gaze turned to Bai Shanong. I traveled this road for over 10 years. I know where the rocks and potholes are with my eyes closed, and no one knows what kind of grass grows where better than me, Bai Shanong replied. Li Jushu smiled. He trusted Bai Shanong. Night Owl, you didn't even greet me when you saw me. You become distant after only a few days? At that moment, Chili Pepper caught up from behind, her tone reproachful. Li Jushu could only suppress the words he wanted to say to White Goat, turning to look at Chili Pepper. Chili Pepper was wearing a dress, her voluptuous figure seemingly about to burst from it, exuding the charm of a young woman. Her skin was as white as a young girl's, so delicate it seemed one could squeeze water from it. If one didn't look at her sharp eyes, and only at her attire, one would think Chili Pepper was a pampered rich lady, accustomed to a life of luxury, never lifting a finger. Sorry, the journey was bumpy, I'm exhausted, and I was in a hurry to get back to sleep. I didn't notice the commander, please forgive me. Li Jushu said apologetically, but his face showed no remorse. No need for apologies, just treat me to a meal. Chili Pepper didn't believe his nonsense at all. That would be my honor. There's no time like the present. Would the commander do me the honor of joining us tonight? The heart and lungs at Zhou Ji are exceptional. Let's go try them together. Li Jushu was unfamiliar with the restaurants at Base 2, only remembering Zhou Ji. His preference for spicy food was perfect for him, and Zhou Ji's spicy dishes suited his palate perfectly. It's settled in. See you tonight? I won't bother you any longer. Chili gestured and left. Yang Yingzhong, surrounded by a group of people, hurriedly ran over. The main street of the West Gate, usually quiet, was unusually crowded today. These hunters weren't just passing by, they heard there was something to see, and had come specifically. The once bustling street quickly quieted down at Yang Yingzhong's appearance. The situation of the 4th Army Corps was practically public knowledge at Base 2. Everyone knew Yang Yingzhong was ambitious, seizing power while the young Li Jushu was away. Now that Li Jushu was back, what kind of storm would erupt between them? As onlookers, they were naturally eager for more drama. As Yang Yingzhong approached, he slowed his pace. Among the many people on the street, he hadn't noticed Li Jushu, his eyes were fixed solely on him. The saying a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days' absence couldn't be more fitting for Li Jushu. The former Li Jushu was sharp and incisive, like an awl in a bag, very sharp, but also with obvious flaws. Too much rigidity could lead to breakage. Now, however, he possessed a calm and dignified presence, giving the impression of an unbreakable mountain. His eyes were still bright, but less sharp, yet more imposing. Facing Li Jushu again, He could previously look down upon him, but now, he had to admit he couldn't. He struggled to suppress the urge to look up. Li Jushu also noticed Yang Yingzhong's change. He had become more profound and reserved. It's said that injury is a shortcut to a man's maturity, and this was certainly true. See Cucumber Right, White Goat, and the others looked at Yang Yingzhong, while the onlookers watched Li Jushu. How would this young man, who had left a deep impression on Base 2 despite his short stay, treat Yang Yingzhong? Commander, you're back. Yang Yingzhong bowed respectfully. Li Jushu didn't speak, simply looking at him calmly. Yang Yingzhong didn't rise, maintaining his bowing posture. Big Ben and the others, as well as those following Yang Yingzhong, all felt a suffocating pressure, as if a boulder was pressing on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Why are you acting like it's a matter of life and death? It was just a mission. Li Jushu chuckled lightly, instantly dispelling the pressure. Those behind Yang Yingzhong noticed their heartbeats double. It would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. I was in the main family's modification workshop just now, and didn't receive the station chief's message immediately, so I'm late in welcoming you. I hope the commander will forgive me. Yang Yingzhong didn't get up immediately, explaining the reason for his lateness. Let's talk back at the camp. It wouldn't be good if we blocked traffic with our large group. Li Jushu walked ahead, with the others following behind. Passers-by consciously parted to make way for Li Jushu. Among the crowd, the hunter wearing a baseball cap kept his head down, hiding behind the others, not daring to be discovered by Li Jushu. Only after everyone from the 4th Army Corps had passed did he dare to cautiously slip into a small alley to leave. On the city wall, Zhou Xiaoxiang and the pit bull Mao Zheng remained silent, their expressions grave. The pit bull felt somewhat disappointed, but putting himself in Yang Yingzhong's shoes, he seemed to have no better option than to bow his head. He felt resentful and powerless, a feeling of suffocation welling up inside him. Chapter 268. The bone-melting palm. You're saying Night Owl used the bone-melting palm to kill Yao Ji? Inside the extravagantly luxurious office, a burly old man sat, his face as red as a date, a pipe dangling from his lips, unlit, his eyebrows furrowed in shock. Reporting to Master, this subordinate is certain, Night Owl used the bone-melting palm. The man wearing a baseball cap spoke respectfully and confidently. I remember the bone-melting palm is Mo Yingzhou's signature move. This old man rarely teaches it. Night Owl is his disciple? However, if it really is the bone-melting palm, it's understandable that Yao Ji couldn't withstand a single move. Yao Ji trained his defense diligently, even injecting liquid metal to make his body as hard as steel, but unfortunately, he encountered the bone-melting palm, which uses softness to overcome hardness. Yao Ji must be very unwilling, right? There was a hint of regret in the old man's tone. Many people have followed Yao Ji's path, but most have failed. Only Yao Ji went the furthest. Master is right. Yuji died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The man in the baseball cap echoed. This young man is something else. When Zhao Tianyun assigned the position of regimental commander to him, I was quite surprised. Yang Yingzhong is cunning and resourceful. How could a young man possibly compete? Now I realize that Zhao Tianyun's vision is as shrewd as ever. As long as the 4th Legion remains divided, he can take it all, winning without firing a single shot. A clever scheme. The old man shook his head, already thinking ahead. Zhao Tianyun had already envisioned the third step. Master, should we continue to keep an eye on Night Owl? The man in the baseball cap asked quietly. No need. He's at the base. Countless people are watching his every move. We don't need to do anything unnecessary. You can go and rest, the old man said. Your subordinate takes his leave. The man in the baseball cap remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. That one glance Li Jushu gave him outside the city had left a psychological scar. He genuinely didn't want to look at Li Jushu. Li Jushu returned to his base, and, after only an hour's rest, convened a general meeting. Of course, this general referred to the top management. Lower-ranking members couldn't attend, and the meeting room was too large. The meeting lasted 3 hours, with lunch even being eaten inside the meeting room. After the meeting, Li Jushu spoke with each of the newly appointed leaders of important positions. By the time he finished, the city lights were already twinkling. Remembering his dinner appointment with Coyote Angio, he quickly set off. By this time, the meeting's contents had already spread throughout half of the base. Incredible! Night Owl is my idol. Out of 10 battalions, Night Owl took 9, leaving only 1 for Yang Yingzhong. Yang Yingzhong was back to square one overnight. When he walked out of the meeting room, his face was as black as ice. A hunter with a bare chest in a roadside tavern was spittle flying as he spoke, as if he had witnessed the events in the meeting room firsthand. Tell me quickly, what happened? I just got back from outside, and everyone saying Yang Yingzhong has lost power. Wasn't he the most powerful man in the Fourth Army? How could he lose power? Who could make him lose power? A thin young man wearing black-rimmed glasses asked, his face full of curiosity, seemingly unrefined but actually quite gossipy. Who else could it be? It's your idol, Night Owl, the hunter said. Ah! Commander Night Owl is back? When did he get back? The bespectacled young man jumped up in surprise, attracting everyone's attention, but he didn't seem to notice. Don't interrupt. Let Blackie speak, someone nearby scolded. What kind of composure is this? Making such a fuss. The bespectacled youth sat down awkwardly. The hunter called Blackie continued, the moment Night Owl got back, he held a meeting. The first item on the agenda was personnel. He went straight for Yang Yingzhong. Yang Yingzhong's previous approach was to build the Legion into a pyramid structure, with him leading and everyone below obeying him. Night Owl, however, directly dismantled the original organization, renaming the 4th Legion, or rather, the Black Tiger Legion, into 10 battalions, each with a battalion commander, Wutai Mountain Monk, Sea Cucumber Right, Capricorn, Fat Pig Brother, Lingnan Monkey, Drought Leech, Western Cowboy, Crow, Over the Mountain Peak. Over the Mountain Peak? When did he join the 4th? Black Tiger Legion? The bespectacled youth thought Blackie had misspoken. Who knows? Guo Shanfeng came back with Night Owl. They're close. Only they know when they joined the Black Tiger Legion. The last captain was Wrench, Black Hair said. Isn't Drought Leech following Yang Yingzhong? A hunter at the table asked. You guys don't know? Drought Leech's strength is no less than Yang Yingzhong's. Their relationship isn't superior-subordinate, it's a cooperative one. Night Owl saved his life during a mission, and after that, he listened to Night Owl. Black Hair seemed carefree, but his information network was incredibly deep. What about Pitbull Mao Zheng, Zhou Xiaoxiang, and Silver Ring Snake? Their strength is even above Fat Pig Brothers. How come they didn't even become captains? The bespectacled youth asked curiously. Night Owl's reason is that the 3 are strong enough, but they haven't been in the Legion long enough, and they lack experience leading a team. A captain is a management position, not a solo operation. Night Owl gave them the position of vice captain, Black Hair said. This is tantamount to being sidelined. Can Yang Yingzhong swallow this? The hunter at the table clearly knew Yang Yingzhong well. Yang Yingzhong wasn't the type to suffer a loss. That's the cleverness of Night Owl. He didn't run a one-man show, he was very democratic. Every appointment was decided by a show of hands. However, most of the attendees were Night Owl's cronies. Every vote was almost unanimously in Night Owl's favor. Yang Yingzhong had no chance to fight back. Black Hair's brows were filled with admiration for Night Owl. Everyone was worried that the Black Tiger Legion was splitting up, but Night Owl stabilized the situation with just one meeting. His methods were simply divine. That shouldn't be the case. Is it really that simple? Yang Yingzhong isn't brainless. I understand such a simple principle. He can't be unaware of it. How could he be so easily manipulated? Is there some conspiracy? The bespectacled youth questioned. It's understandable that you're unfamiliar with the situation since you just got back. When Night Owl entered the base, Yaoji insisted on being the first to stop him, trying to embarrass him. But Night Owl didn't tolerate him at all, smashing him into a mangled mess with a single blow. Black Hair said. How much? The bespectacled youth seemed not to have heard clearly. 1 move. Black Hair said. Black Hair, just state the facts, don't exaggerate. 1 move. Even the Xuanwu tank and the station chief couldn't defeat Yaoji in 1 move. Yaoji's defense can withstand bullets. I like Night Owl, but you don't need to romanticize him like this. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. There were hundreds of people watching outside the city at the time. Why would I lie to you? The story is all over, you can ask anyone, Black Hair said. The bespectacled youth looked at the others and, seeing everyone's expressions of agreement, was greatly shocked. Isn't Night Owl a sniper? Yao Ji is a master of close combat. So what? Just because Night Owl is a sniper doesn't mean he can't be a master of hand-to-hand combat. It's a pity no one was filming, otherwise you would have seen how shocked and desperate Yao Ji was when he died, said the black-haired man. The bespectacled youth opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Chapter 269. The building, antique and full of Chinese style, had wooden tables and chairs with a patina that exuded a sense of historical weight. Brass lamps lit the 4 corners. Although not as energy efficient as LED lights, they had a unique charm. The wine was Daughter's Red, served in jars, 2 jin per jar, 10 years old. There weren't many 20-year-old Zhouji jars left. They were only given away, not sold. The menu included signature heart and lung dishes, stir-fried stone mushrooms, water spinach stir-fried with pork lard, stir-fried fish, eggplant casserole with minced meat, steamed stuffed tofu, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, black chicken and lotus seed soup, and finally, cabbage. 10 dishes were a bit much for 2 people, but the people of the Beast Planet had all undergone physical modifications with drugs, so their appetites were naturally large. This table full of food was nothing. I've been at the base for quite a while now, but this is my first time here. Chili Pepper wore a pink, strapless dress, held up only by her voluptuous figure. Li Jushu sat opposite her, and every time he looked up, he could see the interplay of light and shadow. Chili Pepper trembled slightly as she picked up food. Can't handle spicy food? Li Jushu had a particular fondness for spicy food. The spiciness seeped into her lungs, like a 20-year-old wine, rich and mellow, leaving her mouth burning, yet unable to stop. I've been religious for a long time, and don't eat animal organs. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Chili Pepper's nose. Her cheeks flushed a beautiful pink, like peach blossoms. So you could say I'm lucky, I haven't had the chance to be religious, Li Jushu said. On the mother planet, there were conditions for joining a religion. If your education wasn't high enough, the church wouldn't accept you. If your donation wasn't enough, the church wouldn't take you. On the mother planet, religious sects were for the wealthy. For the poor, joining a sect was harder than winning the lottery. Besides donations, the church offered me absolutely nothing. In a fit of anger, I left, said Chili Pepper. Not many people have that kind of courage. So many people would kill to join the church, Li Jushu said, knowing full well that things weren't as simple as Chili Pepper made them out to be, but he didn't press the matter. You changed a lot, Chili Pepper suddenly blurted out. If others said I changed a lot, I take it as a compliment, but if the leader says I changed a lot, I believe it, Li Jushu said. Is there a difference? Chili Pepper asked, puzzled. Some people's entire lives might not be as valuable as a single word from a stranger. The so-called enlightenment in Buddhism often comes from a casual remark, Li Jushu said. You even have knowledge of Buddhism? Chili Pepper asked, showing newfound respect. Young people are usually ambitious and restless. Few have the patience to study Buddhist scriptures. I like Tantric Buddhism, Li Jushu smiled slightly. Everyone underestimates you, Chili Pepper remarked. I haven't yet congratulated the regimental commander on the great victory at Yinshan. A victory against overwhelming odds, annihilating 2,000 enemy soldiers. It's a great honor for our base. A true heroine, well deserved. Li Jushu picked up his large bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Chao Tianju smiled slightly. The Battle of Yinshan was indeed her pride. At that time, her men were already timid and wanted to flee, but she withstood the pressure, rebuked the dissenters, and ordered a proactive attack. The enemy's mortar platoon hadn't even set up defenses, and she captured the mortars, catching the enemy off guard and ultimately securing victory. It could probably be summarized in a few words, but the dangers of being on the battlefield, the constant threat of death, the possibility of total annihilation from any decision, those who haven't experienced it can hardly understand that kind of pressure. Don't flatter me. You saved my life. If you need help, just say so. Whether you need men or guns, I support you. Chili Pepper's tone was very much like a gangster boss. Internal problems are solved internally. It's a small matter, the commander doesn't need to get involved. Otherwise, it would be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Li Jushu shook his head with a smile. Don't be careless. Yang Yingzhong's power is not to be underestimated. He's recognized Lu Tailong as his godfather, and has also formed a marriage alliance with the Ming family. You might not know, but after the Eight Hands rescue, the Ming family's business expanded rapidly. Now, the entire base's tank repair and modification business belongs to the Ming family. Others can't even get a sip of soup, let alone eat meat. Chili Pepper said. Isn't that a monopoly? Station Chief Zhao allows this to happen? Li Jushu was surprised. He really didn't know this. On the Beast Planet, not having tanks would be a very troublesome matter. When you're alone, the effects might not be as noticeable, but when leading a team, especially a legion of thousands, the role of chariots becomes crucial. On missions lasting 10 days to half a month, the consumption of food is substantial. Carrying it by hand is inefficient, only chariots can solve all transportation problems. The Ming family gave Zhao Tianyan 30% of their annual net profit, said Chili Pepper casually. Is Station Chief Zhao short of money? Li Jushu couldn't understand. If the rulemaker doesn't follow the rules, how can others compete? How can someone who's both referee and player possibly beat Zhao Tianyan? Who would complain about having too much money? Zhao Tianyan is cultivating a lost martial art, consuming an astonishing amount of potions and pills every day. Not counting his family, his annual expenses alone exceed hundreds of billions, said Chili Pepper. What kind of cultivation technique? Li Jushu had never heard of it before. I don't know either. I just heard that Zhao Tianyun bought it at auction on the black market for over 50 billion. However, according to people at the scene, the technique is incomplete. That's probably why Zhao Tianyun has been practicing it for 7 or 8 years without any apparent change, said Zhao Tianjiu. From the perspective of a female regimental commander, is Deputy Regimental Commander Yang Yingzhong really that outstanding? Li Jushu asked. If Base 2 were choosing a husband, Yang Yingzhong would be in the top 10, Zhao Tianjiu answered without hesitation. The Ming family got a good deal, Li Jushu laughed. Why don't you ask where you rank? Zhao Tianjiu looked at him, her eyes teasing. You don't understand me. I'm not interested in that. Li Jushu shook his head. What are you interested in? Not men, are you? Zhao Tianjiu chuckled, her shoulders trembling. I'm interested in food. Li Jushu ignored Chili's teasing, slowly peeling a shrimp shell and smiling. When I was little, my family wasn't well off. There were many things I wanted to eat but couldn't afford. Back then, I set a goal in my heart. When I grew up and had money, I would eat everything I wanted. That's quite a lofty goal, Chili said. I heard the base has been rather unsettled lately, Li Jushu said. It was quite peaceful before, but it became unsettled after you came back. Yang Yingzhong didn't want you to come back, Chili said. You know that's not what I meant, Li Jushu said. The conflict between Base 1 and Base 2 has become public. We sent many assassins into Base 1, and the Zheng family will naturally send assassins to kill us too. It's all an open secret. As Chili finished speaking, the sounds of fighting rang out outside the window. The two continued to enjoy their delicious food, not even glancing at each other. Chapter 270. The sounds of fighting came and went quickly, followed by a muffled groan, and then silence fell outside the window. A few minutes later, a knock came at the door. Come in. Li Jushu looked up as Capricorn entered. Capricorn, 3 assassins. 2 are dead, and 1 has been captured alive. A scratch on Capricorn's arm indicated the assassins were quite skilled, having injured even a seasoned fighter like him. Interrogate him, but I doubt you get much information. Donate him to the hospital after the interrogation, Li Jushu said. Yes. Capricorn left. Night Owl, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Chili Pepper seemed to be seeing Li Jushu for the first time, his eyes trying to smile, but unable to. Kind-hearted? I just been frugal since childhood, terrified of poverty. Understanding is everything, Li Jushu said. Don't dwell on the corpses. Chili Pepper shook his head, unsure what to say. Being your enemy will be painful. Captain, don't think about corpses while you're eating. The blood is splattering and ruins your appetite. Li Jushu stood up and poured Chili Pepper a full glass of wine. Zhao Tianyun has been summoning retainers several times recently. I reckon he'd be making a big move in the next few days. Be prepared, Chili Pepper reminded him. I always been curious about something. How strong is the station master? What level hunter is he now? I heard everyone say he's broken through to level 5. Is that true? Li Jushu looked at Chili Pepper. I haven't fought Zhao Tianyun, but I don't think I'm a match for him. Night Owl, you're stronger than me, you can give him a try, Chili Pepper said. If I lose face. If I win, will the station chief be angry? Li Jushu asked. I believe Zhao Tianyun won't be angry, said Kao Tianjiu. Absolutely. The station chief is a magnanimous person. Li Jushu laughed heartily, sighing inwardly. He and Kao Tianjiu were ultimately not on the same wavelength. They couldn't confide in each other. They exchanged meaningless words, and eventually, finding it boring, they ended the meal. Li Jushu saw Kao Tianjiu to his chariot, but he himself didn't drive, choosing to walk. After eating, he strolled to digest. Capricorn appeared behind him. Just as Li Jushu had guessed, the assassin was tight-lipped, saying nothing. Are your injuries all right? Li Jushu asked casually. It's just a matter of putting on a band-aid. Capricorn felt a little ashamed and a bit rash, mainly because he wanted to impress Li Jushu. Li Jushu had invited Chili Pepper to dinner, and he couldn't lose face. He wanted to resolve the problem as quickly as possible, and in his haste, he inevitably revealed a weakness. If he had acted cautiously, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. In your opinion, was the assassin sent by Base 1, or was he hired by one of their own? Li Jushu had been pondering this question. The assassin is very professional. There's nothing to identify him, and he refuses to utter a single word, preferring to bite his tongue. Capricorn shook his head. He knew what he knew, and what he didn't know, he had to state the truth, because any guess or judgment he made could influence Li Jushu's decision. Li Jushu nodded, not mentioning the assassin again. His gaze followed the back of a woman in a plaid schoolgirl skirt until she disappeared into the crowd. He asked casually, if you were Deputy Commander Yang Yingzhong, what would you do in this situation? I studied Yang Yingzhong. When he was working for Niaran Bao, he also encountered situations where his power was usurped. He didn't directly confront his superiors, he took a lower-level approach. How so? Li Jushu asked, intrigued. Initially, he was in charge of recruitment. He was very skilled at it. Most of the people he recruited were obedient to him. Orders from superiors couldn't get down to the bottom, and he used this tactic to humiliate his superiors. After one of their major mistakes, they were removed from their positions, and Yang Yingzhong took their place. This brought him into the upper echelons view, and from then on, his rise was meteoric. Capricorn said. I know nothing about these things. Li Jushu immediately thought of the members of the 4th Army Corps. When he left, including White Goat's team, the total number was no more than 4,000. This time, the number had skyrocketed to 10,000. This was mostly due to Yang Yingzhong's efforts. It was obvious that Yang Yingzhong had foreseen the problems that might arise when recruiting. That's why he was so cooperative in the meeting room during the day, not making a fuss. Anyone would be angry if their power were taken away, but his complete cooperation made those unaware of the inside story think he was his confidant. Yang Yingzhong is quite capable. If he can completely win over the Corps, the commander can save a lot of energy, Capricorn said. You're right, Li Jushu smiled. Human hearts are the most unpredictable thing. If Yang Yingzhong could win over so easily, those bigwigs wouldn't have such a high opinion of him. Do you remember that female college student who passed by earlier? The one with short hair? Capricorn was startled. Is there something wrong with her? How much do you think she weighs? Li Jushu asked. She's about 1.57 or 1.58 meters tall, petite, and weighs around 95 jin, 42.5 caddies. Capricorn recalled the woman's silhouette. She weighs at least over 200 jin, 100 caddies. Look at her footprints, Li Jushu said. Capricorn ran over and gasped, instantly believing Li Jushu's assessment. Footprints on concrete rely on dust. People of different weights leave slightly different footprints, imperceptible to others, but Capricorn, with his deep knowledge of human anatomy, could spot it. Furthermore, he noticed the woman's stride length. Each step was exactly the same, without any error. Ordinary people couldn't do that. Only those who had undergone rigorous and brutal long-term training could achieve it. This almost inhuman training is reserved for 2 types of people, special forces and assassins. I am ashamed, Capricorn said, genuinely admiring Li Jushu. His observational skills were akin to military intelligence gathering. The earlier and more accurate the intelligence, the greater the chance of victory, and conversely, the higher the probability of death. If this woman, a murderer, were to approach him in a crowded place and stab him, he had no confidence in avoiding it, because he hadn't noticed any danger from her. Think carefully, Li Jushu asked. She walked towards you. But did you see her face? Capricorn froze, then his face slowly darkened. Walking towards someone face to face without seeing their face was highly unusual, unless one person kept their face turned to the side. But if someone kept turning their head, it would inevitably attract attention. Capricorn carefully recalled the entire process from when the woman walked towards him, to when she brushed past him, and finally disappeared into the crowd. He hadn't seen her face, yet he hadn't felt anything amiss. That was the most terrifying part. You might not see a stone in front of you, or you might see it but ignore it. But if it's a piece of gold, can anyone ignore it? This woman. The Capricorn grew more and more frightened as he thought about it.